The story begins with a little girl's voice. I found you, asterisk peak. Before her is a boy, huddled beneath a tree. Akid, why do you keep avoiding me? You, the boy jumps, startled. When did you? The little girl approaches him. I just held your hand for a moment and you bolted. The boy stammers, but father specifically told me not to take off my gloves, but you took it off. The boy stops her and pleads, I'm okay, see, I'm fine, please. Lave stands frozen as he starts to sob. She thinks, crying again? Then, Lave says bluntly, fine, I'll stop. Would you pass out if we kissed or something like that? Huh. With that, Akid's face flushes bright red as an image of them kissing flashes through his mind. Just the thought of it makes him wail even louder. Seeing this, she feels helpless. What am I supposed to do with him? A moment later, Levi sits down under the tree. Don't cry. People say you'll get ugly if you cry, you know? Akid immediately retorts, my mom says I'm always beautiful. She has to agree. You're especially beautiful even when you cry with your pink hair, rosy cheeks, and brilliant eyes sparkling with tears. Yes, you're right, because you're even prettier than Lady George Salome. The boy seems to have stopped crying, but Laviolette has never even met Lady George before. She turns to him with a smirk and asks, right? What do you think? The boy is just bewildered, completely at a loss. LaVey continues boldly, for God's sake, stop crying before I actually kiss you. Hearing that, he starts wailing again. Laviolette, don't say stuff like that. She freezes. Huh? Why are you crying even louder? I was just trying to cheer you up. Asterisk sketched. Asterisk. A pair of feet approaches. An elegant young man appears. He puts his hands on his hips and questions them. I heard crying from the garden, so I came to check. Were you teasing Akid again? Lave immediately runs to him. I didn't. Akid scared himself. That's all. He picks her up and continues. You really didn't tease him? Look at his eyes. The little girl immediately retorts. Alan, you're my personal knight, so why do you always take Akid's side? And what about his eyes? As soon as she turns to look at Akid, she realizes they are quite swollen. Honestly, milady, Alan says, you've been acting strangely lately. Just a month ago, we were so close, remember? A month ago, after that accident. At the mention of it, her face darkens. The little girl hugs him tightly. Alan, why do I suddenly feel so cold? Can we go back quickly? Hearing this, he grows worried. Oh no, that's not good. You might be catching a cold. I have to get you to your room right away. Then he turns and asks Akid, would you mind if we walked a bit faster? The boy is silent for a moment. But then he answers, yes, sir. A while later, Levy holds up her dirt-stained hand. Akid, your eyes, they look like a rabbit's because you cried so much, you know? Suddenly, she realizes, sorry, my hand is a bit dirty. Akad Enoch says, more importantly, your hand is hurt, Laviolette. The girl remains completely calm. Oh, this? I think I just got scratched by some grass or a branch. Why were you hiding here anyway? This is where my brother and I used to play, so it didn't take me long to find you. The boy asks again, does it hurt? The girl doesn't answer, instead asking back, do I look like I'm in a lot of pain? Then she holds out her hand towards him with utmost sincerity. Then you have to hold my hand. My name is Laviolette Diaz, and I have a secret. This all started a month ago, after I fell and lost consciousness in the garden. When I woke up, I remembered so many things. Is anyone there? Help! The setting of this world is from a novel I read in my past life, and I've been reincarnated as Laviolette Dyer, the younger sister of the novel's male lead, Werner Dyer. And Laviolette Dyer died at a very young age. More importantly, I'm the one who causes the male lead, Werner Dyer, to turn to the dark side. A person destined to die an early death. Oh, thank heavens, Lavi, you're awake. At that time, Lavi was utterly confused. What? I'm going to die at 20? And I don't even remember how I died. Did Lavi die of illness? Or at the hands of the male lead? Lavia, look here. Do you recognize your big brother? Are you hurt anywhere else? She suddenly sits up, crying her eyes out. This pathetic fate. It's ridiculous. I was always fainting and getting bruised from even the slightest touch. This body of mine was so weak that the priests and doctors were already preparing for the worst. The only way for you to live is to be extremely careful. I agree. If you exert yourself, your body could suffer damage beyond its limits. And it seems it won't get any better as I get older. Fortunately, even in such despair, there was a glimmer of hope. Back in the present, Akid's cheeks are slightly flushed. He slips his glove off, letting it fall to the floor. Without a word, he takes Lavi's hand. Akad Enoch, my childhood friend. He has the power to heal people just by touching them. After healing her, he's a bit shy. I was told not to tell anyone else about this, but she is so happy. She jumps right onto the bed. I'll keep it a secret. Thank you, Akid. I wish you could always be by my side, Akid. Hearing this, his face turns bright red. Well, every day is a bit difficult. I have to ask my parents first. She replies, I know it's She sits on the bed and begins to think deeply. In the original story, Akid will join the battlefield at the age of 16, and he will soon meet the love of his life. His feelings are for Werner. That's right. The novel I was reincarnated into is a BL novel. But I don't intend to interfere with the love story Akid is meant to have, or to follow the original plot at all costs. I have to live for myself first, don't I? I don't even know when or how I'm going to die. I want to do everything I can while Akad is still with me. Lavi's mind is now filled with 1,000 questions. I don't care if my handsome and kind brother becomes a prince or a princess, or what the sexual preferences of the future leaders of this empire are. What I care about more is that I can't remember the problems I'm going to face. This is so frustrating, Akid asks with concern. Are you still in pain? Why are you sighing like that? She replies, Huh? No, not at all. You've already healed me. He explains, I can heal your wounds and restore your body to its healthiest state, but Laviolette's body is naturally weak. It's just, Lavi listens to him silently. It's fine. He's so kind. After thinking, she asks Akid, Are you worried about me? That's right. Suddenly she swings her hand, pushing him flat onto the bed. She slowly gets closer to him. Unexpectedly, she suggests, Then sleep with me tonight. Akid wonders, but didn't I sleep over last week? She replies, I can't sleep well without you. You wouldn't mind if I had nightmares, would you? I feel like I'm being crushed, even when the blanket is just a little heavy, and even a gentle breeze makes me jolt awake. As she speaks, she intertwines her fingers with his. Hugh, she expresses, but I can sleep soundly when you're here. Can you do that for me? Seeing Akid sweating bullets, she thinks to herself, it's so easy to take advantage of innocent kids like this. It hurts to use a child, even if he's my brother's future lover. But I need to live until he turns 16. By then, Akete will be on the battlefield. Go. By then, I'll be old enough to marry, so I'll find a healer and marry him. If my husband is a healer, I can survive, right? I'm not asking for much. I just want to live a long and healthy life. But this life-extending plan has a fatal flaw. Suddenly, Akad, blushing, cries out, No, Laviolette! She looks at him helplessly. This kid is truly alarming. He says fearfully, I haven't even told my mom yet. Lavi asserts, Don't worry, I already told her. Really? Actually, I'll call her later. She flashes a bright smile. Don't worry, just stay by my side. She remembers yesterday. Lavi was in the bathtub at the time, and the maid beside her asked, Are you planning to sleep with young Master Akid tonight? She replied, Yes. I've written a letter to Lady Enoch to ask for her permission. When you go over, could you bring a set of pajamas for him? Of course, I'll do that. Suddenly, the maid is startled. She says, Oh my, I think you should get out now. Your skin is turned red, even though I lowered the water temperature. Lavi thinks helplessly, but if I bathe in colder water, I might catch a cold. It seems that no matter how much I think about it, The only way I can live is to stay close to Akid, as close as possible. Back in the present, Akid is hugging a pillow tightly. No way. She sits up, annoyed. Oh my god, why do you always say no? Well, it turns out the boy had used all the pillows he could find to create a barrier. He explains, sleeping together is something you should do with someone you like. Hearing this, she wonders, where did he learn that? He didn't say that to me last time. Then she asks, we're already on the same bed, aren't we? That's different. Seeing him so resolute, her face falls. She thinks, after all, I'm just a 7-year-old child and my body is always so weak, isn't it? In the original story, he was always by my brother's side, but there were hardly any romantic scenes. I think they only shared a deep kiss at the very end, maybe. Lavi's face is now very thoughtful. I'm still not sure. Akid has been looking at her the whole time, *thump. Suddenly, the girl turns her head and throws all the pillows to one side. Without a word, she hugs the boy tightly. His face, which was already red, turns redder than a tomato from her action. Then she says, just think of me as my brother. He is utterly confused. What? I know you like him. My hair and eye color are the same as my brother's, so at this point the boy suddenly shouts, no, you are not like Werner. Lave realizes something. He's angry that I said I look like the person he likes? Huh? Sorry. Akid's voice softens. Psst. Let me be clear. You are not like him at all. Then she takes his hand and says, all right. Then let's just hold hands. You know, Akid, your hair color is really beautiful. It feels like it would melt if I touched it so soft. So, go on. She says, her eyes half closed, I really like it. Akid is now like a statue. It seems he's already developed a crush on someone. I think you're the one who would melt under the sun, but you're so beautiful, La Violette. They're always wavy golden hair and gem-like blue eyes. Your sensitive skin that easily turns red always makes me worry, but even though you're so fragile, you're always the one who takes my hand first. He looks at their intertwined hands. He thinks to himself, I could easily push you away, but I can't for fear of hurting you. Just a while ago, remembering past times, whenever there was something delicious, Lave would always invite him. Akid, want some? He wondered, that's yours, La Violette. Aren't you going to eat it? Wait. She replied helplessly, no matter what I eat, I still get sick easily. Hearing that, he realized, I see. Then I'll do my best to finish it. Done. Then Lavi offered him another spoonful of food. Akid, try this. I'm full, but there's still desserts, she said playfully. Seeing you happy and healthy makes me happy. In those moments, his heart wouldn't stop fluttering. Strange. Even though you're the weak one, I always feel like I'm the weaker one. Your smile makes me want to cry. Suddenly, the image of a man appears in Levi's mind. Who is that? It seems like someone is calling me. The man's voice keeps speaking. How long are you going to keep your eyes closed? I want to answer, but I can't move. I can only sleep easily when you're here. She tries to open her eyes to see who the man is, and what she sees is the image of a grown-up Akid. You liar. Back in the present, Lavi finally wakes up. In front of her is still the young Akid. Her face is pale as she grips his hand tightly. He says shyly, Can you let go of this? Her mind is in turmoil, huh? I think I dreamed something, but I can't remember. I think Akid was in it too. Meanwhile, Akid is panicking. Be careful. I didn't know you'd wake up. Did you wake up because I let go of your hand? As she sits up, she thinks, I don't know. Let's focus on reality rather than the dream. Akid keeps explaining, I let go of your hand because I woke up first, but La Violette was sleeping so soundly. Lavi questions him, no matter what. You have to hold on until I tell you to let go. The boy wants to argue back. That's not fair. Hearing that, she frowns at him. Akid's eyes well up with tears. I'm sorry. La Violette, please don't be mad. Seeing this, she says, it's not that I'm mad. What's there to be mad about? Today, I just don't know what excuse to use to keep you here. Suddenly, her eyes light up. She says, She blurts out, "Ah, that's right. I am mad." She asks with amusement, "What will you do to make me less angry?" Scene change. A while later, in a room filled with many gorgeous outfits and brand new shoes neatly arranged, the two of them walk hand in hand into the room. Akid keeps asking, "La Violette, did you really mean what you said earlier?" She hums a tune in response. Akid said he would do anything. Right. Then she picks out a dress. "Look at this, okay." Levy says enthusiastically, "You would look so pretty in this." The boy quickly objects. "I don't want to. That's a girl's dress." The girl gets annoyed. There's no such thing as boy or girl when it comes to beauty. If it suits you, you wear it. Akid is now utterly confused. "Then you can wear it, La Violette. They're all yours anyway." She sighs and says, "I want to wear it too. But all the clothes here are so heavy, I've never been able to wear even one. If I put one on, I can't even take 10 steps, and my whole body will ache." Before it gets dusty, isn't it better for someone to try it on? Akid now understands. The boy thinks to himself, come to think of it, La Violette's dresses always have a similar style. Lightweight material, a practical length so she won't trip when running. Minimal frills and bows, designed to hide her frail body. Lavi thinks helplessly, seeing you refuse so much, you must really hate it. Then she says dejectedly, "I get it. If Akid can't do it, then there's no other way." Then the little girl turns away. "It's too heavy, so I'll just leave it here." Suddenly, Akid grabs her hand. "Wait a minute." She looks at him, confused. The boy's face turns bright red as he says, "Promise me, La Violette. Only you get to see me." The little girl becomes happy again. I promise." Levi is extremely curious. Are you done changing yet? Akid, on the other hand, is still not over his embarrassment. Not yet. Don't turn around until I'm done." She says playfully, "I know, I won't look." "So cute, you must be so embarrassed. We bathed together a year ago," cries a lot and blushes easily. Looking at Akid's expression, you wouldn't think any time has passed. Suddenly, she notices the ribbons on the board. Immediately, a thought flashes through her mind. Oh my God, this would look so pretty with that dress. Her attention slowly shifts towards the mirror. I have to sneak this to him later. Her eyes are filled with surprise. Akid has finally finished changing. He looks so feminine. He immediately screams, "Ah, I told you not to look." She stammers, Huh? "No, I'm innocent this time. I really wasn't looking." Instantly, there are footsteps approaching. "What's wrong, Lady Levy?" Even if you're hurt somewhere, Alan appears, flinging the door open. What he sees is the image of Akid wearing a dress. He freezes on the spot. Then he quickly leaves. "My apologies for the intrusion." Akid wails, "La Violette, you lied." She panics. "That wasn't my fault." "Oh no, I'm sorry. Don't cry, Akid." Now only the two of them are left in the room. Lavi, beside him, keeps saying, "Don't cry anymore, Akid," while he is sitting with his face in his hands. "I hate you, La Violette." She looks at him for a moment and then exclaims, "It's because you're so pretty." As soon as he looks up, she quickly takes out the ribbon. "What? I was so happy to see you shine," Levy says sincerely. "I'm sorry. Please don't hate me." Then she says, how about this? This time, I'll make it up to you, Akid. Tell me anything you want me to do, huh?" Akid turns to her in surprise. "Anything, Levy." She asks, "Akid, do you think of anything when you look at me?" He has stopped crying by now. "Well, you're asking so suddenly I haven't thought about it. La Violette is very pretty. Your complexion is good today, too, and your lips are red." Suddenly, unexpectedly, the boy notices Levy's small lips. Then he bolts out the door. "I don't know." She quickly chases after him. "Akid, why did you suddenly run off like that? What am I supposed to do?" "I can't keep up." Suddenly, a young man appears. It's dangerous to run in the hallway. He gently picks up Akid and asks, "Did you have fun playing today?" She is now completely frozen. Big brother, Remembering earlier in the hallway, Alan, did you see Lave anywhere? Alan's face turned pale. If it's Lady Levy, she's in the changing room. But is that so? Werner asks excitedly. Her health has improved a lot lately, so is she interested in clothes now? Without another word, he skips off. I have to go see right away. Alan tries to stop him. Wait a minute, Lord Werner. Asterisk slam. Asterisk. But it seems it's too late. It would be better not to go now, never mind. Meanwhile, Werner is walking happily, thinking, the sound of a child's footsteps getting closer. I don't know when she recovered her spirit. It must be that Levy is in a very good mood today. How long has it been since I've heard this sound in the house? He calls out cheerfully, Levy, it's dangerous to run. Did you have fun playing today? Asterisk crack dot asterisk. Lavi is frozen stiff. What are you doing here? It turns out he mistook the person. He is startled. I heard Levy was in the changing room, so I rushed over out of curiosity. Huh? Akid's whole body starts to tremble. I want to get down. He is utterly confused. Why are you wearing Lave's dress? And it's the one I gave her for her birthday. His face darkens. Akad Enoch, even without this, I'm not happy that you've been spending so much time with Levy lately. Even though you two are childhood friends, wearing someone else's dress is a bit. Lavi speaks up. I asked him to. Werner immediately praises. What a very cultured game. Akid tugs on her sleeve, becoming even more embarrassed. I'm going now. She turns to Werner with a furious look. Oh my, your cold attitude made Akid sad. Then she puts her hands on her hips and says, I have a question for you. What question? She asks bluntly, are you in love with anyone right now? He replies cheerfully, why is Lavi curious about that? Of course not. I only have you, Levy. Before he can finish, she cuts him off. That's enough. I've heard what I needed to hear. As Levy pulls Akad away, she says, for now, you're not allowed to be that kind of person. You understand? Whatever happens, you need my permission before you can make friends. Werner follows behind, asking, wait, where are you two going? She says flatly, you don't need to know. We're going to play together. Asterisk, pout. A while later, Akad has changed back. You said only Laviolette could see me in a dress. The young man is now standing outside. Leve crosses her arms and says, it's because you suddenly went outside. Running into my brother was an unavoidable accident. Yes. So from now on, let's keep holding hands like this, okay? She smiles and asks, so would it be okay if a situation like earlier happened again? He is now cheerful again. How could you do that, Laviolette? She replies, I'm serious. We can try it again next time. I'm glad you're smiling now. Then the two of them walk hand in hand. Lavi asks, even so, you were happy to see my brother earlier, weren't you? Huh? Akad's face starts to darken again. Why do you keep mentioning Werner? Let's see. Werner probably doesn't like me, does he? Hearing that, she curses in her heart, this wicked brother of mine. The baby's discouraged again. In the novel, Akid always swallowed his soul and could never even touch a fingertip, always floating in uncertainty. It must be so painful when the person you like doesn't accept you. Thinking this, she calls out Akad's name. Unexpectedly, Leve hugs him tightly. To his surprise, she declares, no matter what, you still have me. You believe me, right? She thinks to herself, to keep my dear friend from being sad, I'll help you just as you help me. As friends, Akid replies, I believe you. The distance between their lips grows closer. Lavi wonders again, but we were talking about your wish earlier. Aren't you going to continue? He blushes and says, that we don't need to talk about it now. The next morning at the Enoch estate, in front of him is his mother. Akadi, did you have fun yesterday? Yes. But his expression contradicts his words. I guess so. That's what Laviolette said, but perhaps I don't fully understand Laviolette's heart. He looks very sad. I showed that side of myself yesterday. Should I try again before I see her? Asterisk, Pat. Asterisk. Pandora laughs at this. It's strange. Really strange. She says, look at this invitation she sent me. Levi seems to be having a lot of fun. She has an idea. Oh my, her handwriting is so cute. I want to make her my daughter-in-law. By the time she says this, Akid is gone. So Akid, are you going today, huh? That boy Akid, where did he run off to so quickly? It turns out he's standing outside the door. Nanny, please get me the coat we bought last week. The servant is very confused. Why? Why so suddenly? The sleeves are long, so it's being altered. The boy asks urgently, what? What about the shoes? The pin, too. Please take it out for me to see. The bustling sounds continue. That's right. My hair needs to be combed, too. Oh, I know. Just calm down. This attracts the other maids. Oh my, it's the first time I've seen a kid like this. Well, you wouldn't know if you just stay in the laundry room, would you? He's like this every time he has to go to the Marcus Dyer's estate. Spring has come for the young master, too. Akid, flustered, gets ready. A while later, the beautiful Levi walks in the cool breeze. In front of her is Akid, now dressed in a very elegant outfit. He says, hello, La Violette. Lavi exclaims, you look so handsome today. He replies happily, La Violette is very beautiful too. He thinks to himself, today I must show you my proper self. She, on the other hand, is having her own line of thought. He's dressed up so nicely today you'd think he's going to a ball. Oh, could it be? My brother's reaction yesterday wasn't good, so today he has to show him his proper self. Then, pulling down her blanket, she says, too bad. But my brother isn't home today. Huh? He holds the blanket for her, saying, I came to see you, La Violette. What's with this blanket? What do you mean? Nice clothes are good, but we need this today. She asks playfully. Akid, have you ever been in the back garden at night? A while later, Lave's voice rings out in a low tone. Acta, you know that thing? On the full moon, climb up. Before the 12th bell strikes. If you look into the abandoned well in the deepest part of the back garden, a fairy will appear in it. A story of making a wish come true. Akid is surprised. There's a fairy in the well? She replies, yup, that's what the maids say. Outwardly, she's cheerful. I'm curious, so let's go check it out. But in her heart, she thinks it's a lie. What appears in the well is not a fairy, but a ghost. People who went to see said they fainted instead of having their wishes granted. Her face is mischievous. Anyway, it's fine. With this plan, you'll sleep at my house tonight. Unexpectedly, Akid exclaims, it's a lie. She's startled. How did you know? It's not a lie. I always tell the truth. The boy says, but I still haven't gotten what I wished for at the temple. She wonders, Akid, you've been to the temple before? He replies, yeah, last year with my mom. Oh, Levi is a bit surprised. I know a fairy tale-like story like that won't happen, but this well story is true. Do you think I'm a liar? That question makes him turn his face away to avoid it. How much has my credibility dropped? Then she tries another trick. So only I get to meet the beautiful fairy? Because Akid is a coward and can't go? She only grant my wish. Akid sighs and says, well, anyway, we can't go at night. It's too dangerous. Really, she is now trembling with anger. Finally, she decides to play her last card. Lavi, with tears in her eyes, asks, are you really not going? I'll be so lonely by myself. Seeing this, he freezes for a few seconds, then he finally says, okay, I'll go. A while later, the two of them open a door and enter a room. Levi's voice rings out, Akid, bring the cookies over here for me. He's a bit puzzled, but why so many? The little girl says cheerfully, if we wait until midnight, this might not be enough. You never know when you'll get hungry, right? Then she picks up a glass jar of coffee beans. And most importantly, this. But after holding it for only a few seconds, she loses her balance. Oh my, it's so heavy. Be careful! Akid quickly runs to catch her. Both of them are trembling, their hair standing on end, unable to hold on any longer. but they can't stay steady. The items fall to the ground. Levay falls on top of him. Akid, are you okay? His face is bright red. I'm fine. La Violette, what about you? Of course I'm fine. Unexpectedly, she wraps her arms around his neck. Because you protected me, she thinks to herself. The healing ability being transferred little by little is so nice. So nice. I want to kiss you. Akid is also having a stream of thoughts. Why is my heart pounding like this? He immediately blurts out, La Violette, don't we have something to do? Ah, right. The floor is covered with fallen food. It seems Levay is planning to make coffee. You've already boiled the water? A few seconds later, a cup of coffee is made. Thanks. The two of them stare at it. Akid says, it smells like the kind my mom used to drink. Levay replies, this is the magic tea that keeps adults from sleeping. Just one sip of this and this body could faint from the caffeine overload. But if Akid is by my side, it's a different story. Thinking this, she grips his hand tightly. He freezes. She starts to sip the coffee. Before she can drink, Alan walks in. What are you two doing? Levy turns around in alarm. Alan, when did you get in here? He is worried. I told you not to enter the kitchen because it's dangerous. You two, come out here before I discuss this with the Marchioness, Alan. Akid is struck dumb. Go to the Marchioness? She's angry. Now I can't come over to play. Asterisk, gulp, dot asterisk. He quickly pulls her away. No. Before leaving, Lavi doesn't forget to tease. I guess that's that. Don't come too early, you hear? Hey! Alan is startled. Wait, La Violette. He looks at her and sighs helplessly. Honestly, when did you become such a mischievous child? Then he takes a sip of the coffee. Why were they trying to drink coffee anyway? As soon as he drinks it, he spits it out. Disgusting. At this time, the two children are walking hand in hand down the hallway. Lavi says, out of breath, Akid, I'm out of breath. He is extremely worried. Sorry, we ran for too long, didn't we? Hang in there. She says, you don't need to apologize. I actually like it, huh? What? You held my hand until the end. If I'm with you, I can go anywhere. Those words make Cade freeze for 5 seconds. Then he expresses, I like going anywhere with you too, La Violette. Hearing that, she winks at him. Really? That's the spirit. Let's do our best to stay up until midnight. That's a bit. And he says, and all that effort was for nothing. In the end, they both fell asleep that night, tired from waiting. Scene change. 2 months later, one evening. Akid is peeking through the door. La Violette. There's no one outside now. Levay is still lying nonchalantly on the bed. Is that so? Using the legend of the well as an excuse, I've been able to call you over every full moon. It's great. Today will be a real ghost experience. Huh? Then she sits up and asks, Akid, aren't you sleepy? He walks over and replies, I just took a nap, really. Seeing this, she is helpless because I'm a whiny fairy. Now, I can't say I don't want to go. Akid, here. Then the two of them take each other's hands. Yep, here's my hand. Levy suddenly grins widely. Both of them are filled with determination. Good. Then let's go. To meet the well fairy. A while later, the two of them walk down the dark hallway at night. The place they are headed to has been abandoned. La Violette, do you hear a strange sound? Lave replies calmly, it's probably just the wind. But Akid is still scared. Oh, my hand is unconsciously. After walking for a while, she suddenly turns her head to look back. Then she says, if you're scared, just hold my hand tightly. It's okay. Or else her whole body exudes an unusually beautiful aura. Just look at me and walk. Akid is frozen by her beauty. If fairies really exist in this world, they would surely have a smile like La Violette's, wouldn't they? Under the dark moonlight, Lavi asks, Akid, are you cold? His face is embarrassed, huh? No? Really? Your face is red and hot. He says, I'm really fine. In fact, I feel hot. If so, that's good. Then she takes her cloak and drapes it over his head. It's a little stuffy, but try to bear with it. You might catch a cold. She thinks to herself, the problem is that your ability doesn't work on yourself. Akid is a bit curious. But Why are you so nice to me, La Violette? She crosses her arms and replies, because your ability is special to me. He's surprised. Special? Lavi puts on a thoughtful expression. Is that answer too vague? Besides, no one knows about your ability except your parents. I know, so of course our relationship is very special. He finally understands, so that's it. I see, she continues instructively, because it's a special relationship, I can give you anything. Akid asks again, but what if it's something La Violette treasures? As she pulls him along, she replies, of course. I like you more than my toys. So, Akid, from now on, holding hands like this is something only you and I can do. The little girl keeps saying bold things. You absolutely can't do this with other friends. This makes the little boy exclaim, okay, I won't. Lavi's heart flutters a little. I didn't expect him to be so obedient. I feel both guilty and proud. Suddenly she adds, but it's okay with Werner and Akid's family, including Alan and me. At this, Akid's face darkens. He says sadly, that's too many, huh? She realizes and says with a laugh, I know, then only with me. He asks innocently, really only with you, La Violette? She replies flatly, yes, only with me. After saying that, she thinks to herself, even if I make this promise, I'll eventually have to tell Akid that someone more important than me will come along. After walking for a long time, the two of them finally see a well. The night wind blows, sending a chill down their spines. La Vie thinks with awe, oh my, look at this atmosphere. This is why there are rumors of ghosts. Then she urges him, come on, make a wish. Akid is naive, but the fairy hasn't appeared yet. She makes something up. She's probably inside, but he is still insistent. La Violette said, if we want to make a wish, we have to look inside. Seeing this, Lavi asks, are you really going to open it? I was planning to listen to Akid's wish. Right. I'll help you too. I can't do it alone. Let's do it quickly and get it over with. Then the two small children begin to join forces. On the count of 3, we open it. 1, 2, 3. Anyway, it's dark, so we won't see anything. A moment later, the well is opened. They both peek their heads in to look. La Violette, do you see the fairy? It seems like something is moving. Indeed, inside, the shadow of someone is looming. Lavi is startled. Uh-oh, who's in there? Akid suddenly screams. He is now terrified. Ghost? What? Could it be a ghost? A ghost? She quickly covers his mouth. No, it's just a bird. Calm down, okay. Then the two of them continue to look into the well once more. Instantly, 2 familiar-looking eyes appear inside. Before they can process it, Akid's scream pierces the air. The scream echoes all the way to everyone's rooms, startling Werner, Alan, and their parents awake. Of course, the two of them were scolded. Lavid complains there was clearly something in the well. Werner, beside her, finds it amusing. Calm down. It was just your reflection. Suddenly, Alan speaks up. That's a bit strange. Why? He says that well has been dry for a long time. His words make the two children's faces turn pale. Seeing this, Werner extends his arms. Don't worry, Levi. If you're scared, you can sleep with me from today on. Unexpectedly, she hugs Akid tightly. So what did we see? He freezes stiff. Fill up the well as soon as it's morning. Yes, sir. Scene changed to early the next morning. The well is being filled by workers. A maid passing by is very interested. Oh my, the ghost well is finally being filled. The two of them start to gossip. What ghost well? You don't know? There's a rumor that you can see a ghost there at night. A ghost? How did the rumor change so much? It's not that scary. Oh my, so it was originally different? That's right. It's probably been so long that not many people know. Hurry up and wash the blanket Lady LeVay brought. Stop gossiping. Hey, wait a minute. You have to finish the story. The rumor is old and forgotten now. At midnight on a full moon before the 12th bell strikes, The story says you can see your fated partner in the well. And so, it remains a mystery. Levi was extremely panicked at that time. Akid, I'm really sorry. Akid covers his ears, not wanting to listen. Laviolette is a liar. Everyone knows that. I'm not going to that well anymore. Okay, she is very helpless. Okay, now we can't go even if we want to. What reason can I use to call him over now? Scene changed to the following days. Akid suddenly remembers the day he and she were sneaking into the kitchen to get food. She accidentally fell and he caught her just in time. That made Lave very grateful, because you protected me. That makes him sigh. Suddenly, his father notices. Sighing so early in the morning, Akid, is something wrong? Akid hesitates and says, Father, I want to be stronger. The next day, at Lave's mansion, her surprised voice rings out, What? Her face is one of disbelief. You're going to learn swordsmanship? Akid informs her, Yeah, I've decided to start tomorrow. I can't believe it. She still can't believe it. How can you hold a sword with such weak hands? He says shyly, I just need to learn, and I'll be able to do it. See? After saying that, he feeds her a piece of strawberry. Learning swordsmanship already. Akid is the eldest son of a duke. I've read the original story and know he's capable enough to go to war at 16. But still, it's too early. Levi is very sad at this moment. So now I can't play with you anymore. Akid quickly says, No, I'll still come here often. She expresses, But you can't sleep over every day, can you? He suggests maybe once a week, but she quickly objects. Every 2 days. Every 2 days is too tiring. I don't care. Every 3 days. Hearing that, she closes the deal. Okay, then you have to come to my place once every 3 days. Yeah, I promise. Leve thinks in turmoil. If we meet once every 3 days, it's the same as our current cycle. I don't need to make excuses anymore. This is actually good. Then she takes his hand and instructs, On the days you can't come, you have to write me a letter, okay? He's a bit surprised. A letter? But we see each other so often, what would I write? She says, Anything. There will be no secrets between us. One day, I won't be able to say these words anymore. One day, your world will expand. I hope you won't forget me. She pours her heart out. Because I'm the one closest to you. Akid is now filled with an indescribable emotion. Then she quickly orders, So you have to start writing tomorrow? In the following days, the two of them no longer see each other every day. During the day, he has to train hard, and Levi diligently writes letters. At night, he reads them all until he falls asleep. When they meet, he shyly hands her his letter. Day after day, the two of them repeat these habits, and the letters never stop coming. Scene change 2, one afternoon. Akid's sword instructor smiles and says, You worked hard in today's lesson as well. Akid hurried to the drawing room. It turns out a letter has arrived. Hearing that, his face brightens. Yes, ma'am. Then he quickly runs off, opening the door and entering the room. He spots 2 letters on the table. He happily picks one up, a letter from Laviolette. He is full of anticipation. I wonder what she wrote today. I always wonder what I'll do after each lesson ends. Suddenly, a wooden sword hits his back. You came to see a letter? A mocking voice continues to ring out. You can't even dodge something like this. Did you really attend swordsmanship class? Akid is a bit hesitant. This isn't the time for practice. But the boy maintains his arrogant attitude, knocking the letter from his hand. Does a weakling like you even have time to practice? The Duke said he wants you to become stronger. And this is Cade, Akid's cousin. He always looks down on Akid. But you're so slow. When will you ever get stronger? You lost to me all day today. He bends down to pick up the letter. What does that have to do with you? Stop causing trouble, Cade. Cade, on the other hand, shows no respect at all. Don't like it? This guy is the heir to the Duchy of Enoch? My father also has the bloodline, but he has no chance and has to stay as a baronet of Courtney. No matter how talented or gifted I am, there's nothing I can do but watch. It's not fair. This is not fair. Thinking this, he swings his sword. If you know, Then stop me. Akid quickly parries the sword. He is no longer holding back. I told you to stop. It turns out he remembers Laviolette's instruction. Absolutely do not let your face get hurt. Cade frowns at him. Then he gets into a kicking stance. And just like that, he kicks Akid straight in the chest. There's one thing you're mistaken about. You're not in a position to order me around. Akid is extremely surprised, not having time to react. The other boy takes the opportunity to charge forward. I'm here to help you, as requested by the Duke. Akid manages to block the sword strike in time. But Cade doesn't want to let him go. Always crying every single day. Always following a girl around. Why is your hair such a weird color? Hurtful words keep coming from his mouth. That letter was also written by Lavi, wasn't it? You fool! If you want to build a close relationship, that's not the way to do it. If it were him, who knows? What would you do if you met a weak child who was about to die? Suddenly, the sword slashes through. Cade immediately falls backward. He looks at Akid and sees a murderous aura radiating from him. Huh? Where did the strength come from? What? What is this? You? Akid coldly warns, take back what you just said. Scene change to the next morning at the Marquise's mansion. The maid is drawing the curtains. Milady, did you sleep well? Levy looks tired and replies, no. She thinks annoyedly, because I was afraid of catching a cold. I pulled the blanket up to my neck and couldn't breathe all night. My limbs are numb and my head hurts too. She sighs helplessly. The image of Akid by her side every night flashes in her mind. If Akid were here, I would have slept well. Then she slowly gets out of bed. Her face is no longer sad, but it's okay because I can see him today. A moment later, Levy slams her cup down on the table. What? She feels like she's been struck by lightning. Akid can't come? Werner replies, yeah, only a letter came instead. She quickly snatches it. Where? Let me see. The letter reads, sorry, Laviolette. Due to some circumstances, I can't come for a while. Your friend, Akid. Lavi can't believe this reality. Circumstances? What circumstances? Is sword training that interesting? Have you found your hidden talent? Because you're having so much fun, I've been cast aside, right? This isn't fair. I want to watch Akid practice swordsmanship too. Then she suggests, brother, I want to go to Akid's house to play? Werner seems against it. Just thinking about riding in a carriage makes me feel tired and feverish. According to the maid, you didn't sleep well last night, did you? Just stay in bed and rest today. So she can only lie dejectedly on the table. In the end, all she can do now is write a reply. I'm always in the mansion, so I have very little to write about. Why is Akid's letter so short? He didn't even write a reply. Lavi looks out the window thinking, I hope Akid comes soon. If you don't come, we can't meet. At the same time at Akid's mansion, young Master Akid, there's a letter from the Marquis Dyer. He's currently in his room, wrapped tightly in a blanket. He reads the letter attentively. Hello, Akid. I understand you can't come, but isn't the letter too short? You should at least write a full page. I'm curious about what's been happening with you lately. Levi asked him many questions. How was training today? Have you made new friends? And what did you eat during your break? How many times did you cry and laugh today? I want to know everything. Next time, you have to tell me clearly why you couldn't come. I'll be waiting. Your best friend, Laviolette? Akid is now moved to tears. He starts to remember their happy moments together. I can almost feel Laviolette through the letter, her clear and bright voice. Then he slowly gets out of bed. He looks at his reflection in the mirror sadly. But if she sees me like this, she'll definitely be angry. Remembering yesterday when he had just warned him, take that back, Cade was still defiant. What if I don't? Are you going to tell the Duke? He calmly says, I won't do something so childish. But I can't forgive you for speaking so carelessly about Laviolette. Cade slowly stands up. Not scared at all, huh? Try not forgiving me. Then he grabs the sword beside him and thinks, I was careless before. And Akid's weakness is obvious. As soon as the sword gets close to his face, he gets scared and closes his eyes. You think I don't know that? So this time, with clear intent, he rushes towards Akid with the sword. He widens his eyes in surprise, not having time to react. Suddenly, two swords clash in midair. This time, Akid is different. He can wield a sword and fight back against Cade. Seeing this, he is extremely surprised. You're not closing your eyes? Akid's eyes are filled with resentment. He speaks coldly. This is your last warning, Cade Courtney. Cade's face is now pale. Stop! Stop it! Then he runs away. All right, I take it back. Damn it! Before leaving, he doesn't forget to glance back. He thinks to himself, this guy's mood is not good. As strong as Cade was at that moment, he is just as weak now. His eyes well up with tears. What do I do? When will this heal? His whole body trembles. Laviolette told me not to get my face hurt. She'll definitely be very angry. Or else she'll be disappointed in me. Then he comforts himself. If I apply ointment every day, it'll heal quickly. I need to get a lot of sleep. Then he blows out the candle. He gets into bed, preparing to sleep. Can I go tomorrow? But he can't stop thinking, I miss Laviolette so much. I wonder if she's eating well, sleeping well. I want to tell you that I want to know more about you. Scene changed to a few days later. Werner is walking down the hallway when something catches his attention. He calls out, Akid, where are you going in such a hurry? He replies tearfully, I'm going to see Laviolette. Werner asks, to the Marquise Dyer's estate? Akid says, yes, I heard that baby rabbits were born on Laviolette's farm. I heard we're also having cream cake. And at this point, he suddenly glances behind him. His eyes fall on Cade's face. Seeing him, he thinks to himself, Akid said he wasn't going to the Duke's place. The truth is, he was scared from the start, wasn't he? Then he smiles and says, Good morning, Duke Enoch. Hello, Akid. Akid's face stiffens. Werner, seeing this, is puzzled. He looks at the two boys helplessly. I heard there was a scuffle during your match. Then he asks, haven't you two made up yet? The two of them give completely different answers. No. Yes. Then they stare at each other. Cade freezes. Oh, this inflexible kid. At times like this, you should just say, you've moved on. Akid's face also turns pale. He was the one who was wrong first, so why should I be the one to make up? Seeing this, Werner can only sigh. Cade's father is the only younger brother of the Count Courtney. Both of you are only children. I hope you will live like brothers. If our two families join forces, no one can treat us lightly. Cade thinks to himself, sure, just live your whole life as the shadow of a son, but outwardly, he says hypocritically, the Duke is right. Then he holds out his hand. Akid, I was too harsh last time, wasn't I? I'm sorry. I'll be more careful next time. Akid hesitates, not wanting to shake hands. However, if I cause a problem here, I won't be able to go to Laviolette's. Cade suddenly grips his hand tightly. Then he leans in close and says, Come to think of it, Dyer only lives in the mansion. But his words, like daggers to the heart, keep coming. Aren't you scared of his disgusting touch? Akid's eyes begin to show worry. Then he shoves his hand away. Werner quickly steps in. Akid, I'm sorry. I'll apologize on his behalf. I don't know why that kid is like this lately. He says hypocritically, No, it's all right. I'm sure it's because Akid is still young. His words are filled with contempt. I should understand. Scene changed to a while later, inside a carriage. Akid is now comforting himself. That was close. I need to calm down. He is very impatient. Can't we go any faster? The horse is already running very fast. We'll be there soon. He must be very eager to see Lavi right now. Laviolette is waiting. What should I do? What if she got sick while I was gone? What if she cried? A while later, at the Marquise Dyer's mansion, Akid opens the door and walks in. Laviolette, I'm here. What he sees is the image of Lave sitting on Alan's lap with a very casual expression. Akid, you're here earlier than I thought. While he is frozen like a statue, she says cheerfully, Look, Alan tied my hair for me. Seeing her so happy with someone else, his heart aches. Laviolette, are you that close with Alan? Then Akid asks, can a guardian knight do that too? She jumps down and says, huh? Normally he doesn't, but I wanted him to today. He asks again, why? She's a bit surprised, huh? You're asking why? Remembering earlier before Akid arrived, she was lying listlessly on the sofa. I have no energy. Alan, passing by, said, lying in such a strange position will only make you more tired. Then he got closer to her. Young Master Akid will be here soon. Get up! Why? I was thinking of doing something to make myself look prettier for Akid. But anyway, he's not a love interest. Thinking this, she leans into his arms. So let's just stay like this. I'm dizzy. He asks gently, how are you dizzy? Suddenly, she notices his hair. But Alan, your hair is so pretty. How do you take care of it? He replies, well, I don't really do much to take care of it. She asks again, really? Didn't you grow it long because you like it? Alan said he liked it because Laviolette used to cry a lot when she couldn't touch his hair. It turns out, when she was little, she constantly demanded to touch his hair. He continued, she'd often lie on my back, play with my hair, and then fall asleep. I couldn't even tie it up until it was long enough. You don't remember at all? Levi, looking mischievous, replied, I don't really remember. Besides, you grew your hair this long just for me? Can I even believe that? He assured her, for you, nothing is impossible. I would do anything for Laviolette. Hearing this, she was a little touched. Alan is such a good person. Then she suggested, then can you tie my hair for me? Tie it up high, just like yours, Alan. He replied, of course. But tying it high might hurt, so I'll braid it down instead. That should be fine. And in the end, Lavi had a super cute hairstyle. Wow, Alan is better at tying hair than I thought. The maid beside them was startled. Ah, tying the young lady's hair is my responsibility. Alan asked why she was staring like that. The maid grumbled that she felt her job was in crisis. Seeing Akid looking unhappy, she walked over and asked, what's wrong? It's been a while. Why are you so cold? She wondered to herself. Wood asking to hold his hand first revealed too much of my inner thoughts. It might make me look pathetic, so I'll save it for later. Just then, he began to take off his gloves. Suddenly, he pulled her towards him. Levi's eyes widened in surprise, feeling his powerful presence for the first time. Is it just because it's been a long time? Or is something about Akid changed? Akard blushed slightly. He slowly spoke, Laviolette, you look prettier with your hair down. Unbelievable. It felt like a storm was rushing through her body. It was clearly a power that made her feel better. Her heart throbbed with a strange feeling. Lavi suddenly cried out, ah, Akid, stop! You're holding on too tight, it hurts. Akid was startled. He quickly let go. Sorry. Levay sighed and asked, Akid, are you trying to show off how much stronger you are than me? A sad look appeared on her face. You didn't even compliment my hair. Well, you did earlier, but now I'm just sad for no reason. Then she put her hands on her hips and angrily questioned him, is it not pretty when my hair is tied up? This made him flustered. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? His face turned bright red. Well, what I meant was... She looked at him, completely confused. Her hair fluttered gracefully in the wind. This made him even more embarrassed. But he simply blurted out, someone said Ginny ties hair better. Come on, Akid. A little later, they were outside, each with a delicious glass of orange juice. Akid, do you remember what I wrote in my last letter? He replied while taking a sip, yes. Then the two of them talked for a while. Don't let anyone touch you if you don't want them to. Yeah, and don't do what you just did to me. Also, don't hug just anyone. That's right, absolutely not. Even if they offer you snacks. If someone tries to force you to do something you don't like, you have to say no. Don't. After their talk, Lavi thought to herself, Akid's face is getting brighter and brighter these days. I was almost charmed just now. No matter how careful I am, it's not enough. Asterisk. Suddenly, she felt his gaze on her. Asterisk, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? Suddenly, she thought, asterisk, don't tell me he means I have to be on guard too? Asterisk, she yelped in surprise. Wait a minute. I'm the exception. I'm a moonfish. Ah, no, I'm your best friend, so it's okay. Akid put his glass down. That's not why I was looking. You just told me not to do all those things, but why does La Violette get to hug just anyone? Her eyes were filled with confusion. He looked at her with sparkling eyes, making her flustered. Asterisk, look at him, using that face again. Asterisk. Akid said, you did that with Alan earlier. She was startled. What? Alan is anyone? Her face darkened. Asterisk, no. The point is to be careful of the wolves targeting La Violette. Do I have to set an example too? Alan was still standing by a tree, watching over her. Levy said, but Alan is my escort knight. She still didn't understand what he meant. You pulling my hand is a bigger problem. Who just does that without saying anything? Alan, standing to the side, thought, asterisk, but the young lady often does that to Akid. Asterisk. She continued, no matter how happy you are, getting that close to someone's face is a big deal. I'm fine, but other people would misunderstand. It's an expression of joy. Akid now looked sad, but she said bluntly, Akid, Alan is fine. He wondered why. Without a moment's hesitation, she answered, because he's handsome. The man standing to the side was startled by her words. Akid was frozen. Lavi was even a little surprised at herself. Asterisk what? Since you were so persistent, I just answered with my usual feelings. Ah, Akid, this doesn't have any other meaning. Asterisk. Suddenly, his eyes welled up with tears. Seeing this, she panicked. What? What's wrong? Why are you crying? His whole body trembled as he asked, La Violette? You said I was beautiful? That's right, she replied. Akid continued to ask through his tears, then is my face just like Alan's? That's not beautiful. At his words, the atmosphere fell silent. Lavi quickly went to comfort him. Asterisk. What does he even mean? I want to say something, but first I need to calm him down. Asterisk. Akid. Calm down. Of course you're more handsome than Alan. There's no comparison. If you keep crying like this, you'll become ugly. He quickly realized and blurted out, you're lying. Hearing that, Levay was taken aback. Lying? About what? Tears continued to stream down Akid's cheeks. He said, but you like to kiss my crying face. Levy's face turned beet red. Alan, standing by the tree, was completely shocked. What? Levay jumped and explained, I don't have that asterisk kind of preference. What on earth do you think of me? The conversation came to a halt. She stared at him intently, thinking, asterisk, it's not that I like him crying, but I like his crying face. He still thinks that even now? What? I just thought even his crying face was beautiful. Asterisk. She quickly shook the thought away. Then Levy had to say, You can't go around saying things like that. Saying what? That I like to kiss your crying face. Akid had now stopped crying. Okay, seeing this, she wondered, asterisk, why did he answer so nonchalantly? Asterisk, I have to be careful. What if Akid says something like that in front of Duke and Duchess Enoch? Asterisk, with that thought, she said firmly, seriously, you have to promise not to say that. This is a secret promise between just the two of us. Then they linked their pinkies in an eternal promise. Asterisk, yeah, La Violette, but you really do like it. Asterisk. Scene changed to the night sky. Lavi let out a sigh of relief. She was very excited. Asterisk, woohoo, I can finally sleep with Akid. Akid, are you asleep already? You didn't even take your gloves off. Asterisk. She reached out to take his hand. But suddenly, Akid slapped her hand away. This left her extremely confused. Asterisk, why is he suddenly like this? During the day, just holding hands was fine. Was it because it hurt earlier? I just wanted to hold it gently and sleep. Asterisk. Inside, she was getting frustrated. This was really her limit. Asterisk today. I want to hold your hand and sleep well. Asterisk. Akid sat up and sighed. He recalled Cade's words from that morning. If she saw your disgusting hands, she would definitely be terrified. Then he spoke up. Today my hands aren't pretty. They said they're ugly. If Laviolette saw them, she definitely wouldn't like them. Lave's voice lowered, which greatly surprised him. She asked with a furious aura, "Who did? Who told you that?" Seeing her change in attitude, Akid was stunned. He broke out in a sweat, thinking, asterisk Laviolette. This is the first time I've ever seen you make such a scary face. Asterisk. Then he answered, my cousin. She fumed. Who is this cousin? Cade Courtney. He's 2 years older than me. We're learning swordsmanship together. Hearing that, Lave realized asterisk. So this is the kind of bully he has to deal with when I can't see him? His cousin Cade was mentioned in the original novel, 0.2. Asterisk, oh man, I don't remember. Asterisk. Thinking this, she said, first, just tell me everything he said. A long time later, Levy thought to herself, asterisk, I've heard it all. Let's see, what? Asterisk Akid isn't impulsive, he's kind. And what's wrong with pink hair? Don't you know where you usually find characters with pink hair? And his height. Akid is still young, so of course he's short. He'll be taller soon. Akid continued to recount, and Laviolette will be horrified when she sees my hands. Hearing that made her furious. Asterisk, he's ridiculous. How dare he speak so confidently when he knows nothing about me? Asterisk. He timidly asked, So you don't hate it? She thought angrily. Asterisk, poor Akid. It seems he believed all that nonsense. It's not that I don't like it. I want to live with it. No. Asterisk. After thinking it over, she said, Akid, get up. I'm sleeping in your room tonight. He was surprised at my house. Get up. Lavi stood up and said decisively, I also want to see that handsome face. Akid was frozen. You want to see Cade's face? Why? As the two were about to take each other's hands, suddenly Akid lunged forward and hugged her tightly. No! And so they both tumbled onto the bed. Levy sighed in relief. Asterisk. Good thing we landed on the bed, I was almost hurt. Asterisk. Then she asked gently, It's not that you don't like it, but that it's not allowed. Akid's eyes started to tear up. Not allowed. Cade Courtney, the eldest son of Baron Courtney. Everyone who meets Cade likes him. A mature kid with neat hair and a fitting smile. Excellent at swordsmanship and outstanding in his studies. Asterisk, if only it weren't for my power. Asterisk, a phrase specially attached to him. Even if he treats me badly to everyone else, he's still a good and kind kid. It doesn't matter if other people like him. Seeing him like this, Lave was extremely curious. Why isn't it allowed? He thought silently. Asterisk. If even Laviolette sees him that way, it would be truly sad. Asterisk. Then he spoke up, I don't know, I just don't like it. Can you just sleep here and then we go? Lave thought to herself. Asterisk. He's just crying. He's so kind. Asterisk. Then she replied, all right, I'll endure it for today, and I'll go next time. Suddenly she exclaimed, instead. She took his hand gently. Take off your gloves. Cade was too surprised to process it. Then he squeezed his eyes shut. Lavi's eyes were now filled with worry. It turned out she saw many wounds on his hands. This must hurt a lot. Akid blushed and asked, Sorry, they're not pretty, are they? She immediately said, That's not it. It breaks my heart to see you in such pain. Her mind was filled with questions. Asterisk, can't Akid's ability heal himself? If he keeps practicing swordsmanship, will it hurt like this every time? Asterisk, after thinking, she said sweetly, Don't hide things like this, because these are the scars of your effort and hard work. To me, they are all beautiful. I told you I wanted to know more about you. After that, the two of them held each other's hands tightly. Akid was now frozen by her sweet words. Then he asserted, even so, it doesn't hurt as much as it looks. Learning swordsmanship is fun. Seeing him like this, she also felt relieved. Thank goodness. Seeing you work so hard, I was worried you might not be enjoying it. He expressed happily, not at all, it's very fun. I've also been praised for being quite good. LeVay started teasing him. I haven't seen it in person, so I can't believe you. It's true. Finally, their conversation became more relaxed. Asterisk, it's so fun like this. I couldn't tell you to stop even if I died. Alright, since you're studying so hard, if anyone gives you trouble, just let me know. Asterisk. Akid's heart also felt lighter than before. He gave a smile filled with happiness. Asterisk, even if I'm tired or in pain, I will do my best. Asterisk. Asterisk, a childlike glass. My childhood friend who is like the sun, because I want to protect you. Asterisk. Scene change a few days later. Lavi waved and called for Akid. She was very excited. I'm coming over to your house to play today, Akid replied. Tea today. I want to eat La Violette's desserts. She froze. Asterisk. Fine. Asterisk. Then the next day, when she was about to suggest, then today, he changed the subject again. I want to take a walk in La Violette's garden. The day after that asterisk, don't tell me today too? And so her proposal to visit his house was still unsuccessful. Levy was a little annoyed. Asterisk, what's wrong? Why does he keep saying no? A month passed like this. A voice rang out, the library? Alan asked, do you need a specific book? Like what? Yes. Lave crossed her arms and sighed, thinking, asterisk, I keep getting rejected again and again. At this rate, I'll never get to see that guy's face in my entire life. Asterisk. Asterisk, I have to try a different method. Asterisk. After a while, they both arrived at their destination. All right, we can go in now. Entering the library. Subscribe to the channel. Lavi was already running around. Alan asked worriedly, what book are you looking for? A fairy tale? Or perhaps... Suddenly, she said, the list of nobles. Bring me the new edition of the peerage directory. Levy was thrilled. Asterisk. If he keeps saying I can't go, then I'll just have to approach it from this angle. I'll use the ultimate showdown. A long time later, crumpled pieces of paper were scattered everywhere. Not this one. LeVay was writing and thinking. Asterisk to the son of Baroness Courtney. That sounds too familiar to Akid's cousin. No, what if he has other cousins? Asterisk, an invitation should begin by inquiring about the recipient's health, but not too directly. Adding seasonal and weather expressions will clarify the reason for the invitation with a soft touch. Asterisk, what the heck? Asterisk, do I really have to dedicate this much sincerity to that punk? Just lose one round. That should be enough. Asterisk. Asterisk, I heard he acts very well behaved in front of adults. Only Akid sees him as a gentle, good kid. If I don't prepare thoroughly, he won't easily reveal his true nature. Asterisk. She thought about how Akid was constantly haunted by those words. This mood is too strange. Lave suddenly asked, if a guest comes over, I should wear comfortable clothes, right? She noted that normally, dressing well and not looking down on the opponent is basic knowledge for the upper class. But I'm different. After speaking, she pondered, asterisk, if I wear jewelry, I might not be able to use my body when needed. Asterisk. Asterisk, he could grab my hair, so I have to tie it back. It's best to wear pants. Winning in a suicide attack would be great, but the chances are slim. Or maybe I should get hit once to get a bruise. If that happens, my brother or the Duke and Duchess Enoch will know to kick him out. Asterisk. Asterisk, what if we just have a verbal fight? Use a laxative? No, isn't that too despicable? Asterisk, seeing her scratching her head like that, Alan beside her was very worried. What have you been thinking about all this time? You're going to mess up your hair. She calmly asked Alan, how can I land a really strong blow on an opponent with weak strength? He was a bit surprised. What? Do you want to learn self-defense? She said, why not? It's possible. I probably won't have a reason to use it, but it's okay. You're here for me. Levy smiled and said, You never know. Someone might bully me right here in the mansion. Suddenly Alan spoke. Excuse me, Lady Laviolette, huh? He suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and unexpectedly lifted her up. He frowned and asked, I wonder, would something like this ever happen? Although there are no notable injuries, if you find this awkward, call for Jenny. Levy looked straight into his eyes, panicked. It's not like that. I just didn't know that would happen. Alan's face was now dark. What? Speak more clearly. She broke out in a sweat. Asterisk, oh no, this backfired. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, Levy dared to put her hand on his face. Calm down, Alan, she asserted. Nothing's wrong. I'm just preparing for an emergency. Alan replied, I understand. Then she said, Now put me down. I'm really fine. You're being overprotective, Alan. After that, she was put down on the ground. He sighed and rubbed his head. He asked, Could you move over there for a moment, my lady? She was a bit surprised, but still replied, Huh? Okay. Suddenly, he took her hand. Alan explained, My lady, no matter how much force you use, you can't throw a strong punch. If you're truly in a desperate situation, put your weight into it like this. Seeing this, she clenched her fist. Asterisk, that looked pretty good just now. Asterisk. He continued, however, when you throw a punch, you might lose your balance and fall, huh? Fall? Is this really self-defense? He hesitated a bit. Normally, you'd support it with your leg strength. But hearing that, her face fell. I get it. I'd probably fall no matter what. I can't do anything with this body. Then she turned away sadly. I want to rewrite the letter. Seeing this, Alan had to continue, well, if the opponent is a man, aim for between the legs. Suddenly, he quickly covered his mouth. Asterisk, what am I saying? She turned and asked, What was that? He quickly waved it off. What I just said was a slip of the tongue. Lady Laviolette, you don't have any strength, so just stop. Then he went to comfort her. Anyway, don't worry. I would absolutely never let you have to do something like that. So you don't necessarily have to learn this, she replied. This is enough for now. Alan now also felt more relieved. Asterisk, my lady is asterisk. In her heart, she was cackling. Asterisk if it's a man between the legs. That's enough. Asterisk, he, on the other hand, thought differently. Asterisk, thank goodness. She seems to understand. Asterisk. A while later, the trash can was filled with paper. Levy stretched. Good, it's written. I'll have to ask Jenny to send it later. Alan has gone to get snacks. Suddenly, the books on the table fell. She bent down to pick them up. Asterisk, always causing trouble. Asterisk. She suddenly saw something. Asterisk, this is asterisk. The imperial family's genealogy. Prince Philip's and Crown Prince Shock. Later on, these two factions will clash, with my brother Werner as the main character in the middle. In the end, my brother will join hands with Prince Philip's. Their opponents, who were often in conflict, were Crown Prince Jacques and Salome. And the one who helps him on that path is Akid. From a young age, he participated in wars, those hands stained with so much blood. Thinking of the Yokeda of today, it's impossible to imagine. Duke and Duchess Enoch loved and cared for the current Akid. How could their only son be sent to the battlefield? She scratched her head in frustration. Asterisk. I can't remember any of the important details. Asterisk. Then she looked up at the sky and thought, asterisk. The novel and the present are so different. I can feel the gap. Asterisk. Asterisk. Sometimes I also think asterisk. Asterisk. Actually, that unfortunate future wasn't a dream. It was the dying delusion of a child. Asterisk. Asterisk. If that were really the case, how nice it would be. Asterisk. His future will be full of storms. The unfortunate life of Akid. I wouldn't have to worry about my own end. If we can just grow up. Scene change at the Enoch mansion. An invitation has arrived from the Marquise's estate. Akid wondered, Asterisk, what's this? Even though I haven't been sending letters lately, we still hang out often. Asterisk. Then he said, okay, give it to me. But the butler said, ah, this one. This time it's not for you, Master Akid. It's for Master Cade. He felt like he was struck by lightning. Asterisk to Cade, son of Baron Courtney. Asterisk. While Cade was reading the letter, he happened to see Akid. He turned and asked, why have you been following me? Are you that curious about the contents of this invitation? Akid turned his face away and said, ah, no. I was just heading in this direction anyway. Seeing this, Cade narrowed his eyes. Then he turned away cheerfully. Well then, I'll continue reading by myself, since Levay sent it to me. Meanwhile, Akid sighed worriedly. Cade thought to himself, asterisk, that Akid lately, he's been so proud of being able to use a sword. Look at how flustered this letter makes him. He doesn't seem so confident now. This is interesting. Suddenly, Cade said aloud, ah, I'm so thirsty. If someone brought me a glass of lemonade, I might let them read this with me. Akid heard that. A little later in the kitchen, lemonade, huh? The maid said if you had asked a servant, they would have brought it for you. Akid replied, I was just passing by. Well, here you go, Master Akid. If you're leaving, please use the west staircase. I heard they just waxed the central stairs. I know. Later, in Cade's office, he sat on his chair with satisfaction. What's this? You really brought it? Akid sighed and handed him the glass. Because you said you were thirsty. Yeah, that's right. But suddenly, the lemonade spilled. Caden said, do you have no learning ability? Or just a bad memory? There's no way I'd drink something handed to me by a stupid kid like you. As he spoke, he tore up the letter. The invitation also says they don't need Akid anymore. Even Levay knows what a fool you are. If you want to read it, then read it carefully. After saying that, he threw the scraps away. Then he left, leaving Akid there alone. Reaching the door, he didn't forget to leave a final word. And if you have any complaints, come to the gymnasium. This time, I'll face you properly. I wonder if you have the guts to do it. Akid now bent down to pick up each scrap. He said sadly, how could he tear up what La Violette gave me like this? His eyes were filled with sadness. Asterisk, does he hate me that much? Asterisk, even though I want to live like brothers like they said, Cade is constantly jealous of me. Moreover, for the things I can't give asterisk status, position, maybe even La Violette. Wait a minute, didn't he say he was going to the gymnasium? To get there, he has to go down the central staircase. Asterisk. Realizing this, he quickly shouted, wait a minute! Akid ran to the stairs and said, wait, Cade. Seeing him, Cade sighed. Think should I wait? You're weak anyway, all you can do is talk. Akid quickly denied it, it's not that. But Cade calmly continued down the stairs. If you have something to say, come down here. Suddenly, Cade slipped on the stairs. He unexpectedly fell backward. A piercing scream echoed out. Akid stood there, stunned. Cade cried out in pain, ah, damn it, it hurts. It hurts so much. You bastard. Akid was extremely worried. Wait. Suddenly, Cade said, this guy, I get it now. Akid asserted. No, I was just trying to help. Cade yelled, don't laugh. You deliberately spoke slowly. You wanted to see me tumble down because I tore that piece of paper, didn't you? Seeing this, Akid fell into thought. Asterisk, it would be a lie to say I didn't hesitate. But Cade, no matter what I do, you won't like me anyway. In that case, asterisk. With that thought, he had to speak. Asterisk, all right, he probably already knew. Asterisk. Akid's face was full of sadness. My memory isn't very good. I won't be friendly with you anymore either. That night, a rainstorm began. Lavi stood by the window exhausted. Oh man, the rain is making my whole body ache. Asterisk, the invitation should have arrived safely. Asterisk, suddenly, there was a knock on the door. She rushed over. Who is it? She opened the door and said, I'm about to go to sleep. What greeted her was Akid's face drenched in rain. Levi was startled. Akid, what's going on at this hour? Why are your clothes so wet? Did you get caught in the rain? Quick! A towel. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and then pulled her into a hug. She was extremely surprised. His eyes welled with tears as he said, "Don't be disgusted, okay?" Meanwhile, at Cade's place, he was shouting, "Father! Why do I have to endure this? There's no way I can just let Markeithia go. When my leg heals, I will reply to Markeithia." But his father snapped, "Stop it!" Cade was still furious. Why? Wouldn't having a relationship with the Marquise be good for us? I can do better than Akid. Baron Courtney turned, furious. Silence! This is the duchy. What if someone hears you? Seeing this, Cade could only fall silent. A moment later, the man's face turned sinister. Don't worry, this father isn't giving up. Everything has its principles. At the same time, at Levi's place, she had a cup of hot tea. Tell me why it's like this. She was now extremely worried. Asterisk. There must be a reason for him to say that in the middle of the night. Asterisk. She wondered, asterisk, he's in this state right after I sent the letter. Asterisk, thinking this, she asked, is it because of your cousin? Akid was startled by her question. He put his teacup down and said, Cade said Laviolette doesn't need me anymore. Lave immediately affirmed, Akid, listen carefully. I don't hate you. She expressed, really, there is absolutely no way I could hate you. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. Then she laid her head on the table and asked, you could never hate me, right? Akid was frozen by her beautiful expression. He blushed and quickly turned away. No, seeing this, she wondered, asterisk, didn't you take a little too long to answer? Suddenly he confessed, I like Laviolette. She sighed and replied, all right, I like you too. Hearing that, he was overjoyed. Laviolette too. Lave smiled to herself, asterisk, now he's finally smiling. As expected, his radiant smile is the most beautiful. Asterisk. Finally, they both finished their tea. Afterwards, they walked along the hallway while talking. So, even if I do something hateful to Laviolette, it's okay? How many times do I have to say it? I said I don't hate those things. Really? You being too kind is the real problem. Then she silently decided to revise her entire plan. Asterisk, or maybe I should give up on meeting his cousin. Asterisk. Asterisk, this is something I wanted to do for Act, but what's the use if it makes him anxious? Asterisk, if that guy makes him cry, I'll just make him laugh more. Asterisk. A while later, Akid brought her a flower crown. She was very surprised. Oh my, did you make this yourself? It's so beautiful. It would suit Laviolette perfectly. Meanwhile, she was only holding a small flower, looking a bit awkward. Akid, lower your head. Okay. Then she placed the flower in his hair. Lave also put his flower crown on her head. If we both do this, we look like a pair. I like it, don't you? She looked extremely happy at this moment. Asterisk, even if nothing special is happening, just having Akid here is good enough. Asterisk. One day, lying in a sunny spot, watching him read. And another day, listening to the rain and falling asleep, leaning on each other. And finally, holding hands every day. A night without the usual nightmares. I had a feeling this peace would last forever. And so 2 seasons passed. Alan was completely fed up. Levy, where did she go again? The maid saw this and chuckled. You've worked hard today. He turned and sighed. Don't say it. The moment I look away, she's out of sight. I'm gonna go gray as Lady Levy gets healthier. The maid replied, but that's a good thing, isn't it? Looking at the current Lady Levy, the old days seem like a lie. Her height and weight have both increased significantly. Her complexion has improved so much, and she's become very beautiful. At the same time, on this side, Lavi was up to something. It's true, I can't see. She kept exclaiming, if so, then don't let me hear the sounds. Akid walked over indulgently. Be careful, you'll get hurt if you do that. She turned in surprise and complained, you're too stealthy. I just saw you and you're already here, she said with sparkling eyes. I'm curious what they're doing at the festival. I'm just going to peek over the wall a little. He remained firm. Even so, you can't. If you want to go out, you just have to ask for permission properly. Seeing this, she put on a sad face. I know I won't get permission. Akid has changed. I've been playing at Akid's house for 2 years now. No matter what I do here, it's not new anymore. Day by day, we've grown familiar. Meanwhile, Akid had grown much taller and more mature. Akid now offered her a purple flower. Even though it's a festival, there's nothing special. They just hang flowers on the parade for foreign dignitaries, and that's it. If you want to see it, I'll pass on the message for you. As he spoke, he pinned the flower to her clothes. Lavi looked up in surprise. Asterisk, but it'll still be the same, for sure. Asterisk, as she took his hand, he asked, Of course, you'll play something else instead of going out, right? She looked at him with sparkling eyes. What should we play now? She answered with interest, Hide Unseek. What do you think? A moment later, Akid was facing a tree trunk. 1920. Lavi, have you hidden yet? Over here, Lavi was very excited. Asterisk, not yet. Not yet. Asterisk. What was she busy doing? Asterisk at Akid, you fool. I knew you'd stop me, so I prepared in advance. Asterisk. She put on a cloak. Then she crawled through the doggy door. Asterisk, just this once. After I come back, I'll hold Akid's hand. Asterisk. Asterisk, if I bring back things that are only sold outside, Akid'll be so surprised. His expression will surely be adorable. Asterisk. The scenery continued day after day, the sadness of insecurity within it gradually disappearing. I could feel the warmth surrounding me compared to that distant dream. Asterisk. Just a little peek. It seems I was mistaken. Asterisk. Suddenly, panicked voices echoed in her head. We've found her! Is LeVay all right? She drowsily wondered. Asterisk, it's so noisy. Where am I? Am I home? Everyone around was fraught with worry. Oh my! Good heavens! Priest! Call a priest. She's bleeding heavily. Bring hemostatic medicine and bandages. Yes, I'll bring everything we have. Seeing this, she struggled to think. Asterisk, why is everyone acting like this? Their shouting is giving me a headache. Asterisk, she wanted to tell them to stop, but she couldn't even move a single finger. Her mother and brother were even more worried about her. What kind of grudge did they have with this child? Mother, calm down. Lavi will be okay. Akid was hiding behind the door. Suddenly, a hand tapped his shoulder. You can't be here, Akid. He immediately turned and asked, But can I just see Levi's face for a moment? Alan replied, She's not conscious yet, so it would be better to see her later. His face was extremely sad. I can't even check on her? But Alan could only say, The priests are coming. Master Akid, please go home. And I'm sorry about earlier. And so Akid dejectedly went back to the carriage. He sat there alone. In his heart, he couldn't stop blaming himself. Asterisk. It's all my fault. Asterisk. A few hours earlier, Akid had been looking for her during their game of hide-and-seek. He kept calling out, Lavi, I can't find you. Come out. He stood there looking around, but no matter how hard he looked, he couldn't find her. Asterisk. That's strange. Hiding inside the mansion is against the rules. Asterisk. Suddenly, his gaze hardened. He happened to see the doggy door. His expression soured. No way, Akid said in a panic. Did Levi go outside? Hearing this, LeVay's mother shot up. Gee, went outside? When? I think an hour. No, about 2 hours ago. She probably wanted to play with me and was waiting. He felt extremely guilty. I'm sorry. She hugged him tightly and said, No, thank you for telling us. She probably couldn't have gone far, so don't worry too much. A while later, inside Levi's wardrobe, someone was rummaging through it. Alan asked, Do you know which of the young ladies' outfits is missing? The maid replied, A white dress with white flowers. I remember we bought it last week. Akid could only stand there and watch the adults search for Levi, checking dead-end alleys in crowded streets. It's a festival, so the crowds are huge. There are so many people in the capital right now. Don't tell me she ran into someone bad. Alan hurried. Maximize the search party. I'm going out now too. Seeing this, Akid went over. Alan, wait. I'll go with you. He said, I told Levi about the festival. I know exactly what she's wearing, so I can help. Alan refused. No, it would be too dangerous for you to search, Master Akid. Akid was still insistent. Don't worry. I know the capital's geography well, and I can use a sword. Seeing him like this, Alan frowned. No. Leave this to the knights. No matter how strong you are, Akid, our duty to protect the young lady doesn't change. Right now, I don't have enough time to protect you. Since there's nothing you can do to help, please help us by going back. After saying that, he turned and left, leaving Akid standing there, stunned. His words from earlier echoed in Akid's mind. Leave it to the knights. He thought sadly, I said I wanted to protect Levi, but I can't do anything. If only I were a knight. At the same time, on Levi's side, she was standing in front of the wall, thinking, I wonder what's out there. The sense, the music, it's all coming from the other side. A desire for a place I can't set foot in. I can't be satisfied with just a second-hand description of the scenery. I want to see it and talk about it myself. I know it's not allowed because it's dangerous. I just planned to take a quick look and come right back. I didn't intend for this. As she was happily enjoying the new scenery outside, some unknown force had been following her for a while, waiting for the chance to cover her mouth and kidnap her. Levi now opened her eyes, her entire body covered in wounds. Seeing Akid crying in front of her, she tremblingly raised her hand. Don't cry, Akid. He immediately grasped her hand tightly. I'm sorry. It's because I didn't realize sooner. No, if only I had gone with you. She said gently, I didn't take you with me because you're too beautiful. You would have been kidnapped. The outside world is really scary. It's completely different from what I heard in the mansion, Akid suggested. Lviv, wait a moment. I'll take off my gloves to heal you. As he was about to take them off, she quickly stopped him. No, don't. He was surprised by her reaction. Why? Why? Lavi asked, Are you angry? Akid burst into tears. I'm the one who did wrong and got hurt. Why would I be angry at you? She said, Then why are you like this? Hold my hand. I don't know about small wounds, but these injuries can't heal quickly. Hearing that, he froze for a moment. Then he said worriedly, But Levi, you look like you're in a lot of pain. I don't want you to be in pain. What kid is this kind? To me, Akid was just a character in a novel, but to Akid, I am an important friend, and I'm dragging him around just to heal my body. Thinking this, she reached out and stroked his head. He doesn't cry often anymore, but today, everyone is crying. Levi soothed. Don't worry, I can't bear it. Another priest will come tomorrow, so it's fine. As she spoke, blood started trickling from her mouth. Akid exclaimed in panic, Levi, your lip is bleeding. She said helplessly, It's not just one or two places that are bleeding, so don't shout like that. Can't I really get better? No, the story ends here. Levi sighed and thought. Besides, even for Akid, it wouldn't be easy to heal all of this. Suddenly, Akid asked, Even just the lips, is that not okay? She was extremely surprised by his question. He asked shyly, You'll only heal the lips. But she said bluntly, No, get me the ointment over there. Hearing that, he quickly got the medicine box for her. Akid offered, Then let me apply it. She saw how he was holding it and froze. You do know that's ointment and not strawberry jam, right? A moment later, Levi pursed her lips. She thought annoyedly, It keeps splitting, so it's a bit uncomfortable to talk. Returning to the previous topic, Lavi asked, Earlier you said just the lips would be better. What were you planning to do? Ah, that, Akid answered shyly. When my mom was hurt. My dad told her that doing this would make her get better faster. She still didn't understand him. Like what? I don't understand what you're saying. Are you trying to make me die of curiosity? He blushed bright red and said, well, you know lips. She finally understood. She felt completely helpless. Asterisk, oh my God, what do I do? With a face like that, if he goes around asking people for kisses, it'll cause a huge problem. Asterisk, thinking this, she said, don't do that. Seeing his innocence, she wanted to scream. Asterisk, if you keep this up, the patience of men in this country will be in danger. I told you not to do that with anyone. That thing, just wait until I agree. Asterisk. Akadi was still like an innocent deer. But if you touch the wound directly, it'll heal faster. She pulled the blanket up in frustration. Akad, let's meet when I'm better. I definitely need to train you properly. On the table now were medicine vials and blood-soaked bandages that had just been changed. Aked sat there in silence, and Levi had closed her eyes and fallen asleep. As he was about to reach his hand towards her, he suddenly stopped. He thought sadly, asterisk, I'm sorry, Levi, I will quickly become strong. I will become someone who can protect you. Asterisk. And in the days that followed, her wounds gradually disappeared. Her face looked uncomfortable. In a dream, she saw the silhouette of her brother with a woman. Her brother's face looked incredibly cold, and yet images of her brother devotedly taking care of her kept appearing in her mind. Seeing this, she told herself, asterisk, don't worry, brother, I won't die from this. Asterisk. Asterisk, today, I can't let Akid lose a friend. Asterisk. Suddenly the maid came to wake her. Young Lady Levi, I'm sorry to wake you, but it's time to change your bandages. Lavi woke up with a start. She raised her hand and started changing the bandages. The small wounds had healed a lot. She looked at her hand mischievously. Thank you, Jenny. What was I dreaming about? Asterisk, it seems like a memory from the original novel. But why was I hurt? Asterisk, it seems the cause was coming back from somewhere. Asterisk. Asterisk, it's clearly related to Akid. Asterisk. Suddenly, Akid's sad face appeared in her mind. She clutched her head and yelled. Ravi was now extremely worried. Jenny, I have to go to Akted. The maid immediately hugged her. Why are you suddenly saying that? Master Werner said, you're not allowed to leave your room until you're fully recovered. Her hand trembled as she said, that's not important right now. She insisted. Hurry, there's no time. I have to see Aked. Asterisk, at the age of 16, I remember the reason Akad had to go to war. Asterisk. Asterisk, a few years before that, Aked's uncle staged a carriage accident and killed Duke and Duchess Enoch. Asterisk. Asterisk. Then he seized the position of head of the household. Asterisk. Asterisk, and made his own son the heir. The official heir, Aked, would be sent to war. Asterisk. Scene changed to that evening. Werner knocked on the door. Levi, I'm coming in. She was lying alone in bed. He sat down and asked, what happened to our little lady today? It turned out Jenny had told him about the morning incident. She had just calmed down, but then she suddenly started crying and wanted to find Aked. Werner asked gently, can you tell me why you were like that? Suddenly she asked, brother, if I want something, can you do it for me? He quickly replied, of course. What is it you want? She asked further, how far would you go for me? He said cheerfully, if it's possible, I'll do anything. Seeing her brother's attitude, she frowned. I'm serious. His eyes sparkled as he said, I'm serious too. Is it because you don't trust your big brother? Levi sighed and turned away. Honestly, it's something like that. Asterisk, it's fine, because you're the main character. You're strong and healthy. You can do many things. Even as a peerless beauty in a political marriage, you still get to enjoy a romance with the first prince. Asterisk. Asterisk, while someone else might die without ever having gone on a single date. Asterisk Werner was now very confused by her attitude. Why are you staring at me like that? Lave exclaimed in frustration. Living as a 9-year-old is so exhausting. I can't do anything, damn it. Seeing this, he was surprised. Lave, where on earth did you learn words like that? I'm currently a scribe in the Imperial Palace. If I'm not powerful enough, I'll ask Father for help. In the name of Marquis Dia, what wouldn't we dare to do for you? Just say it. Her expression darkened. Really? She turned and asked, even if I asked you to eliminate someone? Hearing that, Werner was very curious. You're asking me to eliminate who? His eyes narrowed. Levy, don't tell me you. Seeing her brother's reaction, she wondered, did I bring this up too hastily? He asked innocently. You're not asking me to get rid of Akid, are you? She was startled. What? Then he quickly scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. Thank goodness it's not him. Did you two have a fight? She thought in annoyance. Do people normally have such cruel thoughts just from a regular fight? Werner asked again, then who is it? Lave replied, no, I'll tell you later. Then he held out his hand and said, all right, then let's promise. You have to tell me later. You don't tell me everything either. There's nothing I don't tell Levy. Lave retorted, how can you say that? For example, when are you getting politically married? Lave, who told you that? She got carried away and kept talking. By the way, that opportunity is bad. Even if it's a political marriage, you have to love and respect your partner. If not, at this point she quickly covered her mouth. She pulled up the blanket. I unconsciously said too much. Oh my, I'm suddenly so tired. I should go to sleep. Werner gently placed his hand on her blanket. Whether it's a political marriage or an opportunity, Lave won't do anything worrisome, so don't worry, he said warmly. Sleep well, Lave. Lave now thought with a grim face, he treats me so well. Why did things go so wrong in the novel? After a while, Werner was still sitting there, looking at her. She wondered, isn't it time for you to leave? He replied with sparkling eyes. That's right, but thinking about it again, I'm worried. Suddenly, he suggested, Levy, sleep with me tonight. She panicked. No way, it's too inconvenient. If I thrashed around in my sleep, I might die. As she spoke, she imagined the two siblings hugging in their sleep. And sleeping with her brother was a bit creepy. That phrase made him turn to stone. Then they started bickering. That's too much. You sleep just fine with Akid. What's too much? Are you and Akid the same? Then how about a goodnight kiss? I like that even less. Then Levy propped her chin up and asked, Brother, do you know when I like you the most? It's when you shut your mouth and control your expression. Hearing that, he started to bristle. That means you never like me. She replied cheerfully, so you do know. Please don't shatter the main character's illusions. A long time later, the door was closed. When Werner stepped out, Alan approached and said, in the end, I couldn't hear the reason why the young lady was crying. Werner was surprised. What, were you eavesdropping? Alan replied, my apologies. I was worried about the young lady's condition. Werner said, I understand how you feel, but if Lave doesn't like it, I don't want to press her. Just the fact that Levy is alive is enough for me to be grateful. Ever since she was born, I've worried that my sister would be frail more often than she was bright and happy. No nutrients could stay in her body. There were days when even breathing seemed heavy. I would always hear the maids whispering, it's so quiet today, I wonder if she's okay. No, it's even more serious now. She doesn't even have the strength to cry. Who knows, today might be her last day. Those words made Werner freeze. That's why every day I went to the temple to pray. Please save my sister. It's pathetic that I can't do anything. I will do everything I can. I will love her more than anyone. By any means, please don't take Levy away. Catching a cold in the spring wind as her life began to recover, suffering a fever under the summer sun. Throughout autumn and winter, she was almost unable to leave her bed. That time consumed so much of Levy's life. But since when the day I suddenly saw my little sister healthier? Do you like someone? Levi's eyes began to have more life in them. Every time I look into those eyes, it's as if they're screaming I want to live. I honestly want to do anything for her. Later in the study, Alan asked, "It's quite late. Are you still working?" Werner replied, "Yes, because I have to go back to the Imperial Palace early. I haven't been able to finish the documents. I have to review the donations sent to the temple. To this day, the prayer I made as a child remains the same. I will do anything to let Levay live in this world. If she is weak and unable to live, I just need to make the world around her safe." He worked diligently, and he kept thinking about his little sister. For example, when are you getting politically married? Werner finished writing, then set it aside. His face showed a hint of sadness. It seems he had written many letters to someone, scene changed to the next day. Levay was now healthy, intently writing something. Asterisk, it's very rare for a young nobleman to go to war, unless his direct guardian sends him, or it's an order from the imperial family. Asterisk. Asterisk, after Duke and Duchess Enoch passed away, his uncle still became the head of the house in Akid's place because he was too young. Asterisk. Asterisk, but even so, he couldn't change the official succession passed down by their ancestors. To do that, he would need the emperor's approval. Asterisk. Asterisk. Therefore, the new head of the house came up with a great idea. Asterisk. Asterisk. Send Cade to the battlefield and kill him, making their son the heir. Asterisk. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth. Asterisk. Destroyed. Asterisk. She fumed with anger. Asterisk. Just thinking about it makes me furious. Calling them dogs is not enough. Asterisk. Suddenly, someone entered the room, heard her cursing, and dropped a book. Young lady. It was Alan. His whole body trembled. Who was that cursing? No, where did you learn that? Asterisk. Oh, crap. Levy answered innocently. I don't know either. Alan thought angrily. Asterisk. If I catch whoever taught her that, I absolutely won't let them off. Asterisk. Then she skipped over and asked, "But isn't it time yet?" Come to think of it. He replied, "Akid is coming today." Later, Lave happily ran out into the courtyard. Akid. Akid was holding a bouquet of flowers. "Levi, you seem much better." She skipped and replied, "Yep, I look okay, right?" He blurted out, "Levi is always beautiful, even when covered in blood and wounds, but..." Then he held out his hand, suggesting, "So, can we hold hands again now?" She quickly agreed. "Oh my, so you were thinking about it, of course." "Definitely." Suddenly, he hugged her. Lavi was extremely surprised. Asterisk, huh? He asked to hold my hand, so why is he hugging me? "It's Lavi," he said shyly. "I have something to tell you." Lavi was curious. "What do you want to say?" But she waved it off. "My body must be all better now. Let's go for a walk and talk. You have no idea how long I've waited for you. I even have a list of things I want to do." Akid pursed his lips and remained silent. Then he spoke. "I'm sorry. I probably won't be able to do them with you, because I'm going to the territory." Later, the two went inside. Levi asked, "If you want to be officially knighted, you have to train in the territory." He replied, "There are also many things to resolve in Ukatel." She asked again, "So when will you be back?" He answered, "I don't know yet. I'm leaving tomorrow." Hearing that, she exclaimed in shock, "Tomorrow? That's so sudden. I'm sorry." She was extremely worried. Asterisk, has it already fallen on Akid? "I want to stay by your side until we can get married." Asterisk. The devil and angel on her shoulders were arguing. Asterisk, Akid's ability isn't just for me. I have to respect his decision. Asterisk, asterisk. I just got out of my sickbed. Where did my will to live go? She quickly shook her head. "Are you going alone?" He replied, "Yes." "Why?" She said indignantly. "Why do you ask? That piece of crap." No. I was wondering if your cousin is going too." Asterisk, just you wait. Asterisk, he said, "We're not going together. He'll also go to the territory on his own." Hearing that, she began to ponder. Asterisk, I see. First of all, it's a blessing that he's getting away from that family. Asterisk. Asterisk, there's still time until the incident happens. While Akid is away, I need to investigate more. Asterisk, she didn't forget to remind him, you must send me letters. 3 pages full. Yeah, I know. Akid didn't forget to remind her, back Levi, you have to write letters only to me, okay? She sighed and replied, of course, besides you, do I have any other friends? Then she stretched. Anyway, Akid has decided on his dream. I'm so happy. Suddenly, Lave froze. Asterisk, what do I do? I've been living in such a rush that I haven't thought about it. Asterisk Akid asked, how about working in the imperial palace like your brother Werner? She replied dejectedly, no way, that's too boring. Just looking at words makes me sleepy. He hesitated a bit. Then with me. Lavi was curious. With you what? He blushed bright red and waved his hands. I mean, since I'm a knight, Lave can be the lady, something like that. Hearing that, she burst out laughing. A knight and his lady. So, Akid is my knight? She suddenly shot up. That's it! I know what I have to do, because she was plucking a flower petal. She stood before him. With a radiant smile, she asked, Akash Enoch, do you promise to become my knight? Akash was frozen, captivated by her beauty. He quickly gave his answer, yes, I will become the sword of Laviolet Daiha. The next day, Akash left. Levi was there to see him off. Wiener, beside her, said, Levi, it's time to go inside. Okay. She thought sadly, suddenly, I feel so empty. Suddenly, she asked, brother, what's the first thing I need to do to become a lady, huh? Why so suddenly? And for many days after, Levi always asked herself, Akash, are you doing well? She was all alone these days. Her time at the estate felt longer than she'd thought. How can it be that even after a year, he still hasn't come to see me? Don't you miss me? If I write that, he'll be even less likely to come. Suddenly, Levi's hand throbbed with pain. She looked at her palm and wondered, you're still busy with swordsmanship, right? Are your palms getting calloused? When will this finally heal? Out of curiosity, I secretly practiced with a wooden sword, and my wrist became swollen. Because of that, I had to see the priests several times. As the priests treated her, they exclaimed, this is strange. Although the wound isn't serious, it's healing very slowly. Wiener was worried. Can we get a higher-ranking priest? The priest explained, at this time, the higher-ranking priests can't be away. The new delegates from other countries are also gathering. Alling whispered in his ear, it's always like this after the nation's founding anniversary. It was the same last year when the young miss was injured. Then he asked, even so, there's one person who can make it, right? The priest replied, let me ask. We are greatly indebted to the house of Daiha. Lave watched in silence. Compared to you, all these priests seem like fakes. Akash, why is it that without you, time seems to stop and everything is so boring? I want to see you soon and play in a sunny place. That was the most peaceful time for me. My brother is still fine. It seems he's so busy with work he doesn't have time for anything else. He's taller and more handsome, but it seems he hasn't met anyone, so I'm relieved. And what else? A while later, Jenny came in and called, young miss, your lesson is about to start. Javi sighed, I know. Then, the two of them walked down the hallway, hand in hand. Lavi opened the door and said, hello, Lady Oscar. Suddenly, inside, a stack of papers was slammed down. A strict-looking middle-aged woman said, you're late, Miss Diha. Lavi felt both frustrated and helpless. I have a tutor now. Voices echoed endlessly in the room. Don't raise your elbows so high. Miss Dihar, again, 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 again. Lady Aska stood with her arms crossed, her face devoid of any gentleness. Do it again. Lavi was struggling immensely. The teacup is too heavy. Can I use a normal one? No. Lady Oscar tapped her teacup with a stick. The tableware in this mansion is all light to accommodate you. Miss Diha, if you get used to that, you won't be able to maintain proper etiquette elsewhere. My wrist hurts. She wanted to burst into tears. No crying. Now do it again. Somebody, save me. After the lesson ended, Lavi asked gloomily, Brother, what is this elegance that exudes from within thing? Wiener was overflowing with confidence. That's easy. It's right in front of your eyes. I know for sure it's not you. Then they both sat down. Wiener asked, Was your etiquette lesson that hard? Do you want to stop? She suddenly recalled Lady Oscar's words. There are many people out there who want to tarnish the Daiha name. Don't give them a chance to find fault. So she had to say, It's okay. I'll try a little longer. Seeing her like that, he jumped to his feet. In that case, I have to give Levi a reward for working so hard. Then he took out a stack of papers. He handed them over, saying, This is what you asked for it last time. Levi's eyes widened in surprise. She quickly snatched them. You should have told me right away. She hurriedly devoured the contents of the papers. Right after Akash left, I asked my brother to find out why Countess Connie was targeting the Duke's position. This wasn't something a child could just ask about. He went to great lengths to obscure the source of the information. This was the result he got after setting some unusual conditions. But after reading it, she exclaimed in shock, What? Is this all there is? It's just about supreme authority and some illegal activity she's committed. Is that really it? Wiener calmly replied, Of course. You're just overthinking it. Even after a thorough investigation, there was nothing else. Her face fell. We can do many things, but not this. Things like exile to another country or execution. Seeing her like that, he said, Punishments require doing everything by the book. It's not our business, so we can't get directly involved. Even the Duke's household wouldn't just let it slide. Lavi scoffed and thought, Getting involved without proof or specific circumstances would be difficult, especially since they're allied with the Enoch family on the surface. Then she let out a frustrated sigh. Wiener knelt down and said, Levi, like I said before, it's better if you don't worry about this. You can save the execution and exile for me. She grabbed her brother's shoulders and asked, Even so, can you keep checking on it? He smiled. That's not hard. But before I accept a new request, I want to receive what Levay promised me. She broke out in a cold sweat. Then she decided to play dumb. Levay doesn't remember anything. Is that so? He suddenly puckered his lips and suggested, Then I'll just have to collect it myself. A kiss on the lips. Lave shouted angrily, Stop joking! I already kissed you on the cheek. He laughed. So you do remember clearly? Lavi whined. But it's weird. I'm 10 years old now. I'm too old for that stuff with my brother. Wiener said gently, Whether you're 9 or 10. Levi is still my adorable little sister. You're only thinking about the kiss. You're being mean to your brother who waited so patiently, she retorted. Don't waste your good looks on things like that. If I do it once, it'll never end. But I'm still hoping, he pleaded. Just one more time is fine. I kiss on the cheek, right here. She pushed him away in a panic. No way. I'm calling Ailing. Ailing? Seeing this, he pouted. Fine, then I won't accept Levi's new request. She was shocked. Oh my gosh. Just then, a knock came at the door. Elaine's voice came from outside. Excuse me, did you call for me, Lady Lavie? Wiener said cheerfully. Don't mind us, Ailing. Levay was just saying goodnight. Levay stood beside him, fuming. Ailing found this hard to believe. It certainly doesn't look that way. Seeing her on the verge of collapse, he said, Please don't bother the young miss too much. She's just shy, that's all. After Levy left, Ailing bent down to pick up the papers scattered on the floor. If you keep this up, she might start to hate you. Wiener was highly amused. I know. But if she really didn't like it, Lave would kick me out, even if it broke her toe. That's just how she is. Suddenly, he turned and called out, That's right, Ailing. I'm giving you authority over Levi's lessons. Can you stay by her side during her classes? You'll also be escorting Lady Oscar, who is her tutor. I understand. Aling hesitated slightly. But I'm not well versed in etiquette. Will that be all right? As for escorting, he encouraged him, don't worry about that. Just act as you normally would. Meanwhile, Levi was running and grumbling, a cash, you idiot. You have no idea what humiliation I've been through while you were away. Is there any main character in the world as pathetic as me? Thank you, brother, for listening without asking why. Akash, please come see me soon. But contrary to her wishes, Akash did not return to the capital for a long time. 2 weeks later at the Daiha estate, Levi was wearing a new dress. Jenny, do I really have to wear this? The maid struggled a bit. I'm sorry, young miss. The Marchioness said you must wear a dress today. I'll just have to tighten it a little there. It's so tight I can't breathe. She looked at her hand and thought, now it's not just my wrist, my whole body aches. Jenny spoke up. It seems Lady Oscar has arrived. Huh? Ravi went to the window and looked out with frustration. She's never a single day late. As she looked out, she saw Ailing greeting her. To her surprise, Lady Oscar reached out and caressed his face. Ravi froze on the spot while Jenny beside her was completely unfazed. Oh my, their relationship is as good as ever today. She turned in surprise and asked, as good as ever? This isn't the first time they've done that? Jenny replied, didn't you know? Ailing has been escorting Lady Oscar the entire time she's been at the mansion. Hearing this, she began to recall. Is that so? Ailing, you'll be observing the whole time? Yes, please don't mind me. Come to think of it, he has been by my side throughout the entire lesson recently. The thought amused her greatly. Could it be? Ailing has his eyes on Lady Oscar. A moment later, Lavia returned to her usual gloomy demeanor, and Lady Oscar was relentlessly strict with her. Miss Diha, how many times must I tell you that it's rude to stare at people like that? Lave replied dismissively, I'm sorry. Seeing this, the lady looked like she was about to blow a fuse. Miss Laviolette, you have much to learn about education, Lavi thought spitefully. Anyway, I hope Ailing finds someone gentler. She recalled what Jenny had said earlier, Ailing and Lady Oscar. If that's the case, it would be a good thing from Elaine's perspective. If he marries Lady Oscar, he could receive the title of Count. Levi understood now. Come to think of it, the title of Count Oscar is currently vacant. Even if it's a vacant title, Ailing is still a nobleman. If there are no issues between them, he could become a candidate for Lady Oscar's remarriage. Back in the present, Lady Oscar's tone had softened. Well then, shall we begin the lesson? Levi was also in better spirits. At least Lady Oscar is showing enough goodwill. That's right. Someone like Ailing would be perfect. Young, affectionate, trustworthy, handsome. Before a few seconds passed, Oscar snapped. Miss Laviolette, don't smile like that. Why are you so sloppy? Yes, yes. She herself glanced at Ailing with a mischievous grin. Just answer once. Yes. A moment later, a pair of blue ballet shoes appeared before her. This is today's lesson, Lavi protested. I have no need to wear such shoes. Lady Oscar put her hands on her hips. You don't know if you'll need them in the future, so you must prepare. You have to wear them to correct your posture. She said helplessly, my lady, that's not it. I'll never need to wear shoes like this in my life. But the woman was determined. Who knows? Will you not be attending any balls or dances? Seeing this, Lave sighed in defeat. If things stay as they are, then yes, probably. It would be great if I could, she thought as she put on the shoes. Her legs trembled. She wasn't used to them. This is so awkward. So Lady Oscar began her lesson. Walked slowly to the end, yes. Every now and then she would glance behind her. Her eyes were fixed on Ailing. The two of them exchanged ambiguous, flirtatious glances. Lave felt more at ease. Well, at least I'm confident in my walking. If it's just this, there's nothing to complain about. Suddenly she turned and saw the lovey-dovey gazes of the other two. He's not even looking at me. She resigned herself to it. I'll just have to endure this youthful romance. Suddenly, Lady Oscar shouted, Ms. Laviolette, you're smiling like that again. I wasn't paying attention earlier, she said, raising her cane. Seeing this, Leve's eyes welled up with tears. My lady, are you going to hit me? Aling quickly stepped forward. He stood in front of Leve, shielding her. What is the meaning of this? Oscar softened her tone. Aling, don't misunderstand. Such an overreaction isn't good for her education, if you're surprised by this kind of training. But his voice was cold. Lady Leve's case doesn't warrant this. It seems you haven't been listening to what Lady Leve has been saying at all. She started to get annoyed. I am listening perfectly well, but her hands don't hurt and her legs don't hurt. Seeing this, Elaine's eyebrows furrowed. Lave felt guilty. Oh no, I'm going to ruin Elaine's relationship. She spoke up. Stop it, Ailing. We're in the middle of a lesson. To her surprise, he said, Today's lesson is over, Lady Leve. Lady Oscar was furious. What did you say? Can an escort knight just act as he pleases? Aling picked her up in his arms and said, The authority to decide the young Miss's lessons has been given to me. I'm well aware of your bad habit with your hands, but I never expected you'd take it out on the young Miss's body like this. She trembled with anger. What are you talking about? What bad habit with my hands? He said coldly, It's the same as always. In truth, when he greeted her earlier, he felt extremely uncomfortable when she caressed him, but he endured it for his young Miss's sake. Now he decided to be blunt. Here and there, you shouldn't touch others. Lady Oscar's face turned beet red. You've been expressing your private feelings for me? He replied firmly, There's no such thing. I don't know where you got that idea. Meanwhile, Levy was petrified. This is ridiculous. Suddenly, she burst into tears. Her eyes filled with tears. If it wasn't affection, then why couldn't you take your eyes off me during every lesson? Aling answered calmly, I was looking at the young miss. I was not looking at you, my lady. You must have misunderstood. At this point, she looked like she was about to have a stroke. She screamed in anger. That's it. You are truly the worst. After that, the mansion was thrown into chaos. Her brother was furious about the attempted hitting. Cancel the contract. From now on, don't do anything. Just rest. His parents cried with worry. Lady Oscar spread rumors about Elaine's insolence. It was a real mess. Things escalated, and Aling even offered to duel Lady Oscar's knight. For now, the lessons would continue, but the situation only calmed down after the contract terms were doubled. On a beautiful day, Levy spoke. I saw a new side of Ailing because of this incident. I thought he was just a softie. Ailing, beside her, was completely bewildered. Me? She smiled and said, You never say no. If I beg just a little, you always give in. So that's my fault? Am I wrong? He picked up her fallen book. What do you mean? Lady Oscar isn't as strict with me anymore. However, the direction of her complaints has changed. She started bringing up other topics. Not all men have good intentions. There are men who stick close to you. But you don't know what they're really thinking. Her words were clearly meant for Ailing to hear. He asked, frustrated, Is that really a necessary part of the lesson? She would snap back, Of course it is. Don't interfere. Watching the two of them bicker, Lavi leaned back in her chair, helpless. Here we go again. She looked up at the sky, thinking about a man's heart. Akash can be confusing sometimes too. He's too kind. He won't let things slide because of me. He's a lot like Aling. When will I ever understand my brother's heart? Maybe I'll have to ask in my next letter. 5 years later, at the Duchy of Enoch, a red cape fluttered in the wind. Here stood a handsome knight. A woman's voice rang out, Congratulations, Akash. It's Fedora. No. I should call you Sir Akash now, shouldn't I? And that young man was Akash. Thank you, Mother. It's all thanks to you. She noticed his suitcase. Have you packed your bags already? His eyes were red-rimmed. He said, I can't wait any longer. Subscribe to the X10 Manhwa channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. And that evening, at the Daiha estate, LaVey was chattering excitedly. Ailing, have you heard? They say a strange rumor is going around. On drizzly or overcast days, a blonde ghost in a white dress appears in the mist. People say she just walks around with a strange smile. She looked absolutely radiant. It's unbelievable, right? She said excitedly, we walk in this gloomy weather every day and have never seen her once. It's just a rumor. Do you really not know who started that rumor? He already knew the truth. Levi's expression turned angry. Someone saw me and called me an unmarried ghost. I'm clearly alive. Aling explained, this summer is quite hot, so we should only choose days without direct sunlight. She cried out, from now on, I'll go out on a sunny day even if I have to use a parasol. Ailing objected. No way. Last month you walked for 30 minutes and fainted. Don't you remember? We've been walking for a while today. Let's go back now. She stopped him. Wait a moment. It seemed she was waiting for someone. I wonder when he'll show up. Aling looked at her, puzzled. What is it? For 5 years I've adapted to life without Akash. I'd occasionally get a letter from him, while my health got worse day by day. As they walked, they chatted. Can we go to the temple someday? The temple? You'd have to be at least 18 to find a groom. If I'm not careful because of my troublesome body. Akash was so sincere, but I can't rush him to come back. Seeing her pained expression, Aling became very worried. Lady Levy, we really have to go now. I know. He's such a kind boy, he might even come back just because I said so. Suddenly, a carriage passed by. Lavi was surprised. Oh my, a carriage I've never seen before. It's heading towards our mansion, Ailing said. It seems today's the day. She asked, puzzled, what, is there something I don't know? Whose carriage is that? He replied, the Salome family, let's go. Hearing that, she became furious. Don't tell me the strategic engagement is starting now? Who knows when this all happened? That brother of mine. Suddenly she jumped onto him. She ordered Aling back to the mansion. Yes, my lady. He was still bewildered. Young miss, even if you're curious, wouldn't it be better to meet her later? She's about to be officially introduced, but she insisted. Oh, not again. A while later, she was back at her home. She entered a room. Guests usually use this entrance. Did they go somewhere else? Suddenly, a red-haired girl approached her and asked, Who are you? Levi seemed too focused on what was ahead to notice. Who else could it be? The red-haired villainess? A moment later, Lavi jumped back, startled. The girl said, Oh my, I'm sorry for startling you. She surmised, red hair? Sounds like you're talking about me. I didn't know I had the nickname villainous. Levi wanted to die of embarrassment. I'm doomed. No, that's not what I meant. The girl introduced herself. As you know, I am Rose Salome. It's a pleasure to meet such a lovely lady. Lavi's whole body trembled. I am Lavi. No, I mean Diha. Rosamund smiled and offered her hand. You don't need to be so tense. Right. Suddenly Wiener's voice rang out. Stop it, Miss Salome. He walked over to the two girls. Lavi turned her head in surprise. He came and supported her. Lavi, are you okay? It seems there's a misunderstanding. I was just introducing myself. Rose laughed. I'm quite sad that I haven't been invited to the Marquise's family all this time. You haven't been bad-mouthing me to your sister, have you? He asked coldly. What's that supposed to mean? Lave panicked. If this keeps up, I'll be the cause of their discord. That's not what my brother wants. She quickly spoke up. Miss Salome, I am Laviolette. You can just call me Lavi. If you don't mind, could we have a cup of tea together outside? All right. Instantly, the atmosphere became awkward. Rose said, but it's raining, so we can't go outside. Lave quickly replied, don't worry. She suggested excitedly, the Marquise's garden is most beautiful when it's drizzling. A while later, the three of them went out to the garden. The air here was fresh and clear. Rose looked around in awe. Afternoon tea on a rainy day? It's beautiful. Thank you for inviting me, Levi, she replied shyly. It's nothing, Miss Salome. Come to think of it, the fiancés probably have things to discuss, and I just inserted myself. Suddenly, she took her hand and suggested, Levi, don't be like that. Please call me Rose. Levi. Levi felt her heart flutter before this beauty. I'm going crazy. This beauty is not of this world. Wina had to clear his throat several times. Levi, even if this hadn't happened, I was planning to tell you soon. I'm engaged to Miss Salome. But seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he shouted, Are you even listening to me? Levi jumped and replied, Oh, right, you're here too? I was so dazed that I forgot. You're too much. Well then. Rose let out a small laugh. So that's how he acts in front of his sister. How interesting. Meanwhile, he was frowning as if sulking. So? Rose continued cheerfully, Actually, if you didn't know about the engagement, you might misunderstand me. I'm 25 years old and I serve as the captain of the 7th Royal Knights. Labby was amazed. Really? That's amazing. How did you become so strong? She recounted, I injured my wrist just by holding a wooden sword. Oh my. The Marquis Salome family stands shoulder to shoulder with the Duchy of Enoch. The heirs are trained in swordsmanship from childhood to adulthood, Rose said playfully, although I am a little bit exceptional. Levi admired her even more. I am so jealous. This is the life I've always wanted. Rose asked, What else should I tell her? As your fiancé, what do you think? Wiener put his teacup down. He said seriously, Let's stop with the small talk and get to the main point. The engagement ceremony will be simple. We can even skip it entirely. His blunt words made the two girls freeze. Lviv thought in frustration. The atmosphere was actually getting better. Why is he being like this? In the original story, Wiener Daiha betrays Salome, and Salome is determined to get revenge on Wiener. She was filled with righteous anger. I'm curious why it turned out like that. Even before the engagement, their relationship was already rocky. Wiener sighed. Anyway, we're both busy, so we don't have much time. Levi went into gossip mode. Sister Rose, do you really want to marry such an insensitive man? Rose's expression was completely calm. Good. Instead, let's start preparing for the wedding. Of course, the wedding will also be simple. Actually, I really want to do it. The two stared at each other coldly, forcing Lave to endure the sight. Is this how it's done because it's a political marriage? She sipped her tea and thought, come to think of it, I can't understand it. I've never even dated, not even in my past life, Rose said. Lavi has such an affectionate older brother. Lavi looked at her, stunned. What? She explained, a condition of this political marriage is that I live in the same house as Lavi. Hearing that, she was shocked. In the same house? The two of us? Wiener quickly interjected. No, technically it's 3 of us, because I'll be there too. Rose calmly stated, this condition was happily accepted, so there's no need to worry. Meeting you in person like this makes me very happy with that decision. Lavi looked back and forth in bewilderment. Wait a minute, this is so sudden. What do you mean by that, brother? Seeing this, he was helpless. I didn't intend to tell you right now. He returned to his serious demeanor. Don't worry, your life won't change. Aling will remain your escort knight, and your doctor and maids will also stay the same. You don't have to follow the duties or rules of the nobility. Just live at La Violette d'Iha. Leve felt like she'd been struck by lightning. You mean because I'm weak, you won't marry me off and send me to live with someone else? Isn't that just a huge bother? She'll have to witness all our newlywed drama up close. After thinking, Levy slammed the table and exclaimed, All right then, I have my own plans for how to live. You foolish brother. Before she could finish her grand declaration, she accidentally slipped, falling and letting out a scream. The older couple saw this and panicked. Leve, just as a hand caught her, a head of pink hair slowly came into view. The cups on the table also fell. Asterisk, clink, asterisk. Levi was scared out of her wits. That was almost a disaster. Thanks to you, I'm okay. Then she smiled and said, I'm sorry, sister. You must have been scared, right? Rose put her hands on her hips and replied, I'm fine. Levi was probably more scared than I was. More importantly, could you introduce the person who's holding you? Then she turned. Al, this is Aling, come to think of it. When did you get here? Her eyes widened in shock. It turned out the one who caught her was Akash. It's been a long time, Levine. She stood frozen in surprise for a few seconds. She still couldn't believe it. Is it really you? I have so many things I want to say to you. Why were you gone for so long? Why didn't you send me any letters? Did you forget about me? He replied, yeah, it's me. Lave's face turned beet red, but she couldn't say a word. Akash, why have you become so handsome? You've gotten taller too, and your shoulders. Why is your hair wet with rain, and your neck too? Seeing her like that, Akash said, Levi, if you hug me so tight. But she was still holding on tight. Levi, are you okay? I'm fine. At some point, Levi's nose started bleeding. Why are you so surprised? Wiener panicked. Lavi, your nose is bleeding. She was startled. It really is. Oh my God, Sister Rose is watching. How embarrassing. Rose immediately handed her a handkerchief. You should stop and go rest. I didn't realize you were so tired and kept you for so long. Levi seized the opportunity and agreed. Yes, yes. I get like this sometimes when I'm tired. This is the first time I've ever felt lucky for having a weak body. Then she waved. Well then, I'll be taking my leave. Sister Rose, please make yourself at home. See you later, Levi. Yes. Then she whispered to Akash, this is too embarrassing. Let's get out of here quickly. Wait a moment. She looked at him, puzzled, and whispered back. As Akash was taking off his glove, he suddenly took her hand. He smiled and asked gently, are you feeling better now? Levi was captivated by his handsomeness. Look at him, that expression. Let's go back and talk first. As the two youngsters left, the older couple got back to business. So, shall we continue our talk? Yes, this is interesting. Rose's eyes narrowed. That boy. He's your little sister's. From the moment he appeared, he was sharply aware of his surroundings. The instant Levi called his name, his expression became harmless in the blink of an eye. He's no ordinary kid. Why is he smiling like that? This is getting interesting. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Lviv was pressing him against the wall, not saying a word. She interrogated him. You didn't show your face all this time, and now you suddenly greet me like nothing happened? You seem to be doing just fine, not even bothering to write a letter. Asha's face also turned red, while she was dazedly thinking, he was so small and cute as a kid, now he's so much bigger. His face, it's even more beautiful than Sister Rose's. He didn't answer and looked away. Levi, first, wipe her nose. She got annoyed. What, are you tired of me now? No, it's just too close. Suddenly, Levi grabbed his pink hair and moved even closer. It seems you have something to tell me. Akasha's eyes were filled with shyness. Your eyes. Then he stroked her hair. Levi, your hair has gotten so long. It's beautiful. Her face flushed. Don't change the subject! With that low voice, hey, hey. Then Akash took the hand that was stroking his hair. He said sincerely, I'm sorry, Levi, I missed you. She was stunned by this smooth line. Oh, this is serious. He used to be so cute it made my heart weak. And now he's this handsome. Levi quickly pushed him away. That's right. You should apologize first, buddy. Suddenly she felt something was wrong. She wondered, Levi. I pushed with all my might, but he didn't even budge. And this solid feeling, what's under there? This is definitely all you, buddy. It finally dawned on her, and her face turned 10 times redder than before. Levi, you're getting it from both sides now. I'm going crazy. Oh my god, if he's changed this much, how am I supposed to adapt? A while later in Levi's room, the two sat on the bed. Akash sighed and spoke. Levi, it seems you haven't been well lately. But she was staring at her own hand, thinking, I can still feel it. For real. Seeing this, he took off his glove again. When he took Levi's hand, she looked at him with confusion in her eyes. He asked gently, Can I help you? So the two held hands for a long time. Levi wondered, It doesn't heal right away, huh? Can you control it now? He answered, Yes, I can only do it when I want to. I don't need to wear gloves anymore. Wow. So they held hands. Akash was trying to transfer his power to her. A refreshing energy flowed into her. It's like my body is absorbing Akash's life force. His eyes had been fixed on her this whole time. His eyes held many stories he hadn't dared to express. From a gentle touch, Akash grew bolder, intertwining his fingers with hers. Lavi was extremely surprised. She remembered when he had carried her earlier. I was so out of it I didn't even notice. And so, the two of them just stared into each other's eyes. Her heart was pounding relentlessly. How can he be so strong? It's strange. My nosebleed stopped and my energy is restored. My heart keeps hammering. Levi quickly looked away. Or maybe it's because his power is too strong, Akash asked with concern. I'm sorry, are you tired? It seems I still can't adjust the intensity. She said irritably, If you're skilled, you can do those things? I thought it depended on the level of skinship. He replied, That's the biggest difference. Levi thought to herself, if he can adjust the intensity, it'll look like I'm healing naturally, right? A big wound suddenly healing won't raise any suspicion. You're amazing, Akash said shyly. It's nothing special, Lavi, getting carried away, poked him. Akash, your shoulders and arms are really firm. Completely different from my brother. This comment made his face turn even redder. Seeing this, Lavi snapped. You're avoiding eye contact while we're talking? No, it's just you're too close. Ashish's heart was racing as he thought, so Levi hasn't changed at all. Still as beautiful as ever. Being with her makes my heart pound. Even though we haven't met in a while, I could tell in an instant. Levi said, She's here. After not seeing each other for so long, the thing he saw was her radiant smile. The world around Levi was always so vibrant. Even on gloomy days, just thinking of Levi made me feel warm, so I could endure it. Every night he'd ask himself, Is Lavi doing well? Is she hurt anywhere? Maybe I should go see her. The promise they made when they were little always echoed in his mind. Promise you'll become my knight, on exhausting and unusual days. I tried to endure, hoping not to be ashamed of the image reflected in your eyes. Akash thought grimly, This is no good. I can't control my expression. Meanwhile, Lavi asked, Isn't Ache's face getting redder? Suddenly her eyes lit up. Wait a minute, could this be? She jumped to her feet. Akash, don't tell me you. A moment later, there was a towel on his head. She was drying his hair. I should have dried you off first, instead of holding your hand, he said. I'm fine. You don't need to worry about it. I'm asking you. She snapped. What do you mean, you're fine? You have a high fever, don't you? Colds are scary. If you're not careful, you could die. This won't do. Levi. From now on, you don't have to worry about things like this anymore. He smiled at her and said, Because I'm here now, stare. Levi was flabbergasted. What? Don't tell me you're staying? He asked with interest. So you're staying in the capital now? Yeah. Then he took her hand. I'm sorry I didn't write to you often. It took much longer than I thought. I didn't know you were waiting like that because I never said I was coming back. I thought I had to become a knight as I promised before I could come. He placed her hand on his cheek. Truth is, I missed you a lot too. Lavi frowned. You idiot! I thought you'd forgotten all about me. I planned to scold you when we met, but I can't bring myself to do it. He suddenly said, But your letters were only about Brother Weiner. I wasn't even sure if they were really meant for me. She shouted angrily. Just saying I like you throws everything into chaos. Why do I have to like you? Suddenly, Lavi lost her balance. Akash was startled. She unconsciously fell forward, and so their lips met. This was their first kiss. The kiss lasted for several seconds. Lavi jumped back, startled. I'm sorry. She frowned worriedly, and he was blushing like a tomato. This is a problem, Lavi asked worriedly. Akash, are you okay? He said shyly. Lavi, The next moment she uttered those words. Like a bolt from the blue, she said, it was an accident. He looked at her with a completely baffled expression. She thought frantically, this is bad. In the past, he'd cried just at the mention of a kiss. She explained, sweating, my hand slipped. It wasn't on purpose. It was 100% an accident. Hearing that, he asked sadly, an accident? She was startled. His expression got even worse. Was kissing me that shocking? She thought, sighing helplessly. I'm sorry. If not, then do you want to kiss me this time? You can think of it as revenge. Her words hit him like a ton of bricks. Lavi winked and continued, just think of it as practice for your future partner, but your lips were really soft and smooth. I'm sorry, but you don't have to make that face. A while later, at the dinner table, Aling was pouring water, saying, maybe it's just my imagination, but it turned out the two of them were trying to avoid each other. Is something wrong between you two? Nothing. Akash thought sadly, I thought I'd changed so much, but it seems Levy doesn't see me that way at all. Meanwhile, Levy was worrying nonstop. He didn't like the apology, and he didn't want revenge. What should I do? Should I just pretend nothing happened? Come to think of it, I'm the one who's been wronged. That was my first kiss, too. It was my first time, too. Alan came over and whispered, Lady Levy, if you're feeling awkward because you haven't seen him in a while, maybe try talking about recent events gently, or ask about something you're curious about. Ah, right. She quickly turned and asked, Akash, have you heard any news about your uncle? Ah! Akash replied, you mean the letter Brother Wiener sent last time, right? Countess Connie is involved in illegal activities. Father thinks it's better to watch and see how things develop. There's concrete evidence, so my father has probably reevaluated my uncle. I've taken back the authority that was entrusted to him. Now I know that he's a very ambitious person. I've been specifically warned, so don't you worry. Despite this, her expression didn't ease. It's good that you're being cautious, but how do I explain that alone is what makes me uneasy? Akash continued, Levi, I don't know why you're so interested in my uncle and cousin, but the duchy isn't so easily shaken. Suddenly, he leaned into her ear and whispered a strange truth. The title of Duke Enoch is a position given to the heir of this ability. Currently, only my father and I have it. Everyone in the royal family knows this. The Enoch family's ability is extremely rare and precious among all abilities. If she could, Countess Connie wouldn't let the Enoch family be threatened. Levi asked in surprise, Wait, can you tell me about that? He replied, of course. I'll tell you. I can tell you anything, shine, Seeing the bright aura radiating from him, she thought helplessly the security in this house is way too lax. Then she waved it off helplessly. Let's stop here for now. He was worried. What's wrong? You can ask more if you want. No. If I'm curious, I'll ask then. Then Levi began to ponder. The royal family also knows that Akash's ability is very important. So why in the original story did they let Akash participate in the war? Because they wanted the Enoch family's ability to be cut off from the royal family. Or maybe it has something to do with his cousin. In that case, even if I prevent the incident, the danger won't disappear. On the contrary, they might target Akash instead. As she was about to speak, he casually fed her a bite of food. Anyway, you have to be careful with carriages or whatever. Please, Levi chided playfully. Hey, I was talking. Akash, while cutting a piece of meat, explained. It's because you were so worried about me that you haven't eaten a single bite. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't eat. Livia, I'll say it again. When I'm here, you don't have to worry about anything. As he spoke, he offered her the piece of meat. Livia thought, I wonder if he really understands what I'm saying. And at some point, the two of them were holding hands tightly. She was happy now. Anyway, it's great that you're back. I want another bite. Okay, he said, Saya. A few days later, a young maiden was walking in the courtyard. Suddenly, she called out, Aylin, causing him to turn around, puzzled. He said in surprise, Young miss, you look stunning today. It's as if you're determined to go out. She replied radiantly, that's right. I'm going to Akish's house. Aling was startled. What? I haven't heard anything about this. We should contact them first, she said calmly. That's why I'm telling you now. Akash came without contacting us either. She was utterly helpless. I didn't have a chance to say anything, and I'm tired of asking for Mother's permission. Then she quickly pulled Ailing along. She might change her mind at any moment, so let's go quickly. He had no choice but to reply, I understand. First, I have to make preparations. A guard nearby was amused, going out with the young miss. I'm so jealous. Seeing this, Aling angrily ordered, since you show no signs of remorse. Caleb, run another 100 laps around the training ground. The guard cried, That's too much. I only drank a little during training. Do you want me to get fired? Relax your body and wait. Levi chuckled to herself. So besides me, there's someone else who needs to be scolded by Ailing. The guard noticed her. He smiled and winked at her, which made her jaw drop in surprise. Then Ailing pulled her away. First, I'll take you to the carriage. Can you wait while I arrange the escort team? Okay. What a strange person. I'll check the directions to Akish's house. How long has it been since I've been able to go out properly? Why am I suddenly so nervous? A long while later, she arrived. Fedora came out to greet her happily. Levi, it's been so long since I've seen you. Thank you. The two chattered like mother and daughter-in-law. You've become so beautiful, I almost didn't recognize you. How long has it been? You're still as beautiful as ever. Your mother must be so jealous. It seemed she was very fond of Levi. Oh my, how can you say such sweet things? Haha. Suddenly Levi asked, Oh, by the way, ma'am, where is Akash? I'd also like to meet the Duke. She replied, Huh? Akash had business at the royal palace today, so he's already gone. He won't be back until this evening. She was shocked. How can that be? Aling, standing beside her, thought to himself, I knew we should have contacted them before coming. Right. Then she continued politely, It's all right. I have plenty of time today, so I can wait. It'll be much harder to get permission to go out next time. Suddenly she took her hand. Lavi, don't be like that. She suggested, Can't you spend the day with me today? Leve was surprised. Spend the day with you? Her eyes began to sparkle. Are you asking me to go out with you? That's right, if you're not tired. Are you that surprised? Lave quickly said, I'm feeling fine today. I want to go. She began to imagine her happy scenario. Famous desserts. I saw a dessert shop on the way here. To the fountain in the square and the blooming flower park, too. Before long, she put on a sad face. But I probably can't. I promised my mother I wouldn't go out to play. If I break my promise, I'll never be allowed out again. Fedora furrowed her brow and thought for a moment. Then she patted her head and said, What if we just go to one place? I'll put in a good word with your mother, so don't you worry. Seeing her about to say something, she asked, Just answer this one question. Levi, you want to go out, right? She was silent for a moment. Then she quickly gave her answer. Yes. At a precious jewelry store. Levi's jaw was on the floor at this sight. She thought excitedly, Until now, I've only used custom orders or home sales. So this is what it feels like to see it in person at a store. Fedora stood behind her and said, That one my girl is looking at, the design is beautiful. But the gemstone isn't very good. It would be better to change it to a pink diamond, I see. This is a set with earrings, so we'll replace both. Do that. Levy skipped over and asked, "Ma'am, are you done choosing?" "I'm not sure where to start looking," she said. "First, let's try this one," Levy asked, puzzled. "Which one?" Suddenly she said wearing this and standing next to Akash would be the most beautiful. Lave was flabbergasted. "That's not going to happen." Seeing this, she fumed. "You're not satisfied?" "Then let's pick another one," Levy replied helplessly. Ma'am, please calm down first." A while later, many jewelry boxes were neatly packed. But the shopping trip wasn't over yet. "Levy, this one is also very beautiful. Try it on once." She quickly waved her hands. "Ma'am, that's too much. I can't wear them all the time." Fedora looked at her with sparkling eyes. "But I see you as a daughter, so I want to buy them for you." Lave froze. Looking at that face, that's exactly like Aisha's. "I don't think I can win this." "Right." Then she said helplessly, "This is really the last time, okay, ma'am?" Of course, of course. It really looks great." Suddenly, Lavi noticed something. That's right. Wait a moment." She picked up a blue brooch that was identical to the one Fedora was holding. She ordered, "I'll buy this one too. Please send the bill to the Dieha household." "Yes." Seeing this, she was curious. "You like that one too? I can buy it for you." She surprisingly pinned it on her. "No, I want to give this as a gift." And so, the two of them had matching items. "It'll be more beautiful if we wear them together like this," Lave asked sweetly. "Right, ma'am?" Fedora hugged her dotingly. "It would be so wonderful to have a daughter like you. How can you be so adorable?" Lavi's face turned blue. Ma'am, I can't breathe." Seeing this, she quickly let go. "Yes." Then she said happily again, "I'm being serious. The Duchy of Enoch will always welcome you. The most important thing is Akash's intention." The outing lasted until dusk. Aling stood by the carriage and asked, "Everything has been loaded. Shall we depart?" He walked over to Leve and said, "Because there's so much luggage, I'll have to ride with the knights." She replied, "I guess so." She didn't forget to show off. "She bought me so many things, so there's no other way. They're all designs everyone dreams of." Fedora came over and said, "It's time for Akash to return. Let's go home." "Yes, ma'am. Thanks to Lavi, I wasn't bored and had a lot of fun today." She lamented, "I originally planned to come with Akash, but he seems busy lately. Do you know what's going on?" Hearing that, she was surprised. "Me? How would I know?" She thought to herself, "He said he went to the royal palace. It's probably to reduce the authority of the Khani family. It would be a bit much to pretend, I know." Fedora continued gently, "That's right. Akash is now taking on part of the Duke's duties. He told you everything, after all. I heard he also told you about his ability, right?" That sentence startled her. Lavi asked, "So you already knew?" She replied, "Of course." She explained, "I heard about it when he was 7. Leve is sick, so I treated her." "What did you say?" "So I know he cried a lot." She could only force a smile as she remembered the past. So she had to say, "I'm sorry, ma'am. That's originally a Duke's secret." She waved her hand cheerfully. "Oh my, don't worry about that. After all, Levy knows everything. One day you'll become the Duchess." Suddenly, the carriage shook violently. Lavi was terrified. "What? What was that? It wasn't this dangerous on the way here," Fedora said calmly. "Sit still for a moment, Lavi." She slowly looked out the window. Her expression darkened. "Well, it seems our outing will be extended." Levy suddenly realized, could it be the carriage incident? I don't know exactly how the incident in the original story happened. An attack like this? I was relieved that the Duke and Duchess weren't together. I shouldn't have shown up, or maybe it's better to stay quiet. If I'd known, I would have taken a different route. No, if I hadn't come looking for him in the first place, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Because I acted so arrogantly. Fedora comforted her. "Lavi, don't worry too much. This carriage is the sturdiest one our family owns. There are knights following us, so they'll catch up soon. The strong woman said, above all, I'm here. LaVey was completely surprised by her aura. How? Lavi thought to herself, that's right. There's no time for despair. If she has that kind of strength, we have to find a way out quickly. There's Ailing, and there are the Duke's Knights, too. We can meet Akash again safely, and we'll definitely hug and say that everything's okay now. I just need to tell him that the worst day of his life is gone. Fedora turned and said, Levy, if you're scared, close your eyes. She replied with determination, no, I'm all right. Seeing this, she was a little surprised. I've thought it before, but she really is a strange child. A frail child with eyes that seem to burn with life. Then she said, in that case I should prepare as well. It turns out that no matter where she went, she always kept a sword with her. She drew her sword with a formidable aura. I can't lose my daughter-in-law here. At the royal palace, two men were walking and talking. Just submit this document, and you won't have to worry about Countess Connie anymore. Yes, it was Duke Enoch and Akash. The others can handle the rest by themselves. So, you should head back first. Now that we're here, let's see how they finish things up. He hinted, I wonder if LaVey has gone home yet. Hearing that, his face flushed. He said with determination, even so, I'll wait. Which made Weiner's face darken, though he didn't know why. Weiner exclaimed, LaVey came all this way, and if you leave late, isn't it obvious what your mother will say? Akash quickly left. As he walked, his face was deep in thought. He recalled what Levy had said the day before. If not, do you want to kiss me this time? Just think of it as revenge. But your lips were so soft and nice. Shalave wasn't doing anything. It seems I'm the only one who's bothered by it. I'm not confident I can see her face calmly. Suddenly, in the distance, a guard came galloping in. Young master! Asterisk, gasp, asterisk. His body was covered in blood. Something's happened! Akash rushed out. What is it? The guard reported exhaustedly. The ladies and Miss Daiha's carriage has been attacked. Probably in the forest on the outskirts of the capital. Those words made him freeze. Akash quickly mounted a horse and ordered, go to the council room and request my father's help immediately, and get your wounds treated. Hearing this, the guard was extremely worried. Young master, you can't go alone? Wait a moment and go with another reinforcement team, young master. Asterisk, gasp, asterisk. But Akash didn't want to hear anymore. He spurred his horse and galloped forward. An image of Levy unconsciously appeared in his mind. Anyway, you have to be careful, with carriages or whatever. That spurred him to ride even faster. Please be safe, asterisk, clench asterisk. Meanwhile, inside the forest. The carriage had stopped. The two women inside sat worriedly. What's happening? Levy stared nervously towards the door. Fedora was just as tense. The door suddenly flew open, revealing two masked assassins. The two men talked to each other. What are you doing? Hurry up and take care of it. Isn't the target the husband and wife? There are only two girls in the carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, Fedora swung her sword and cut one of them down. The other one exclaimed, Hey, this bitch! She turned on him and relentlessly attacked. Bitch? How dare you use such filthy language in front of my daughter? Lavi thought with great excitement, Mum. Although I knew you were a promising knight, I never expected you to be this strong. Fedora was still diligently fighting off the two assassins. Using this sword would be better. Lavi asked, Ma'am, are you okay? She turned and said, Lavi, get back inside the carriage, quickly. A moment later, it wasn't just two of them anymore. Now, more than a dozen men were closing in on them. It seems they're determined to drag this out. Lavi's face turned pale. So many of them, they want to kill us all. One of them shouted, The enemy is just two girls. Finish them. Fedora, radiating a fierce aura, slashed at them without hesitation. Where do you think you're going? Levi sat in the carriage, trembling uncontrollably. What do I do? If I just stand here, I'm afraid I'll be a hindrance. My body won't move. Come on. All she could do now was clutch the brooch on her chest. Suddenly, an assassin prepared to sneak attack Fedora from behind. Lave saw it, her eyes widening in panic. Without thinking, she rushed out. Her feet moved on their own as she jumped down. She used her hairpin to stab the assassin hard in the back, but it seemed to have no effect on the guy, so she switched to putting him in a chokehold. He flailed around, yelling, "What are you doing? Let go! Don't you dare touch me! You're dead if you let go!" But Levi was already weak, so the man easily threw her off. Well, honestly, she fell back in pain, but someone caught her. Then the man started targeting her. "I was going to let you go because you looked pathetic. You want to die?" Levi stared at him tensely. "I have to try." She suddenly remembered what Owling had taught her. No matter how much strength you use, you can't deliver a powerful blow. If you're ever in a desperate situation, put all your weight into it like this. She clenched her fist tightly. Then she swung hard and punched him right where it hurts, as if trying to neuter him. Oh my God, who wants to die? This idiot! Everyone there saw this and froze solid. Levi slowly stood up. "I'm fighting so hard just to live," the man trembled. You think you're getting out of this unscathed?" Immediately after, the sound of galloping horses echoed nonstop. A sword was swiftly thrown through the air. It flew in a straight line, piercing the man. Owling finally appeared. "My lady, I apologize for being late. You've been waiting long, haven't you?" Radiating a brilliant aura, he said, "Please leave the rest to us." Levi's eyes lit up. I knew he would come to save me." Her vision started to blur. It seemed she had run out of strength. Javi tried to look around, thinking, today? 15 knights got involved because of me, plus 5 people from the Enoch family. How many people in total? 30. No, more than that, right. Her vision grew faint. What do I do? My head is spinning. Ailing, I'm okay. Lady Levi, don't lose consciousness. Wait for me. Suddenly, Levi's eyes shot open. Before her, Alind was fighting with all his might. Just as she called out his name, he said, "Even if I can't see you clearly, I can tell just by the sound of your voice." Alind kicked an assassin straight in the chest. The man quickly collapsed to his knees. His face was now cold and ruthless. Fuming with anger, he slashed at the man with his sword, sending blood splattering everywhere. But because the fight was so intense, he also received a wound to his stomach. He clutched his stomach and exclaimed, "Damn it!" Meanwhile, Levi was leaning against a rock. "Even if I can't see clearly, I can tell just by the sounds." The shouts of familiar people grew louder. "We're being cornered." She panted heavily. "My injuries aren't that bad, but it hurts so much. Everyone else, how much are they suffering, Ailing?" Tears welled up in Levi's eyes. "I'm sorry. I don't want to die, but I don't want to see anyone else die either." Ailing seemed to sense it. She's losing too much blood. She needs immediate treatment from a doctor or a priest. So he tried to end the fight as quickly as possible. Ailing ran to Fedora and asked, "Lady Fedora, I'll handle the rest. Can you get away first?" She replied, "Kid, there aren't many of them left. I can still fight." He answered, "I know you're very capable, Lady Fedora, but the young miss is injured. A wound like that can be fatal. So please." Fedora fell silent for a moment, thinking. She decided to turn away. "I understand." Meanwhile, Levi's consciousness was fading. "I've always wondered what it would be like to die. Turns out the atmosphere isn't much different from what I imagined. It just makes me very, very sleepy." It made Akid cry so much. Even though Akted cried a lot, if I die in place of his father, won't that change the future even just a little? At least Akted won't be left all alone. Aling exclaimed, "That sound, could it be?" An assassin quickly realized it too. "No way, reinforcements can't be here." Before he could even react, Akid charged forward, sword in hand. Blood splattered everywhere. Then he leaped off his horse. His face was filled with worry. "Let's go!" The first thing he noticed was where Lave was lying. She thought weakly, a strange power. It's making me cry. I think I hear Akid's voice somewhere. A while later, priests were constantly healing her. How is Lady Dia? Her body is too weak to accept the divine power. Even if the recovery is slow, we just need her to wake up. We have to save her. We've reached the limit for tonight. Using any more divine power could be dangerous. Duke Enoch was worried sick. Damn it, it's my fault. Come here. I should have handled things more carefully. Akid approached and called out, "Father!" He said, "I have something to tell you, yes." The Duke then ordered, "You may leave, yes, but I can tell from your expression that you've made up your mind." Akid said, "Yes. I didn't want to do this under urgent circumstances, but once I turn 15, I can decide freely. Father, please don't object." The Duke replied, "I know you've used your power on Lave before, but..." The Duke's face was filled with concern. "Are you really sure? Once this is done, it can't be undone." Akid affirmed, "I'm sure. Without Lavea, this power is worthless to me anyway." A moment later, he opened the door and entered her room. "All right." Then he took her hand. He told himself, "I have to be careful. Since she's unconscious, it might be hard for her to regain her energy. Overdoing it could be dangerous for Levi." After a while, Lave cried out, Seriously, I'm dead, so why does it still hurt so much?" His face grew even more worried. He undid a few of her buttons. There, he loosened her collar further. "Don't say that. You're not going to die. You're not going to die." He leaned in closer to her. "I'll do it like this." Scene changed to a recovery room, a place for the knights to recuperate after the battle. A voice rang out, "We don't need to worry about Lady Dia anymore." "But her condition isn't great," Duke Enoch said. "I've used another method for her, so please focus on treating the knights, especially Aling of House Daya. He is someone I've raised for a long time." The priest said awkwardly, "If they aren't nobles, the priests won't treat them." The Duke turned and asked coldly, "Are our donations so meager that we can't even ask for a favor? At the very least, he needs to be treated enough to hold a sword again." "Thank you." Meanwhile, Ailing was trying to sit up. "No, you don't have to." Seeing this, the Duke immediately walked over. "You rascal, are you trying to get up? Lie back down right now." Ailing replied, I'm fine really. How is the young miss?" Despite losing so much strength, his will to protect Levi burned fiercely. Duke Enoch said, "Don't worry about her. She'll wake up safe and sound." At the same time, in Levi's room, her face looked extremely uncomfortable. Akid was trying to treat her wounds. "Levi, just bear with it for a moment." He quickly bandaged her wounds. Then he placed a kiss on the wound and said gently, "I'll make it so it doesn't hurt anymore." The bruise that had just been there a moment ago was very large, but now it had completely disappeared. Akid sighed in relief, thinking, the serious wounds are healed. Levi then whispered his name, Akid. He stared at her intently. His hand unconsciously stroked her long hair. "Now, I just need to give her a little more energy." Then he placed a sweet kiss on her lips. "I'm scared when you keep your eyes closed like this. It feels like we're back on that day, La Violette. Wake up." Memories of when she was badly injured as a child began to surface. "If you're not here, I'll be so sad. You said it was just a small fall, but why does it hurt for so long? If you keep your eyes closed like this, Levi, what am I supposed to do?" Then Akid glanced around cautiously. Seeing no one, he tossed his gloves aside. He tried to transfer his power to her. As he did, he thought, this is the first time I've used my ability on someone else. No wonder it feels so fluid and hot. Just a moment later, Lave was able to call out, "Akid, you?" She sighed in relief. Then he rested his head on the bed and said, "Of course. La Violette, this is our secret." Back in the present, Akid had his eyes shut tight, silently chanting a healing spell for her. In her dream, Levi saw those childhood memories. When did all of this happen? Was it after I learned about my past life? After seeing the revolving lantern before death? My head hurts a little. It feels like it's about to explode, and my ears are ringing. Every breath I take makes it worse. Thinking this, she suddenly realized. Her eyes shot open. I'm breathing. So then immediately, Levi woke up, but her eyes couldn't see clearly. Everything was blurry and she couldn't make out what was in front of her. Her hand trembled as she reached forward. I don't understand what happened. She pulled Akid down and kissed his lips. I need this right now. He sat up, startled. He stammered, wait a minute, Levi, I'll figure this out. Levi said deliriously, a little more. I'm alive again. After that, the two of them kissed again. Levi's consciousness hadn't fully returned to normal. I have to control my power carefully, he thought. And so, the two of them stayed in that position for a long time, as if it would never end. Scene changed to the next morning. No. For some reason, Gwenner's face was one of complete shock. What did you just say, Duke? He ran off in a hurry. Levi and Akid slept in the same room? Is that the issue right now? He stormed forward aggressively. Akid, you! Just as he opened the door, the sight that greeted him was the two of them sleeping soundly in each other's arms. Gwenner's face darkened. Right. He reluctantly closed the door. Duke Enoch saw this and asked, didn't you come to wake them up? I wanted to pull him out of there, but, Gwenner said, just this once. Maybe because it was such a shock, it's not so bad for her to see Akid as soon as she opens her eyes. But she's not injured like you said. In fact, her condition seems to have improved, the Duke replied with a sigh of relief. It must be thanks to the priests who came. Although some died and others were seriously injured, my wife and Levi only fainted from the shock. Suddenly, Gwenner's voice grew colder. Even so, I can't let this slide. Formerly Baroness Connie, his face filled with killing intent. Isn't that right? Finally, the day of Levi's recovery arrived. When she woke up, everything had been taken care of. The family of Baron Connie had been annihilated. The Baron, mastermind of the attack, committed suicide. Unable to withstand the pressure from House Daya and House Enoch, his wife and children were stripped of their status and fled to another country. They will likely live the rest of their lives as fugitives. The families of the knights who died in the incident were all compensated accordingly. But how can a life be exchanged for money? House Enoch decided to take care of the bereaved families to the best of their ability. Of course, the injured also received support from the temple. Those who were targeted in the attack had also recovered. Everything had returned to its rightful place. Except for one thing, Levi suggested. Akid, can we talk for a minute? He looked at her shyly. He suddenly recalled the kiss they shared on the day she was gravely injured. Levi sought helplessly. I don't know how to talk about what happened that day. She quickly turned her face away. It's good that you recovered so quickly. He was flustered. What should I say? Both of them spoke at the same time. I'm sorry, thank you. A second later, they stared at each other in awkward surprise. Levi asked, what are you sorry for? Akid replied, you got hurt because of me, Levi. He said sadly, you warned me before, but I never imagined it would become such a huge incident. When I found you in that chaos, my heart felt like it stopped beating. Thank you. A heavy feeling weighed on my heart and my body heat just kept draining away. It all feels like it's because of my incompetence. I still haven't accomplished anything. I think I should learn swordsmanship now and continue the family line. My father will take care of the rest. But you almost lost your life back then. After speaking, Akid thought to himself, I can't even look her in the eye. I left Levi all alone just because of that fear. Maybe I don't have the right to like Levi. Really, seeing him like this? She stood up. Akid, what are you talking about? Akid looked at her, stunned. Come here. Levi suddenly cupped his face. She blushed and asked, do you know what I thought when I woke up yesterday? Then she expressed, I was so lucky to have you by my side. She remembered that morning. When she woke up after a pain that felt unsurvivable, she started to regain consciousness. She couldn't believe it. Am I still alive? It doesn't hurt at all. Suddenly, Akid, who was beside her, called her name in his sleep. Only then did she notice his presence. Akid healed me all night? I'm not at a funeral. I'm here. Akid's parents are safe too, right? Revi placed a hand on his chest. She felt like bursting into tears. Thank goodness. The greatest misfortune in Akid's life has been averted. Back in the present, she exclaimed, and yet you keep blaming yourself for no reason. Then she put on a gentle expression. I'm just happy that we're able to see each other again, safe and sound. She was cheering internally. Akid's parents are still alive, so he probably won't have to go to war. Then I can just continue like this until I come of age. Akid had been completely frozen this whole time. He suddenly recalled the conversation with his father that night. Are you really sure? Once this is done, it can't be undone. At that time, he was full of determination. I don't regret it. From the first day I held Levi's hand, I was determined. Then Akid blurted out, I want to live for you. I like you, Levi, he stammered. I'm just very happy to see you again, Levi. She patted his shoulder and asked, really? You should have been like this sooner, you know? Akid placed a hand on his chest, his heart pounding. He thought sometimes just breathing when you're this overwhelmed feels heavy. One day I will definitely tell her how I feel. Seeing his strange expression, Lavi grew very worried. What? What's wrong? Why are you like this? Don't tell me I hit you too hard. Are you injured somewhere too? She started to bring up the past. But shouldn't I be the one apologizing to you? Since I wasn't in my right mind, our lips touched. Just so you know, that wasn't a kiss. Someday, maybe far in the future, just doubt it a little, okay? We'll be together forever. There'll be chances later. That's what I thought that day. I had no idea how bleak the future waiting for us would be. At the same time, in a place where thunder roared, a cloaked man entered a room. Indeed, Baroness Connie is finished. Yes, what should we do? Should we change the plan? In the room, another person was lying on the bed. He said, no, proceed as planned. The scene shifts to a beautiful day in the Enoch territory. Sir, I am a patient. Duke Enoch and Alan were taking a walk, chatting. Stop fooling around. You're walking just fine. If you were that full of energy, you wouldn't be walking with me. You'd be off to see the young lady. Suddenly, the Duke asked, I have something to say about the young lady, but it seems you don't want to hear it. Hearing this, Alan looked puzzled. Is something wrong? The Duke said, on the contrary, this morning, Levi had not a single wound. Has she returned to the mansion? Alan was also quite curious, constantly wondering about the young lady's treatment. I clearly remember it was a very severe injury. Oh no, it was just a minor wound that the priest treated. Gwynner's men know this as well. Whatever the truth is, you must keep your mouth shut. Don't say anything more. It's related to a family secret. Alan sighed and said, if it's a family secret, I don't want to know. I just need to know the young lady is safe and sound. The Duke replied, the matter with that child's night is settled. Alan's face suddenly fell. That's not what I asked for, and even now, he started to fret. I worry if the young lady might trip while walking, get an upset stomach from eating, catch a cold from the night breeze, get burned by hot bath water, sprain her ankle on a stroll, get a bruised finger from writing letters, or feel dizzy from waking up too suddenly. Duke Enoch Sitkel thought, even I don't worry that much. Then he asked, how on earth does Levi normally live? Alan replied dejectedly, I'm not usually this talkative, but now the role of a knight has completely taken over. Meanwhile, Levi was beaming with a bright smile. Jenny approached and asked, my goodness, Lady Levi, you look very happy. Is it that obvious? Lavi thought happily, I'm in such a great mood. The Duke and Duchess are safe and sound, and the issue with Akash's uncle has been resolved. That means Akash won't have to go to war, because the plan went so smoothly. I've been saved by Akash's healing, and I'll get married when I turn 20. She sighed, thinking, it's a shame I couldn't solve the problem of the war breaking out. Anyway, etiquette classes are temporarily suspended, so I should just enjoy today. It's an unconditional day off. However, her joy was fleeting as she was stunned by the latest news. A new escort knight? It was the knight who was previously under Alan's command. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Caleb, and I'll be your escort knight during the break. Lave immediately recognized him. You're the one who winked at me last time, aren't you? He scratched his head and said, "How cute. You still remember me." And then, after that, he casually plopped down on the sofa. That's right. It's hard to forget a handsome face like mine. She was frozen stiff. "What are you doing?" He answered nonchalantly. "Isn't this a lounge room?" She dropped the towel she was holding. "Well, yes, but," Caleb said, "so I'm going to take a nap." "Wake me up when you're going somewhere." And so, 10 minutes later, he was fast asleep while she still couldn't believe it. She started to miss Alan. A normal knight, sincere, emotional, very polite. I thought all knights were like Alan. She couldn't help but be confused. How can people like this exist? A while later, Akash arrived at her house. Seeing her hands were covered in wounds, he asked with concern, "What happened to your hands?" She sighed and replied, "It's because of my homework." She explained that after the carriage incident, she was taking a break from etiquette class. "Instead, Miss Dia," she recalled, "I heard you had a minor accident. I don't know the details, but I'm glad you weren't hurt. Instead of skipping class, I will give you homework." And that was embroidery. "I will include a needle and thread, so just practice slowly. An excellent lady must embroider her beloved's name on a handkerchief. There's no gift that can capture a man's heart like that one." "Oh." Akash spoke up. "Even so, to this extent." She looked at her hands helplessly and replied, "If I don't do it, I'll get nagged a lot." Then Leve thought to herself, "Besides, I don't know if this will be useful after I become a priest. This is like an investment. When can I go to the temple?" After thinking, she said cheerfully, "Don't worry. If it doesn't go well, I can just ask Jenny for help." Akash took her hand and said, "Let me see your wounds. I'll heal them for you, huh?" "What if we get caught?" He replied, "Don't worry about it." He looked at her hand with pity. "We just need to put the bandage back on. I can't stand to see you in pain. What are you doing?" Levy could only watch him in silence. After the carriage incident, Akash has been visiting often. Is it because he wants to apologize? Learning embroidery is a good thing, but this makes me feel a little guilty. A few seconds later, the wounds on her hand vanished. "Thank you, Akash. In return, I'll show you what I've embroidered. I've been improving a lot." "What kind of return gift is that?" "But I want to see." Then the two of them went into her room. Akash looked around and asked, "Come to think of it, I don't see your escort knight." She replied, "Oh, he's probably in the wine cellar right now." Hearing that, he was confused. "What?" She explained, "Today's the day that good wine arrives. It seems the knights secretly drink the extra bottles they're given. I thought all knights were as composed as Alan, but Caleb isn't like that at all. Since I don't have an escort, I can wander around like this. Last time I had black tea mixed with brandy, it was delicious. My heart was pounding a bit, though." Suddenly, Lavi exclaimed, "Ah, I found it. This one is the prettiest, Akash. Why do you have that expression?" Akash's face darkened. "This person named Caleb, I want to meet him too." She was completely confused. "Huh? Is it because he abandoned you to go drinking?" "We can just include you next time." He replied, "Okay, that's a promise." Then he tried to suppress his emotions. "Calm down. I need to bring Alan back quickly." Is this what Levy embroidered? But since it was her first time, the shape wasn't perfect. She introduced it, La Violette. That's my name. Seeing this, Akash wondered, why are you practicing with your own name? Don't people usually embroider the other person's name? She replied, "This is for someone special. It has to be my name so they can feel my presence." He asked in surprise. "Your presence?" LaVey said brightly, When you talk about someone special, you mean your beloved, right? It's like writing your name on something. If they carry my name, they belong to me, right? Every time they see the handkerchief, they'll think of me. That's better." Akash's heart began to flutter. "So that's how it is." Suddenly, she said dejectedly, "But you can't read it, so I guess I have to practice more." He quickly stopped her. "Oh no, I think it's very cute. It's like a child's handwriting, meaning it's charmingly clumsy." Scene change. 1 week later. Gwenner was always sticking close to her. "It seems he's been very free lately. Don't you have anything for me?" He kept following her, asking, "A handkerchief?" "Or something like a handkerchief," Livy snapped in annoyance. "Ah, stop it. That's not for you, big brother." He looked like he'd been slapped. "What? Then who is it for?" She thought, "This is why I kept it a secret from him." The maids, who knew the story of the handkerchief, had told him. She sighed and said, "Anyway, I'm not giving it to you. It's mine." "Really?" "Forget it then." "All right then. If it's not for me, it can't be for anyone." Seeing this, she thought helplessly, "How do I live with someone so shameless?" She went over and pestered him. "You should spend more time with your fiancé than with me. Why are you suddenly bringing that up?" She relentlessly questioned him. "If you're engaged, you should feel some responsibility. Are you even dating properly? What about gifts? Did you write her letters?" "I'm considering it." Gwenner broke out in a sweat. "Ah, oh my. It's time for the political meeting. I have to go now." He was always scared of Livy whenever she brought up the engagement. A while later, they were both standing in front of the carriage. Before leaving, Gwenner didn't forget to tease his little sister. "Livy, I'm off. What about a kiss?" "Just go already while I'm still being nice." "Why would I see you off?" As soon as he got inside, he pouted. So heartless. This is cute too. But suddenly, a figure flashed past. He turned his head and saw pink hair. "Is that Akash?" He frowned, thinking, "That kid works in the Imperial Palace, but I see him at our house so often. What is going on?" And indeed it was him. Akash was riding his horse towards her. Gwenner then turned away, thinking confidently, "Even though I couldn't get the handkerchief, it's still 100 years too early for you to win Levy's heart." On her side, the horse had stopped. "Whoa, boy," Livy exclaimed. "Akash, it feels like we see each other every day lately." "Not that I'm complaining, though, thanks." They quickly took each other's hands. "What should we do? Have some tea? Or go for a walk?" Wait a minute, Livy." She looked puzzled. "Huh? What is it?" Akash said shyly. "I came here for something else today." Lavi, in a beautiful dress holding a small parasol, looked utterly astonished. Her round eyes filled with curiosity. "Something else?" She thought to herself, "Could he be here to see my brother? I just told him he left for work," but contrary to her thoughts, Akash, with a happy, shy face, said, "I want you to have this." Hearing that, Leve was completely stunned, a giant question mark appearing in her mind. It was a light blue handkerchief embroidered with flowers and Akash's name. Livy asked, excited and delighted, "What's this? You embroidered your name on it too?" Akash just pointed at the handkerchief and gently hummed, Looking at the meticulously embroidered handkerchief, Liji beamed, thinking to herself, "It's so beautiful. If you're good with a sword, you must be good with a needle too, right?" She couldn't hide her joy and replied, "Thank you. I'll treasure it." "But why did you make it for me?" Akash blushed shyly and stammered, "It's because of last time." He remembered the image of Leveg excitedly standing before him, cheerfully asking, "When you talk about someone special, you mean your beloved, right? It's like writing your name on something. If they carry my name, they belong to me, right?" Akash had always remembered Lavey's words as he diligently embroidered. "Because you said, the thought that I could gift my name with the desire for you to be mine." As he meticulously and happily embroidered the handkerchief, only one thought was on his mind. "Levine, no matter where you are, at any time, I hope you'll always think of me." Akash had seemingly confessed all his affection for Levi, but she just stared blankly. Her confused, uncomprehending expression left him speechless. As if to break the awkward tension, Akash scratched his head and spoke. "It's beautifully made. It would be a shame to just leave it. You're the only one who has given me something like this." Levi let out a happy gasp and cheered. That's right. It's too precious to just look at alone. Akash seemed to be in a bit of a hurry as he told Levay, but I have to go now. She just replied softly, mm-hmm. Lavi held the handkerchief, staring at it intently, thinking, this is sweet, but it feels a bit weird to be the only one receiving a gift. With that thought, she quickly called out to Akash, Akash, wait a moment. Levi's gentle voice called out, I'll give you the one I made. Lavi silently thought, heavens, comparing them in person is just too much. But, in contrast, Akash's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately asked, can I really keep it? Lavi smiled brightly and agreed, after seeing what you made, I know for sure I have no talent at all. I'm not going to make any more from now on. She proudly continued, even though it doesn't look pretty. Because it's my first and last one, I cherish it very much. He asked, is this something you treasure? Akash's handsome face, shy like pink cherry blossoms, beamed. Thank you. Lavi, I'm so happy. I want to do something else for you. Lavi thought shyly, oh my, you fool. Akash seems to be getting the short end of the stick, no matter how you look at it. It's a good thing he's so kind. Lavay's eyes suddenly sparkled as if she had an idea. She suddenly blurted out, then can I ask you for a favor? Lavi schemed internally, taking advantage of the kind Akash is easier than anyone else. Akash was a little taken aback. He asked, a favor? What is it? Lavay quickly grabbed his hand and said, there's a place I want to go with you. Akash froze at her action, staring at her and thinking, Lavi, your face is too close. His face flushed red as he stammered, where is it? Lavi suggested brightly, can you go to the temple with me? The scene changes to the temple, a sacred white sanctuary built in the middle of the capital. Except for a few festivals, it is not open to the common people. Although this place is only for the privileged classes like the royal family and the nobility, all citizens believe in the presence of the divine. They witness the miracles performed by the priests who wield divine power. That light of power is passed down to a child of the high nobility. That white light touches wounds and breathes new life into them. In that display of miracles, nothing was lacking. But even without that meaning, the temple was still very special to Levay. Akash asked with some curiosity, why did you want to come to the temple? If it's for healing, I can just heal you. Lavi, with her captivating beauty and overwhelming innocence, shyly explained, actually, I have a wish I want to pray for, but it's not easy to go out. Akash replied, in that case, Lavi, feeling close to her goal, thought, honestly, I want to see the young priests who will become future husband candidates. Thinking about the healing scenes, she mused, most of the people who came to the house were high-ranking officials, so they were all grandfathers. No matter how urgent, you can't overcome that age gap. I'm going to check out the young candidates. With that thought, Levi's eyes sparkled enchantingly as she clasped her hands. Pleading with teary eyes, every time I go out, an incident happens, so I'm really scared of going far to the temple. If I go with you, I won't get hurt or tired, right? Akash's face was still bright red as he looked at her with a sympathetic gaze. He thought, come to think of it, I'm also responsible for Levi not being able to go out freely. Why have I never thought of taking her out before? But, as if mesmerized by Lavay's adorable, radiant appearance, Akash agreed without hesitation. Okay, fine. I'll take you tomorrow. Lavay was thrilled. Thank you so much. You're really the only one I can count on. Then, she bid him a soft farewell. Well then, see you tomorrow, Akash. Akash mounted his horse, preparing to leave, but not forgetting to reply, I'll come pick you up tomorrow morning, so wait for me. Lavay watched Akash's figure as he slowly rode away. Lavay thought to herself, and now I have to practice letting Akash go. She clutched the handkerchief he gave her and told herself, I can't rely on you forever. Akash rode his horse, galloping forward. He couldn't hide his joy, his face beaming with happiness. Yes! Now I have a reason to see her tomorrow, too. The handkerchief she gave him was neatly folded in his breast pocket. He silently messaged her, "It's okay if you don't realize my feelings now, because I will always be by your side, so that one day you will become aware of me." With sparkling eyes, Akash thought of Levi and promised, "I will become an adult quickly." Time passed. The next morning at the temple, Levi and Akash had arrived. Akash happily led her, saying, "Levi, the prayer room is this way." Levi quietly hummed, Three young, handsome-looking priests were gathered together. They caught Levi's attention. "All right." Seeing the three of them gathered, Levi immediately ran in that direction, exclaiming, "Let's go now!" Akash was stunned and called after her, "This way! Levi, where are you going?" And so, Levi and Akash were peeking from behind a wall, looking at the three young men. She whispered, "Akash, look over there. Are those guys also priests? Why are they meeting so secretly?" Akash glanced over, exasperated, and replied, "Those are knights. They're in charge of security at the temple or escorting guests." She looked at the sturdy, handsome men with regret. "Oh my, look at those strong bodies. Can't knights have healing abilities? It would be so nice if the one who healed me was that healthy looking." She couldn't help but let out a whisper. "So cool?" That comment made Akash a little sad, his mood sinking. As if they felt a strange aura, the three knights turned to ask each other, "Why do I suddenly feel a chill?" "Yeah, me too." They stepped outside together. The three of them bowed respectfully to a young man who had just stepped out of a carriage, saying, "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness the Prince. May the heavens bless you." It was Prince Felix. He responded gently and politely, "My apologies for the sudden visit. I hope I'm not disturbing anyone." The knight, still respectful, quickly denied it. "Not at all, Your Highness. It is an honor to meet you like this." They also asked, a bit surprised, "But what brings you here today?" Felix replied brightly, "Is there any other reason to come to the temple? I came to pray." The temple grounds sparkled under the golden sun, with young priests sitting and reading books. Ashash's voice called out, "Levi, we have to go now." He looked dejectedly at Levi, the girl with star-like eyes who was staring intently at those priests. She replied curtly, "Let's watch a little longer. Akash Wind, it's been 30 minutes already." Just then, Levi placed her hand on a pillar, and because it was a bit rough, she scraped her hand, drawing blood. She was in the middle of talking and faltered, but ouch! Realizing her finger was bleeding, Levi felt a sharp sting and turned to look at Akash. Extremely worried, his eyes widened as he asked, "What's wrong? Are you hurt?" Levi held up her injured hand and said, The pillar was a bit rough, so I got a scratch." Levi was still flustered, trying to act like it was nothing. "But it's not important," she said. Inside her head she was thinking, even if it's for a husband candidate. But Akash was even more worried and quickly pulled her hand. With a gentle gaze sparkling like the morning sun, he said softly, "That must really hurt." Without hesitation, Akash brought Levi's finger to his lips, formally using his power to heal her. Levi was incredibly embarrassed, her whole face turning red, her mind a tangled mess. "Akash!" Inside her head was a fierce scream, filled with utmost confusion. "Akash, what are you doing in this sacred place?" Recalling childhood memories between the childhood friends. "Akash and Levi," she thought, "when we were little. I felt very reassured when you healed me." But looking at his serene face as he gently healed her wound, she mused, after Akash learned to control his power, perhaps the treatment method changed. Levi's eyes were dreamy and full of tension. She felt a bit strange. "I don't know why I suddenly feel so tense. It feels completely different now." With that thought, Levi pulled her hand back, blushing in front of a surprised Akash, and said, "That tickles, but I hope it heals quickly." After that, Akash pulled Levi's hand and headed straight for the prayer room. "Come on, let's go pray now." Levi sighed in frustration. "Tesk." Entering the prayer room, Leve was pleasantly surprised by its splendor. She gasped. Oh! The prayer room sparkled under the sunlight, its shimmering beauty attracting many people. Leve skipped around the prayer room, exclaiming happily, "There aren't as many people as I imagined." Akash walked gently behind her, softly asking, "Is that so?" He thought to himself, "I deliberately arranged it that way." It turned out Akash had helped Lave get the prayer room to herself. She stood praying quietly while internally Lave grumbled, "I only came here to pray and couldn't even meet any priests." Akash stood beside her, staring intently at Levi, then smiled softly and asked, "Do you remember when we were kids?" Levi was a bit skeptical. Akash began to reminisce about their childhood days together. I mean, the bell that listens to wishes? Ravi, as if remembering the wishing bell from her childhood, exclaimed, "Ah!" Levi laughed, unable to hide her amusement, and asked Akash, "Really? You still remember that?" Akash replied shyly, "I remember everything we ever did together." Levi started to tease him. "Well, the thing I remember most is that Akash cried a lot." Akash's face turned beet red as he denied it. "I didn't cry that much." He was so embarrassed that he quickly interjected, "Lavi, you cried too." Lavi clutched her stomach, laughing loudly. "No way." Everyone came running because of Achash's crying. "But why are you bringing up such unpleasant memories?" Akash gently raised his hand to his mouth and hesitated. "Ah, no, even though we couldn't pray together back then. I'm really glad I could bring you here safely today." Lave looked at Akash with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Akash then grew curious about Levi's wish and asked, "But what did you wish for? The same wish as back then?" Levi was startled. She blushed and turned away, replying, "It's a secret. Who goes around telling people their wishes?" She screamed internally, "I can't do anything with someone so kind and innocent. My wish is..." In fact, Lavi's wish was for God to grant her a very careful and sincere husband. Akash seemed very curious and pleaded, "But I might be able to help. Can you just tell me a little bit?" Lave firmly refused. "No way. I'm not telling you. Let's go back." She broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "I have to keep it a secret before I get married." Akash sighed affectionately, so stingy. "In that case, I'll keep my wish a secret too." Levi's gaze flickered over to the brightly sparkling Akash and thought, Akash's wish is obvious. It must be related to his older brother. Lavi clasped her hands tightly, her heart and mind filled with sparkling wishes before God. "Dear Lord, please grant me a gentle and careful husband." Lavi prayed sincerely, a slight smile on her lips. "Please send me a good man like Akash." Suddenly, the atmosphere around her turned a bit gloomy as a fierce prayer rose in her mind. "And not a philanderer like my brother Gwenner." Suddenly, footsteps echoed from behind as someone entered the prayer room. It was Felix. He stepped inside and said loudly, "Oh my, I didn't know we had visitors." Levea naturally turned her head, smiling as she replied, "Ah, we just finished our prayers. You can come in." Seeing Felix before her, Levea couldn't help but feel thrilled. Excited by his handsome face, her mind screamed, "Oh my God, who is this handsome man? He's not a priest, he must be a knight, right?" Felix smiled gently and replied, "My apologies for speaking like that. Or perhaps..." His Royal Highness the Prince walked closer to Levi. Felix, with the gentleness of a romantic hero, asked Levi, "Meeting like this must be fate. May I ask for the young lady's name?" Levi smiled shyly, her heart racing as she thought, "Oh my, could it be that the gods have already answered my prayer?" Her voice stammered, I am." Akash, a walking bottle of sour vinegar, stepped between the two of them, much to Levi's astonishment. Akash bowed respectfully and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness the Prince. May the heavens bless you." Prince Felix teased him, "There's no need to be so formal. Still as stiff as ever, aren't you, Sir Akash?" Levi stood there, deep in thought. Hearing the words, "Your Highness the Prince," Lave's face darkened, her eyes widening as she thought, "What? Wait a minute, a prince? Who will later become my brother's rival, Prince Felix? Levi screamed in frustration in her mind. Are the gods playing a joke on me? What would happen if I handed my future husband over to my brother? Lavi bowed her head and replied, It is an honor to meet you, Your Highness. May the heavens bless you. I am La Violette of the Marquisate of Dea. Felix smiled radiantly and replied, So you are Lady Levi. I have heard a great deal about you from Sir George. Then he took Levi's hand and said hesitantly, But... He slowly brought her hand to his lips for a gentle kiss, saying, You are much better than what I've heard. Levi, slightly flustered, replied hesitantly, Lady Rose. No. Have you spoken about me with Lady Rose? Her hand was still in Felix's as she thought, Thank goodness it wasn't about my brother. What have you heard about me? Felix then spoke, Are you curious? Felix smiled at the two of them and offered, Well then, shall we sit and talk for a while? Akash quickly stepped in front of Levi, politely refusing. Your Highness, please excuse our rudeness, but we have somewhere to be and must leave now. Akash glanced at Levi and asked, Right, Levi? Levi was a bit surprised, but didn't deny it, just saying softly, Huh? Levi looked at Akash facing Felix and sensed a strange atmosphere. It seemed Akash was on guard against the prince. Suddenly, Lavi's eyes lit up like stars as if a novel idea had struck her. Laville looked at the two of them in alarm and thought, Is this the instinct to control a future enemy? La Violette watched as Akash and Felix stared at each other with sharp eyes. La Violette stood in the middle, unsure how to handle the situation. Her thoughts were in a complete jumble. Felix is the one who will attack Lady Rose in the future. I don't like him either, but why such a cold reaction? If Lady Austen saw this, she would surely faint. Felix let out a sigh and said slowly, Well then, let's meet again next time if we have the chance. Akash, with a gloomy dark expression, said, Yes, thank you for your understanding. The Violette, slightly alarmed, turned to look at him, thinking he didn't even say a proper thank you. He then took her hand and pulled her away. Well then, we'll see you later. And just like that, he pulled La Violette away from Felix. Behind them, he smirked. Well. He raised a hand to his chin, looking intrigued. She seems more important than what I was told. La Violette and Akash got into the carriage and left. She told him about her surprise. I didn't think I would run into the prince. Akash took her hand. I met him once when I went to the imperial palace with my father. The prince is the type of person who is friendly even to those with no value, as a representative of the Enoch and Rose families. She understood. So that's how it is. She still thought to herself, that's why he knew about me and Lady Rose. Suddenly she realized, but Akash, what were you just doing? Akash was still holding her hand, rubbing it. He said, I think something got on it. La Violette shouted, Stop it! You're rubbing it so much it's starting to burn. You know my skin is sensitive. Hearing her say that, he gently let go of her hand. He quickly raised his hands defensively. I'm sorry. She looked at his expression and thought, is he giving me the disease and the cure at the same time? La Violette said helplessly, Akash, I don't know why, but I'll make this clear. You are the most beautiful boy I've ever met, and you always smell nice. Hearing this, Akash was startled, his face flushing red. He felt a bit confused. Why so suddenly? She continued, I thought so when we were little too. But do you know how surprised I was when you finished your night training and came back? She started describing Akash's future appearance. You'll be tall and your shoulders will be broad too. Your face will be really cool, right? Plus, you'll be very good with a sword. Actually, I don't really remember that part. He said, No, proceed as planned. Scene changed to a beautiful day in the Enoch territory. Sir, I'm a patient. Duke, Enoch, and Aling were talking while taking a walk. Stop with the act. You can walk just fine. If I had that much energy, I wouldn't be taking a walk with you. I'd be visiting the young miss. The Duke suddenly asked, I have something to tell you about the young miss, but you don't seem to want to hear it. Hearing this, Aling was taken aback. Is something wrong with her? The Duke said, on the contrary, this morning, Leve didn't have a single scratch on her. Has she returned to the Dia estate? Aline was also quite curious. I keep wondering about the young Miss's treatment. I clearly remember it was a very serious wound. No, it was just a minor injury that the priest treated. Sir Gwenner knows this as well. Whatever the truth is, you must keep your mouth shut and say nothing more. It's related to a family secret. Aling sighed. If it's a family secret, I don't want to know. I just need to know that the young miss is safe. The Duke replied. The nights of that child are all settled. Eleni's face fell. It's not that I asked for it. And now, he began to fret. I worry if the young miss will fall while walking around, if she'll get an upset stomach from eating, if she'll catch a cold from the night breeze, get burned by hot bath water, sprain her ankle on a walk, get a bruised finger from writing letters, or get dizzy from waking up suddenly. Duke Enoch was speechless. I don't even think that far ahead. Then he asked, exactly how does Levine normally live? Aling replied dejectedly, normally I'm not this talkative, but now, instead of me, the role of her knight is tied to her. Meanwhile, Levi was smiling brightly. Jenny approached and asked, oh my, Lady Levi, you seem very happy. Is it that obvious? Levi thought happily, I'm in a great mood. The Duke and Duchess are safe and the issue with Akid's uncle has been resolved. That means Akid won't have to go to war because the plan went so smoothly. I owe Akid for saving me, and I'll get married when I turn 20. Then she sighed. It's a shame I can't solve the problem of the war itself. Anyway, etiquette classes are on a temporary break, so I should enjoy today. It's an unconditional day off. But the joy was fleeting. She was stunned by the new announcement. She was embroidering. A new escort knight? It turned out to be the young knight who used to be under Alon's command. Yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Caleb, and I'll be your escort knight during the break. Lave immediately recognized him. Ah, you're the one who winked at me last time. He scratched his head and said, so cute you still remember me. After all, he then casually plopped down on the sofa. That's right. Once you see a handsome man, it's hard to forget. You have to be handsome, you know. She froze solid. What are you doing? He answered nonchalantly. Aren't we in a room together? She dropped her embroidery hoop. Well, yes, but... Caleb said, so I'm going to take a nap. Wake me up when you're going somewhere. And so, 10 minutes later, he was fast asleep, and she still couldn't believe it. She started to miss Ailing, a knight, a regular knight, sincere, warm, very polite. I thought they were all like Ailing. She couldn't help but wonder, how can people like this exist? Later, Akid came to her house. Seeing her hands covered in wounds, he asked worriedly, what happened to your hands? She sighed and replied, it's because of my homework. She explained, after the carriage incident, I'm taking a break from etiquette class. Instead, Lady Dia said, I heard you were in a minor accident. I don't know the details, but I'm glad you weren't hurt. Instead of taking a break, I'll give you homework. It was embroidery. I'll include a needle and thread, so just practice slowly. An outstanding lady must embroider a handkerchief for her beloved. There's no gift that can capture a man's heart like that one. Oh, Akid spoke up, but even so, to this extent, she looked at her hands and replied helplessly, if I don't do it, I'll get nagged a lot. Then Leve thought to herself, besides, I don't know if this will be useful after I become a priest. This is like an investment. When can I go to the temple? After thinking, she said cheerfully, don't worry. If it doesn't go well, I can just ask Jenny for help. Akid took her hand and said, let me see your wound. I'll heal it for you, huh? What if we get caught? You never know. He looked at her hand with pity. Just putting a bandage on it is enough. I can't stand to see you in pain. What are you doing? Lavi could only look at him in silence. After the carriage incident, Akid has been visiting often. Is it because he wants to apologize? Learning to embroider is good, but this makes me feel a little guilty. A few seconds later, the wounds on her hand disappeared. Thank you. In return, I'll show you what I've embroidered. I'm getting much better. What kind of return is that? I want to see it, though. Then the two of them went into the room. Akid looked around and asked, "Come to think of it, I don't see your escort knight anywhere." She replied, "Oh, he's probably in the wine cellar right now." Hearing that, he was confused. "What?" She explained, "Today's the day that good wine arrives. It seems the knights also sneak a few drinks from the extra gifts. I thought all knights were as composed as a ling, but it turns out Caleb isn't like that. Since I don't have an escort, I can wander around like this now. Last time I drank black tea with brandy. It was delicious, though my heart was pounding a bit." Suddenly, Lavi called out, "Found it! This one is the most beautiful, Akid. Why do you have that expression?" Akid's face had gone dark. "This guy named Caleb, I'd like to meet him too." She was extremely confused. "Huh? Is it because he left you to go drinking?" "We can just include you next time," he replied. "Okay, that's a promise." Then he tried to control his emotions. "Calm down. I need to get Aling back here quickly. Is this what Lavi embroidered?" But since it was her first time, the shape was still not very good. She introduced it. "Laville Shmeh." Seeing that, Akid asked, "Why are you practicing with your own name? Don't you normally embroider the other person's name?" She replied, "This is for someone special. You have to embroider my name so they can feel my presence." He asked in surprise, "Yours?" Levi said brightly, "If it's for someone special, it has to be for a loved one. It's like writing your name on something. If they carry my name, they'll be mine, right? Every time they see the handkerchief, they'll think of me. That's better." Akid's heart started to flutter. "I see." Suddenly, she said dejectedly, "But you can't read it, so I guess I'll have to practice more." He quickly stopped her. No, I think it's very cute. It's like a child's handwriting, which means it's clumsy, right?" Scene changed to 1 week later. Gwenner was always sticking close to her. "It seems he's been very free lately. Don't you have anything for me?" He kept following her, asking, "A handkerchief?" Or something like a handkerchief. LeVay snapped in annoyance. Stop it. That's not for my brother." He looked crestfallen. "What? Then who is it for?" "This is why I'm keeping it a secret from you." The maids, who knew the story of the handkerchief, had told him. He sighed. "Anyway, I'm not giving it to you. It's mine." "Really? Forget it." "Then that's fine. If it's not mine, it can't be anyone else's." Seeing this, she thought helplessly, "How do I live with such a straight-faced person?" She walked over and nagged him. "You should spend your time with your fiancé rather than with me." "Why are you suddenly acting like this?" She relentlessly questioned him. "If you're engaged, you should feel some responsibility. Are you dating properly? What about gifts? Do you write letters?" "I'm considering it." Gwenner broke out in a sweat. Oh dear. It's time for my political meeting. I have to go now." Every time his engagement was mentioned, he became scared of Lave. A little later, they were standing in front of the carriage. Before leaving, Gwenner didn't forget to tease his little sister. "Levi, I'm leaving now. What about a kiss? While I'm still saying nice things, you should go. Why would I see you off?" Once he was inside, he pouted, so heartless. "This is cute too," but suddenly a figure flashed by. He turned his head and saw pink hair. "Is that Akid?" He frowned, thinking, "That kid works in the Imperial Palace, but I see him at our house so often. What's going on?" And just like that, Akid was riding his horse towards her. Gwenner then turned away, thinking confidently, "Although I couldn't get the handkerchief. It's 100 years too early for you to win over Lave." Over here, the horse had stopped. "Whoa, boy!" Lavi exclaimed, "Akid, it feels like we see each other every day lately. I'm not tired of it, but thanks." They quickly took each other's hands. "What should we do? Have tea or go for a walk?" Wait a minute, Lviv." She looked puzzled. "Huh? What's wrong?" Akid said shyly. I came here for something else today. Levi, in a beautiful dress and holding a small parasol, had a look of surprise on her face, her round eyes filled with curiosity. Something else? She thought to herself, could he be here to see my brother? I just told him he left for work. But contrary to her thoughts, Akid, with a happy and shy face, said, I want you to have this. Hearing that, Levi was completely stunned, a giant question mark appearing in her head. It was a light blue handkerchief embroidered with flowers and Akid's name. Levi asked, excited and happy, what is this? You embroidered your name for me too? Akid pointed to the handkerchief for Levi and gently hummed in affirmation. Looking at the meticulously embroidered handkerchief, Levi beamed, thinking to herself, it's so beautiful. If you're good with a sword, you must be good with a needle too, right? She couldn't hide her joy and replied, thank you. I'll treasure it. But why did you make it for me? Akid blushed shyly and stammered, last time, Levi? He remembered the image of Levi excitedly standing before him, happily asking if it's for someone special. It has to be for a loved one, right? It's like writing your name on something. If they carry my name, they'll be mine, won't they? Akid had always remembered Levi's words and diligently embroidered. Yes, you said. The thought that I could gift my name with the wish of becoming yours. He meticulously and happily embroidered it onto the handkerchief. Only one thing came to my mind. Levine, no matter where you are, at any time, I hope you'll always think of me. Akid seemed to have poured out all his affection for Levi, but she just stared blankly. Her confused expression left him speechless. As if to break the tense, awkward atmosphere, Akid scratched his head and spoke up. It's made so beautifully, it would be a shame to just leave it. You're the only one who's given me something like this. Levi let out a small gasp and cheered. That's true. It's a shame to look at it alone. Akid seemed a bit busy and told Levi, but I have to go now. She just replied softly, Levi held the handkerchief, staring at it, thinking, it's nice, but it feels a bit weird to be the only one receiving something. With that thought, she quickly called out to Akid, Akid, wait a minute! Levi's soft voice called out, I'll give you the one I made. The handkerchief embroidered by Levi was a bit clumsy. With that thought, she quickly called out to Akid, Akid, wait a minute! Levi's soft voice called out, I'll give you the one I made. Levi thought to herself, yikes. Comparing them in person is so embarrassing. But, in contrast, Akid's eyes lit up with excitement. He immediately asked, can I really keep it? Levi smiled brightly and agreed, after seeing what you made, I know for sure I have no talent for this. I won't be doing it anymore from now on. She proudly and brightly continued, even though it doesn't look pretty. Because it's my first and last time, I really cherish it. Is this something you treasure? Akid's handsome face, shy like pink cherry blossoms, broke into a smile. Yes, thank you. Levi, I'm so happy. I want to do something more for you. Levi thought shyly, oh my, you fool. No matter how you look at it, Akid is at a disadvantage. It's good that he's so kind. Akid stammered, thank you. Her hand clenched her dress. You are kinder and gentler than anyone else. I know that best. You've lived so well for the person you like. Those words made Akid's face turn crimson. He was about to lose his composure. Wait a minute. He was shy. In his head, he thought, Levi knows about that? His face was completely red, his voice trembling and uneven. I thought you didn't understand my feelings. Levi moved closer, lifting his chin with her hand. You fool, how long do you think I've been watching you? Of course I know. Her gentle voice called his name, Akid. You can tell me anything you've been holding back. She then reverted to her usual clueless demeanor. If it's you, I'm always ready to accept everything. Even if you don't have special abilities, outstanding talent, power, or strength. She remembered the scene of her hand holding his bloodstained one. As your closest friend, I can listen to your story better than anyone else. Akid gently removed the hand on his cheek, his mouth stammering, accept. Then he pulled her closer. Are you serious? If you knew what I truly wanted, you wouldn't be able to say that. La Violette pouted. I am serious. You can say anything. You've shown that you miss me, that you've been troubled and worried about me. Just do whatever you want. Hearing those words, he was very surprised. His face turned red. Say what's really on my mind. Akid said, yes, but I'm not kind at all. Help. By the time she had to face this, her heart was in turmoil. This reality was unbearable. Why did it have to be Akid? Suddenly, she hesitantly asked, can't you just not go? I'll help you run away. Hearing this, Akid smiled and replied, Levy, that's a very tempting suggestion. His words made her think he had agreed to run away with her, so she happily asked again, really? Can we? Before he could even answer, she was already fired up. Then I'll go pack my bags. However, his next words crushed her hopes. But I can't let you get into danger, Levy. Still, thank you for even suggesting it. Akid's concern for her deeply touched her heart. Seeing him fall silent, she bravely asked, is that all you wanted to say to me? Her question made him freeze. He imagined gently touching her lips, not having the courage to say what was in his heart. I like you, Levy. That's why I want to protect the place where you live. Even the act of placing a kiss on her lips was just a fantasy. Along with the declaration, I will definitely come back to you. Please wait for me. Back in reality, LaVey saw that Akid wasn't answering her. With tears welling up in her eyes, she asked, is that really the only thing you're going to leave me with? Seeing her like this, he felt flustered himself, but still couldn't bring himself to confess. If only I could convey what's in my heart. But I don't know what will happen or how many years it will take. So all he could do was reassure her. Even though I haven't been a knight for long, I'm confident in the experience I've gained. He continued, his voice gentle, so you don't need to worry so much. Seeing him like this, Lave hesitated. Akid, inwardly she was crying helplessly out of worry for him. That's what makes me worry even more. Why are they sending you to a place full of nothing but grim, rough men? What have I taught you? At that moment, Levy suddenly reached out her hands. She gently hugged Akid and asked, when do you leave? Akid savored the embrace and replied, next week. Only the knights will depart early in the morning. Hearing this, she worriedly said, won't the people give you a farewell? You're going to protect them after all. He responded to her concern with words full of affection. I only need you. Levy, that's enough for me. Suddenly, Levy gripped Akid's hand tightly and declared loudly, well, you're not enough for me. Then, mustering up all her courage, she made a bold proposal, sleep with me before you go. Naturally, her suggestion made Akid blush beet red with embarrassment. After a moment of awkward silence, he managed to stammer out a few words. What? Seeing his expression, Levy raised her voice. You don't want to? We won't be able to see each other for a long time. We used to sleep together all the time, but since you came back, we've been sleeping separately. Thinking he was rejecting her, she cried out sadly, are my sleeping habits that terrible? Do I snore? Do I thrash around? Hearing her words, he quickly denied it and agreed to sleep with her. No, it's not that. I'll sleep with you. He worriedly thought to himself, that's right. If we're not going to see each other for a while, her body might not be well. It would be better to help her recover. Then, blushing furiously, he asked aloud, so, would you like to come over to my house? Of course, Levy had no reason to refuse. I would. Looking at her, Akid could only steel himself. I have to be strong. A little later, on a tree branch in the garden, Caleb was relaxing comfortably. Just then, Levy ran up to the very tree he was resting in. She then kicked the tree trunk hard and yelled, Caleb! She shouted her command. Everyone knows you're up there. Get down here. Now! Hearing her call his name, he finally opened his eyes. Seeing Levy below, Caleb smiled brightly and asked, long time no see, my lady. It's not even evening yet. What can I do for you? Hearing his words, she asked irritably, is that any way for an escort knight to talk? At her complaint, he gracefully leaped down from the tree, remarking, "Yes, because freedom means it's always good to talk." He landed softly in front of Lviv. Then he grinned and stated, "Besides, when it comes to climbing, aren't I the best?" Levi let out a huff and reluctantly agreed. "You are." Then she said excitedly, "That's why today I'm giving you a chance to show off your talent." She explained her plan to Caleb. "Pick out a good wine for me, then you can get a bottle for yourself too. I'll create a distraction so you can sneak out 2 bottles." Her plan made him exclaim with delight, "Oh ho!" Despite his excitement, he had to suppress it and ask with concern, "But my lady, isn't even a few drops of brandy too much for your heart? What do you need a whole bottle for?" Of course, Levi wasn't about to tell him Italy. That's a secret. Seeing that she wouldn't be honest with him, he had to refuse to carry out her plan. "Then I refuse. No matter what, you cannot do something so dangerous, my lady." Rejected by him, she immediately fell into a state of panic. But then remembering Caleb's true nature, Levi asked again, "Really?" Knowing she had him figured out, he answered honestly, "No, actually, I want to know because it sounds interesting." "What's the reason?" Pushed into a corner, she could only sigh and say, "Since it's a secret, I have no choice." Then, full of determination, she revealed, "The truth is, I want to conquer a certain man." Furthermore, she wailed with all her might, "He has to leave me behind to go off somewhere because of some other man, the emperor, and whenever I ask him to sleep with me, he's always busy. We won't be able to sleep together for a long time, so I have to take this chance and do it." As soon as she finished speaking, she let out a breath, but in truth, her words were only half-truths. "I'm only half joking about that. He got jealous when I drank with Caleb, so I need to set him straight. As for Caleb, after hearing her out, he suddenly trembled and called out, 'My lady.'" He suddenly placed a firm hand on Levi's shoulder and declared, "If that's the case, then you can only trust in Caleb." With confidence, he proclaimed, "I will bring you something that will guarantee a fiery and passionate youth for you, my lady." Seeing that he had agreed to help, she exclaimed happily, "Caleb, you're the best." However, she still felt something was off. "But what does this have to do with my youth?" In the wine cellar, a cry suddenly rang out, "Ah, my ankle." This cry caught the attention of the guards, making them exclaim, "Huh!" Rushing to check, they found Levi on the ground and ran to her side in concern, asking, "Lady Laviolette, is something wrong?" Levi replied wearily, I suddenly feel a bit dizzy." Though she claimed to be weary, her eyes were still sharp and clear. It turned out this was just her way of luring the wine cellar guards away, letting their guard down so Caleb could seize the opportunity to steal some wine. Of course, the guards were only concerned for her, asking, "Should we call a doctor?" Since she was already acting, she was determined to see it through. So she feigned weakness and said, "It's not that serious. I just need to rest a bit." Weak on the outside, but inside she was cheering with all her might. "Go, Caleb, go." Now one of the guards suggested, "You take care of the lady. I have to go back on patrol. The wine count hasn't been matching up lately." His partner agreed, "All right, I got it." But Leve couldn't let them leave so easily. She quickly feigned pain, clutching her shoulder and crying out, "The shoulder I injured when I was 6. Suddenly, her scream startled the two guards, who asked in unison, "Where does it hurt?" While the two naive guards were worried about Levi, Caleb had successfully slipped into the wine cellar. "What do we do?" "First, let's massage the lady's shoulder, right? I'll take the right side." "I'm so nervous." Seeing that Caleb had made it into the cellar, Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Success. A moment later, he managed to successfully steal the wine. Success! Levi was thrilled and gave him a high five, saying, "It's all thanks to you, Caleb. You worked hard." He replied with amusement, "It was nothing." The reason he was so pleased was that he had also snagged a few bottles of wine for himself. I took a rather large share for myself, too. This left Leve speechless, and she could only remark, Nice. You took plenty. Afterwards, as she carried a jug of wine, she said, I'm going to enjoy this to the fullest before Alan gets here. I need to drink with Akid and have a frank conversation. Seeing her carry the wine and mention Akid, Caleb assumed, could this be a farewell gift? Suddenly, he had an idea. If so, how about something else? A sword tassel. His first suggestion left Levi a bit confused. A sword tassel. Seeing she didn't know the meaning of the gift, he explained, yes, a charm tied to the hilt of a sword. It's a knot made with the wish for a safe return. It's the dream of every knight. Furthermore, he added, usually it's made with the color of one's eyes. But your eyes, my lady. Hearing this, Levi thought for a moment and murmured, A short while later, at Akid's residence, he was pacing back and forth in his room, seemingly worried about something. It turned out he was remembering the day Levi suggested they sleep together, and his invitation for her to come to his house. Sleep with me. Then would you like to come over to my house? Remembering this, he nervously asked himself, why did I say that? Just as he was despairing, no matter how hard I try to leave no regrets, why do I keep getting swept up by Levi? He suddenly heard the sound of a carriage in the courtyard. Through the window, he saw that Levi's carriage had arrived. At that moment, a servant was opening the carriage door for her. As soon as she stepped out, she joyfully hugged Alan and called out loudly, Alan! She asked him in a sweet voice, You're all better now, right? He replied respectfully, Yes, my lady. I have been eagerly awaiting news of you. Hearing this, she quickly suggested, Great, let's go home together when it's time to return. Just then, he noticed the bag she was carrying. My lady, what is in that bag? It looks heavy. Being asked about the bag, she was startled and stammered, Then Levi tried to speak in a normal voice. It's nothing. It's not that heavy. But inside, she was so scared she could faint. Oh no, if Alan finds out, he'll definitely take it from me. What do I do? In that instant, someone suddenly took her hand. Levi looked over and saw that the person holding her hand was Akid. Seeing her savior had arrived, she was so happy she called out loudly, Akid-sa! As for him, he was panting as he said, Hello, Levi, I came out to meet you. Suddenly, Levi placed both hands on his chest. She unexpectedly leaned into his embrace and turned to Alan, saying, I'll be fine with Akid. Alan, go and pack our things. Alan, seeing her trying to change the subject about the bag, said loudly, In that case, please give me that bag as well. But she ignored him and whispered a request. Akid, don't ask any questions. Just give me a hug. Following her words, Akid lifted her into his arms. Acting as if nothing was wrong, she reassured Alan, Akid will take me back, so don't worry. I'm leaving now. At this point, Alan could only watch helplessly as she left. She urgently ordered, Let's go, Akid. It was a mystery what she'd done to make Akid so obedient. Okay. And so, while carrying her, he flashed a strange smile at Alan. Alan himself wondered why he was suddenly smiling like that. He was so bewildered he asked himself it must just be his mood, but it looks like Sir Akid is smiling. As for Levi, while being carried in Akid's arms, she asked in confusion, But Akid, were you in such a hurry to come back? Your hair is all messed up. Question like that, he didn't dare tell the truth and just stammered, Is that so? Later, he brought her to his private room and then sighed wearily, You're heavier than I thought. He looked at the pile of things she brought and asked helplessly, Is it because you brought all this stuff? She admitted it without hesitation. That's right. But if I only prepared after getting here, how could we have a secret drinking party? At that moment, Akid was pouring wine and asked worriedly, Are you sure it's okay to drink? What if your heart starts racing? Levi couldn't care less and urged him on, of course. Hurry up and pour me some. She then added confidently, Besides, you said that when I'm with you, I can do anything. Seeing her insistence, he had no choice but to do as she wished. I did say that, but... His hand touched hers as he gently said, I didn't mean for you to use it for times like this. Now, the sound of glasses clinking filled the air. Levi sipped her wine and asked cheerfully, Caleb said, "This is a very good wine. It smells great, doesn't it?" Seeing her drinking wine like it was water, Akid quickly reminded her, "Drink slowly, or you'll get drunk." However, she paid little attention to his warning, gripping his hand tightly and declaring, "Oh, please, having you next to me is the antidote." "So, what's the problem?" Even though she said that, he still worriedly said, "I can't be sure if my healing ability can detoxify alcohol. I've never researched anything like that." Seeing him talk so much, she directly pinched his mouth shut and said, "Nagging like that isn't any fun." Then Livy sighed and said petulantly, "I prepared all of this because I wanted to see what you'd like. Why do you keep saying things that kill the mood? Besides, shouldn't I be the one worrying?" Her words made Akid smile and ask, "Are you worried I'll get hurt?" This question made her fall silent for a moment before she replied firmly, "No, you won't get hurt." From what she knew from reading the novel, not only would he not get hurt, but he would also achieve great things. You will safely defeat the enemy commanders and achieve many great merits. You will return more magnificent than anyone else. Her words made Akid's face turn beet red. He thought she was just saying that because she believed in him, so he said happily, "Isn't it wonderful that you trust me so much?" She suddenly leaned on his shoulder and replied hesitantly, "That's just how I am." After she said that, she suddenly went quiet, leaving Akid confused. A moment later, he asked, "Levi, are you asleep?" Right now, with her head spinning from the wine, Levi had only one thought. "I need to lift this heavy weight, but it seems I'm too late." Akid, thinking she was drunk, quickly suggested, "If you're going to sleep, you should lie down on the bed." However, before he could help her to the bed, she suddenly shot up and yelled, "No!" Facing his bewildered expression, she roared, "Why would you say I'm asleep?" It seemed the alcohol had made her go crazy as she screamed, "I haven't even been complimented once." The moment those words left her lips, the atmosphere became more awkward than ever. And then, it's unclear which of them was so startled that they let out a gasp. "Huh?" This sudden turn of events left Akid bewildered and he stammered out, "La Levi!" In his mind, he suddenly remembered when Levi had pinched his mouth shut and realized, ever since she let go, and so he cried out, "I'm sorry. Let me heal you right now." However, Levi loudly refused. "No way." Then she suddenly started looking for something, "Because I have something I want to give you." "Where is it?" Hearing her, he asked, puzzled, "What is it?" It seemed she couldn't find it, so she suddenly cried out in frustration and placed both hands on his face. "Arg! I don't know." Probably because of the alcohol, she became bold enough to demand, "I want to kiss you first." Time passed, and the next morning arrived. Levi woke up in bed and wondered, is it morning already? What happened in the end? She stared blankly at the empty space beside her, wondering why there was no one next to her. She immediately sat up and 1,000 questions raced through her mind. Was Akid really with me? What happened last night? A wave of anxiety washed over her as she realized, I don't remember anything. And so, Levi screamed again. "What happened? Is anyone out there?" Alan, who was outside, heard her scream and rushed in, calling out worriedly, "Levi!" As soon as she saw him, she ran to him and asked in a panic, "Alan, where am I?" He gently reassured her, "This is the guest room of the Enoch residence. Please rest assured, I am here with you." Hearing his words, she let out a sigh of relief. But there was one problem that made her hesitate. "I see. But..." Alan's helpless expression made Levi a bit flustered. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Of course, Alan played dumb to her question and replied, "Pardon? Looking at you how?" Without any prompting, she confessed about the drinking last night. "Is it because I secretly drank alcohol? I only had one glass. No, just a sip." Helpless against her antics, he could only sigh, deny it, and ask, "It's not that. Don't you remember anything else?" Now that he mentioned it, she really didn't remember much, except for something else. I don't really remember. I just remember talking with Akid. Suddenly, a memory of her pinning Akid down flashed in her mind. This made Levay panic slightly as she told herself, I feel like I'm starting to remember something. While drinking, my fever suddenly spiked and I felt nauseous. Another fragment of memory, with Akid's panicked cry, echoed in her head. Levy, Levy, please. His embarrassed expression as he rejected her. This isn't right. An important piece of memory was cut short, making her freeze. Levy screamed internally in panic. It can't be. At the same time, in Akid's room, he was examining a cut on the corner of his lip in the mirror. He remarked to himself as he saw the wound, I still feel a bit dazed from last night. Last night, the wind blew into the room, mingling with his pleading voice. Levy, please. He tried to refuse Levay. This isn't right. However, Levay insisted, it's fine. Just as she kissed Akid, he managed to say his last words. You're really drunk right now. You'll definitely regret this when you wake up tomorrow. Her kiss made him stiffen and blush. After the kiss, she said with dissatisfaction, Why are you so stubborn? This isn't the way to ensure your safe return. Her words left Act wondering in confusion. What is she talking about? In that moment of crises, he prayed for Alan to come and save him. If Alan doesn't come by, something terrible is going to happen. And lucky for him, Alan opened the door and walked in right at that moment. He saw what he shouldn't have seen while saying, I've finished packing. Let's go home now. Of course, the scene shocked him so much that he screamed, Levy, what do you think you're doing? Back in the present, Akid was thinking about Levy. I rushed her to sleep in the guest room. She must be awake by now. Suddenly, he heard a commotion outside and wondered, why is it so noisy out there? It turned out to be Levy trying to persuade Alan. Alan, don't stop me! I need to see Cade right now. However, Alan tried to hold her back. Please wait a moment. Sir Akid needs some time as well. But she wouldn't listen and directly asked him, If you're going to stop me like this, then why don't you tell me what I did? Being asked like that, he played dumb again. I don't know the exact details. Despite that, she persisted. Then just tell me what you saw. And just as he was about to recount the scene he had witnessed last night, Akid suddenly threw open his door. The thing is, my lady, you attacked Sir Akid. As if appearing so suddenly wasn't enough, he even spoke up shyly. Hello, Levy. Seeing him greet her, Levy thought to herself in embarrassment. How can he be so calm at a time like this? But she still managed to force a greeting back. Good morning, Akid. Then, for some reason, the young man and woman were lost in their own embarrassed thoughts. The man thought in confusion, I was in such a hurry to stop Alan that I rushed out too fast. The woman wondered, I don't remember anything, but why do I feel so regretful? Alan, seeing this scene, felt helpless. So he directly pushed Levy into Akid's room and said there's no other way. I'll go call the carriage so you two can talk about your unfinished business. His action made Levy panic and cry out, Alan, why would you do that? You're my escort. Her words ignited his anger, and he replied with a smile that was also a warning. Officially, I'm still on leave, so I'll do as I please. This is also your punishment for bullying me yesterday. So you'd better talk things out. And so, Levy was locked in the room with Akid. She could only shed frustrated tears and tell herself, this is so unfair. Alan, how could you abandon me at a time like this? She was so worried she asked herself, what should I do now? Then she gathered all her courage and called out, Akid. After calling his name, she quickly made a decision. I don't know anything. I'll just apologize first. And with that thought, she immediately bowed her head and sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. Please don't cut ties with me. When Akid heard that Levay didn't remember anything about last night, he asked happily, Wait, Levay, you really don't remember? Levay confirmed with embarrassment, yeah. Seeing her confirmation, he wondered, then why are you apologizing? His question left her speechless. After stammering for a moment, she asked sincerely, "Did I do something wrong to you?" Akid replied bluntly, "No." As soon as he received it, he was so delighted he asked in a low voice, "Is this a sword tassel?" Hearing that, she explained shyly, "Yeah, I was supposed to give it to you yesterday, but I guess I was too drunk and forgot. Can't this make up for what happened yesterday?" Suddenly, Akid asked with concern, "Did you make this? Did you hurt your fingers?" His words of concern were misunderstood by Levi, and she exclaimed, "I may not be good with a needle, but I'm good at making things like this." Furthermore, she petulantly tried to take the item back. "If you don't believe me, then don't take it." "I'll take it back." Of course, he didn't let her take it back and instead pulled her into a hug. Akid said gently and happily, "Like I was just kidding, of course. I believe you." He stroked Levi's hair and affirmed, "There's no way I wouldn't recognize the color of your hair." Then he promised, "Thank you. I will return safely." Hearing that, Levi replied softly, "Okay, travel safely, Akid." And 2 days later, Akid left. Just like in the novel, as each page turns, wouldn't it be wonderful if time just passed by? Yes. In any case, preparing for a farewell is difficult. The longing always lingers. As Levi stood by the window, watching for Akid to leave with the army for battle, Alan approached and said, "My lady, you won't be able to see him from here." Lavi replied softly, "I know." Even though she knew she wouldn't be able to see Akid anymore, she remained determined. "However, I will still wait." And so what was to come came. Although there was no news from Akid for the next 3 years, the war began and the entire sky was stained a deep crimson. The commander-in-chief leading the attack, Duke Enoch, mounted on his horse, raised his sword and rallied the troops to advance. The armies of Prince Felix, Rose, and Cade led the southern front. The enemy's morale seemed to have diminished slightly, but in every battle, our side suffered no small losses. The enemy's allies also stood firm, and the war was not yet over. Dawn broke, and the sun's rays crept up from behind the mountains, illuminating the blood-stained sword stuck in the ground and the remnants of the war. The scene shifts to the DA residence with warm sunshine, lush green leaves, and energetic butterflies. Time passed just like that. At the residence, Levi met with other noble ladies and gentlemen, socializing and passing the time, until the red maple leaves appeared, rustling in the air, heralding the arrival of autumn. Then came the time when dry leaves fell gently from the branches, until the trees were bare, with no trace of leaves, and white snow fell, blanketing the treetops. The scenery was visible through the window of the residence as Levi wrote a letter to her childhood friend. It is winter now, and the residence is dotted with white snowflakes. Levi wrote worriedly in her letter, "Is Akid still doing well? You're in the south, so it's warm, but I'm always worried you might catch a cold." Her appearance had now matured significantly. Her golden hair captivated many young men at the temple, making them blush shyly. In the letter, she added more about her brilliant older brother for her friend to hear. "My brother is still doing well. I heard he was recently recognized in the Imperial Palace. It seems he also corresponds frequently with Lady Rose." She knew this because she had often hidden behind her brother to secretly read their letters. Fortunately, the two of them are not separated this time, but she stood before the statue of the goddess. With her hands clasped and her face flushed, a murderous aura emanated from her, causing the young men who were just blushing to immediately turn pale with fear. She screamed silently in her heart, "Why haven't you written me back? I only hear news of you through Lady Rose's letters or articles." She furrowed her brow in anger, the flames of her rage burning as if to incinerate the place. She continued, "Besides, the papers aren't even reliable. They said your hair is red." She remembered finding an article about him and demanding her brother fix the information. "Brother, you have to request a correction immediately." Her brother had sweated nervously, asking, "Are you sure about this?" Then, the fire burning in her heart was suddenly extinguished. Her clasped hands tightened. The tone in her letter also softened as she poured out her heart. I know it's difficult to write back. But, her cheeks blushed, her hand near her mouth, her eyelashes lowered. I miss you. The letter ended with those 3 sincere and heartfelt words. Outside the temple, although it was winter, it was indeed a beautiful sunny day. The sunlight pierced through the white snow, making the place even more magnificent. Alan, waiting in the hall, saw Lavia approach. He held a coat in one hand and offered the other to help her. You took quite a while today. Levi placed her hand on his and replied cheerfully. Yes, I was praying for a little longer. She bit her finger, furrowed her brow, and thought, why isn't it working? In this situation, there were many people in the temple. Why are there so many people? She grumbled, not noticing Alan glaring at the young men who were secretly glancing at her. Their eyes red. His gaze was like a warning for them not to look at his lady. She said, annoyed, I really don't understand the reason. He pulled her hand to leave. Then let's go back. She suddenly reacted. No. I have to do what I do every day. Every time she came to the temple, there was something she couldn't miss. Her eyes widened, sparkling. That task was to find a young priest with strong holy power? With that thought, she hid behind a large wall, holding a piece of paper, her eyes shining with anticipation, scanning all the young male priests to find a suitable candidate. Alan watched in confusion as she scribbled notes on a piece of paper. If you need holy power, wouldn't a high priest be better? Why are you so fixated on finding a young priest? She replied with a mischievous grin. Alan, isn't it about time I started looking? What do you think I want with a boy my age? Her words struck Alan like a bolt of lightning. He was startled into realization. Could it be? Levi excitedly looked up at him. That's right, marriage. What do you think? This sparked a quarrel between them. What are you thinking? I'm almost 20. It's possible, you know. His face darkened, and he asked with a tremor in his voice, So, the man you just met recently? Should he meet a priest too? He asked in astonishment. All the men you've met so far? She replied cheerfully, Yep. While Alan was petrified, he turned away, leaned his hand against the wall, and slumped in sadness. Levi closed her book and casually replied, But it seems I don't have a good eye for men. Why is every man I meet so special? She grimly listed the romantic encounters she'd had. One was already married, another was trying to use me as a stepping stone to raise his status. One was a cheater, and one was only 15 but lied about his age. And there was even one who was overly touchy. As she said this, they both simultaneously thought of that lying priest. That time, he had grabbed Levi's hand tightly. Alan remarked with a click of his tongue, That guy was terrible. But that guy wasn't a knight, was he? Thanks to you, we fought. Indeed, that day he had stood in front of her, his sharp sword drawn, while the liar trembled in fear. She raised an eyebrow and explained, Caleb lied and said that a knight could also have healing abilities. Sorry. But my lady, have you written about those men in your letters to Akid? He suddenly asked. She replied, I don't know. She turned her face away. Of course. Whether he had read it or not at that moment on the southern front, that very letter had been opened and was lying neatly on Akid's desk. Next to it were many other envelopes, all handwritten letters from Levine. Akid gently tightened his gloves. Then he attached his sword to his belt. His pink hair and handsome face were highlighted by his sturdy armor, especially the charming mole under his eye. At that moment, a figure lifted the tent flap and called inside, Captain, are you here? I have prepared everything you asked for. Akid turned his head, his gaze sharp as he asked, Levin, where were we ambushed last time? In the Lucina forest, sir, Levine stammered in reply. Hearing this, Akid clenched the paper in his hand. In that case, there's a high chance they're still lurking there, right? Hearing Akid's words, he hesitated, his hand still on the tent flap. What? That place? Akid walked past him casually. We will depart early tomorrow morning. I have provided enough food and rest for a week. The man frantically called after him. Wait! Wait a minute, Commander! What about permission from the Commander-in-Chief? Those words stopped him in his tracks. He paused for a moment, then turned back. With a cold, nonchalant expression, he replied, If we win, it won't be a problem. It seemed Levy's letters had stoked his impatience, and now the only thing he wanted was to end this, to end the war and return quickly. Hearing this, Levine angrily followed behind him, nagging, It's not that simple of an issue. Let's talk for a bit. Where are you planning to go now? Akid sighed. I want to go north. And so he entered the forest alone. The trees here were lush and green, truly warm. A stark contrast to the white blanket covering the residence and the biting cold. The biting cold of the place where Levy was. With a thud, an unfortunate tree took the blow. A powerful punch from Cade. He lowered his head, a dark aura enveloping him. His face was as gloomy as a student who'd just bombed their final exams as he grumbled, Boyfriends? What are Werner and Alan even doing? She's almost 20. Of course she can meet people, but this is unacceptable. Their character is not good at all. And why are they all priests? Is it because she goes to the temple so often? Thinking this, he imagined a beautiful Levy in an elegant white dress, standing next to some priest in a white suit, obscured by a white veil, like a wedding ceremony. Then he thought sadly about his own relationship with her. For us, even though we've lived together for so long, we can't become lovers. And why he wanted to end the war so quickly. Damn it. He leaned his head against the tree trunk in frustration. Those beasts, what have they done to a child who is slow to understand romantic feelings? He hadn't thought Levy would approach someone first. He glared with wet, resentful, murderous eyes. The aura around him intensified. At the military encampment where he was stationed, the sky was gloomy, covered by a thick fog, but he couldn't stop thinking. 4, no, more than 5 of them. What should I do when I go back? Back to Levy's side. She suddenly sneezed. Alan rushed over with a coat, about to put it on her. Oh my! Have you caught a cold? She shivered slightly. No, I just suddenly felt a chill. I wonder why. In the south, where Akid's army was camped, night had fallen. In the distance, a group of 3 people were warming themselves by a fire in front of a tent. Akid grimly crossed his fingers. I want to go back immediately. If only I could write a letter. He furrowed his brow, recalling the time he was preparing to go to war. Why are we not allowed to write letters? Those were the words Duke Enoch, his father, had exclaimed when he learned they were forbidden to write letters. At that time, he had been furious, slamming the table and asking the other person, because it's dangerous? The explanation they received was simply that letters from high-ranking nobles were sent through the royal family. I can't grasp their intentions exactly. We must try to prevent our information from being intercepted. Whether it's the external circumstances or the emotional vulnerability, he suddenly shot to his feet, staring at the hot, flickering flames. He bit his lower lip. The more he thought, the angrier he became. What vulnerability? It's just personal correspondence. Could Levy really be a spy for the royal family? He couldn't imagine her holding a letter, her whole being in the palm of the royal family. Asterisk, crack. Asterisk. The fire of anger within him could no longer be contained and erupted, even larger than the campfire. This sight made the 2 people opposite him break out in a cold sweat, while the other jumped in fright. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! The 2 sitting on the other side whispered to each other. It's because of that pink letter again, isn't it? 3 months ago, when he received a gift, everything went haywire. The other man with a freckled face replied, I really don't want to remember that day. That terrifying memory was stirred up. A town engulfed in raging flames, red blood pooling all over the ground. Akid's boots, stained with fresh blood, stood next to the blonde hair of some unfortunate victim on the ground. Usually, when a letter arrives, he's in a hurry. That day, we also witnessed a raid on a civilian house. Thinking back, he was like a madman who wiped out all the remnants in that area. The image of Akid appeared in their minds. A tall figure with soulless eyes, his clothes stained with fresh blood. The scene at that time was extremely terrifying. Luckily, George had arrived in time and stopped him. That fearsome face was deeply etched in their memories. They whispered to each other, "If Rose hadn't stopped him that day, we might have been cut down too." He was covered in so much blood. Even his hair was red. Perhaps this was why the articles reporting on him described his hair as red. They both sighed, exhausted. Who on earth sent that letter to make him like that? Outside the tent, it was quiet. Only Rose's voice echoed from within. "Look here, it seems there's an interesting plan. Let's lead the charge with the Legion," Rose suggested, enthusiastically, resting her sword on her hand. Hearing this, Akid irritably slammed his sword on the table. "Even if I don't know what you heard, or if they'll even come, the answer is no." Rose crossed her arms and smiled. "I know you'll act even without my permission. It would be awkward if you failed." He was speechless, glancing at her with a look of suspicion. She smiled innocently. "You should at least hear the plan." Then she pointed to a drawing on the map and began to outline the strategy. "The terrain is advantageous to the enemy. We will set up all the traps underground and in the trees." The scene of a forest full of traps and arrows pointing straight down flashed by. Then she took out the plan documents. "But anyway, this is a joint operation. Taking advantage of our individual strengths, this time we will strike first. When morning comes, the unit will attract everyone's attention. Then we will carry out the mission according to the strategy. Got it? Once the foot soldiers leave the center of the forest, our troops will find the enemy's commander-in-chief on the opposite side." A scene of Akid leading his troops was shown. Rose pointed to herself. "Then I'll get information from that guy. I'm very confident in that kind of work." He stood beside her, furrowing his brow and staring, speechless. He asked seriously, "What will you do to help me? I know you don't particularly like me." Hearing that, she gave a faint smile and said, "What are you talking about? I've always wanted to be on good terms with Marquise Enoch, though I doubt you'd believe me even if I said so." Then she laughed loudly and walked over to pat his shoulder. "This is for personal reasons, just like you. I also have a reason to return home early," and she said this. The yellow tassel on her sword, which looked like familiar hair, swayed. The flickering flames outside the tent were gradually dying down. The freckle-faced man from before was holding a crate of weapons and turned to ask the other man, "Oh, right. Have you seen Rose's and Sir Akid's sword tassels?" "Yeah, they're the same color, right?" the other man replied. "Could it be that they made them for each other?" he asked doubtfully, but the other man quickly dismissed the idea. "No way. Whenever they meet, the air turns frosty." "They're in love with the same person?" he declared with utter confidence. The brown-haired soldier gasped. "So they're love rivals." An image of a blushing Werner awkwardly caught between the two powerful pursuers flashed through their minds. What a tough spot to be in. But neither of them expected that their conversation had been overheard by Rose and Akid. Akid said with a dark expression, "Whatever the case, that sword tassel is putting me in a bad mood. Can you take it off? Why are you saying such strange things?" Rose also sighed helplessly. "Why me? If anyone should take it off, it should be you, Sir Akid. Sir Akid's is a symbol of friendship, but mine is a charm from my fiancé," she boasted with a face that could reach the heavens. A flood of memories came rushing back to that day. The Salome residence before the day of departure. A voice echoed from within the mansion. "Even if he is my fiancé, I must be rude now." Rose, wearing only a nightgown with a pink robe loosely draped over her shoulders, smiled and asked, "What brings you here, Marquis?" Werner stood at the door, impeccably dressed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Seeing his appearance, she chuckled to herself. "He looks like a puppy caught in the rain again." Wanting to tease him unreasonably, she asked, "I wonder if you'd like to take back what you said last time?" Hearing this, Werner flinched, his face turning even redder. He truly looked like an adorable puppy. He grabbed her arm and quickly explained, "It's not that." Then he took the opportunity to pull her into his embrace. Nestled in his chest, her cheeks flushed with pleasure. This is an unexpected reaction. But why is his body temperature so high? She softly called his name. Marquise? He bowed his head, his face as red as a tomato. "Please be careful on your journey. You must reply to my letters," he shyly instructed her. His appearance at this moment was as beautiful as golden daffodils gently opening their petals. She was stunned for a moment, perhaps because of his current appearance. She widened her bright golden eyes. She thought deeply, "I am a knight before I am anyone's wife. I have never hesitated to go to war." But thinking this, she gently raised her soft hands. She lightly touched his handsome face. "I wonder if I'll regret not being able to see this expression again." At her sudden action, he shyly struggled away. "That's right. I have something I want to give you." Hearing that, she turned her face to the side and coughed. "What is it?" He also shyly turned away. Because as he spoke, he took out a handmade tassel made of thread that looked like his own golden hair. The item, though not lavish or eye-catching, contained the delicate and meticulous work of its maker. "I heard that carrying this is good luck," he said, shyly covering his face. This surprised her, and she stood frozen in place for a long time, holding the tassel he had given her. He coughed. "If you're not satisfied, there's nothing I can do." But she carefully examined his hair and helplessly came to a conclusion in her mind. Come to think of it, one side of his hair is strangely shorter. Having delivered the gift, he quickly said his goodbyes. "Well then, I'll be leaving." But just as he lifted his foot to turn, she hastily stopped him. "Wait." Then she pulled him down and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek. She quickly let go while one hand still cupped his cheek. 5 years? "No, just wait 3 years," she said to his astonishment. "I'm waiting to see what you'll do when I return." She smiled, but her face showed a calculating and cunning expression. Back in the present, after explaining the whole story to Akid, she stroked her red hair. "Because of that, I made a promise." He furrowed his brow, annoyed. "I don't know, but I'm a little irritated." Rose, perhaps eager to see her fiancé, urged Akid on. "My reaction so far means I'm dissatisfied, so let's end this war quickly." Time passed, and spring came again. The clusters of golden daffodils stretched towards the warm spring sun. The imperial army began its attack on Louisiana and won consecutive victories. 7 enemy commanders were executed at the hands of Marquis Enoch. They recovered most of the territory lost in the past. Articles about the victory and portraits of the leaders were printed and spread across the nation's newspapers. Levi hugged a stack of newspapers and smiled joyfully. Lately, it's been all good news about Akid. She bit her finger, her face grim as she looked at the newspaper in her hand. But why is only Akid's army being pushed to the brink? Is it because he's too kind and being taken advantage of? In the midst of her thoughts, a voice cut through. "Levi, if you keep being pushed, you'll get hurt." A hand reached out to support her bleeding arm. It turned out to be Tess, the princess with brown hair and golden eyes. She gently took her hand and said kindly, "Look, you're already bleeding." Levi's eyes sparkled, her face as joyful as if she'd struck gold. Ah, paradise. The other priests used their holy power, but this is the first time it's been used like this. "His face is cute and kind too," she thought with delight, admiring his beautiful face. Tess had a gentle appearance, like a fragrant jasmine or a noble white rose. Her aura exuded politeness and elegance. She silently recalled his name. "This is Tess. This is the priest I've been seeing frequently lately. Perhaps because he hasn't been in the capital for long. He's not like the other priests who are influenced by material ambitions. From the very first time, he took care of me unconditionally." She recalled their first meeting when he used his magic to heal her wound. Moreover, the strangely pure atmosphere reminded her of Akid. She looked at his kind face and compared them. Then she blushed, pressing the newspaper to her chest as she thought of her dear friend and sighed. Of course, Akid is a little cuter. Then she assessed him again. Unlike the other trash I've met, he looks very elegant and tidy. Tess closed his eyes and began to use his magic to heal Levi's wound. Levi closed her eyes, smiled, and thought, is my life going smoothly now? After finishing healing Levi, Tess opened his eyes and noticed the newspaper in her hand. That newspaper seems to be about someone very close to you. That's right, he's my best friend. He's young, but his achievements are outstanding, aren't they? She replied with great pride, introducing her friend on the battlefield. He's really adorable. With that, she held out the newspaper in front of him. A large picture of Akid was printed right at the top of the page, hitting him straight in the eyes. He glanced at the article, Akid Enoch. Then he replied with a surprised tone, so he's Duke Enoch's friend. At some point, the two of them had moved to a long bench in front of the church to chat. Tess spoke first. No wonder you come here so often, Livy. It was for your prayers for him, wasn't it? I thought you came because you missed me. I feel a bit embarrassed now. He said this while laughing and blushing. Levi's mouth fell open and she blushed awkwardly. She was shocked and thought to herself, what? Does this person like me too? This is only our 5th meeting. Perhaps it's time to start meeting more seriously. With that thought, she spoke first, her hand tightening on the newspaper. Tess, at that moment, he let go of her hand. Ah, the treatment is finished. She widened her eyes in surprise and looked at her hand. There was a small scar where the wound had been. She thought to herself, the bleeding has stopped, but it left a scar. His healing ability is definitely weaker than Akid's. That's right. Akid would pour all his energy into it until I was completely healed. Thinking of Vizki, she suddenly remembered that familiar figure. She sighed and pressed a hand to her cheek. Is it because we have the same healing ability? No matter who I meet, I always compare them to Akid. Tess suddenly stood up, smiling brightly. Well, I'm off. You have to take care of yourself. She looked up and said goodbye. Thank you so much, Tess. Then she thought to herself, I'll probably tell him next time. At Levi's residence, it was already dark. A voice echoed from inside, no. Huh? Levi, sitting on a chair, reacted to Alan, who was drying her hair. You absolutely cannot meet that priest today. She looked annoyed and turned to look at him. What? Why the sudden change? Anyway, there isn't a single priest who's caught your eye, Alan. He furrowed his brow and muttered, this time that's not the issue. That person's background is unclear. Hearing that, she angrily scolded him. Don't tell me you investigated him behind my back. He quickly turned his head away to avoid her probing gaze. Your tendency to, no, your luck with men is terrible. Hearing that, she was speechless. Oh my, I can't deny that. But then she stretched out her legs and suspiciously asked Alan, what's going on? You don't usually say much when I meet other priests. Alan, while opening a box to take out a ribbon and comb, said, that person came to the capital immediately without completing his internship. No matter how you look at it, it's not right. Maybe Alan's intuition is better than I thought. She rested her chin on her hand and replied. He gently combed through her golden locks. Even so, it's not normal to not be able to find any trace of his past. She wrinkled her nose and thought, oh, honestly, Alan is so stubborn. I don't think so. Then she spoke up. When it comes to nagging me, Alan, you're very good at it. Me? What about me? I've liked him for a long time. I've figured it out. Alan isn't good at dating either. He quickly tried to explain. Really, I can't. She bristled like a cat and retorted. Oh, honestly, Alan is so stubborn. When it comes to nagging me, Alan, you're very good at it. He froze for a moment. Me? What about me? Never mind. She raised a finger and said in a knowledgeable tone, Alan isn't good at dating either. I heard he's been dumped every single time until now. Those words were like an arrow straight to his heart. His face turned as black as the bottom of a pot and he stood frozen. He moved like a robot with a dead battery, his eyes avoiding hers. I just plan to live alone. Why? She stood up and questioned him. She rested her chin on her hand and looked at him with dagger-like eyes. It's not like you haven't dated at all. You're handsome, have a respectable job, and very long vacations. So what's the problem? He didn't know. He looked away, recalling, the problem is, all of his dates had complained about the same issue. The first girl with short hair had scolded him, "Can't you stop talking about your lady for one moment?" Another blonde girl had also said, "How can you say the exact same things every time we meet?" Then a brunette had even cried, hastily wiping her tears with a handkerchief while continuing to scold him, "Is your lady all you know? It's so boring." And then all 3 meetings had ended with the same angry line, "If your lady is so great, then you should just date her instead." Back in the present, he thought to himself, I absolutely cannot say that. So he just gave a light reply, dismissing all the problems. I don't know. Hearing that, she propped her hand on her chin in dissatisfaction and sighed, honestly. Is this the time to be laughing like that? Alan, you idiot. Asterisk, knock knock, dot asterisk. Suddenly a knock came from the door. Alan gently opened it and peeked out. It was Jenny. She must have rushed here as she was sweating profusely and panting. She was holding a letter and asked Alan, "Excuse me, is the lady sleeping?" He placed a hand on the door. "What are you doing here at this hour?" This is... A letter from Sir Akid has arrived." The words reached Levi, who was lying in bed, and she shot up awake. She ran to the door and snatched the letter, her slippers not even on properly. "Give it to me, quick!" She held the letter and paper in her hands, so stunned, it felt like a dream. The moment the crimson envelope was opened, a neatly written letter was revealed. Tears welled up in her eyes. She read each straight line of the letter, overwhelmed with emotion. "Levi, the war is over." She clutched the letter to her chest, moved to tears. "It's finally over." "My lady!" Jenny called out softly, worried. Both Alan and Jenny had flushed cheeks, touched by the moment. Levi was now incredibly happy. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, the corners of her lips curved up gently, and a warm fire spread throughout her body. Her blonde hair cascaded over her shoulders. Akid is coming back. The green banner of victory fluttered in the vast sky. Rose, Akid, and Duke Enoch stood amidst the bodies lying strewn across the ground, their cloaks billowing softly in the wind. Rose gently brushed her red hair, which flowed like a brilliant silk ribbon in the evening breeze. Akid's hair was tousled by the wind, his face smudged with dirt and scratches, but his eyes were firm and calm after the fierce battle. Now there was nothing holding him back from returning home to meet the friend who was still waiting for him. The letter ended with 2 lines full of hope. "I'm coming home now. Cherish your friends." End of part 1. Please subscribe to the Gay on Me G channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. A hand took a cloth and carefully wiped the bloodstain on it. "What have you been wiping this whole time?" Akid stood there, wiping the object in his hand over and over. "It got blood on it during the final battle." Hearing the boy speak, Zeus, who was petting his horse nearby, asked, puzzled, "Can't you just wash that?" Akid's face suddenly darkened and his voice dropped a tone. "I don't like things that are dirty. My own blood included." The boy's words made Rose stare in shock. It's his own blood. Suddenly, a voice rang out, catching both of their attention. "There are 2 people over there." Felix ran over excitedly from a distance to greet them. "Are you heading back already?" Rose cheerfully pointed to herself, looking pleased. "That's right. You're welcome, by the way." "Because I was able to monopolize the negotiation talks." He stood opposite her and chuckled softly. "It would have been great if you had stayed to help us instead of returning." Philip's face showed clear respect as he looked towards Jones and proposed. "Wasn't it the 2 of you who secured the enemy's surrender? I want to properly reward Marquise Jones and Duke Enoch." As he was expressing his feelings, Akid quickly cut in. "Your Highness, even the negotiation position isn't that soft." Rose beside him quickly added, "Because we have the advantage, we must negotiate carefully." His expression was one of embarrassment. "It's completely out of the question." Seeing that their business was done, Rose quickly left with the boy. "So where are we going?" Philip sighed and bid them farewell. "There's no other way. See you at the Imperial Palace." And just like that, the two of them left quickly. Watching from behind, Felix rested his chin on his hand and sighed. They look like they're dying of happiness. Up ahead, a blushing Akid looked at Rose beside him. "I've prepared a carriage." "Great, let's go together." Under the beautiful evening sky, Felix clasped his hands and watched them relax. It won't be long before there's news of a wedding. A carriage was moving straight ahead. Inside the carriage, Rose hugged her shoulders and sighed, complaining to Akid, as expected, "It's because of you that I had such a hard time." She looked at the boy with an affectionate gaze. "If we're going to the capital, riding a horse would be better, wouldn't it?" Opposite her, Akid looked out the window. "I don't know. Don't mind me. Just do as you please." With Akid's permission, Rose crossed her arms and asked further, "Does that mean we don't have to go together anymore?" "I'm going to become a member of the D family anyway, so wouldn't it be better for us to live happily together?" Akid continued calmly. "It's a political marriage, after all." Hearing this, Rose covered her mouth and burst out laughing. "It's still better than someone who can't even talk about marriage. Understand?" An image of Levi and Akid looking at each other shyly, unable to be just friends. If they maintained this distance, nothing would ever change between them. The boy's face darkened as he questioned, "Is it fun to provoke me?" Rose smiled brightly, expressing her feelings. "Yes, it was my only joy during the war. Since I couldn't do it for a long time, I'm trying to do it as much as possible now." Damn. The carriage hovered in the air as it began to enter the palace grounds. Even though he desperately wanted to see Levi as soon as possible. Looking out the window, she quickly reminded Akid of his duty. "We need to find out what His Majesty is thinking. Otherwise, even when we return, we'll have to watch out for the royal family's eyes." With a sad look, the boy remained silent. The entire sky was dark, without a single star. "I know, even without you telling me. The ruined houses in a sea of fire, the war, the royal family, and the priests. Why are there so many things against us? I just want to be with Levi." A heartfelt letter with an image of Levi holding a bouquet of flowers in someone's arms. "Cade, I've met someone." Thinking of this, Akid's face darkened and he lowered his head in thought. "I can't take this anymore." The boy wanted to hold Levi's hand tightly. "The place beside Levi is mine." To hold the girl in his arms for a long time. "I don't want our relationship to be hindered anymore." Just that thought made Akid's pupils constrict. "I just need to keep telling her I like her." The boy's hand gently held a vibrant red rose. "How can I make sure you don't run away?" Back at a luxurious mansion, a knock came from inside. Asterisk, knock, knock, asterisk. Alan stood looking at Levi lying tiredly in bed. "You're awake? The doctor said you have a cold, which is why your body aches." The girl's face darkened. "No wonder I felt dizzy and was coughing." Levi covered her mouth. "That's strange. I was fine until yesterday." By the window, Alan gripped the lock and looked back at the girl. "Perhaps you fell ill because you were relieved after receiving Sir Akid's letter. Stress can make you tired immediately." Quickly, he rushed over to tuck Levi in. "For now, just rest well." "Oh my!" Lying in bed, the girl's face was flushed. Was I subconsciously stressed? Levi remembered the time when they were children, playing happily together. When Akid left, the sad days increased. I realized that the peace I had enjoyed until now was just an illusion. Suddenly, Akid let go of the girl's hand, the hand that had held his since she was 7. An action that stunned Levi? It was just an illusion, precariously maintained. The girl, who felt trapped, saw iron shackles around her ankle. "This is my reality." Thinking of that, Levi huddled and pulled the blanket tighter. At times like this, if only Akid were here. Then she looked up at the ceiling. "Nope, that's not a good thought." An image of Akid peeking at Felix from behind a wall. Akid has his own life. I'm not a child anymore. I have to overcome this on my own now. In just a few seconds, a trembling Levi sat up, startling Alan. I'm going out. He held a tray with water and medicine, trying to persuade Levine. What are you talking about? On days like this, you should just rest. At his words, the girl screamed, Don't stop me. You don't understand my feelings, Alan. Levi's attitude left Alan stunned and confused. The girl spoke in a tired voice. The being sick is truly terrible. But, gripping the bedsheet, Levi blushed. What's worse is just lying here. After just a few seconds, a spark of determination flashed in her eyes. The girl got out of bed and took a trembling step. As Levi walked, she steadied herself and thought, if Tess can't do it, I have to find the next priest. I have to find someone to marry me quickly. The next morning, outside the gate of the mansion where the girl lived, a small slippered foot appeared. Levi stood before the gate, hand on her chin. If I go with Alan, I'll just get nagged. When I'm feeling frustrated, I have to go alone. Just once. A cough came over her, and Levi covered her mouth. Today, I have to try to be alluring with a frail and weak concept. Subconsciously, a voice faintly called her name. Levi. Behind Levi, a man appeared. The girl quickly turned her head. That voice? Could it be? The man placed a hand on his chest and looked at Levi, his face flushing. Yes, Levi, it's been a long time. Seeing his face, the girl's expression changed instantly. You. She tried hard to remember. Who are you? The man raised his hand and introduced himself again. I am Falcon. Hearing the name, Levi's face showed clear anger. So it's that guy. But we're not on a first-name basis anymore, are we? Opposite her, he gave a strained smile. You're as cold as ever. Suddenly, Falcon's hand gently took Levi's, greeting her with a sincere kiss on the hand. I've missed you, Levi. This was Falcon Smith, a man from Levi's past. He was the son of the long-standing Count Smith, one of Levi's former lovers. After he discovered his holy power and became a priest, he became her first boyfriend. Suddenly, Levi's eyes widened, her pupils shrinking. But there was one problem. The other girls who had approached him in front of her. He was also the boyfriend of 9 other people. Falcon lifted Levi's fingers and recounted his regret. After we broke up, Levi, I did some self-reflection. I've dealt with the other girls, and it wasn't the kind of relationship you thought it was. Hearing him say that, Levi trembled and snatched her hand back. That has nothing to do with me. Let go of my hand, now. Ignoring her, Falcon continued to smile and plead. Don't be like that. Please, just reconsider. With her limited strength, Levi sighed helplessly. I want to refuse, but I'm not strong enough. Seeing the girl, Falcon spoke up. I can't give this up either. Weren't you feeling weak just now? Being teased, Levi flushed with anger. Do you want to die? If I scream right now? Her attitude amused him. He lowered his head and whispered, just be honest, Levi. Falcon's face looked at Levi with confidence. Do you really not need me anymore? From his hand, he took out something. I heard you're only meeting with priests. I can give you what you want. He slowly brought it towards the girl. Levi was a bit worried. Levi's trembling hand was held tightly by Falcon. The girl opened her hand, ready to receive the sparkling thing he offered. Why don't I have the strength to refuse someone like this? On the contrary, I even think I shouldn't. The light shone directly into Levi's eyes. Just having that light would make things more comfortable. The girl's defenses gradually relaxed in anticipation. Burning like fire, the fever and dizziness would disappear if she just held that hand. Falcon cunningly pulled the light back into his hand. But before that, he looked into Levi's eyes and ordered to apologize for speaking ill of me. I was hurt. A ridiculous demand that made the girl frown. This guy is unbelievable. The fire inside Levi exploded around Falcon. I'm going to lose my mind. No matter how hungry you are, you shouldn't eat trash. I'd give anything to just slap him. Feeling emboldened, Falcon urged her with a scheming look. Come on, hurry up! A foot stepped forward. Get away from Levi. The voice drew the attention of both of them. Behind Levi, a tall Akid appeared. Seeing the boy, Levi's eyes widened in surprise. Akid lowered his head and told the girl, Levi, go on ahead. The boy's words left Levi a bit dazed, but beside her, Falcon still held Levi's hand tightly. Who are you? Don't interfere in other people's business and just be on your way. Otherwise, from his waist, Akid quickly drew his sword. Looking at him, the boy threatened. Wouldn't it be faster to just cut that hand off? Falcon stood there shocked by those words. Gradually, that hand let go of Levi. The girl ran to Akid. Then she threw herself into the boy's arms, full of happiness. The girl couldn't hide her emotions. Is it really you? This made the boy frantically comfort her. Yes, it's me. Remembering something, she nestled into Akid's chest. Levi whispered, There's something I wanted to do when Akid returned. Then she quickly turned her head to look at Falcon in front of her. She raised her arm, showing the scratches he had left. A slap landed squarely on Falcon's face, sending spit flying. Don't you ever appear in front of me again, you jerk! The slap was so hard that Levi lost her balance and fell backward. Already in position, Akid held out his arms, and finally caught Levi in his embrace. Being held by the person she had missed, the girl's face was blissful. A life built on trust is truly rich. Falcon, holding his slapped cheek, screamed, La Levi! How could you do that to me? Even though it didn't hurt at all. As soon as he finished, Akid, still holding Levi, kicked Falcon straight in the stomach. He was sent flying, landing painfully on the ground. Don't say her name so casually. The boy's face darkened as he looked at Falcon. Levi doesn't like it. Nestled beside Akid, the girl was overjoyed. Wow, that must have hurt. Back in Levi's bedroom, she sat on the bed, stunned and lost in thought. Looking into the distance, Levi wondered, this isn't a dream, is it? The image of the boy kicking Falcon. Akid came back and chased Falcon away. He placed Levi's hand on his face and healed himself. Then Akid carried the girl back to her room. He brought me all the way to my bedroom. Not believing it was real, Levi pinched her cheek, wincing in pain. It happened so suddenly that it doesn't feel real. I'll pinch myself to see. Then the girl looked at Alan standing nearby, avoiding her gaze. Didn't you hear anything just now? This made him answer evasively. I didn't hear anything. Receiving Alan's answer, Levi chuckled. I thought Falcon was screaming. I was just cursing for him to break his leg. She didn't notice he was watching through the crack in the door. That wish came true. Falcon is crying his eyes out. Lying down, Levi quickly asked the boy, But where did Akid go? Alan, standing beside her, reported he just returned. This news saddened the girl. Is that so? Levi turned towards the window and spoke. But Alan, this made him wonder. Yes? She idly toyed with a lock of her hair and confided, It seems like Akid has changed a little. A memory flooded her mind. Levi, come here. When Akid approached where I was being held by Falcon for a moment, I also hesitated. The girl looked at the boy hesitantly because this was the first time Akid had called me like that. Akid's eyes and face were incredibly hard to read, an expression Levi had never seen before, an expression I've never seen before. For a brief, strange moment. A piercing scream. Falcon lay on the ground. He cowered on the ground, begging Akid for mercy. Please, stop. His face was covered in scratches, his eyes filled with tears. Stop now. I give up. Suddenly, a foot lightly pressed on Falcon's head. I will never see Lady Levi again. It was none other than Akid. What did you do just now? You? The boy's face was emotionless and cold as he questioned. When Levi told you to stop? What did you do? Falcon's face was pressed to the ground, the weight of Akid's foot on his head. I was wrong. Back at the girls' mansion, Alan's voice echoed in the room. Hey, Levi. His eyes were sad as he asked Levi, "Do you dislike Akid's changed appearance?" Alan recounted the moment Akid carried the girl into the room. Thinking back on the atmosphere just now, it seems Sir Akid still likes you, Levi. From the bed, Levi turned and asked, "What? What's there to like or dislike? We're friends." The girl crossed her arms, her sharp tone leaving Alan stunned. He was worried about whether my personality had changed. It's probably because I haven't seen my brother beside her, he thought to himself. This kind of reaction from you is the hardest to deal with. Suddenly, Levi's face flushed and she confided, "I was just a little surprised. The pink hair that I like is still the same." Lviv remembered Akid's hand on her waist. Thinking back, I could feel his body heat from behind me. The image of Akid holding Levi tightly. The feeling of being held is definitely still the same. The girl rested her chin on her hand. Her face flushed as she mused. The only difference is that his body has become more solid. As she was lost in thought, Alan's voice startled Levi. "Lady Levi, your face is still red. Are you all right?" She quickly replied, "Huh? I'm fine. Alan, you can go now." Levi quickly fanned her face. "Is my fever not gone yet? Why is my face suddenly so hot?" Outside in the hallway of the luxurious mansion, Akid walked with his hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. I lost my composure as soon as I arrived. I knew it after reading her letters. Seeing Levi with someone else, so what? He was remembering the scene of Levi with Falcon. "I can give you what you want." The girl's bright-eyed, blushing expression at that moment. Akid stopped walking. I never thought Levi could make that expression. The boy's whole body was burning with anger. If I had known, I would have roughed him up more. Pressing his face against Levi's door, Akid sighed to calm himself. "No, I have to get a grip." Clenching his fist, he knocked lightly on the door. Suddenly, Akid's eyes froze. It was Levi, smiling happily right in front of him. "Akid, come in quickly." Seeing the girl rush towards him, Akid asked in surprise, "Levi, why are you standing so close to the door?" Levi explained, "I'm standing at a distance where I won't get hurt even if the door opens. If you come in, you can see me in the blink of an eye." Seeing Akid's reaction, the girl sighed sadly and chided him. "We haven't even greeted each other properly yet. Aren't you happy with this welcome?" Unable to bear seeing Levi like that, Akid pulled her into his arms and cooed, "Of course I'm happy." The two of them hugged and comforted each other. "I really missed you, Levi." Hearing the boy's confession, Levi also whispered in Akid's ear, "I missed you a lot too, but you didn't even write to me, you idiot Akid." Akid gently explained away Levi's accusation. "I'm sorry about that. There was a reason. Please forgive me, Levi." Seemingly unable to control his emotions, Akid moved his face closer to Levi's. "Levi." Suddenly remembering something, the girl placed her hand on the boy's cheek. Then, in that case, she pulled a cat and ran off. "I have to confirm it myself." She threw the boy onto the bed. Seeing Levi standing before him with her arms crossed, Akid wondered why he was on the bed. "Wait a minute," the girl looked him over. "I'm checking if you're injured anywhere." Face to face, Levi gently lifted Akid's chin. "Did you really return safe and sound? Where does it hurt? Or are there any scars?" The girl's eyes narrowed. "At first glance, everything seems normal." Akid's face reassured Levi, a gentle and innocent expression. "This is definitely the Akid I used to know." Levi's face kept blushing as she stared at the boy. She must have been mistaken just now. Akat's whisper echoed through the living room. "Are you just going to keep staring like that?" Levi calmly replied, Are you shy?" Suddenly, the boy got up from the bed and stood before Levi. Compared to that, Aked raised his hand to shoulder level. "I don't think you need to examine it any further." Suddenly, her eyes widened. "What does that mean?" The boy's hand grabbed his collar. He quickly took off his outer shirt and tossed it onto the bed. A well-built physique was revealed as Akid's hands continued to unbutton his shirt. His actions made Levi cover her blushing face with her hands. "Akid, What are you doing? The boy answered innocently. You said you wanted to check if I was lucid. You can't tell just by looking at my face. Lavi's face was completely red, her hands barely covering her eyes. She stammered, That may be true, but this is insane. Asterisk, I can't take my eyes off his body. Asterisk, Levi's eyes were glued to his physique, peeking through her fingers. Asterisk, a cat. Does he think he can tempt me like this? After all, he has such a great body. Asterisk. Realizing things were getting out of hand, she squeezed her eyes shut, clenched her fists, and yelled, You mustn't look, La Violette ha. Where did you learn to do this? After her outburst, Lave fell silent, her face flushed with embarrassment. She didn't notice Aikat's loving gaze as he said, I only showed you because you wanted to check. Then, Aikat gently took Levi's hand. He pressed her hand against his firm, muscular chest. If it's hard to see, you can check like this. Now, not just her face, but Levi's entire arm felt flushed. She quickly snatched her hand back, flustered. Well, wait a minute. Asterisk, who in the world turned this innocent boy into someone like this? Quickly, Lave started buttoning Akat's shirt back up. She lowered her head in defeat, nagging and reminding him at the same time. Ah, Akid, you can't just undress like this anywhere, okay? With an innocent face, Akid asked, Why? His question made her jaw drop in exasperation. Why? If you show this to people, it'll be a huge problem. Actually, the problem is with my heart. Akid lowered his head slightly, whispering, But you used to be like this before. Just like that, he pulled Levi tight against him, her face pressed into his chest. I can do anything in front of you. A flashback of the young Akid and Levia appeared, showing the care she had for him back then. Asterisk Akid, if it's you, I'm ready to accept everything. Asterisk. Back in the present, Akat's hand slowly reached for Levi's chin. Asterisk. Even though I said that, it's been several years, asterisk. Their legs stood parallel, close to each other. With an affectionate gaze, Akid looked at her and gently reminded her, Lave, you need to breathe. With her chin lifted by his hand, Lave's face was tilted up. Huh? She quickly turned her head to the side, taking huge gasps of air. Asterisk. Was I holding my breath? Is that why my heart is beating so fast? Asterisk, catching her breath. Levi blamed Akid. Well, it's because your face was too close to mine. Aikat's face, slowly turning red, moved closer to hers. There are so many things I want to do with you, but hearing his words, she froze in embarrassment for a few seconds. Facing Akid, she was like a statue. Asterisk, what on earth is he planning to do? Asterisk, she stammered. Why have you been like this all this time? This kind of joke doesn't suit you. The feelings Levi had every time she touched Akid ignited. She covered the spot he had just kissed. Hey, Akid, are you listening to me? Akid gently continued, I am listening. But if you don't like it, you should say so clearly. Well? The boy blushed as he looked at Lave, repeating her own words back to her. You said it yourself. If you don't like something, you'll say no. Did you really not like that just now? Lave was suddenly lost in thought, her face blushing, wondering whether she liked it or not. Lave silently touched her lips. Asterisk, it's not that I didn't like it, but... Asterisk, seeing her expression, Akid spoke affectionately and clearly. Really, answering like that right now isn't going to work. But, as soon as he finished speaking, he embraced Levi, kissing her shoulder and neck. He moved his mouth towards her arm. Akid, wait a second. In a flash, Akid's teeth bit down gently on Levi's arm. It seemed her emotions were overflowing. Levi's hands gripped his shoulders. Asterisk, it's not that I don't like it, but what is this feeling? It's completely different from the feeling of being healed. Asterisk. In an instant, a scream echoed everywhere. Stop! Stop it! Lave used her hands to push Akid away. Why do you keep kissing me like this? Is it for treatment? The question made the boy lower his head, his face beat red. It's not for treatment. Grabbing onto Akid, she stammered, Huh? Then why? Why are you doing this? Leve stared at Akid, bewildered. Why? Other than healing me, what reason could Akid possibly have to touch me? Lave mentally ran through a list of possibilities. That's not why normal people kiss, because, looking at her, Akid confessed, I like you. I've always liked you. She raised a finger, warning Akid, What are you even saying right now? But he stood his ground. I'm saying I've liked you for a very long time. Levi felt a wave of dizziness, completely stunned by his words. What are you talking about? The person you like is my brother. Akid's face darkened instantly as he shot back, absolutely not. Looking at him, Levere recounted what Akid had said in the past. Why on earth would you think that? He often comes to visit. I like blonde hair and blue eyes. You also read books like My Brother, and also, she bit her lip. What was that principled kiss about? Akid tried to compose himself and explained to Levine, Everything I did was because of you, Levine. The things I said weren't because of your brother, Winner, but because of Leve. Blue hair, blue eyes, a house like Winner's, only reading books because I have no stamina. Wait, what? She froze for the second time. Is that really true? Akid's face was beaded with sweat as he swore, and, for the record, I don't like men. Returning to his affectionate gaze, he looked at Lave. I've only ever liked you, Lave. The girl stood frozen in turmoil. Lave leaned her head against the wall, her mind spinning. So it really wasn't Brother Wenner? Wait a minute. Her hand pressed against the glass window pane. Levy leaned her whole body against the glass in defeat. Then, what have I been doing all this time? And since when? Lavi remembered their conversation in the carriage. 3 years ago. In the carriage. The time they slept soundly in each other's arms. If not then, was it during the ambush? The moment a cat held Leve in his arms. Could it have been even longer than that? Lave turned her face away, unable to look at Akid. Akid, all the things I've done before, to what extent was it? The question made the boy touch his chin, thinking vaguely. 5 years old? No, I don't remember exactly. His words made her blood boil. She spun around and yelled, You're lying! How could you not remember after all that time? Levi's attitude made Akat's face go pale. I really don't remember. To calm her anger, Akat gently pointed at himself and affirmed, I'm being sincere. Not as a friend. I like you as a member of the opposite sex. Levi's face turned red once again. She quickly turned back to the window. Well, I can't just believe that right away. I never thought you liked girls. Hearing Levi's words, Akat's face fell. A hand appeared in front of her eyes, but she didn't notice. If I had known, things wouldn't have been like this all this time. Luckily, Levy had a sixth sense. She turned back to look, When did you get behind me? Akat's voice was close to Lave. Then I'll confirm it for you. It took her by surprise. See, confirm what? The whisper echoed by Levi's ear, the fact that I like girls. The whole room echoed with the girl's blushing shout. What are you talking about now? How are you going to confirm that? And Akat just smiled affectionately. I don't know, maybe. A thought popped into Levi's head and her face flushed as she told him, What do you mean by that? Never mind, you don't have to do it. Akat stubbornly pinned Leve to the wall. Oh, that's a shame. They were face to face. In a few seconds, she had slipped away. First, let's talk about this later, okay? Seeing Levy run, Akat could only sigh and watch her go. Oh boy, she ran away. The sound of her running feet echoed through the mansion's hallway. Lavi was running ahead quickly. I really can't believe it. Akat and me. How is that possible? The girl's face was bewildered. Something must be wrong. An afternoon bathed in sunset light in a garden full of greenery. A cat appeared, his voice calling out, Found you! Standing by a tree and looking in, he saw Levi sitting underneath it. Levi, why are you avoiding me? Seeing a cat, the girl with leaves in her hair stammered, Huh! When did I do that? The boy continued, I haven't even done anything yet and you've already run away. Levi sat under the tree, her heart boiling. Asterisk haven't done anything. He kissed my asterisk. As she thought that, a cat suddenly knelt down. He knelt there, looking at Levi. Go on. His face showed clear amusement as he teased her. Kissed you how? Ak? Levi was mentally tearing her hair out. Asterisk. Why do I suddenly feel so cornered in this situation? After looking at her for a long while, a cat suggested, Why are you closing your eyes? This time, let me kiss you on the lips. Levi's jaw dropped in astonishment. No! The whole garden echoed with their bickering. Are you going to keep saying that? Akid asked innocently. Saying what? The girl clenched her fist and stammered, her face blushing pink. I've been telling you I want to check on you. I meant checking on your lips would be nice. Are you shy? A cat bowed his head and whispered, Why? It's not our first kiss. Both of them froze like statues, staring at each other. Levi's mind went blank, her eyes as if hypnotized. What are you talking about now? I've never kissed anyone. Could it be that her heart was filled with jealousy as she pictured Akid surrounded by men? Asterisk, has this guy already kissed someone on the battlefield? Then Levi thought about his appearance. Asterisk, well, it makes sense. Looking this handsome, how could it not have happened? Then Levi thought of the people she had interacted with. Asterisk, or when I meet other people, do you think this isn't my first time? Her whole face suddenly flushed pink. Asterisk? If so, that's so unfair. Her body trembled as she knelt on the ground, head bowed before Akid. Levi looked up and confessed, If I kiss you this time, it'll be my first kiss. Her words made Akid freeze. After a few moments, the boy covered his mouth and chuckled. You still don't remember, do you? This made the girl glare at him. Why are you laughing? What do you mean, still don't remember? Akid looked at Levi with eyes full of love, his hand lifting a strand of her golden hair with a leaf in it. Try to remember, Levi. The whole mansion was enveloped in the color of the sunset. So strange. Levi sat dazed as Akid's hand caressed her. Asterisk. I've never seen Akid as anything other than a friend. Why am I so shaken? Flower petals fell from the trees. Asterisk. Is it because he's changed so much during the time we were apart? Or am I just flustered because he confessed? Levi bowed her head as he picked leaves from her hair. I don't remember. Her eyes were squeezed shut. Asterisk. He kept it a secret so well all this time. Why confess so suddenly? A cat leaned back looking at Levi. I don't have anything else to say. Actually, I wanted to. Proposed in a more gentlemanly way, with clothes and a gift. The moment she made his heart flutter, a cat would kneel before Levi with a bouquet of flowers and repose. But he looked at Levi, who was staring blankly. The moment I arrived, I saw something unpleasant. I admit I was a bit impulsive. The image of Pankon grabbing her arm flashed back. Seeing a cat go off topic, Levi raised a clenched fist in anger. That story about that person was in a letter. You didn't react at all back then. The boy tried to grab her hand. Wait a minute, Levi. A cat gently reminded her, your hand is injured. Levette quickly pulled her hand back, hiding it. I think I scraped it while I was rushing to hide somewhere. But that's not important right now. A cat frantically got close to her face. What could be more important than you being hurt? Akid's face was gentle as he held out his hand towards Levi. I'll heal you. Hearing that, the girl panicked and shrank back. There you go again. What do you mean, heal? Suddenly, Levi flinched, remembering something. Wait a minute. She looked at Akid and questioned him. Don't tell me all the times you've held my hand until now. It wasn't for the pure purpose of healing? Akid smiled faintly, confessing. That's right. Levi was shocked, her face turning red. The girl shot up to her feet. You've been lying to me all this time? Akid looked at Levay and thought to himself, asterisk, she doesn't think I disbelieve her. Though that's very cute. Asterisk. A moment later the boy spoke up. I won't do that anymore. Akid's words made Lavey's eyes widen. Asterisk, he's not going to heal me anymore. But it's still difficult for me. Asterisk. A gentle breeze blew through the garden. Akid placed a kiss on Levy's hand. From now on, I won't do it by holding your hand. This made her face flush. She looked down at Akid, who was lovingly kissing her hand. Once again, the garden was filled with their voices. Then how will you do it? Don't tell me you'll only do it by kissing. Akid's eyes sparkled. Akid's shamelessness made Levy blush and scold him. No way. That's so indecent. From the ground, Akid sprang to his feet. Indecent or not, there's no other way. If I don't do this, Lave will never know. They stood face to face, hands clasped tightly. The boy's voice rang out, so, what now? Letters carrying her wishes flashed by. Asterisk, what do you mean, what now? I hope you will always be safe and sound. Even though we haven't seen each other in a long time, my feelings aren't the same as Akid's at all. Asterisk. Lavi's eyes narrowed slightly, but she looked at a cat before her. Asterisk, if I become a cat's lover, wouldn't that be better? Honestly, finding a priest is difficult too. Asterisk. Then Levy looked away shyly, avoiding his gaze. Asterisk? Or should I just go along with it? Asterisk, he's treated me like this since we were little. I'm not a potential love interest. I've never been conscious of it. Asterisk Levy recalled their precious childhood when they were inseparable, standing back to back, or the time he returned from war and she reacted fiercely, her messy hair bristling like a porcupine. Asterisk, this is real. Asterisk, a few beads of sweat dotted her skin as she raised an index finger and asked, this time? Do you want a kiss? Just think of it as revenge. We can still be friends. Friends! Those two words threw her emotions into turmoil. The shattered memories returned to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she chided herself. Asterisk, what's wrong with me? A cat now stood very close to her, an expectant look he couldn't hide, while her face was gloomy. Helplessly, just close your eyes for a bit. Okay, he didn't want to waste any more time either, so he gently closed his eyes. She was blushing from ear to ear, her whole body hesitating. Asterisk, if I just stay still, it'll be just like when we were kids. Asterisk. Asterisk, handsome and kind, my kind friend. Asterisk, then she moved forward, one hand lifting his chin. Her shiny golden hair fluttered in the wind. His arms opened wide to support her. She brought her face close to his, her arms wrapping around his neck. Asterisk, what do I think of, Akid? Asterisk, falling cherry blossoms made the scene even more romantic. The image of Akid's confession flashed in her mind. Asterisk, I like you, Levy. Asterisk, this distracted her, as their lips were about to touch. She suddenly stopped, bristling like a startled porcupine at her own thoughts. Asterisk, my feelings aren't the same as Akid's eyes. It okay to do this? Asterisk, she quickly yelled. Ah, I was wrong. The rustling of grass, someone's footsteps treading on it, approaching them. Wenner, covered in leaves, walked over. Levy. Hearing her brother's voice, she was startled and couldn't help but wonder. Asterisk, why is he here? Asterisk, then both Deha siblings spoke in unison. What are you doing here? Time seemed to slow down for a beat. The three of them stood frozen like stone statues. Ravi and Wenner looked at each other awkwardly, their faces as red as tomatoes. Why are you here looking like that? She asked. It's Lavi who shouldn't be so close to a cat, he retorted. I asked you first. Amidst the back and forth between the Daiha siblings, a familiar figure with fiery red hair approached. Rose spoke up. I missed it. It's okay, there's still enough time. She held a hair tie in her hand, a sharp smile playing on her lips. The sunset gradually descended upon the Daiha estate. Wenner and Lavi sat enjoying tea and cakes, but a dreadful silence hung between them. All sorts of pastries and hot tea were laid out on the table. He asked his sister, Akid. She quickly replied, "He said he came to greet father." She glared at her brother with sharp eyes. "Are you really not going to answer me? You're not supposed to be home at this hour. So what were you doing in the back garden?" His face turned tomato red. Flustered, he said, "Levi was there too." She raised her voice. "I was with Akid," remembering how their lips had almost touched. She shot up from her chair excitedly. "Don't tell me you left Sister Rose to do something weird like that?" "I told you to be careful, because her dress was too long. She tripped on it when she stood up suddenly." Wenner, worried about his sister, yelled anxiously, "Levi!" He rushed over to his sister's side. Luckily, she caught herself on the table and was fine. Her expression was gloomy. He asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you hurt somewhere?" She replied shakily, "I just tripped on my dress." But he was extremely worried. "Should I call a doctor? Or your private physician? Both? You might have broken your leg. We have to check if your toes can move." Her face went pale and she bristled with anger, snapping at him, "Don't be so loud." And so he had to carry her back to her room. He put her on his back and carried her purple high heels in his hand. She complained, "You don't have to go this far." He gently carried his little sister down the hall, saying, "No, you have to rest until the priest arrives tomorrow." She had no choice but to stay put on his back. Stusks. Since he doesn't know about Akid's abilities, I guess there's no other way. She thought he would continue to carry her to her room in silence, but he suddenly called her name, his tone suggesting he was about to say something important. "Levi, huh?" He paused for a long time, hesitating whether to tell her or not. Then, after a moment of silence, he spoke up. "I'm getting married soon." He glanced at his sister, his voice unable to hide his excitement. She was delighted, her cheeks rosy as she asked, "Really?" He blinked slowly and explained. The engagement was simple, so at least the wedding ceremony should be proper. "I'm telling you first because I was afraid you'd be sad." He didn't know his sister on his back was extremely excited, smiling brightly. One might have thought it was her own good news. Just like how a cat likes me, my brother likes girls too. Or maybe he likes both. She imagined Wenner holding Rose's hand affectionately, both dressed in splendid attire. So formal and a perfect match. She asked curiously, "When are you getting married?" "I don't know yet. I have to discuss it with Rose first. We were just talking about it." Hearing that, Levi's blood boiled. Furious, his words were like a lightning strike. She hugged her brother's neck tightly. "What? You met my sister-in-law just now? And you didn't say anything to me?" He said helplessly, "Levi, choking me like this is dangerous." After carrying Levi down the hall for a while, Wenner finally brought her to her room. She sat curled up on the bed, still looking annoyed. "So unreasonable. I can't believe she only met with you. How is sister-in-law? She's not hurt anywhere, is she?" He cleared his throat. "Well, I didn't think about that." She was dissatisfied, complaining about her brother. "What? She's your fiancé and you don't even know that?" He blushed and quickly explained the situation. "It wasn't a situation where I could check on that at that time." That afternoon in the garden, wait a minute, he called her name in alarm. She stroked his tie, teasing him. "Oh my! Hasn't the wait been long enough?" Wenner was pressed against a large tree, his cheeks flushed as if someone had dabbed them with lipstick. He awkwardly hunched his shoulders, his stance a bit stooped. Rose pressed herself against him, her hand toying with his tie. Her eyes looked straight into his. "I told you to wait and see what I'd do when I got back." She didn't hesitate to tease her fiancé. "Are you curious if your bride-to-be is virtuous? Well, wiener." His nerves were stretched taut, his face burning. That of course I." Then he narrowed his eyes and said in a rush, "Even if other girls pursue me, I wouldn't even give them a second glance." "Is that so?" she asked. He peeked open one eye, like a golden puppy being interrogated by a red fox. Hearing that, she seemed to have caught his weak spot, excitedly snatching the tie from his neck. She asked slyly, So someone has been pursuing you? He screamed like a little rabbit facing a black panther. A moment later, out of embarrassment, the rabbit bolted, leaving the cunning black panther behind alone. Even now, his face was red to the tips of his ears. He clumsily raised a hand to cover one cheek, his blue eyes darting to the side, not daring to meet his sister's questioning gaze. His face got redder and redder, just like a tomato covered in golden straw. Then he yelled, "Anyway, Levi, you should rest now. I'm leaving." With that, he dashed out the door, leaving his bewildered sister who still didn't understand what was happening. Wenner left Levi's room and slammed the door shut, leaning his back against it. His other hand still covered his blushing face as he remembered Rose. Just then, Akid walked up. He politely greeted him. Is Levi in her room? But now he had regained his composure, propping his chin on his hand and explaining in a rush, "Yes, let's stop here for today and let Levi rest." She tripped on her dress and twisted her ankle a bit earlier. She got hurt that quickly? He found it hard to believe. Looking over his shoulder, he asked for permission. "Then I'll just have to see her for a bit." Suddenly, he placed a slender hand on the boy's shoulder, stopping his hurried steps. "Stop," he explained with the sincerest words. "Don't overdo it. Levi has gotten much weaker without you. Maybe in a year she could even become bedridden." An image of Levi in a blue dress, sinking helplessly underwater, appeared. Her long, flowing blonde hair floated like soft silk ribbons in the current. In the library of the Daiha estate, inside, a small table was set with fruit and wine. Wenner asked seriously, "Akid, do you still like Levi?" Hearing his question made the boy pause. "Why?" He raised the wine glass in his hand and continued, "Are you still thinking about marriage?" Akid was a wise person. Instead of answering the question, he asked another. "If I say no, will you be disappointed?" "Why are you asking?" He poured the golden red wine into his glass. "It's not that. Although it pains me, it would be very difficult for a bedridden duchess." He then sighed wearily and raised his glass. With a sad face as if about to cry, "I understand enough." Akid looked at him with suspicion. Asterisk. That doesn't seem like the reaction of someone who understands. Asterisk. He began to talk about his beloved little sister. "I thought Levi would be fine because she grew up healthier than expected, but the doctor said she will be weaker in the future. They said the rate of her health's decline has increased significantly." Time had passed so quickly. Just yesterday, Levi was a little girl holding her brother's hand on a walk. Now she was a mature young lady, but in the future, she would be frail again, as fragile as a white snowflake. He took a sip of wine, his distant eyes filled with sadness. Perhaps that's why she has frequent nightmares. That moment sent Akid into a deep contemplation. He wondered, is that why she started seeing priests? Even though it's been a while, she still needs a lot of healing energy. He remembered the moment they were together in the estate garden. Levi had hugged him tightly, and the time they sat together under the big tree, Levi's hair full of green leaves. Each falling leaf in his memory was like a countdown for the little girl's health. Her fatigue also sets in faster. With that thought, he assured him, "Even if we don't get married, it's fine. I will escort Levi for the rest of my life," his voice echoing in the room. He said, "When the situation stabilizes, step back from the front lines. You should have fun and spend a lot of money at the estate with Levi." He stared into the deep red wine glass, his gaze wavering slightly. "I'm surprised you think that way. I thought you had ambitions for power, but..." Before he could finish, Wenner interrupted. "You may see it that way. I will choose the path where Levi can live more comfortably, to avoid dangerous roads." Hearing that, he fell into deep thought for a long time, rubbing his hands, his face lowered in silence for a moment. Then he looked up and said, "To answer your earlier question, even if Levi is weak, my feelings won't change. On the contrary, I want to be by her side even more. If the condition Levi wants is healing ability, then I am the most perfect candidate." He was like a priest in charge of healing the frail princess, their affection as pure as a white lily. Suppose if I didn't have this ability, we'd have to call a priest every day. At that time, I would always stand by and watch the priests heal her, never leaving her side to make sure she is always safe. He added, it's not like the family will fall apart without social activities. The duties she has to perform as a duchess, I can do them for her. I don't need an heir. As long as I'm by her side, I'm confident I can do anything. He was like a knight, protecting, cherishing, and treasuring the one he loved. He also thought of them dancing together under the moonlight in the mansion. He asked him, why can't you easily accept it? Wenner, seeing his wine glass was empty, refilled it. Even if they're just words, I thank you. Lave is an important sister, so I was curious about your thoughts. He clenched his hand into a fist. Anyway, I have something to ask you. Oh, what is it? He asked, then brought the glass of bright red wine to his lips. His face darkened, unable to hide the anger inside as he blamed him. If she's so precious, then why did you let her meet people like that? Wenner choked the moment he heard him speak, spitting out wine. He never thought his future brother-in-law could say something he couldn't answer. He wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve. What could I do if Levi likes it? He complained. If it were me, I would have made a list of normal priests and given it to Levi first, even after investigating their backgrounds. Even with careful selection, it's still flawed. Letting her meet just anyone, seeing his anger explode, a murderous aura filled the room. He quickly calmed him down. I apologize for that. Calm down. You should be apologizing to Levi. Yes, you're right. I have a list of families that have harmed Levi. I'll use it to pressure the Marquis's house, he said, revealing an important piece of information to appease Ikat's anger. He stroked his chin, looking pleased, as if he were plotting something. That's good. That list, can I have it? He proposed, his eyes unusually sharp. Now, he stood before a door in the Daiha estate. Originally, no one was allowed in, but Alan hesitated. A cat put his hand on the doorknob, turned to look at Alan. Can I go in? Do you know what I'm gonna do? In that moment, Alan didn't know how to act. Then he sighed, his eyes downcast. A cat will do things that Levi dislikes because she would rather die. Because Levi is healthiest when she is with a cat. Hearing that, Iket's lips curved into a smile. Yeah, that's not right. He opened the door and entered the room. Lavi was fast asleep on the bed like Sleeping Beauty. He gently entered the room, thinking to himself, I didn't know Alan paid that much attention. He sat on the bed looking at her deep in sleep. As expected, Lave is the only one who doesn't understand my heart. Levi's breathing was even at first, but then it became rapid. Is this what Wenner was talking about? You always have nightmares when I'm away? He wondered. Akat, he was startled to hear her call out. A cat! She called his name while sobbing, her body temperature rising as if she had a fever. A cat wiped her tears away, asking gently, Why are you looking for me with that voice? Are you worried about me on the battlefield? Or is it because your body is in pain? He looked at the teardrop on his fingertip. Whatever the reason, it doesn't matter. It would be great if you wanted me this much, even when you're awake. He looked at her more closely. A cat slowly pulled back the hand that had wiped her tears. Then he stood up, thinking, at this rate, she should be fine until morning. Levi reached out and grabbed his sleeve. Surprising Akat. The soft feeling of the fabric made him stop in his tracks, as if bound by an invisible thread. In her delirium, she kept mumbling, Akat, don't go. He was stunned, his eyes wide, his cheeks also rosy, as he stared blankly at Levi. He reached out his hand, asking her, It's not because you're awake, is it? But there was no reply. He sighed, his lips pursed as he watched her intently. What should I really do with you? He silently asked the night sky. In her daze, Levi slowly woke up. What is it? There's a warm, fragrant smell somewhere. The sunlight on my skin is soft, and it's easy to breathe. How long has it been since I've had a morning like this? Asterisk. Her eyes were still closed, her face resting against Akid. Akid's arm was affectionately wrapped around her waist. In her daze, she felt as if she were being held tightly in someone's arms. Then she suddenly wondered, asterisk, huh? Who is this? Asterisk and opened her eyes wide. Seeing that she was awake, he smiled affectionately. Levi, did you sleep well? Lave jumped, letting out a scream that echoed throughout the mansion. She quickly pulled her legs toward her, blushing as she asked, Akid, why are you here? Akid sat up and explained the situation to her. After I greeted your father, you fell back asleep. Then you should have gone home, she asked. Akid sat there blankly. But Lavi, you were calling for me all night. Lavi, like an innocent rabbit with wide eyes and a dropped jaw, knew nothing. He gently stroked her soft cheek, his expression hinting at something. What did you dream about? He asked curiously. The images from the dream reappeared in Lavi's mind. She saw herself holding a quill, writing scribbled lines on paper. She thought to herself, asterisk, I sometimes have these mysterious dreams. Asterisk. Asterisk, it especially happens whenever I'm injured or sick, but when I wake up, the memories are all gone. The swollen eyes and bruises made me realize it was just a nightmare. Asterisk fragments of memories continuously flew through her mind. Was it the memory of lying in a sickbed, a cat holding her small hand when she was little? Or the scene of him sitting by her bed, his rosy cheeks, chatting happily with her, or the times she woke up in bed after a nightmare or a severe illness, panting exhaustedly? There were also shattered memories, turning into light feathers and flying away. She took his hands and said, I don't remember anything. It usually happens when I'm not feeling well, but by the time I wake up, I'm fine. I only find out I was sick because Jenny and Alan tell me. She quickly recounted everything to him to reassure him, then thought to herself, asterisk, it feels like you appeared in my dream too. Asterisk. He took her hand, listening intently to what she said, then suddenly spoke up. I don't know how, but I will. Then he wrapped an arm around her neck, bent down slightly, and kissed her forehead as if to say, It's okay, I'm here now. He reassured the young lady. The things I couldn't do in that dream, I will do them in this reality. Her face flushed like a ripe tomato. Her whole body jolted from his sudden action. One hand clenched into a fist while the other gripped his white shirt tightly. Stop! She shouted. Her head was ringing. Everything around her suddenly went dark. Her eyes were wide open, her pupils spinning as if she were about to faint from agitation. If you keep doing this, from now on you'll be banned from sleeping in my room. He placed one hand on the bedsheet. Why? With his other hand, he took her wrist, bowing his head to gently kiss each of her long, slender, white fingers. You said I could do anything to you. Holding her hand and hearing him say that, her whole body went numb. Even her hand turned red with embarrassment. You said I could do anything to you. He used the hand propped on the mattress to wrap around her waist, his mouth still teasing her relentlessly. Hugging you, sleeping together, and many other things. Should I tell you more? He smiled, his eyes crinkling. She hastily explained, No, that was only because I was a child back then. He opened his eyes and replied, Levi, 15 is the age you can legally get married in the royal family. She struggled and argued back, looking as angry as a cat with its fur on end. That can only be done with parental permission. His expression didn't change. Still that gentle face that couldn't hide his happiness as he replied, Then let's go get permission and come back. She pulled her hand away. This is going too far now. He lowered his gaze, a hint of sadness in his eyes. His cheeks were flushed, looking like a soaked puppy that had just been bullied as he hastily explained. It's because I like you. Angrily, she grabbed a large pillow and hit him squarely in the face, shouting, You're insane! You're not allowed to do that anymore. Also, while outwardly scolding him, her thoughts were different. Asterisk everything was fine until now because he was the safest friend in the world. But that friend is no longer safe. Asterisk her face turned even redder to the tips of her ears and she squeezed her eyes shut. The pillow covered half of his handsome face, revealing only his slightly downcast eyes, his brows furrowed pitifully, along with the beautiful mole under the corner of his eye. She pointed a finger, boldly reasserting the truth. You've been saying that since yesterday, but I've never kissed you. If I really don't remember, I'd be trash. He grabbed the pillow, provoking her. That's a dangerous declaration. Her face fell, her hand resting on her chin as she thought. Asterisk, it can't be. You probably confused a light peck with a kiss. Think carefully, Levi, asterisk, she told herself. She crossed her arms, her gaze firm. I'm trying to remember, but I didn't do that. I just don't remember my dreams clearly, but I remember everything else. He lowered his long, curly lashes, pretending to think very seriously. She didn't want to argue anymore, knowing she couldn't win against the person in front of her. Give me back the pillow. I need to lie down. He handed her the pillow. Immediately, she rested her head on it and lay down, turning to her side. But a long time passed, and Akid still hadn't left, sitting blankly beside her, staring at her. Asterisk, he's still not leaving? Asterisk, she thought. He called her name. Levi. Can I stay by your side? Hearing that, her anger subsided somewhat, her cheeks puffing out. If only we could hold hands, he said. I'll just hold your hand. Then he gently lay down beside her, taking her hand. Do you remember what I said yesterday? He asked. Her face drooped as she thought, asterisk, I've heard too much already, asterisk. Then she replied, vaguely. He moved closer to her and said, I used to wait calmly for your answer, but not anymore. She furrowed her brow and turned to ask, if not, what are you going to do? He replied, I don't know, just wait for the future, I guess. Her eyes widened, her face turning purple with rage, a murderous aura filling the room. Hey, are you teasing me? The words were unspoken, just a thought in her mind. But her hand had already formed a fist, her eyes looking like she wanted to eat him alive. He quickly waved his hands. For now, I won't tell you what to do, because I don't want to do anything you don't like. Suddenly, she grabbed his arm. Then take it back. Only healing with a kiss, she said shyly. Then she held that position for a long time, the silence giving her time to think. Asterisk, it's a bit selfish, but there's nothing I can do. I can't deny Akid's healing ability. Asterisk Ak smiled brightly like a child who had just been given candy, his face filled with joy. I understand. She lowered her long lashes to look at him. Asterisk, this idiot Akid, how can you smile so beautifully at such a suggestion? It's making my conscience ache. Asterisk. Then she lay down in his arms, closing her eyes, the two of them hugging tightly. The light from the windows shone on the bed where they lay. She thought, asterisk, is this the energy I'm receiving from Akid this early in the morning? Amazing. Asterisk, she exclaimed, her inner thoughts unconsciously. He opened his eyes wide and stared at her. Then he didn't hesitate to tease her. I'll confess again. So please say what you just said again. Asterisk, this brat is going to be very hard to handle. Asterisk, outside the mansion, the warm sunlight shone on the fresh green grass and lush bushes. A gentle breeze swept away a few small leaves. In the distance was a vaulted corridor. Lave sat curled up in front of the white corridor, her soft, fluffy golden hair neatly braided. She held a branch, doodling her tangled thoughts on the ground with intense focus. Oh my! A voice rang out, waking Levi from her swirling thoughts. She widened her clear, jade-green eyes and looked up at the person in front of her. A handsome young man with a scar on his face stood before her, his bright smile as warm as the sun. Turns out it's Caleb, who came here because he missed me. After teasing her, he plopped down on the lush green grass, sitting beside her to chat. Her expression was sad, the corners of her lips slightly turned down. "No, I didn't. So why are you here? What about the vice captain?" he asked. Her cheeks flushed again, her gaze still fixed on the ground. "I don't want to talk to Alan right now." She remembered the times they had met. While she was always eager to tell him about her and Akid, his expression remained as calm as a rippleless lake. It was incredibly discouraging, as if her efforts were in vain. Colin, Akid and I, Alan was always like that, expressionless. A bit arrogant, but I know what the young lady is thinking. She solemnly declared, "I can't trust anyone anymore," then stretched her arms high as if showing her determination. Hearing this, Caleb's eyes darted quickly. He knew there was some hot gossip Livea was hiding. He pointed to his face and asked, "So I'm not trustworthy either?" But immediately, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown on him. Levi coldly shut down his nosy thoughts. She frowned and replied, "No, you're the worst. You've lied before." Caleb laughed loudly, poking the soft, chubby cheek of the adorable young lady in front of him, his voice pleading, "Don't say that. Tell me everything." His eyes lit up, his face reddened, and his voice seemed to catch on to Levi's train of thought as he teased her. "My lady, you're dating again, aren't you?" Lave blushed, her eyes darting upwards as she wondered, should I tell Caleb about this? Caleb sat beside her, a mischievous look in his eyes, not missing the chance to tease her. "So, my lady, you got lucky again in your almost broken relationship?" She yelled in frustration and lightly slapped him a few times. "I'm not dating!" But Caleb pointed down to where she had been doodling. "Then what are those drawings?" "A story about a young master returning from war." A series of crudely drawn hearts covered the sand. Lave turned her face away, her cheeks as red as the evening glow, stammering a few words to evade the topic. "He's a friend." He sighed, his voice still tinged with jest. "A friendship between a man and a woman? It seems that young master doesn't want to maintain this friendship." This made her even more embarrassed as she retorted, "What? How would you know?" Caleb suddenly imagined Levi and Akid happily together, then chuckled softly. "Only you look at me with a face like you're about to die." He made a V sign under his chin, confidently saying a boastful sentence. "You're so worried you must have received a confession, right? And after that, you're no longer friends." Both angry and embarrassed, she conveniently grabbed a small branch and lightly hit Caleb with it. "Friends? We are still friends." He was hit, but still smiled brightly as if he had achieved something great. "Hey, what's wrong? If my lady gets hurt, I'll be the one getting scolded." After a few playful hits, Caleb quickly snatched the branch away. He suddenly froze, stunned by the sight of Lavi's bristling demeanor in front of him. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. He asked softly with a confused expression, "My lady, why are you so upset over something like that?" She hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke in a low voice, actually. Her cheeks were as red as ripe tomatoes. Lave shyly asked a vague question. "We're just friends, can't we be?" In her mind, she suddenly remembered the time she and Akid lay next to each other in bed. We can't go back to being friends now. Suddenly, she blurted out in confusion, leaving Caleb clueless. "If I refuse him, will we not be able to see each other anymore?" He scratched his head and said, frankly, "Of course. After being rejected, who would have the face to meet again? If that were the case, he wouldn't have confessed in the first place." Lave immediately refuted, arguing maybe he changed his mind or there was a misunderstanding somewhere. "At least I want him to be my friend." But Caleb just sighed. He continued his teasing, "Wow, so cruel. Have you thought about how bad the other person will feel?" Those words made her freeze, unable to say anything. Caleb looked at her, his eyes becoming sincere, no longer jesting. "If it were me, I'd be very hurt." But less than 3 seconds later, he returned to his usual mischievous self. "I'd cry and go find another girl." This made Levi let out a helpless sigh. Why are you always like this? She turned her back, curling up like a kitten, her eyes filled with hesitation, her cheeks still rosy. I thought everything would be resolved after the war ended. I never thought I'd be this worried. In her heart, Levi couldn't stop thinking about how she and Akid. She remembered Iket's expression when he called her name. Levi. She remembered his radiant face when he confessed his feelings. I like you. His hand squeezed hers. I've always liked you. And that gentle, sincere kiss. Just thinking about it made her face flush, to the point where she had to say it out loud to calm herself. It's so strange that I keep thinking about it. In her worried gaze, Levi's shimmered as if about to cry. She thought, I'll regret seeing him for the rest of my life. She remembered when they stood next to each other, the way he looked at her. Even though our feelings aren't the same, it's not a bad thing that he said he likes me, right? Lavi was silent for a while with her jumbled thoughts, then asked, What should I do? He's my only friend. Caleb didn't answer right away, his gaze pensive. Then he shot up, his words full of consideration for Levi. Don't worry. Whatever decision you make, whatever happens, there will be a way. She sighed, asking him as if asking herself, I wonder if Akid can bring 100 priests with him. But soon after, Caleb returned to his usual joking manner. If you want, it's possible. This made Levi's face pale as she asked back doubtfully. Caleb, you're not planning to kidnap me, are you? He held out his hand, and she also raised her hand, placing it in Caleb's palm. Not at all. Just trust me. Levi smiled faintly in response. Is that so? You should at least tell me something believable, shouldn't you? Caleb burst out laughing, then suddenly suggested, Do you want some wine I stole? This made her unable to resist retorting, If Alan finds out, will you get fired? Goodbye. In a luxurious room, a book lay open on the table, its pages being flipped through quickly. A cute girl in the story was confessing her feelings. Actually, I like you. The boy in front of her was surprised, blushing as he replied, What? But we've known each other since we were 5. The girl affirmed her feelings and asked again, That's right, but since then, I've seen you as my destiny. What do you think of me? The boy hesitated, his eyes still bright red from embarrassment. You idiot, of course I. The two embraced in a dreamy sunset scene, but it was just in Levi's imagination. She suddenly cried out, Is it okay to say that? Both blushing and angry, she threw the book on the floor. If this happened so early, why even be friends in the first place? Alan walked in just in time, silently watching Levi vent her pent-up anger. And when she confessed, she demanded an immediate response. How can you answer so quickly? That's not sincere at all. Dating isn't a joke, you know? He picked up the book, asking worriedly, My lady, what's to be done when you get angry over the changes in this romance genre? You'd better read a different genre. Seeing Alan, she became flustered. No way. Levi picked up another book to read, but her head felt like it was about to explode. Ikot's power is not normal at all. If I hadn't grown up, huh? But why is this book playing out like this? She slammed the book shut. No way. Staring at the book cover for a long time, she thought, who left this here? I've been so misunderstood because of this genre. And the culprits behind all this were none other than her 2 close maids. Suddenly, a knock echoed on the door. My lady. Jenny peeked her head in, speaking shyly, Sorry to disturb you. Lord Akid has arrived. This made Levi look at her in surprise. Jenny asked for her opinion. Shall I let him in? As soon as Levi heard that, her head spun. What should I do? I haven't prepared an answer yet. She rushed out of the room, shouting as she ran, No! I said no! Jenny watched her go, completely bewildered. Yes, my lady? Lavi ran like the wind through the empty corridor, her mind a tangled mess. He definitely came to hear my answer. Where should I hide? Please subscribe to the Lala School channel so you don't miss any of our awesome videos. She looked for a hiding place, thinking of her bedroom. Asterisk, my room is too obvious. Asterisk. Then she thought of the garden behind the mansion. Asterisk, the back garden should be fine. No, I was already there last time. Asterisk. Running and thinking, she lost track of time and space. Asterisk, what about a place like the kitchen? No one would think of that. Asterisk. Then she suddenly stopped, her heart still pounding restlessly. Asterisk, I have to take a different staircase than usual. Asterisk. She looked up at the opposite staircase. Standing in front of the door, LaVey wondered, asterisk, is no one here? Asterisk, but she had no idea that behind that door, someone was secretly watching her. Levy thought for a moment, then turned to run. Asterisk, I just have to hide until Akid leaves. Asterisk, just then, an arm suddenly reached out and held her back. She jumped and screamed, her whole body stiffening. A deep, familiar voice rang out. How strange. A cat gently held her small waist, the two looking at each other from a distance so close they could hear each other's heartbeats. His deep voice rang out again, calm but gentle. Why is Levy, who was said not to be home, here? She quickly broke free from his embrace and replied awkwardly, Akid, you're here. I just arrived too. The words came out smoothly, but in her heart she was crying. Asterisk, I'm doomed. Who would believe that? At this, Akid's face brightened up. He cheerfully exclaimed, teasing Levi's intentions, Is that so? I thought you were trying to throw me off. After hearing that, she could only turn her face away awkwardly. The two of them continued to talk. Where does this lead? To the chapel. Akid's eyes narrowed slightly. He asked unhappily, The chapel? Then Akid suddenly moved closer to Lave and asked, Who are you going there to meet? She was startled and quickly tried to stop him. Lave racked her brain but didn't know what to say. She had to quickly clear things up. Now, wait a minute. It's not what you're thinking. He still held her and pressed. If it's not that, then what is it? She said shyly, Actually, I lied to avoid you because I was embarrassed. Hearing that, Akid immediately put on a pitiful expression and said in a low voice, Then just say you're going back. Why did you have to lie about going to the temple? Levy tried to back away, explaining again, Sorry, besides the temple, I didn't know any other place. I was just planning to hide like in hide and seek. Her arm was immediately grabbed by him. Akid said, Is that so? He pulled her towards him, and seeing her innocent face, he couldn't help but tease her. Well then, now that the seeker has caught you, is it my turn to do as I please? Under the bright sunlight, a carriage silently passed through the groves of trees. Lave looked at the scenery outside, extremely curious. Cat, where are we going? He sat opposite her and replied gently, A place you'll like. I'm going to show you something very beautiful. Looking at the perfectly sculpted face in front of her, Lave couldn't help but think, Asterisk, you're the most beautiful thing. Asterisk. Fluffy clouds drifted gently over the street where only a few people could be seen. The two walked together. A cat pointed ahead and said, Levy. Over there. But she was thinking with an innocent expression, Asterisk. This feels like a date. Asterisk. Only after hearing him call her name did she snap out of it. They stood side by side in front of a fountain, the sunlight reflecting off it in shimmering colors. Lavi's face lit up. She asked excitedly, Is this a wishing fountain? Looking at the scene she had always dreamed of, Levi didn't hesitate to express herself. I've wanted to come here since I was little. Seeing her so happy, a cat smiled softly and said, You like it that much? We'll have to go to many other places in the future. I've thought of so many places I want to go. Lave was very excited, but a little worried. Really? Can my body handle it? A cat's hand took hers to reassure her. He said, It's okay, because I'll always be by your side. The two were like children playing by the fountain, a happy smile never leaving Levi's lips. The warm sunlight lingered. This moment was truly something to cherish. Asterisk, is the sun and wind always this gentle? So peaceful. It would be great if it could always be like this. Asterisk. But a brief moment flashed by Caleb's words, asterisk, so cruel. Once you're dumped, no one wants to be your friend anymore, asterisk. Akid thought to himself, asterisk, that won't do, asterisk. Then he said to Levy, Levy, let's make a wish together. Here's a coin. Her eyes flashed with surprise, then she said tremblingly, Akid, aren't you being unreasonable? Under Arsat's bewildered gaze, she angrily pointed at him and scolded, How long have we been together? How can you say you have no intention of going back to being friends? I really don't understand. Seeing the people around them judging, asterisk looks like the boy is in the wrong. I think so. Asterisk Akid hurriedly said to her, Levy, first, calm down. But Lavi didn't listen and continued to shout, Of course I held hands, touched hair, forced myself to sleep, and then left. I even told you to kiss me and do whatever you want. But her voice suddenly stopped. Perhaps Levi realized that more and more people were gathering to watch the drama. At this point, he explained, Levi, I'm not like that. The surrounding people now understood and started to leave. What's going on? It seems like it's just a dating relationship. Let's disperse. Disperse. Levi didn't let him continue. She went on yelling, If it's not that, then what is it? Are you confident you'll never see me again? Hearing her questioning words, Akid could only remain silent. A moment later, he said, Until now, at the temple and in the garden, we've made wishes together. Every time, my wish has been the same. The coin silently fell into the fountain. Akid said, To always be by Levi's side. He pressed the coin into her hand and said, Not going back to being friends doesn't mean I'll leave you. Your answer won't change my mind. Now, Levi, you make one too. Levi let out a sigh, but still asked worriedly, Even if you don't feel the same way as me, you're not going to break it off? Akid placed the coin in her hand, saying with a firm voice, It's okay, Levi. Just do as you wish. Whether it's holding hands or hugging, I'll heal you as you wish. In return, I'll do as I wish. Lave immediately pushed him away and yelled, What's that supposed to mean? That's just a normal lover? Akid stepped back and explained, It would be better if you thought of it that way. Even though this was a flawed discussion, why was Akid smiling with such a satisfied face? Actually, there weren't many options. In the end, if her body wasn't well, she would seek out Akate again. There was no other way, no other choice but to rely on Akat's words that it would be okay. And so, her daily life returned to normal, even if only for a short time. Levi quietly asked the maid beside her, What's going on outside today? It's so noisy. The person was surprised for a moment before answering, Actually, Baron Swift has come to see you. My lady. Hearing her say that, the girl's face showed clear astonishment. Outside, there was incessant talking. This is the last warning. Please go back. Please. Wait a moment. Can't you? Please call for Miss Levy. Seeing the two people arguing at the door, Lavi was bewildered. Asterisk, what is this? Asterisk outside. A man with a bruised face was shouting, Ms. Lavi, please let me in to talk for a moment. Lavi was even more confused. Asterisk what? I don't know this person. Asterisk. Thinking that, she immediately told them to send him away. How rude to just show up and make a scene. Go back immediately. Lavi's face was filled with anger. She thought, asterisk, how disrespectful to be so insistent. Asterisk. Right after that, she was stunned again because he had knelt down. Poncon shouted, Miss Levy, I am very sorry for daring to come without an invitation. I apologize for my mistake in fabricating the kidnapping story last time. Seeing him crying and apologizing, Lavi couldn't believe it. Asterisk. Why the sudden change? His hand slowly reached out. Poncon said, If you were hurt by my actions in the past. Suddenly a voice rang out, That's enough! The guard shielded Levi behind him and said, I will pull you away if you get any closer to her. Then Lavi was startled once again as Poncon suddenly burst into tears. I'm sorry, miss, I meant no harm. I just want you to understand my sincere heart. He nearly prostrated himself, tears streaming down his face. I will never appear before you again. Can't you accept my apology? Seeing him like that, Lavi became even more frightened. She quickly said, I get it. Don't come any closer. Don't lie on the floor like that. You're crazy. As he was being dragged away by two soldiers, Pangkan still managed to shout, Thank you, Miss Lavi. Will you really accept it? Fearing he would do something crazy, Lave quickly said, I said, just go. After it quieted down, Lavi dared to ask, what on earth was that about? The guard beside her was also very confused. She said, I don't know. I don't understand what happened either. But it seems this isn't the end. It's very unsettling. Hearing her say that, Levi immediately exclaimed in fear, What? And unfortunately, Alan's hunch was right. The next day, the priest I met, even though he had a marriage partner, Pangkan knelt and cried, I was wrong, Miss Levine. The next day, it was the priest with the largest age gap. The man bowed his head. He solemnly said, I have committed a mortal sin. And the next day, the apology tour from the uninvited guests continued. Lavi's face showed clear shock as she heard yet another, Please accept my apology. She screamed in anger, I get it. All of you, just go away. A small piece of cake was skewered. Someone spoke up, Don't tell me you did something, Akid? He looked blankly at the person who had just spoken, asking back, What? He looked at Levi sitting next to him and teased her, I didn't think Levi would notice that. You've really grown up. Levi got angry at that. Of course I'd know. The sound of their conversation filled the air. I thought you didn't pay attention to these things. You've thought of me as oblivious since before. I know everything. The two of them leaned back on the sofa. Lave said irritably, How can I make those rude priests reflect on their actions? Akid and Lave were both lost in their own thoughts. Asterisk challenged them to a duel. I'll also get involved in the family's business. Asterisk. Asterisk, or humiliate them in high society. Asterisk. But at that moment, a cat suddenly said, Get permission to move the temple. Hearing that, she thought, Asterisk, that's a lot. Asterisk. Then Lavi asked worriedly, What if rumors spread about the temple? Akid calmly replied, On the contrary, isn't that good? If you mess with Leve, a rumor will spread that Enoch won't let it go. Leve quickly said, That's not good at all. Who would dare to stand in my way? Akid wiped the corner of her lips and comforted her. Of course, it's my fault for letting them come to you. I'm sorry. From now on, I'll handle it internally. Levi was teased by him until she turned away, red-faced. She said, Oh, I don't know. Just do whatever you want. Then she thought to herself, asterisk looking handsome while saying that should be illegal. Asterisk. Old memories flooded back. Levi thought again. Asterisk. The way he's been feeding me is just like what I did when we were little. Does Akid feel the same way I did back then? Your health is my health. Asterisk suddenly she put down her plate and said, I'm not eating anymore. Seeing this, Akid asked in surprise, What's wrong? You've barely eaten. But Levi said sadly, If I keep eating. In front of the exquisite gifts, Lavi exclaimed in surprise, You shouldn't have bothered. What is all this? Akid smiled and explained, It's just a gift for you. Lavia looked at the items in front of her and said, I can't even go out, so why so many clothes? Akid took her hand and said, You'll definitely have an occasion to wear them soon. He held up a dress to her and said, The victory banquet is coming up soon. Not long ago, the emperor gathered the key figures of the empire in one place. I want to commend those who have distinguished themselves in this war. We will hold a banquet to celebrate the victory. Someone voiced an objection, Your Majesty. That is a good idea, but Prince Phillips is still negotiating the war treaty. At least, shouldn't we hold the banquet after the prince returns? Another person spoke up, The prince will understand. Isn't the top priority to comfort the people who have suffered from the war? The nobles supporting Prince Philip's and the supporters of Prince Zarkis had conflicting opinions. The king on the throne thoughtfully said, "What are the opinions of the others?" When the statements of the neutral nobles became important, Akid bowed his head and said, "I also agree with His Majesty's opinion." The man looked up, his lips slightly parted. Enoch raised his hand and gave his conclusion. He held the dress up to Levi and said solemnly to her, "On that day I will receive a medal, and there will be stories about repayment. I hope you will come too." Levi was very shy. She blushed and asked back, "Huh? Me too? I've never been to a ball before." Akid gave a sunny smile and said, "Then you'll make your debut at my ball." Levi thought about the future, her mind filled with anticipation. Debuting at a royal banquet. Can I dance and greet people? Moreover, the sight of a cat receiving a medal, I really want to see it. But there were still many things she had to worry about. Levi asked him, "But is it okay to accept the emperor's offer? It might look like you're taking the crown prince's side." Akid sighed and said calmly, "If possible, I'll maintain neutrality. The emperor probably won't be happy if you take my side." Hearing him say that, she exclaimed in surprise, "What? Compared to opposing him, being on his side is even more uncomfortable. I can clearly see how much he hates Enoch. I want to make that face even more contorted." A cat pressed himself against her, whispering, "What? Anyway, that's not what's important. Levi, at the ball, will you be my partner?" This question made her a bit shy and flustered, not knowing how to answer. "Huh? With me? With Levi?" In the end, Levi shyly agreed. "Okay, all right." That night, she was worried, not knowing what to prepare for the next day. "I've agreed." She thought about the romantic scene tomorrow with excitement. Is it okay? "It's just going together as a friend." Her cheeks burned. We have to practice dancing first, right? Otherwise, Wenner suddenly opened the door and asked her, "Levi, if you're not asleep, can I come in for a bit?" "Brother, what's wrong?" He was shy. "This time I found some good medicine. Even if it's just a little, I wanted to bring it to you quickly." Wenner handed her the cup. "Why is it this color?" "It probably doesn't taste good. It was difficult to get through the royal family. It will help those with weak constitutions." He urged Levi, "Please try to drink a little. I know." She tried to follow his words. If I drink this and get even a little healthier, that would be great. Then I won't have to cling to Akid anymore." Wenner watched her with worried eyes. Suddenly she asked him, "Oh, right. Are you also going to the ball this time?" "Mm-hmm. Father and mother will also attend." "How did you know about the ball?" At this, Levi replied shyly, "Because Akid asked me to be his partner." Her eyes sparkled, wanting to plead with Wenner. "Can I go too? Please, if you promise to stick close to Akid or Alan." Why that look? Yet he dotingly agreed with her. "Yes, let's do that. Thank you, brother." While she was at it, she also asked about his partner. "So your partner is my sister-in-law?" About that." When it came to Rose, he started to get shy again. "I don't know yet." Seeing his shyness, the girl pressed him even more. "How can you not know? Are you leaving your fiancé to go with someone else? Are you having an affair already?" Only then did he explain, "Well, Rose seems to be angry with me." "What did you say?" This really confused her. What on earth did you do to make the angelic sister Rose angry? "Hey, I didn't do it on purpose. It was because of the meeting a few days ago." A few days ago, Wenner tried to chase after Rose. Why so sudden? Rose turned back to reply, "I don't think the Daiha family supports the crown prince." He tried to explain, "Zarkis is a good person. He has also helped Daiha a lot. Do you think it's right to decide a political matter for that reason?" This question truly caught him off guard. "It's not that I don't support the crown prince. No matter who it is, one must make the right choice," Rose asked frankly, as someone who participated in the war. "I don't want the party to be held with those who cannot return." With that, she turned her back and walked away. Let's take some time to think. Wait, Rose? Wenner probably still didn't understand the seriousness of the problem. Asterisk, she probably wants to be alone for a while. What do you think if we have a private party? Asterisk, are you an idiot? Lavi angrily hit him. How could you make your fiancé cry over a man? What? Rose didn't cry. She thought to herself, asterisk, he has no sense with Felix. Can he work with Zarkis now? Akid too, the story is different from what I know. This is how I know principles don't mean anything. The main character is acting like an idiot. So what should I do? Asterisk, after a series of thoughts, she decided to give him advice. Hold on tight, be a man, say sweet things to comfort her. You should have sent lots of gifts she likes. Wenner still didn't quite believe Levy's advice. Really? I honestly don't know. I'm just imitating Akid's actions. Asterisk, for this clueless brother of mine, I have to step in. Asterisk. So the next day, she sat down to write a letter to Rose, to my dearest sister Rose. In the letter, she wrote, I heard that you have returned to the Empire. I apologize for sending my greetings late. Rose smiled as she read the letter. Are you well? I am always worried that my ugly brother might have hurt my dear sister. The girl even sent a vibrant flower. Just when I saw the roses blooming in the garden, I remembered you even more. I will pick the most beautiful flowers and send them to you. I hope you will be as bright as these roses. Rose thought to herself, asterisk, it seems Levay has heard about what happened with Wenner. The two siblings are so cute. Asterisk. So she also decided to write a reply to the girl. Asterisk anyway, I don't intend to give him the cold shoulder for long. We'll have to make up soon. Asterisk. In her reply, she wrote, My dear Levay, thank you for writing to me. The scent of roses reminded me of the day we had tea together in the garden. I want to spend time with you like we did back then. If possible, could you come and see me? You pick the day and I will send a carriage for you. After reading Rose's reply, Akid angrily slammed the paper down on the table. It seems Miss Rose has some free time. He started to interrogate her. I want you to check these documents during that time. Rose still smiled. If so, then this is all I'll have to handle, right? It's clear that because someone was busy scolding priests, the work piled up. Her words made Akid's face darken like charcoal. Rose interrogated Akid. What exactly did you do wrong to Levy? There's a rumor about a conflict with Grand Duke Enoch, right? That's none of your business. So she tried a different threat, is that so? Then I guess I won't teach you. Sooner or later, you'll have to do the work of the Enoch house, right? When? In 3 days, but... Akid angrily left. Is that so? I hope it ends well. With that, Akid slammed the door and left. Walking outside, he thought back to that moment. Asterisk. Seeing her smile like that means something's up. Asterisk. Asterisk, if it's something that can make me angry. Asterisk. Meanwhile, Zarkis was with Wenner. How long are you going to do that? Wenner was struggling with a pile of gifts. Sorry, just wait a little longer. I'm trying to decide what color to choose. Choosing a gift for your sister again? Just pick the lightest one. That's not it. This time, it's a gift for my fiancé. Hearing this, Zarkis was surprised. He asked Wenner, choosing a gift for your fiancé isn't anything special. Since you're a knight, you probably don't like this stuff. But even so, you have to try. Unexpectedly, the crown prince said, then take this one, huh? Wenner directly stated, red doesn't suit Rose. The prince held it up to try. I don't know. Zarkis unexpectedly held it up to his ear and smiled. I think it suits you very well. 3 days later, Lavi Violet found herself in a difficult situation. This won't work either. The girl was lost in the castle. Where? Where should I go now? She looked around frantically. I'll hide here for a bit and then go out. Suddenly, she looked at the sofa and saw someone sleeping there. Huh? Who's sleeping here? Scared, she thought to herself, asterisk, please don't wake up, asterisk. Suddenly, the person woke up. Where are you going? Didn't you come to see me? She was grabbed tightly by the stranger, unable to run. Wait a minute! Then the person pinned her hand against the wall. It turned out to be Crown Prince Zarkus, huh? The two were in an extremely awkward situation. Asterisk, what on earth is this situation? To explain the root of this, we have to go back in time a bit. She remembered. Asterisk, Sister Rose sent a carriage for me. I thought she was inviting me to the Salome mansion. Asterisk. Unexpectedly, she invited Levi to the royal palace. Asterisk. Does everyone work in such a wonderful place? Sister Rose, I don't know, but why my brother? What do you usually think of the young Marquise? Sister Rose came out to greet Levi. Because Levi said you were coming, you have no idea how much I was looking forward to it. However, she was still a little worried about the girl. But what should I do? I have to be away for a while because of a meeting. It's all right. I can wait for you inside. Alan instructed the girl, then I will wait for you on the first floor. After you're done, please have a servant inform me. I know. He had given careful instructions, but he still seemed worried. You're not allowed to wander off just because you're bored? Don't do anything dangerous. Even if we're in the royal palace, I'm not like that. That threat made Levi angry and she stormed off. Stupid Alan. What do you think of me? The girl sat down to drink tea while pondering. Asterisk, I don't always cause trouble. Suddenly, she looked out the window. What's that? What's all the noise outside the window? Below was the sword training ground. Are those the royal knights? Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. Oh my! That person! It turned out to be Akid, training very hard. He was incredibly agile, dodging the blades of his opponents. Sweat poured down his face. It took a while for her to realize, asterisk, Akid is here. Lavi quickly bowed her head in embarrassment. Asterisk, I was so surprised I hid. He's doing better than I thought. That's why he's getting a medal, I guess. Asterisk. Everyone in the knightly order seemed quite surprised by Akat's actions today. Why is Lord Akid participating in training? They felt both surprised and tired. The Duke was supposed to be here, that's why. It seems he trained all night and has been here since early morning. The two knights who were chatting were reprimanded by Akid. Hey, stop gossiping. Our apologies. Seeing his stern reminder made her scared. Asterisk, when he's training, he's a cold person. That's cool too, but it's too much like someone else. Asterisk unexpectedly. As she was thinking about him, he suddenly spotted her and called her name affectionately. Levi. It really is Levi. When did you get here? That sweet and gentle voice truly made her blush to the roots of her hair. Because she was too shy, she didn't know how to answer and quickly tried to avoid him. Oh my, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Her emotions were in such turmoil that she didn't know how to face him. Asterisk, why am I feeling like this all of a sudden? I'm not even receiving healing from Akid, but my heart is pounding. Her somewhat distant reply left him feeling confused. So he decided he had to go upstairs and talk to her first, feeling that meeting her right then and there wouldn't work. Upstairs, Levi was still too shy to face him. Oh no, my face is so hot. How can I let him see this expression? Not knowing what to say, she chose to run away. Isn't there anywhere I can hide until this fever dies down? She started running through the palace, looking for a place to hide. Her eyes darted everywhere. Where? Where should I go now? Suddenly, she saw a room that seemed like a perfect hiding spot. Inside the room, Crown Prince Zagreb was resting. He suddenly heard footsteps. I hear familiar footsteps. He closed his eyes, sensing each footstep approaching the room. Flustered, like prey being chased by a predator, and there's that familiar scent of roses, too. At that moment, Levi stepped into the room, unaware that he was there. Her footsteps were filled with fear. Huh? What's this? Coming all this way just to run away again? And with that, he forcefully grabbed her arm. Where do you think you're going? Didn't you come here to see me? Hold on. He forcefully pushed her down onto the sofa. The atmosphere was incredibly awkward. It was only then that he got a clear look at her. Huh? Lave? What on earth is this situation? Zagreb's actions infuriated Lave. She pointed a finger and scolded him directly. I'm sorry for entering without permission, but can you please get off me? It was then the crown prince realized his mistake. I mistook you for someone else. I apologize for my rudeness. Lave understood. So that's what this was about. But then she suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. Wait, if Akid sees this, visions of massacres flashed through her mind. She immediately pushed the prince's hand away. Don't touch me. You could be in danger. He also seemed startled as she suddenly slapped his hand away, which hurt quite a bit. Am I worried that he'll laugh mockingly at me? Zagreb smirked. Indeed, you are a woman worth laughing at. Suddenly he made a suggestive move, grabbing her hair, alluring. No more games. Answer my question, will you? Who are you? Only then did Lavid get a chance to look straight into his eyes and realize cloudy, golden eyes. Could this person be the crown prince, jackass? Although I don't know the title of this novel, in the world where he's the main character, he appears as the villain. But now that my brother has sided with Jackass, shouldn't I feel friendlier towards him? Why do I feel so uneasy? Zagreb still held her hair tightly. The scent coming from you isn't one you can smell just anywhere. Markeith Daiha's garden roses. Almost no one can find those roses in the Imperial Palace, not even Wenner, who is close to you. Cornered, she had to confirm her identity immediately. I am his younger sister. The prince asked her again, what? I'm the younger sister of young Marquis Wenner. That garden is also my garden. He began to soften his tone. You are La Violette Darcel? What? You can walk on your own? Winner said, a mere gust of wind could blow you away. You're so pale and frail. His words made her a little angry. What on earth did my brother tell you? Zagreb stood up in front of Levi and introduced himself. I am Zagreb Barnaspicia Pedro, and I'm also Wenner's best friend. I've been very rude. I thought you were Wenner's secret lover. Though furious, Lave gently bowed to him. It is a pleasure to meet your highness, the crown prince. Oh, you know of me? That's impressive. I heard Wenner always has people protecting you, so you don't participate much in social activities. Looking at you now, I see the resemblance. Suddenly, Zagreb gripped her chin threateningly, just like Wenner in his academy days. Zagreb's actions made Levi extremely uncomfortable, not daring to take a deep breath. I've always wondered why succession is so troublesome. The heat from his body touching her skin seemed to cling to her, sending shivers down her spine. This feeling was completely different from when she touched Akid. Trying to escape this dreadful place, she made an excuse to leave. I have to go. Someone is waiting for me. However, the crown prince didn't seem to want to let her go. Don't be like that. Can't you talk with me for a little while, please? Levi struggled to get away from him. I don't want to. Let go of my hand. If you keep this up, I'll tell my brother Wenner. Huh, what kind of threat is that? Suddenly, she blurted out something she shouldn't have. The crown prince likes my brother, so... Lave's words seemed to stun Zagreb with anger. What did you say? To salvage the situation, she tried to steer the conversation to a different kind of relationship. I mean, the two of you are best friends and have a good relationship, Lave pleaded with her eyes, please let it go, putting on an innocent expression. To dispel the awkward atmosphere, the crown prince laughed it off. So that's what you meant. What else is there to say? She also added some spice to make the air less stiff. Besides that, what other meaning could there be? I'm going crazy. Why did I have to say what I was thinking? I need to escape before he digs any deeper, and so she quickly bowed to Zagreb and bolted from the room like an arrow. Well then, I'll be going. It was nice talking to you. See you next time. Luckily for Lavi, she finally escaped that room. That was almost a disaster. What good comes from provoking the villain? As she was running, she suddenly bumped into Akid. Thanks to that, the heat in my face has cooled down, but what's this about a villain? He looked at her with pitiful puppy dog eyes and asked, Are you talking about me? Unexpectedly, her careless words made him think. You said that last time, and today you're running away again. It's difficult for me when you do this every time. Lavi tried to deny it. That's not it. I was shy then, so I ran away. But now, seeing her hesitate shyly, Akid deliberately moved his face closer to hers, making her blush even more. Now, Levine, standing by as a third wheel, couldn't help but exclaim, "Could this be the owner of the pink letter?" Akid then reminded him, "Levin, you have to go, don't you? You have that task I asked of you." "Ah, yes." Akid held her hand tightly as if he never wanted to let go, her heart pounding in surprise again. As expected, it's because of the healing. Over here, Rose offered a sweet and friendly smile and greeted them. "Sir Akid, don't you have work to do?" "Today is my time with Levi." He replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I've already completed my important tasks. I've chosen a reliable assistant. Besides, Lavi also brought a peach that she likes. How about we enjoy it together?" Nothing more. The atmosphere as they vied for Lavi was truly terrifying. Both sides wanted to have time with her. Their eyes shot sparks at each other. The two started arguing again. "If it's dessert, we already have plenty. We have lots of ice cream and sweets here. Levi can't eat too many sweets. Don't you even know that? Then we can just have this tea together." The series of arguments between the two tired Levi out just by listening. "I don't understand why the three of us are hanging out together. Thank goodness Jackass didn't follow." Rose and Akid glared at their rival, each thinking, "I will soon share Lave's family name. I have to marry Lave." Lave sat silently, drinking her tea. Is the passage of time really a good thing? In the Crown Prince's room, Zagreb was lamenting. How strange. Even Wenner himself doesn't know. He looked out the window, wondering how did his sister know that. After returning from the imperial palace, time passed so quickly she barely noticed. The busy days continued, bathing, getting fitted for dresses, social etiquette and dance classes. At night, being so tired, Lavi slept soundly, oblivious to the world, in a state of suspense, unsure if it was anticipation or anxiety. Finally, the day of the banquet arrived. The carriage carrying her stopped at the castle gate. "We've arrived." Akid, dashing in his royal attire, offered his hand to help her. "Are you ready, Levi?" She gently stepped down in a gorgeous and beautiful gown. "Yes, of course I'm ready. I've been waiting so long for this day," Lavi asked him. "But if I wear gloves, won't it be inconvenient for healing?" "It does seem a bit inconvenient. What's the problem?" "Then a kiss will do." "No, just take them off and let's go." But Akid picked up the gloves from the ground for her. "This is enough." She blushed shyly. "What?" "I said I wouldn't wear gloves. Why did you bring them?" "After returning from the imperial palace, I just don't know anymore." The golden couple finally entered the party, radiating a brilliant aura that lit up the room. The party was filled with aristocratic figures. Today, Akid was receiving a medal in such a magnificent place. The two thought about this beautiful moment. A lot of people will be coming, won't they? This is amazing. Suddenly, a group of people started gossiping about her. That must be Miss Lavi. The nobleman continuously questioned her abilities. Until now, she has never shown her face at an official gathering. Has she even learned common etiquette? I hear she's so weak that even going in and out of the temple is difficult for her. I don't know what she's doing here. And yet, as she glided past, she radiated an irresistible, icy aura. Her beauty was so captivating that even passers-by had to stop their conversations to gaze at her for a long moment. Yet they wouldn't stop gossiping about her. Perhaps that's why she looks so pure and mystical. Is she really that pitiful? Is she a human or a fairy? "May I have this dance?" A wave of shyness spread over her, making her ask Akid beside her, "Hey?" It seems like everyone is whispering. It seems so. Besides the temple, there are many more places that need cleaning up. Not understanding what was happening, she thought, "What? Is there something strange about me?" Unexpectedly, he comforted her bluntly, "It's because you're beautiful." He leaned in close to her ear and whispered sweet words, "You are the most beautiful person here." What broke the intense atmosphere was someone clearing their throat a few times to interrupt. Of course! Oh my, how much I've prepared for this day. She thought to herself about everything she had to go through, soaking in a long bath, massages. Have you ever had a massage? It's surprisingly tiring. Oh, what am I saying? I've said more than once or twice that Akid is beautiful, but I'm so nervous. Suddenly, Rose called out to her, "Levy!" She was also incredibly beautiful and captivating today in a mysterious red dress. "Are you well? I'm so happy to see you like this." Seeing her stunning sister-in-law made her feel relieved as she thought, with people like her around, how can I be the most beautiful? Seeing the most beautiful person in the empire has brought me back to reality. The girl happily approached her sister-in-law to greet her. "Sister Rose, how is the ball? Places like this aren't so bad, are they?" Lave shyly shared, "I still don't know which way is up. I'm just waiting for Akid to receive his medal." Rose suddenly put on a mysterious expression. "Hee. Akad will receive it today, but did you know it's not just a medal? Huh? There's something else too?" she asserted. "Of course." The Enoch family contributed greatly to this war. It seems he thinks a medal alone is not enough. Her words made Levey think for a moment. Huh? Why? Sending him to war wasn't a good intention. Isn't this just giving a prize to someone you despise? She asked Rose, "What kind of gift are you planning to give?" "Well, usually they give precious gems or good territory. Maybe it's a royal treasure. I heard some of them can even change shape." Akad approached and interrupted. "Whatever I receive, it won't be a proper gift, so don't fan the flames. When the award ceremony begins, my bride and I will go alone. Levi, you must always stay by Wenner's side." Suddenly he became stern and reminded her, "Do you remember what I told you earlier?" "Ah!" "Before coming to the imperial palace, Akad had told me something. The current emperor hates the House of Enoch. The emperor has shown unique hostility towards the Enoch family this time. In the past, these were just suspicions. They say that through this war, they were able to confirm it. The royal family constantly issued defensive tactical directives, such as surveillance letters on the Enoch house. These were moves that desired Enoch's isolation more than victory in the war. However, our family has built up a contribution that cannot be ignored. We ended the war sooner than expected. That outcome was also very beneficial for the empire." Akid shared bluntly with her. "They'll recognize my achievements this time, but the atmosphere won't be good." "No, to be more certain, I'll say this." His half-spoken words made Levi a little impatient. "What is it? You were speaking so freely before." His eyes were filled with determination. "The emperor will soon find a reason why. Before that happens, if possible, stay by my side. At times when you can't, stay by Wenner's side." Finally, the celebratory party began. "Thank you all for helping us shine on such a joyous day as today." The emperor began his celebratory speech. "Congratulations on the victory. From now on, the knights who have achieved great feats, I will award you with medals." Lavi thought to herself, honestly, this is so boring. Come to think of it, all those letters I didn't receive were because of... The medal ceremony began. Akid, dressed impeccably in a suit, went up to receive his. He shone handsomely in his formal wear. "Emperor." Lavi applauded from below. "The emperor is despicable, but Akid is really amazing." Suddenly, the emperor, standing on the balcony, thought, "Come to think of it, the House of Enoch has achieved a great victory. Therefore, I want to give them a special gift. How about the territory of Cade?" Unexpectedly, this decision caused a public stir, making everyone gossip excitedly. "Why is the atmosphere like this? Brother, where is the Cade territory that everyone is whispering about?" "Ah." Wenner hesitantly explained to her, "It's not a strange place. It's just that if Akid receives that territory now, his position will become awkward." His words confused Levey. "Akid's position will become awkward?" At that time in the Cade territory, a place famous for its perfume industry with various types of plants growing, known as a land without winter, especially the Sephiroth flower garden, one of Cade's famous tourist spots. This was also where the emperor first met the empress. A place known for the passionate love story of the emperor and empress. It was once called the Garden of Blessings. The emperor at that time had entered with great fanfare, but now its meaning has changed. He growled loudly because the empress gave birth to twins. The emperor changed abruptly. How could you give birth to something half-baked like this? The twins cannot fully inherit the power of the royal family. The empress at that time was on the verge of tears at his words. They will become a threat to the empire, let alone be royal heirs. Take them away immediately and disappear from my sight. The empress was sent back to Cade by the emperor. It is said that she spent the rest of her life there. After the empress passed away, one of the twin brothers also eventually died. Cade was forgotten in everyone's memory. Wenner looked away with a troubled expression. Therefore, Prince Felix has continuously coveted that territory. But if the House of Enoch receives the Cade territory, the picture becomes quite peculiar. Levy began to deduce from the summary diagram in her head the royal family relationship chart. So the emperor wants to push Jackass away, get rid of Felix, and undermine Akid's power all at once. She couldn't help but be angry about this. Just you wait, you old man. The most famous flower in Cade, the Sephiroth flower, symbolizes eternity. Akid adjusted his lapel and began to speak. Even if eternity cannot be seen with the eyes, it still holds great value. That is the meaning of the relationship between the royal family and Enoch. His voice grew deeper, like a declaration. The oath of the royal family and the friendly relations of Enoch are eternal. At these words, everyone gave a round of applause. Another voice rose after the applause. But if their side has no intention of keeping the oath, then the obligation of our friendly relationship will not last. Akid looked up at him with cold, sharp eyes. This is the last time we will accommodate you. His words made the emperor furious, but he could do nothing but curse him internally. Insolent brat. How ironic. Then he turned away. Although he didn't want to, he had to give his confirmation for the boy to stay. Well then, enjoy the rest of the party. The space began to fill with the melody of music. The sound came from violins. Ravi, holding Wenna's arm, looked around for someone. Where is the crown prince? I must be careful not to run into him. At that moment he seemed to be captivated by the violin music. Ah, it seems the first dance is about to begin. A voice called her name. Levy. It was none other than Akid. He walked over and took her hand. Then he gently kissed her hand and made a request. May I have the honor of this dance with you, my lady? Please remember to like and subscribe to support my channel. His action made her very flustered. What? The first dance of the ball is supposed to be led by the royal family. Hearing this, Akid calmly replied, the emperor has gone inside and the crown prince said he doesn't have a partner. Instead, we will dance the first dance. What do you think? Seeing that she didn't respond, he turned away with a slightly sulky expression. If Levy feels pressured, I will give the dance to Wenner. Levy was startled by his words and quickly agreed. No, it's fine. I want to dance. Hearing this, he felt happy inside. Then let's go. Although she smiled as she followed Akid, she thought, the dazzling ball I've dreamt of for so long, and the first dance with Akid. There's no reason to refuse. Everyone moved aside, returning the dance floor to them. His hand expertly wrapped around her waist. Then he asked in a gentle voice, for your first time at a ball, you dance so well. His words made Lavia a little embarrassed. Of course. Do you know how hard I practiced? At that, Akid chuckled softly. What a shame. I should have seen all of it. Then she began to show off her skills, twirling with him in a circle. No way. I'm just showing you how well I can do. Next, Levy asked playfully. See? Pretty good, right? Akid didn't know what to say and just smiled at her dotingly. Then he quickly asked her, "Yes, it's truly beautiful. Isn't it stage material?" She admitted with a confident expression, "That's right. If I had a healthy body, I'd be flying all over the place." He continued, "Don't worry about anything today." From her current position, Levi was turned with her back to Akid. "I will help you recover, so just dance freely." Her cheeks instantly turned red. What a relief. Then their conversation continued. "It seems Akid's mood is back to normal, huh? Did I look unhappy?" Hearing this, she gently probed, "The Emperor gave you an award while secretly tearing you down. You left in anger because of that. Are you really okay?" At her words, he understood. "Ah, that?" Then Akid moved closer to her and said in a suggestive tone, "What if I don't curse publicly in high society?" This made her a bit timid. "Really? Is that true?" After saying that, Levi thought to herself, Akid is more forward in many ways. Her body moved closer to his. Just think about it. Akid's hand rested on her waist. Then he lifted Levi, surprising her greatly. Next, his face reddened as he slowly confessed, "How do you think people who see my expression now will remember me?" Instantly, she was completely charmed by his words. Smiling so beautifully should be illegal. Levi's dress began to flare out. She was now low to the ground and all eyes were on them. Levi said with some embarrassment, "Today is over." Now the two were in another room raising a glass to each other. The party is far from over. "Here's champagne." She kept laughing. "I've done everything I wanted to do. We danced twice, including the time we danced together." The image of Wenner being approached by Rose at the party appeared in her mind. "I just need to see if my brother dances well with Rose." Then she pursed her lips and sipped her drink. "The rest of the people will probably just watch for a bit and then go home." Shortly after, Levi's voice held a hint of disappointment. This isn't alcoholic, is it?" Akid admitted without hiding it. "Of course not. Are you planning to get drunk here?" Then he placed a hand on his chin and continued, "If Levi gets drunk, it'll be a big problem." "No way." His words made Levi fume with anger. "What do you mean, a big problem?" Hearing that, he slowly brought up the past. "Don't you remember the last time you drank wine?" She remembered and recounted it calmly. "I got drunk, but you held my hand and I sobered up." Akid asked further, "What about before that?" Levi continued to recall and tell. "Before I went to sleep, I don't remember clearly. I just drank with you and got a fever, so I stopped." A memory flashed in her mind. Oh my. An image of a red wine glass appeared. "Levi, you can't do that." Next was the memory of Levi boldly lying on top of him. What's wrong? Is it because it wasn't a kiss? Just a peck? Hearing this, Akid denied it in a high voice. "That's not it." Then she moved a little closer to him and asked softly, "Akid, can you do it again?" At this moment, Levi's face was burning. What on earth is this memory? A jade pendant floated gently. "Akid, there are 2 ways to pray for bad luck to go away." Akid's face was now completely red from Levi's words. "First is a sword decoration I made myself. Second is a sincere kiss." Instantly, he thought, that means a kiss on the cheek or forehead. At that time, she made a request to him, "Since you must return safely, please kiss me a lot." Back in the present, her face was bright red, her eyes cast down. Too embarrassed to face Akid. "It wasn't anything. I was just too drunk to speak properly." Seeing her expression, he asked, "You still don't remember?" Then Akid moved closer to her. "Your lips were so soft it put me in a great mood." Seeing he had crossed the line, Levi quickly covered his mouth with her hand. "I remember. I remember. Don't say anything more now." Her mind was in turmoil right now. Oh my God. My first kiss was like, I assaulted him, and I don't even remember it." Hearing this, Akid teased her again. "You're not going to say it was a mistake again, are you?" Levi quickly denied it. "But isn't it better if it was a mistake? It happened because I was drunk." Once again, he moved closer to her and asked softly, "So, Can I kiss you and say it was a mistake too? At Akid's teasing, she playfully hit him. Even with 10 mouths, I have nothing to say. Stop joking, Akid. Zagreb appeared out of nowhere. I was wondering where the famous figures had gone. So you were in this corner. The moment she saw him, Lavi was so shocked she covered her mouth. Zagreb. In contrast, Akid seemed calm and somewhat casual. Your Highness, the Crown Prince. He slowly approached. Shortly after, Akid also expressed himself. It is an honor to meet your Highness. May God protect you. I did not know you were coming, so my greeting is late. The girl beside him didn't dare to look at him directly, her voice trembling. It is an honor to meet your Highness. May God protect you. I am La Violette of Diha. Then she thought, phew. I thought I wouldn't have to see him. Lavi's face showed an anxiety she couldn't put into words. Everyone is watching. I hope he doesn't say anything strange. Everyone's eyes are on them. Back at the banquet, the Crown Prince. Returning to the scene with the three of them, Akid couldn't help but wonder why Zagreb was there. I thought your Highness wasn't interested in the ball, but is there something you need? He tilted his head slightly and said, well, your dance looked very interesting. Then Zagreb slowly approached. He extended his hand and made a suggestion. If you don't mind, may I have a dance with Miss La Violette? What? I don't want to. That's what she thought, but outwardly she politely refused. I'm not feeling well, so I'd like to rest for a bit. Hearing that, he immediately called her bluff. You looked very energetic just a moment ago. It seems everyone is resting now. Lavi continued to make excuses. I'm still a clumsy dancer. But he was stubborn and refused to back down, constantly pressing her until she was cornered. She just danced 2 songs without any problem. Since you yielded the first dance to me, you surely won't refuse this, right? His words infuriated Levi. It was because you didn't have a partner. I have no more excuses to refuse. Before she could even step forward, a hand stopped her. With all due respect, please accept my invitation, Akid said in a low voice. If you leave the hall, there will be countless ladies waiting for the Crown Prince. Miss La Violette is my partner for today. Zagreb's face remained stern. Partner? Even if she weren't your partner, it's not time for dancing right now, is it? So let her dance. His eyes gradually turned cold. After all, she isn't your official fiancé. Akid was not to be outdone, glaring at him with an equally unfriendly look. Just then, a voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Wait a moment. La Violette stood in front of him and said, I will accept the Crown Prince's invitation. Then she timidly made a request, if you don't mind, just 1 song. Hearing this, he smiled brightly with no further objections. That's enough. A hand was wrapped in a handkerchief. Lavi, you don't have to push yourself. Akid held her hand, full of worry. You're not obligated to accept every dance request. Sensing his concern, Lavi gently reassured him. It's all right. The first dance partners at a ball are the nation's saviors and the Crown Prince. It's better to have a more dazzling resume. Right now, she was just as anxious as he was. And I hate hearing Akid's pointless words. A steady hand was offered. At that moment, I realized a truth. Images of the Emperor and Zagreb were crossed out one by one. Following that was the suggestive image of Lavi and Akid that night. It seems both the Emperor and the Crown Prince are mistaken. In this world, I'm the only one who gets to bother Akid. It's been decided since we were kids. Hey, Lavi. She reached up and touched his cheek, making Akid mesmerized. Then La Violette slowly said, Don't worry too much. I had my reasons for accepting. Trust me and wait for me, okay? The music started to play and people began to dance together. It was then that Zagreb and Lavi stepped out. It seems you didn't want to see me, but I've been looking forward to the day we could speak privately. His words took her by complete surprise. Oh my, what? And then he gestured with his hand and said, That's right, that expression. I've known Wenner for a long time. That kid makes the same face when he's hiding something. Then Zagreb smiled and lifted her hand. What are you hiding? Lavi replied with a professional smile. I can't tell you that. Then she changed the subject. It seems you're very close with my brother. Images of the past began to appear. Of course, when he was happy, and even when he was sad, I was always by his side, watching over him. At that time, he was by Wenner's side. He was so sad that tears welled up in his eyes, unable to speak. Before these tears, he hesitated. The only close relationship. Back in the present, the violin music continued to play. But this time, you've guessed wrong. Levi stepped forward and spoke calmly. I've barely left the Daiha estate my whole life. I don't know anything, and I'm not hiding anything. He suddenly grabbed her hand. Is that really so? The two were very close now. Even if that's not the case, I think you're worth finding out about. An image of Lavi as a muse appeared as Zagreb spoke. The frail younger sister who can't even enter high society. One cough and the temple's high priest changes. The treasure of the Daiha family. Then he continued, every time I hear about it from Wenner, I think about it. If you have to hide it so carefully. Then Zagreb's voice dropped. Isn't it less of a treasure and more of a weakness? Her eyes instantly lit up. As he stepped forward, she suddenly stepped back. A scream rang out, drawing everyone's attention. Now Levi was sitting on the floor, much to his confusion. At this point, Zagreb still hadn't figured out her intentional act. Miss Laviolette, why did you suddenly... Before he could finish his sentence, she cut him off. I'm sorry, Your Highness. 2 lines of thought appeared simultaneously. Am I his weakness? Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes as she spoke timidly. Your Highness invited me several times. I wanted to complete the dance no matter what. But with my physical condition, it was actually too much. Then another, more challenging thought appeared. Try to deal with your own weakness. Why don't you? Zagreb was utterly bewildered. What are you talking about? Then he tried to clear his name. Didn't you suddenly kick me hard in the leg? Rewinding to the earlier scene. It was true. She had kicked him in the leg. First, let's stand up and talk, Sir, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. Lavi, with her cheeks flushed, said softly, Right now, my legs can't. Everyone felt sorry for her. The whispers began to spread. Oh my, what a bad bruise. Is that from being stepped on? Perhaps. In any case, it needs to be treated quickly. Zagreb silently wondered how she got such a bruise. The butler approached and whispered in his ear, Your Highness. This conversation probably shouldn't go on for too long. Immediately after, Wenner rushed over. Lave. He went to her side, then turned his head. Zagreb? No, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. What on earth is this situation? La Violette, playing the victim, whispered faintly. Brother, this is no one's fault. With tears in her eyes she shared, it was just an accident, right? Faced with her top-tier acting, he could only stand aside and laugh wryly, thinking, You've already set the stage for it being a mistake. Now, the only way to resolve this is to claim it wasn't intentional. Then Zagreb spoke in a low voice. No matter the circumstances, I apologize for hurting you. It would be best to stop here for today and rest. Hearing this, she thought, actually, this isn't as serious an injury as it looks. On days when I'm physically prone to bruising, it can look like this. Lave leaned on Wenner and expressed her thanks. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. After that, everything went smoothly. With Akid's help, she was able to leave the ball. The Crown Prince was scolded by her brother. The issue only ended after he received an order to stay away from Levi. The scene changes to a quiet room. Levi, why did you do that? La Violette, being carried in Akid's arms, was excited. When you can't refuse the other person, I've learned that using my physical condition as an excuse is the best way. Then she added, Akid also endured it well because of me, so you were worried and anxious. He walked slowly as he spoke. Even if I wanted to, I could only endure it. You said you had a way. Hearing that made her even more delighted. Such a good boy. So obedient. The door slowly opened. But It was then that La Violette asked, "Where is this? Aren't we going home?" Hearing that, Akid calmly replied, "I've rented a VIP room. We'll rest here before the carriage arrives." Then he slowly sat her down. Why is that necessary? His face was clearly worried. "We have to treat your injury." "Let me see it, quickly." Hearing this, La Violette refused. "No, holding hands is enough." But he said, "That's too slow. Every time the carriage shakes, you'll feel a sharp pain. Just let me see it for a moment." Her face instantly turned red. "Even so, my instep is a bit embarrassing." Akid sat down and reassured her in a low voice. "Levi, sit still. I know what to do." He gently kissed the top of her foot. This situation made La Violette panic, and she cried out his name, "Akid!" But he was very calm and asked softly, "You got hurt in front of me, so why are you being so stubborn?" Akid's cheeks flushed red as he shared softly, "You have no idea how worried I was." Instantly, she was hit by his charm and froze. "I'm sorry." She looked away and said, "When I made the plan, I didn't consider your feelings." Then she added, "I got angry because you were being looked down on by others. I hate it when people whisper about you. So I was just thinking of getting out of there quickly." Her voice grew more agitated. "But why are you smiling like that?" It's just..." Akid rested his head on his arm, looking at her with infatuated eyes. "Sometimes, even when you don't say you like me, you do things that make my heart flutter." Immediately, she was so surprised that her entire face turned red. Then Levi grabbed his hand and said in a high voice, "How long are you going to talk on the floor? Come sit next to me." He was a bit taken aback by her attitude. Now the two were sitting together. Lave was so shy that even her shoulders turned red. She glanced at him and thought, what does he mean? Like, a scene of the two of them as children appeared in her mind. If I were normally healthy, would I have realized it sooner? And the way they held hands, so familiar and comfortable, holding hands and hugging, relying on each other for so long. When I felt that was natural and the hugs we shared, did I naturally come to like Akid? The healing power has always been in our relationship. Akid broke the silence with a soft question. "Levi, what are you thinking about?" She remained silent, not saying a word, assuming. He was a bit confused as she just stared at him without speaking. If there was no healing ability, then La Violette asked softly, "Akid, can you close your eyes for a moment?" He sighed and replied, "Why? You're scaring me when you say that so suddenly." Hearing that, she snapped, "What's there to be scared of? Just close them for a bit. Don't do anything. Just close your eyes." Akid obeyed her and closed his eyes. "I know, like this?" Levi's hand rested on the bed. "Yes." Then she took the initiative and gave him a kiss. Akid was now in a passive position, while she was the active one. Then they broke the kiss. This is big. Until now, whenever Akid used his ability to get close to me, I always felt breathless and dizzy. An image of Lave blushing as he moved his face close to hers, and the image of him lifting her high. I thought it was just because of the healing ability. Even now, when Akid isn't doing anything, I feel the same way. Her recent action left him stunned. "Levi." He touched his lips and asked softly, "What does this mean?" La Violette's hand tightened as she shared in a low voice. "Actually, until now, I didn't know why my heart fluttered. I thought it was just because of the healing ability." Her face flushed red again. "But that doesn't seem right either. It's because of you that my heart pounds like this." Akid's pupils contracted in astonishment, a shy look on his face. Then he pulled her into a hug and whispered Levi. Akid still couldn't believe what had just happened. This isn't a dream, right? Or is this just a joke? Hearing that, she got angry. "What do you take people for?" At her words, Akid was overjoyed and expressed himself softly. "I'm sorry. I'm just so happy I can't believe it." La Violette thought silently, it wasn't that big of a deal. Is he really that happy? Then she reached out her hand. "So cute." Sir Enoch, the carriage you ordered is ready. The two of them jumped in surprise. La Violette looked at her empty hand. I almost automatically started patting his head. Akid quickly said, "I'll be right out." Then, he said to her, "La Vie, can we get on the carriage and go? Since no one will know where you've gone?" She quickly replied, "Okay." La Violette was so shy being carried in his arms that her entire face turned red. If the carriage hadn't come, I might have acted impulsively like that. He began to speak. La Vie seems more at ease now that the conversation was interrupted. Am I the only one who feels it's a pity? But she quickly denied it. No, that's not it. Hearing that, Akid said in a low voice, "I have no intention of letting it go like this. We'll continue our talk later." Lavi was so shocked her jaw dropped. She squeezed her eyes shut and thought, what are we going to talk about later? Wenner, I told you it was a misunderstanding. Wenner crossed his arms looking annoyed. A misunderstanding about what? It was just one dance, Zagreb tried to explain. I didn't think La Violette would hate it that much. Then he sighed and continued, she has so many male friends at the temple, so I thought she liked short, intense encounters. But he got angry and emphasized, what did you say? Are you telling me you've been investigating Levay too? The reply was his calm demeanor. I was just curious about your sister. I had no other intentions. Then Winner put a hand behind his head and said, because Levy absolutely does not do things she doesn't like. Don't be like that in the future. If it's you, you can find as many dance partners as you want. But Zagreb stubbornly said, the people I want to dance with always have partners already. Then he asked softly, so can you just dance with me? Hearing this, he gently reminded him, Zagreb, that joke isn't funny, is it? A fluffy red dress suddenly appeared. On the balcony now, Zagreb had his arm around Werner's shoulders. Rose spoke softly, immediately catching the attention of both men. There you are, Wenner. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I couldn't see you for a moment, so I've been looking for you. Seeing her there, Wenner quickly explained, I'm sorry. I had to talk to Zagreb. Hearing this, Rose politely greeted him. It is an honor to meet your highness. May God protect you. I am Rose Salome, fiancée of young Marquis Wenner Daiha. Hearing this, he smiled brightly and said, we all went through thick and thin together at the academy. It's fine to speak comfortably. She replied softly, no, I can't do that. Rose's tone was full of hidden meaning as she said, we are not children anymore. As people who will take on leadership roles in the empire, if we are too casual, it could lead to misunderstandings. Hearing this, both pairs of eyes turned to her. Then Wenner began to bow. Then, your highness, I shall take my leave with my fiancé. Seeing him like this surprised him. Wenner, you too? But he smiled. Rose isn't wrong. See you later. Zagreb remained silent. After that, Rose and Wenner walked to the carriage. Then the carriage slowly drove away. Suddenly, Rose turned, which surprised him a little. Zagreb on the balcony looked down below and sighed softly. His face was tinged with sadness. I'm not pleased at all. A few days after the ball, strolling in the estate with Akid, peaceful days of regular healing passed by. Cade cherished Levi like a delicate flower. If there was one problem, Levi was lying on her bed with a bored expression. He left again today. The scene of her being carried by Akid. I have no intention of letting it go like this. We'll continue our talk later. Her face flushed red again. Akid, you said that, so why haven't you said anything yet? Lavi rolled over on the bed and thought, when is later exactly? Could he have forgotten? If not that, does he want to brush it off as unimportant? I can't ask him, so I'm going crazy with frustration. Her face darkened and she started mumbling. Has Akid felt this way all this time? An image of her with Akid appeared again. She thought, I can't wait any longer. I have to talk to him first. Akid. La Violette placed a hand on her chest and emphasized in a loud voice, I have something to tell you. Sit here. Just then, Akid also made an announcement. Today I was planning for us to go out. Lavi was slightly surprised. What? Go out? He quickly confirmed. Yes, I'm sure you'll like it. Hearing this, she asked, Where is it? Is it far from here? He placed a hand on his chin with a thoughtful expression. We have to go by carriage for a while, but... Then Akid bluntly revealed it's a suitable place for horseback riding while enjoying the scenery. Horseback riding? Then she asked again, You mean horse racing? With that, she imagined a cool image of herself riding a horse. With this stamina, even horseback riding would be difficult. I thought I'd never get to try it in my lifetime. La Violet wondered to herself it would probably be a lot of fun, but today... Then Akid added, But we don't necessarily have to go today. Let's talk about what Lave wants to talk about first. Hearing this, she flew over and grabbed his arm. No, La Violette said in a high voice. We can talk after we get there. I want to ride a horse. Hearing that, Akid smiled softly in agreement. All right, then let's leave once Lavid's ready. Suddenly, she froze. Then she turned away hastily. I know. Let me go change and come back. La Violette walked slowly. Now, just seeing Akid's smile makes my heart beat faster. Her face was still red. It seems I really do like Akid. Contrary to my expectations, it was a light outing. Akid had prepared quite a few things beforehand. Permission from my mother and brother, luggage and escorts. This was the first time in my life I had gone to that gate. The carriage slowly started to roll, but the place we arrived at, Akid offered his hand for her to step down. Then he said softly, Levi, we're here. Lavi was completely enchanted. It's so beautiful it makes you forget all your troubles. So this is Cade. The sound of horse hooves, trotting slowly. The two were now riding on the same horse. I told them to keep their distance and follow us. If we want to play freely, it's better for just the two of us. Hearing that, La Violette agreed. That's true. If the others saw, they'd worry. That's right, he thought. Actually, I just don't want our date to be interrupted. Then Akid put his feet in the stirrups. Well then let's go. The horse started to go faster, making her extremely excited. The beautiful scenery made her feel thrilled. The wind rushed past continuously. It was completely different from riding in a carriage. Feeling the horse's perfect coordination was magical. The wind on my cheeks felt great. La Violette turned around with a joyful face. Akid, can we go faster? Hearing this, Akid confirmed, Of course! But we'll have to go a bit farther. Are you okay with that? It might be tiring for your first ride. She was so excited she smiled with her eyes closed. With you here? What's the problem? I want to try. As they rode, La Violette pointed towards a spot with a confused look. Then she looked up to admire the sunlight. They finally reached the riverbank and started to slow down. Akid pointed forward and said, From here on, it's a plain, so it'll be easier to run. Hearing that, she turned around. How did we get here so fast? It's even faster than a carriage. Then La Violette laughed happily and said, Or maybe I was so busy looking at the scenery that I didn't notice the time pass. Suddenly, she thought, Wait a minute. Suddenly, it hit her like a thunderclap. Right, I got so carried away with playing. I need to find the right moment to talk to Akid. La Violette's body trembled as she softly called his name, Akid. Her face turned pale. She made a suggestion. Do you want to rest for a bit in a quiet place? I'll choose the spot. But Akid replied calmly. Whatever Levi wants is fine. You look terrified. Looking at the peaceful scenery, La Violette wondered, Is there a suitable place? A place with an atmosphere where we can talk calmly. Suddenly, she stopped. Huh? La Violette pointed and said, Akid, how about that hill over there? It's full of white flowers and has enough shade from the trees so it looks good. He raised his hand and said in a low voice, Let's see. It doesn't seem like the best place. Hearing that, she turned and asked him repeatedly why. Is this place dangerous? Are the flowers poisonous or something? Akid moved his face closer to her and said softly, Not exactly, but the rumors aren't very good. It used to be a tourist spot for lovers, but now it's a flower garden that's almost unknown. Hearing this, Lave gradually realized, could it be? It was once called the Garden of Blessings, but now its meaning has changed. She wondered to herself, is that the Sephiroth flower garden? If so, then the flowers blooming below must be Sephiroth flowers, the ones that symbolize eternity, right? When I only heard about it at the Imperial Palace, I didn't think much of it. Then she spoke slowly. Can we go for a little while? There's something that's bothering me. Akid tilted his head and repeated the question. Something that's bothering you? His foot stepped onto the grass. Everything in sight was a brilliant white. Even though it's so warm, it feels like we're in a land of snow. Then she placed her hand on the tree trunk and suddenly, Lave stood still. No wonder it feels so familiar. Then he asked her softly, what is it that's bothering you? You haven't been able to take your eyes off it. She quickly turned. It's hard to explain, but Levy's face turned red again. It feels like déjà vu. My heart has been pounding since I first saw it. Or is it because the scenery is too beautiful? At that, Akad fell silent. Come to think of it, it was the same last time. What? Then he said in a low voice, you said it at the banquet last time. You told me your heart was pounding. Then he looked down slightly and asked softly, is it the same now? She stood frozen in place. Her feet started to back away. Levy placed her hand on his forehead. Wait, before I answer that question. Akad was a bit bewildered by her action. Levy stammered. Yes, just as you said. Just seeing you makes my heart pound. I keep getting swept up in your pace. Her face was now very red as she expressed herself. I prepared very carefully for today too. Please let me speak slowly, at my own pace. Hearing this, he also said, okay, I understand. It would be nice if you took your hand away, but Leve wouldn't let go. Just wait. Then she gradually pulled her hand back. For a long time, I thought we were friends. Even when my heart pounded, I thought it was just a part of your ability. Then she confirmed again, but that was a misunderstanding. An image of them as children appeared again. The trembling feeling when I touched your hand was something different, and an image of them grown up. Even when our eyes meet or when you come near me, I've actually felt it for a long time. Lave's hand slowly dropped. I don't know if you feel the same way as I do. I also think it depends on the person. It seems good. Akad's cheeks flushed as he softly called her name. Levy. He continued to speak. So now after the banquet, I prepared so carefully. So why is it still such a mess? I mean, in my imagination, I said it much more wonderfully. What was I going to say next? Then she called his name softly. Akid. He quickly replied, huh? Then Laviolette made a request. Let's get engaged. Please subscribe to Jeonmi G channel so you don't miss our exciting videos. Amidst the warm, sun-drenched forest, Lavi and Aked quietly looked at each other, their eyes filled with love. She gently took his hand, her gaze steady, but her voice soft and tender. Let's get engaged. Hearing this, he froze for a good 5 seconds. Only then did Akid process the information. The pace is too fast, I can't keep up. His face turned red with embarrassment. Huh? Continuing, she replied shyly, compared to being lovers, isn't this more clear-cut? If Daiha and Enoch join hands, we can keep the royal family in check, which is also good. Then, Lave casually recounted the necessary steps. Normally, it's being friends, holding hands, hugging, kissing. We've already done all of that before. So the next step is engagement, isn't it? And then with a determined gaze, she stated firmly, I've done thorough research. Romance novels. Meanwhile, Akid thought helplessly. What on earth did she research? Then Lave hesitated. So, she moved closer to his face, her eyes sparkling as she asked, Can you take me with you and live together? Hearing this, Akad was stunned. He wondered, Levi, do you even know what you're saying? Looking into her eyes, he recalled the past. All this time, I've held back around people, even though it made me aware of myself bit by bit. Akid continued to ponder. Even so, I was always very careful. I would pour all my feelings into it. I was afraid of hurting you. Just as it felt like he had finally reached her, he felt that if she had chosen him like this, grasping the thread of fate, Akid exclaimed in his heart, "I will absolutely not miss this chance." Immediately after, he hugged her tightly and said joyfully, "Okay." With a loving gaze, he spoke with a promise of happiness. "Whether it's engagement or marriage, I'll do it all. I will take Lavi to live with me." Hearing this, Lavi looked at him and smiled happily. And then she hugged him tightly, acting cute. In the cool summer breeze, pure white flowers danced in the wind. At this moment, Lavi was sitting on his lap. She wondered, "When did you become so reliable? When we were little, you would cry just from holding hands." Hearing that, Akid smiled brightly and replied, "That's because your expression was so scary back then." Imagining that time, from Akid's perspective, Lavi had a disgusted expression. Continuing, he recounted the events. "I wanted to hold your hand, so I never avoided it, not even once. My father was careful and constantly emphasized that I should wear gloves." As their hands intertwined, Akid expressed, "On the contrary, I'm grateful that I have this ability." With a gentle gaze he spoke, filled with love, "Because of this ability, I can be by your side. Because you need me. Just having a use is enough." In response, Levi immediately sat up to stop him. "Wait, why would you say that?" With a sad look, she said in confusion, "Yes, you are the person I need, but it's not because of your ability. I also, you..." As she was about to speak her heart, her vision suddenly blurred. "Oh my!" She looked at Akid's worried face. "Why did my mind suddenly go blank? My vision is so blurry." After blinking a few times, his red-tinged figure appeared hazily in her eyes. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet and still, with only the sound of the rustling wind. Akid asked anxiously, "Lavi, why did you suddenly go quiet?" At the same time, feeling a heavy gaze, she nodded. "Akid, no, I can't." Suddenly, Lavi fainted and fell into his arms. He called her name in panic. "Lavi!" At that moment, Akid used his magic to heal her. He thought nervously, "What's happening?" Looking at Levi's figure sleeping in his arms, his eyes became even more anxious. There's no sign of pain, but she suddenly fainted. Looking at Levi, Akid's gaze softened slightly. Luckily, there are no injuries. It's not like she was suddenly so tired that she would faint. Then, he thoughtfully placed a hand on her shoulder. "First, I should use my ability to heal her." Next, he stood up abruptly and told himself, "I might have to take her to a doctor." As soon as he thought of it, Akid quickly started walking. At the same time, by the ancient tree, someone wondered, how is this possible? She watched their backs and asked, "Those people are here, right?" Back at the estate, it was now evening. Inside the room, Lave exclaimed groggily, "Oh my goodness." She held her dizzy head. "I suddenly feel so sleepy." After recalling the afternoon's events, she felt guilty. Even if I have no stamina, there should be a limit. How could I fall asleep at that moment? Huh? Akid must have been so startled. Sitting on the bed, Levi sighed softly. "And while I was asleep, I think I had a strange dream." Anyway, now she looked at everyone staring at her with worried eyes. She asked hesitantly, "Why is everyone in my room? And where did Akid go?" First was her mother, her eyes red as if she was about to cry. "When Akid carried you back, you have no idea how startled I was." Next was her father. He was anxious. "Even though you were just sleeping, we didn't know what to do, so we called a doctor." And finally, Wenner spoke hastily, "Are you hurt anywhere? If you're not feeling well anywhere, just say so. Your brother will immediately." With the barrage of questions, Leve's head was spinning as she tried to stop them. "I'm sorry, but can you please speak one at a time?" Just then, Dr. Yesu spoke up, interrupting the conversation. "Ahem, young Marquise." He was the doctor who specialized in treating the Daihoff family. At this moment, he asked hesitantly, "May I speak first about her condition?" Following up, her father said seriously, "Speak." Then, the atmosphere suddenly became as tense as a drawn bowstring. He said cautiously, "Actually, the young lady is." A moment later, Yesu announced the truth, which left everyone both relieved and stunned. Currently very healthy. Immediately, Wenner rushed over and grabbed his arm, asking in panic her condition wasn't good at the last checkup. In response, Jesu calmly reassured him it has improved a lot since then. At this point, he began to explain in detail. "I told everyone that when she grew up, she might become bedridden. But looking at today's diagnosis, the young lady has recovered to her healthiest state from a few years ago." Hearing this, Wenner glanced at her suspiciously and asked, "Is it possible to improve so much in just a few months?" In response, Yesu confidently asserted, "I would bet all my experience on it. You can get a confirmation from another doctor if you wish." Immediately after, Levi spoke up to reassure everyone. "He's right. I don't feel any pain right now." She looked down at her palm silently. "Actually, I'm not that surprised. While I was sleeping, Akid used so much of his power. I could feel it with my whole body." Then, she clenched her fist and rejoiced. "My body is in the best condition right now." At the same time, her mother, overcome with joy, hugged her tightly and shouted, "Levi!" She sobbed as she stroked her daughter's face and said gently, "How can this miracle? This is the happiest day I've had. Ever since the last checkup, I've been so worried." And then with sparkling eyes, she joked, "Today, do whatever you like." Hearing that, her father also brightened up and said, "If there's anything you want to do, just say it." Being cared for by everyone, she blushed and stammered, "Huh? There's nothing like that." Suddenly, Lavi remembered something and her eyes widened. She thought with a contemplative look, "Can you really do anything for me?" In response, her mother smiled warmly. "Of course. Let's go on a trip together, or go shopping." Then she shyly asked with puppy dog eyes, "In that case, I have one favor to ask." As she recounted the event, everyone was so shocked, they shouted throughout the room, "What?" Seeing this, her mother asked doubtfully, suddenly asking for permission to get engaged. Following up, her father asked in confusion, "Did Akid tell you to do this? He's not forcing you, is he?" Hearing this, Levi sighed and said calmly, "No, I was the one who proposed engagement first." After she finished speaking, the whole family was struck by lightning, their mouths agape. Levi proposed first? That was even more shocking. In shock, her mother stammered, wait a minute. Hold on." Then the three of them huddled together and whispered. Her mother spoke up in surprise. "What should we do? I never expected her to mention engagement." Seeing this, her father pondered, "But we said we'd do anything without objection." Next, Wiener insisted firmly, "I object unconditionally. This isn't dating, it's marriage. I told you to talk to Lavi sooner." Just then, Dr. Yisu hesitantly spoke up. "Ahem, everyone." Then, he continued awkwardly, "With all due respect, I have something to say." Looking at Levi stretching, he explained, "I can guess the reason for her improvement." Next, he presented the situation. "The young lady's health condition is likely affected by too much stress. Please be careful not to shock or surprise her as much as possible." Hearing this, the three of them felt anxious, their eyes showing clear worry. The first words came from her father. He said gently, "For now, I give my permission." Hearing that, Lave replied cheerfully, "Really?" And then he nodded. "Yes, if you are sure of your feelings, I have no reason to object." Continuing, her father said thoughtfully, "But a marriage between nobles requires royal permission. It will take some time." In response, she remembered something and took the opportunity to say, "Ah, that's what I mean. Since you've already given permission, can't we just make a simple promise of marriage?" Hearing this, Wiener was horrified and shouted, "What? Absolutely not." Then LeVay was confused and asked doubtfully, "Why not?" Akid said it was fine. If it were you, that much would be okay. In response, he cried tearfully. Even so, at this point, Wenner frowned. When will the engagement ceremony be prepared? And then she frowned. We don't need an engagement ceremony. It can be combined with your wedding. Seeing the difficult situation, she was lost in thought. The emperor might interfere with the marriage discussions. To be sure, it's better to lock it down. Looking at everyone's pale and stunned faces, Lavie sighed in frustration. How can I persuade them? Just then, her father suddenly covered his mouth and turned to Wenner. He turned his head and said kindly, Lavie, just do as you wish. Don't mind Wenner. We will persuade him. Following up, her mother also forced a smile and grabbed her son. That's right. Don't think about such headaches. With their thoughtful care, her parents urged her and quickly left the room. Well then, get some good rest now. And so she was left sitting on the bed, bewildered. Huh? They're really just letting it go like this? What did Dr. Yesu say? At this moment on the balcony of the room, Yevi let out a sigh of relief. Anyway, my family is taken care of. Now it's the Enoch family's turn. At the same time, Akid turned and said softly, My parents have happily agreed. Hearing this, she was stunned, her mouth agape. What? That easily? In response, he replied cheerfully, Of course. They always say they wish I could be their daughter-in-law. Then she was shocked as she recalled a series of images from her previous conversations with Akid's mother. Come to think of it, that's true, but I thought they were just saying that to be nice. I want you to be my daughter-in-law. That's probably not possible. It would be great if you married Akid. We don't know yet. As she imagined it, Lavie couldn't help but worry. Immediately after, Akid took out a cloak and asked, Are you okay? He draped the cloak over her and said caringly, Your face is all red. Do you have a fever? Hearing that, Lavie quickly turned away to hide her face, which was as red as a tomato. What am I thinking? It's nothing. Just thinking a little. In response, he asked casually, What are you thinking about? This made her awkwardly avoid his gaze. I can't say I was thinking about the succession issue. I was curious about how far Akid's ability can heal. Hearing this statement, his eyes suddenly softened. A few seconds later, Akid, with a sad look, spoke in a hoarse voice about his worries. The doctor said there's nothing wrong with Lavie's body. Did you suddenly faint because you were anxious? Don't worry, Lavie. And then he sincerely made sweet promises. No matter what happens, as long as we are breathing next to each other, I can heal anything, whether it's an incurable disease or a fatal wound. Hearing his description, Lavie imagined the scene in her head and froze for a few seconds, which surprised Akid. Why that expression? Haven't I told you? Seeing this, she was startled, her eyes wide open. Is the ability that amazing? Now I understand why the Enochs keep it a secret. An absolute healing ability. If it were exploited for war or power, it would be a huge problem. Next, Lavie's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed in wonder, It's so refreshing. If you can heal my wounds, you're already perfect. Hearing that, he smiled and nodded. Yes. Then, Akid casually put his arm around her waist and said thoughtfully, Actually, in the past, it was possible to heal one's own body. Hearing that, she was startled and exclaimed, Huh? How long ago? Why can't it be done now? Then, he replied with a contemplative look, I've only read about it in the records. In the stories of old, the head of the Enoch family could do many things with their healing ability. And what's more, they could not only heal themselves, but also heal many people without contact. It was truly a manifestation of a miracle. However, as more and more people praised the name of the Enoch family, the royal family began to covet that power. As ambition flared, danger loomed. Mistaken ambition ultimately led to their downfall. The emperor kidnapped the heir of the Enoch family. It was an experiment. And so, the head of the Enoch family, in order to save the heir, committed a great sin. And just like that, when an heir was found, the power of the healing ability changed drastically. Afterward, hatred consumed their hearts. That tragic sight enraged the Enoch family. Just as their fury erupted, envoys from the Holy See intervened. Right as they were about to punish the emperor, the temple stepped in, saying, "The reason of the royal family and the Enoch family is a noble gift from the gods. We cannot allow you to harm each other any longer. Therefore, by the Holy Spirit, let us make a pledge in the name of the divine." Before the supreme God, both sides made a pact. The royal family could not harm the Enoch family, even if they committed a grave crime. And the house of Enoch could absolutely never sit on the throne. From then on, a promise was made between the two houses. "We shall carve this oath into your blood. May peace return." Back in the present, after hearing the story, Levi exclaimed indignantly, "How could there be such an unfair oath?" She couldn't believe it and raised her voice. The royal family was the one in the wrong first? Besides, their counterattack was successful, wasn't it? Why would they make such a promise? Akid calmly replied, "Back then the temple's influence was much greater than it is now. And the royal family also possessed reason. It seems the Enochs couldn't easily refuse the oath." Hearing this, she turned in surprise and said, "So the royals also possessed reason?" He continued, "Yes, but perhaps as punishment for their great ambition. The royal family lost their reason over many generations. So now, only the Enochs possess this ability." Then she pondered deeply. Could it be that the emperor is also jealous of the Enoch's reason? With a sad look in his eyes, he said sorrowfully, "That could be it. It's said that reason is the cause of their disappearance, just like the distance between the twins. In his current state, the emperor is no longer of sound mind." The next morning, sunlight streamed into the magnificent mansion. From inside the castle, a voice called out, "Welcome, my dear Levi." As she entered, Levi greeted her, "Good morning, ma'am." Immediately, Fedora joyfully embraced her. "I've been waiting for this day for so long." After the hug, her attitude shifted as she inquired, "Cade, that boy hasn't made any progress all this time. Not a single word about the engagement." Then she smiled gently. "I'm only saying this now, but do you have any idea how much he likes you?" And then she began to lovingly recount stories. He was a child who wouldn't stop crying, even when his own father tried to soothe him. Yet in front of you, Levi, he would stop crying instantly. At home, all he ever talked about was you. Seeing this, he shyly reached out to stop her. "That's enough, Mother." He hugged her from behind, blushing, and said, "Mother, you're hugging someone else's fiancé for too long." Fedora looked at him with a teasing gaze. "Oh my, look at you. Levi is my future daughter-in-law. What's wrong with a little hug?" Akid shot back a look that could kill. "Then give Levi some time to adjust. And when you hug her, don't hug her so tightly." This made her face turn as red as a tomato. "Hugging so tightly in front of me is so embarrassing." Then Levi turned her head away and said shyly, I'm fine, Akid." She then stole a glance at his mother. Seeing her happy, she thought to herself, "But she doesn't seem to mind at all. She looks so happy." Sensing the tense atmosphere, Fedora smiled brightly and said, "Let's go inside and continue our chat." Embarrassed, she stammered, "Yes, ma'am." Just as they were about to walk, Akid took her small hand. In surprise, she thought, "I thought everyone would be shocked when I said I was getting engaged to Akid, but everyone around me seems to accept it so naturally." NSO. Levi looked at him with a shy gaze. She chided herself. "I was so foolish to worry all this time." She remembered the past and wondered, "It seems like everything is resolved now, right? Both the old me and the plans for the future." As she was walking, she suddenly remembered something and stopped in her tracks. Just now, Levi realized she had forgotten someone. "I forgot about Tess." Time passed, and the next day, in the carriage, Caleb looked at her with concern. "My lady, are you all right?" Confused, she asked, "What about?" He explained, "About going to the temple with me instead of Alan. I was sure he would say no." She let out a sigh and said casually, "It's fine, I persuaded him." Flashing back in the training grounds, the guards turned their heads upon hearing a voice of protest. "Absolutely not." At that moment, Alan was trying to dissuade her, anyone but Caleb. My lady, you can go with me. Levi then rested her hands on her hips and argued, Alan, you're busy, aren't you training? Besides, for a casual outing, it's more comfortable to go with Caleb. Seeing this, he pleaded with eyes like an abandoned puppy. He's not trustworthy. It would be better if you took both of us, my lady. Hearing this, she rubbed her temples, troubled. I didn't want to say this, but... Then she offered her opinion. Alan, don't you think you're rather unpopular with the ladies? Hearing this, he flinched and stammered, What does that have to do with anything? Then she frowned and pointed at him. You still don't get it? Finally, Levi spoke the honest truth, leaving Alan stunned into silence. Going to the Central District with you is too stressful, Alan. After finishing her story, she said cheerfully, and just like that, he let me go. Hearing this, Caleb's face went blank as he forced a smile. That's not exactly persuasion. No wonder Alan was giving me the death glare today. There's no other way. She mentally apologized to Alan and instructed Caleb. Sorry for tricking you. Alan, but I have no choice. If you knew who I was going to meet, you definitely wouldn't have let me go. Anyway, do you remember what I told you? He scratched his head and replied casually, Yes, I remember. I'm to call for Priestess Tess, right? She explained. That's right. It would be a bit strange for me to go in by myself. It's because Akid doesn't like it, but hearing this, Caleb paused thoughtfully with a He crossed his arms and smiled, thinking along a different line. My lady, are you trying to clean up your past relationships? I guess that makes sense. After all, you're engaged now, so it's understandable. Then Caleb continued teasingly. You kept saying you were just friends. But in the end, flustered, she blushed and exclaimed, You talk too much. And then, with a serious face, Levi retorted, It's because you're always joking around like this that Alan scolds you. In response, he stood up with watery eyes, and my lady will always protect me, won't you? Next, he poked her on the cheek with a finger. Then he leaned in close and said confidently, Isn't that right, my benefactor? She coldly pushed Caleb away. Benefactor? What are you talking about? He hesitated in his reply. Well, for saving me. Hearing that, she sighed internally. It's true, I stopped Alan from firing him. Then he took her hand and replied calmly, Actually, I have a younger sister who's the same age as you, my lady. Maybe that's why I feel so comfortable with you. Hearing this, she exclaimed in surprise, What? You have a sister? And so, he calmly replied, Yes, although our styles are quite different. With a somber look, he opened up. How should I put this? Compared to you, my lady, my sister is a real witch. A complete witch. Levi was speechless. A witch? For Caleb to say something like that, what kind of person must she be? I can't even imagine. Next, out of curiosity, she probed, What about me? In response, he was bewildered, Then Levi tilted her head with a beautiful smile and pressed on, If your sister is a witch, what do you think I am? At that, his face involuntarily flushed red. And then he thought for a moment before hesitating, My lady, you're like... Then Caleb blurted out some incomprehensible words, a bouncing ball that you never know where it'll go? Hearing this, Levi's emotions exploded in indignation. What did you say? She furiously raised her hand. What? That's not even a person. He then gave a strained laugh. What kind of answer were you hoping for, my lady? Then she said sulkily, At the very least, you could have said I was beautiful or full of charisma. He then joked, You hear that enough from the pink-haired young master, don't you? While the two of them were bickering, the carriage stopped in front of the temple. We've arrived, he pointed outside and gestured. All right, calm down. You have someone to meet, my lady. Just as she was about to get out of the carriage, Levi leaned forward and quickly instructed, Just give them my name and they'll let you see her immediately. And remember, don't be rude. Then, Caleb said as he opened the door, Yes, I understand. He stepped inside through the glass gate. Inside, Caleb walked slowly. As he walked, he thought about what she had said earlier. In his mind, her charming figure appeared with her difficult question, "What about me? What do you think of me?" A moment later, he let out a sigh and tried to brush off the troubling thoughts. Is it because we're too close? Why am I having these ridiculous thoughts? A benefactor is just a benefactor. Outside, by the carriage, some time had passed. Caleb led Tess out to meet her. As soon as she saw her, Levi spoke up. "Tess, I'm sorry for calling you out so suddenly." Tess stepped forward and said gently, "It's no trouble at all. It was Lady Levi's request, after all." With a soft tone, Tess asked, "Have you been well?" After some time had passed, the three of them were enjoying tea and cake. At that moment, Tess exclaimed in astonishment, "An engagement?" Levi then smiled as brightly as a flower and replied, "That's right. It's a bit sudden, but I've found a good match." Just then she inquired with a smiling tone, "Your partner is the young Duke Enoch, isn't he?" Hearing this, she was so startled she choked on her water. Then, with an embarrassed look, she stammered, "How did you know?" Tess replied calmly, "Because you prayed for him at the temple. I also heard that you attended the victory banquet with him." Realizing this, she forced a smile. "So the rumors about us have even reached the temple. How embarrassing." Then with a serious expression, she said, honestly, "So, I'm busy with engagement preparations right now, so it might be difficult to meet, like, before." Hearing this, Tess was surprised. "Oh, is that so?" And then her eyes filled with sadness as she spoke. "That's a shame. The time I spent with you was very special to me, too." Hearing these words, Levi felt flustered. "Wow, Tess likes me that much? Well, Akid is the only one whose hand I can hold without feeling uncomfortable, so I guess Tess isn't jealous, but..." Then she thought smugly to herself, "It seems I'm more popular than I thought." Overjoyed, she replied happily, "Thank you for saying that." Tess hesitated in her reply. "Yes. Well, actually," she said honestly, "when I see you, I'm reminded of my younger sibling." Hearing that, she froze. "Huh?" Tess reminisced about their childhood. "When my sibling was young, they were often injured or sick, which made me worry a lot." She continued, sharing her heart. "Even so, they were never discouraged and always got back up, just like a bouncing ball that you never know where it'll go." Then Tess gently continued, "In that aspect, you're really similar to Lady Levi." Hearing this, Levi froze, stiff. "Is that so? Am I really that reckless and carefree? To the point that I'm compared to a bouncing ball twice in one day, Caleb?" Standing behind her, turned away, trying to stifle his laughter. Then she stood up and said sincerely, "Well, this will be our last time meeting. It was a pleasure to have spent these happy moments with you." Next, she lifted her hand and gently kissed it, offering her loving congratulations. "Congratulations on your engagement." Just as they were in the middle of a romantic atmosphere, Caleb let out a light cough, interrupting them. Levi turned her head to scold him. "Caleb, that's rude." He feigned innocence in reply. "Ah, my apologies." Then he glanced at Tess and said with a hidden meaning, "I think a stray cat just passed by." Seeing this, Tess also gave him a thoughtful glance back. A second later, her expression changed to a polite smile. "It seems your guard is tired. You should be heading back. Allow me to see you out." And so the conversation ended. The three of them walked outside to where the carriage was parked. Levi smiled and waved goodbye to her. As she walked, she scolded him. "Caleb, you idiot!" She pouted and commented, "Why did you do that just now?" "Tess and I could have become good friends, you know." Caleb nonchalantly replied, "My lady, your standards for friendship are a bit broad, so I might have." And then with a mocking tone, he teased, "The pink-haired young master was also just a friend, and now you're engaged." Hearing that, her face involuntarily flushed red, and she exclaimed, startled, "What are you talking about? This is different from that." At that moment, Tess stood from a distance, quietly watching the two of them leave, laughing and joking. She turned to leave and remarked, "That's a sharp guard." Immediately after, a close aide approached her respectfully. "Lady Tess." He continued his report. "You have been summoned to the Imperial Palace." Then she walked past him and said softly, "I've already refused that summons," and passed this message to His Highness the Crown Prince. Next, Tess stated an important truth. House Daya and House Enoch are going to join hands. Sometime later, in the afternoon, a heavy rain poured down. Beneath the downpour stood the magnificent palace. Inside, a man was walking silently. Zabris entered and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty the Emperor. May God protect you." The Emperor continued to gaze out the window. He replied calmly, "Do you know why I summoned you?" Zabris then feigned ignorance. "How could I possibly guess Your Majesty's intentions?" Hearing that, he turned his head, his weary face creased in a frown. "When do you plan to do your duty? You couldn't even bring a partner to the banquet." Zabris then cleverly replied, "If a good match has not presented itself, what can be done? It would be nice to find one somewhere." Hearing this, his fingers twitched slightly, and a moment later he agreed, "Yes, it is time for you to marry." Then the Emperor made a proposal. "Try meeting with the daughter of Marquis Daya." Zabris immediately hurried to object. "That won't be possible, Your Majesty." The Emperor then turned his head away, rejecting any dissenting opinions. "I am not suggesting this to you. I am ordering you." Zabris argued back, "How can I meet a lady who is already engaged?" Hearing this, the Emperor flew into a rage. He stood up abruptly in disbelief. "What? What are you talking about? I never approved of such a thing." Zabris then calmly replied, "I have already given my approval under your authority as regent. Lady Daya is engaged to the young Duke Enoch." He continued to explain the situation. "With this opportunity, we will also gain the power of House Enoch." Hearing this, the Emperor became furious and slapped him so hard his glasses flew off. "You arrogant whelp!" Then the Emperor angrily shouted in his face, "Did I make you the crown prince so you could do this? A thing like you dares." Zabris then glanced away and thought to himself, just as Weiner said. Remembering an earlier time in the office, Weiner had expressed, "If you agree to this engagement, you will be put in a difficult position." Zabris calmly replied, "His Majesty would rather choose me than let that person succeed him." Realizing this, he was stunned into silence. "You?" Then he sighed softly and warned cautiously, "Although I don't know the exact reason, His Majesty is very sensitive about House Enoch, so please be careful." Back in the present, as the rain poured outside, he spoke up, asking, "What is the reason, Your Majesty?" Zabris grabbed his arm and shouted, demanding an answer. "Why did you make me the crown prince, yet tell me nothing? Why do you hate Duke Enoch so much?" And then he pressed on impatiently, "You will have to pass the throne to me eventually, so I need to know the reason." Hearing this, the Emperor trembled and stammered, We need to take it back." In that terrible storm, he recounted the past. After hearing the story, he was stunned and pulled his hand back. Then he looked at him with a worried expression. "So, what must I do?" The Emperor anxiously laid out his plan. "If I cannot do it, then you must. If you cannot, then your successor must carry it out. This is all for the royal family." Then he voiced his idea with a deadly tone: "Kill the Enoch clan." Hearing this, Zabris stood frozen in thought. If what His Majesty said is true, then there is hope for me. Then, with a twisted expression, he thought excitedly, "Weiner can finally be mine." Inside the church, people were bustling about, decorating for the wedding ceremony. Levi stood next to Akid, smiling contentedly. "Everything is going smoothly. After getting approval for my engagement with Akid, my family became very busy preparing for my brother's wedding. First, her father had to research and choose a wedding hall. Next, her mother was busy writing invitation letters, preparing the formal attire and gifts. Finally, Weiner and Rose were busy shopping for a wedding dress and many other things. As for Levi, her job was to watch. Then she thought to herself, my brother isn't having an affair. I can't believe the day has come when he can safely marry Rose. A second later, she felt proud of what she had done. It was worth all the effort I put in to help him. Then, Levi chatted happily with Akid. "I'm so excited to see Rose's wedding dress." He looked at her with an affectionate gaze and replied, "Me too." She turned her head and said excitedly, "Oh, you're curious too, Akid. It's a wedding dress worn by the most beautiful woman in the empire after all." Seeing her excitement, he hesitated. "No, it's not that." And then he tilted his head and gave her a heart-stopping smile. It made her heart skip a few beats. "I want to see you in a wedding dress." Next, Akid said matter-of-factly, "After Wiener's wedding, it's our turn." She blushed deeply and stammered, "Right." Hearing this, Levi covered her face, which was as red as a tomato, and thought, "That's right. Now that I'm engaged to Cade, we'll be preparing for our own wedding soon, won't we?" A second later, she turned her head away and tried to change the subject. "Let's talk about that later. What about where we'll live and our second generation?" Hearing this, he covered her mouth to stop her from saying more. Seeing this, she frowned in confusion. "What's wrong? Why did you suddenly cover my mouth?" Akid gave a strained laugh. "I don't think we should be talking about that in front of so many people." It was then that she realized something she had recently discovered. Looking at his embarrassed face, she felt the urge to tease him. Akid gets embarrassed if I'm proactive at that moment. He was avoiding her gaze and covering his face, whispering to himself, "Do you have any idea what you're saying?" Then she remembered the past. "Every time this happens, it reminds me of when we were kids, which makes me want to tease him even more." Then she pointed at his face and pressed on. "Akid, why is your face so red?" Akid replied shyly, "Do you really want to know why?" Just then, Rose walked over and spoke up. "There you are, Levi." Before she could reply, Rose joyfully took her by the hand. "Perfect! Come over here. There's someone I want you to meet." Levi then replied, "Okay." Placing her hand on her shoulder, she looked over at him and asked, "May I borrow your fiancé for a moment, Akid?" And then, with daggers in his eyes, he expressed his displeasure. "Even if I said no, you'd still take her, you mood killer." Hearing that, Levi blushed and reminded him, "Mood killer? Akid?" Then she cupped his face and gently consoled him, "I'll be right back. Wait for me, okay? Relax." Seeing her soothe him like this, he finally calmed down. "I understand." After that, Rose led her out into the garden. As they walked, Levi wondered, "Who is this person you want to introduce me to?" Rose then turned her head and replied, "There's someone who really wants to meet you, Levi." A moment later, they arrived at the meeting spot. There stood the elegant figure of a girl with shimmering black hair. Seeing her, Levi couldn't help but be amazed. "I've never seen clothes like that in this empire. It feels so mystical." Just then, Rose smiled and spoke up. "Serendina, have you been waiting long?" She replied charmingly with a gentle tone, "No. The scenery around here is so beautiful that I didn't even notice the time passing." Then Rose introduced them to each other. Serendina is the princess of the Hmong kingdom. She came to congratulate the founding of the empire and to attend the wedding as a guest. Hearing this, Levi hastily curtsied. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess Serendina. I am La Violette Dia." A second later, she touched her hand. Then she smiled and greeted her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, La Violette." She continued, expressing her sincerity. "Ever since I heard your story from Rose, I've wanted to meet you so much. I'm so happy to finally meet you like this." Hearing these words, Levi was touched, her eyes widening. Looking at the beautiful girl before her, she exclaimed in her heart, "I thought only someone as gorgeous as Rose was beautiful. But the princess is as elegant and beautiful as a water lily. So this is the kind of person who exudes that aura my sister-in-law was talking about." Immediately, she replied openly, "The honor is all mine, princess." However, what made her slightly uneasy was that she had been holding her hand this entire time. "But why is she still holding my hand?" Then Levi looked at her hesitantly. Would it be rude to ask her to let go? At that moment, Rose spoke up first. "That's right, Levi. She made a suggestion. It seems that during her stay in the Empire, Serendina would like to stay at the Daya Villa instead of the Imperial Palace. I've asked the others, but I wanted to hear your opinion as well, Levi. Hearing that, she was surprised and asked, "At our family villa?" Serendina then replied awkwardly, "The villa would be wonderful. I promise nothing will happen. It's a bit sudden, but would that be all right?" Immediately, Levi happily agreed. "Of course I agree. In return, could you tell me stories about the Hmong Kingdom, Princess? I've never had the chance to visit other countries." Then she suddenly called out her name, La Violette. Hearing that, she asked in confusion, "Yes?" With sparkling eyes, Serendina held her hand tighter and replied enthusiastically, "Please, call me Serendina." She frowned in confusion. Why is she still holding my hand? Then she turned pale and explained, "I can't just casually call a princess by her first name." In response, she became even more insistent, her eyes shining like headlights. "It's what I want, so it's all right. I would be very happy if you called me by my name, La Violette." Seeing her so excited, she stammered in reply, "Then, Serendina, please call me Lavi too. How can I refuse when she's like this?" Next, she smiled as brightly as a flower. "Of course, Levi." After that, she marveled in admiration. Serendina is so full of energy. Taking the opportunity, she shyly pulled her hand back and gave a strained laugh. "I'm already exhausted. May I go back now? My fiancé's waiting." Hearing that, she quickly grabbed her hand again and said hastily, "Wait a moment, Levine." That startled her. A second later, using her magical abilities, Serendina's eyes shone brightly as she stared intently at her. A current ran through her body, making her vision swim. And then an image appeared. She was standing in front of Akid and cruelly saying, "I'm never going to see you again." Hearing that, Akid looked bewildered and called her name, "Levi." Then he reached out his hand in shock. "Why are you suddenly saying that? Stop joking." A second later, she slapped his hand away with a cold gaze. At that moment, Levi's eyes looked soulless. "I'm being serious," Akid asked in disbelief. "Why are you being like this?" And then she turned her face away with a determined expression, "Because I don't like you anymore." Finally, she left him with one heartless sentence, "Let's break up, Akid." Returning to reality, Levi's face was pale as she let out a small gasp. Seeing this, Rose reached out worriedly and asked, "Levi, are you okay?" Your face suddenly turned pale. At that moment, she seemed to be frightened by something and became wary of her. Then she shuddered and thought to herself, "What's wrong with me? I suddenly feel so uncomfortable around my sister-in-law." After regaining her composure, Levi stammered, It's nothing." I just felt dizzy for a moment as she was speaking. She thought, was it because of what I just saw? What was that anyway? When she remembered the panicked look on Akid's face, she couldn't help but wonder, why would I say something like that to Akid? At the same time, Serendina placed a hand on her shoulder and called her name, Levi. And then she leaned in close and whispered, with irresistible curiosity, "What did you see?" La Violette spoke in a low voice, "I'm never going to see you again." Then she turned away, her face devoid of regret. "Because I don't like you anymore." Then she declared decisively, "Let's break up," which made Akid so shocked his jaw dropped. He stood frozen, unable to believe it. As she walked away, a figure watching from a corner protested in their thoughts. "No." La Violette ran out, silently asking herself, "Why did I say that? There's no way I could hate Akid." She asked in a low voice, "So, what do you think?" Levi's pupils dilated in slight surprise at the person in front of her. That girl was face to face with her, and she was her exact double. Did you think he would be any different? Immediately after, La Violette's eyes flew open as beads of sweat dripped down. She shot up in bed with a gasp. That dream again. The scene of Serendina approaching, placing a hand on her shoulder and asking, "Did you see something?" flashed in her mind. Immediately, she clutched her head and groaned. Ever since I met Princess Serendina, I keep having this dream. I have to see her again. Early the next morning, at the glass house in the middle of the forest, a light footstep approached as a voice gently called out, "Hello, Serendina." Seeing her guest, Serendina was delighted. "Oh my, what brings you here so early?" La Violette looked exhausted, her hand still resting on the glass door as she said in a low voice, "Actually, there's something I want to ask. Can we talk for a bit?" Hearing this, she quickly agreed. "Of course. I've already prepared some cakes." The leaves glistened outside the window, along with the rays of sunshine. "What did you want to talk about?" At this question, La Violette honestly recounted, "Yesterday, when I held your hand, Serendina, I saw something strange. It was like a hallucination." Her gaze dropped slightly as she shared, "I was saying harsh words to someone. Then she looked up and asked softly, 'You showed that to me, didn't you, Serendina? Was it a prophecy?'" Hearing this, Serendina chuckled and said gently, "That wasn't a prophecy, Levi." Then she lowered her voice and asked softly, "Do you know that the Hmong kingdom is called the Divine Kingdom? The royal family is said to possess divine abilities. That name was given due to an ancient legend." Then she stood up. Although the bloodline has thinned now and it's become a tale of the past, in reality, very few royals still inherit the reason. Then Serendina held out her hand, "And my reason is this." She took La Violette's hand. Then she leaned her face close. "Through a subject I touch with my magic, I can see the past." La Violette suddenly froze, contemplating those two words, the past. The dream from that night flashed in her mind along with the command, "Break up with Lord Akid." She was stunned, still unable to believe it. "What?" The lady couldn't help but feel annoyed as she spoke up. "What are you talking about all of a sudden? I'll pretend I didn't hear anything, so please don't say such things again." Just as she finished speaking, Rose said softly, "The poison that Lord Akid recently ingested, only I have the antidote for it." Hearing this, she was completely shocked. "What?" Before Levi could process anything, she got straight to the point. "If you want the antidote, then do as I say." She stated calmly that if she did, then at least Lord Akid would not die today. Hearing this, she slowly began to understand and questioned her. "Rose, did you poison Akid? Why? Why would you do that?" Rose slowly walked closer while also answering, "You don't need to know that. However, remember that many eyes are watching." Then she brought her face close to Levi's and warned, "So act as if you'll never see him again. Break up with him in the coldest way possible. That is Lord Akid's only path to survival." La Violette bit her lower lip so hard it trembled, no matter how much it hurt. The vial of antidote appeared in her mind. "I want to save Akid, but why?" The image of Akid lying on the cold white snow. "I did as you asked, but why did it turn out like this?" Her face was pale as she sat beside him. "What am I supposed to do?" Tears streamed down Levi's face. "If it was going to be like this, I shouldn't have fallen in love. I should have never said I liked you from the very beginning." Amidst the continuously falling snow, she prayed, "If only I could go back." Back in the present, the spilled tea on the table brought her back to her senses. Lavi, only then did she begin to snap out of it. Seeing this, Serendina asked softly, "Are you back with us now?" Her face was somber as she spoke softly. "I didn't expect to see it in such detail. It seems my prayer was a bit too strong this time." La Violette's voice trembled as she replied, What do you mean?" A tear rolled down from the corner of her eye, and her whole body trembled. "You said we were looking at the past. But why a cad?" Suddenly, she realized something. "Wait, something's not right? Akid is still alive." Then, Serendina pulled La Violette into an embrace. "Levi, calm down and listen to me." Her voice was steady as she spoke. "Everything you've seen so far are things you have already experienced. I don't mean right now, but in a different timeline." She froze when Serendina said that. A different timeline? She confirmed, "Yes. Try to remember carefully. An image of Laviolette lying on a time machine appeared. Sometimes, when your consciousness fades, or when you're sick and in pain, don't you see scenes you've never experienced before? Those are all things you went through before you turned back time. Immediately, she froze and thought to herself, what is she talking about? What I'm thinking of is the plot of the novel I read before I was reincarnated. Turning back time? That's impossible. A voice began to speak. Wait a minute. The image of her standing in Akid's room, full of paintings, in front of a glowing portrait, came to mind. Come to think of it, among the things that pop into my head, there's a lot of visual information, isn't there? Scenes so vivid, it's as if I'm watching them right in front of my eyes. This is something I couldn't possibly know just from reading words. Levi then grabbed Serendina's clothes. If that's the case, then could it be? As soon as the thought formed, she commanded loudly, do it one more time. Lavioletta spoke in a rush. If that was really my past, then there's no way I wouldn't know. Let me check one more time. Her face became thoughtful. How could I have turned back time? But Serendina refused, giving a reason, not today. If you see too many memories, it will overwhelm your body. She continued, there's no need to rush. During my stay here, I will show you little by little, so don't worry. Laviolette's face was pale as she asked softly, how do you know about me, Serendina? What's your reason for helping me? Hearing this, she covered her mouth with her hand and chuckled. It's a shame, but I'm not helping you out of the kindness of my heart. I also have something I want to see through you, Levi. Serendina's eyes lit up as she asked softly, let's make a deal. In exchange for me using this ability for you, Levi, you will also find what I'm looking for. Deal? Laviolette stood frozen on the spot. I still remember it very clearly now. One day, when I was visiting the Empire, I came across a small girl on a deserted road. Laviolette was lying on the ground, her face dirty. He immediately advised against it as Serendina approached her. Serendina, you shouldn't get so close, she whispered. She's still alive. She's dressed like a noble, so she must have been kidnapped. Then she began to analyze the scene. There are traces of wheels that just landed and rolled away. There's no way a kidnapper would release her, so she must have jumped out on her own. Next, Serendina poked her. She's not an ordinary child in many ways. The person behind her whispered a warning. Lady Serendina, please stop now. But she didn't stop, closing her eyes to analyze further. But her fate is unfortunate. In this state, she'll die before she reaches the temple. Suddenly, a hand grabbed hers. Laviolette's voice trembled as she spoke. I can't die here. If I die like this, Akid. Instantly, she froze. A fire suddenly erupted in front of them, and they remained where they were. Serendina's gaze remained fixed on the other person. The person behind her panicked and called her name, Lady Serendina. His voice trembled as he spoke. Why is this happening all of a sudden? We must attend as honored guests, but if our clothes are this dirty, immediately, she said in a cold tone, changing room. She added, give this child first aid immediately and prepare to return to the kingdom. Hearing that, the person immediately protested, we can't. If we interfere in the Empire's affairs, it will put us in a difficult position. Moreover, if she passes away, what will we do about the founding ceremony? At this, Serendina stated flatly, that is not important right now. Then she turned her head and revealed in a low voice, my brother, the kingdom is in danger. Back in the present. You probably don't remember, Lavige, but this is something I did a long time ago. Serendina brought a finger to her lips, signaling for silence. Find out for me the reason for the Hmong kingdom's collapse in the previous life. Laviolette was now drenched in a cold sweat, her face pale. How can I? She thought to herself, this is my limit. Next, she hugged Levi. Then Serendina slowly encouraged her, you can do it, that's what fate is. Night slowly fell. Inside the mansion, Akid was walking slowly. His face was thoughtful as he wondered, what suddenly happened with Levi? sending a letter requesting my presence at the mansion at this hour. On the other side, Laviolette was still awake, waiting to face him. I shouldn't be hurt anywhere. As soon as he saw her, he rushed over. Levi, why are you out in the hallway? I was on my way to your room. She smiled softly and revealed, I just wanted to see you sooner. When he reached her, he stopped abruptly. Really? Without another word, Laviolette impulsively kissed him on the lips. But soon after, their lips parted, only to press together again. Afterwards, Akid stroked her hair and said softly, Your treatment is all done. You are very proactive today, Levi, but it's a pity. Suddenly, she placed both hands on his cheeks. Well then, we can continue. Tears welled up in Laviolette's eyes as she asked, Now that we're engaged, it's not just kisses, right? We're in a relationship where we can do anything. He immediately turned away, embarrassed. Do anything? Do you even understand what that means? Akid coughed a few times and asked softly, Lavi, where did you learn that phrase? If Alan or Jenny heard that, they would probably faint. She smiled softly. Is that so? Laviolette took his hand and pulled him along. Then let's go over there, huh? She spoke in a gentle voice. If we go up to the balcony, no one will see us. The full moon was so bright tonight. Is it really okay to appear like this? On the balcony, she was hugging Akid, which delighted him. You must be very cold. She quickly replied, I am cold, but that's not why I'm hugging you. It's because I like being with you. At that moment, Laviolette was deep in thought. Every time I close my eyes, I think about it. That painful scene replayed in her mind, the color spreading across the white snow. Akid's body temperature slowly fading. Her hand was intertwined with his amidst the cold snow. Did that really happen? Tears mixed with the snowflakes. I can't believe it. I really don't want to believe it. Over here, she was cherishing this short time with him. Akid is still alive right now. Now I understand. The reason I thought of Akid as my friend all this time was because the reason I said I liked him so much, it all stemmed from there. I once rejected my fate in the past, and I also adapted to it. Laviolette in a blue and white dress gently floated by. But if the ending is the same, because it's you, things will be different, right? Back in the present where she asked softly, Akid, can we go somewhere? Akid was a little surprised at first, and then he started planning. So suddenly, do you want to travel somewhere? Then after Wiener's wedding, but she wouldn't have it. No, I want to go right now. Her cheeks suddenly turned red as she thought, let's run away together. So far away that no danger can follow us. A question popped into her mind. If we do that, will Akid's death still happen? He then went along with her wishes, I understand. If that's what you want, Levi, is there anywhere you want to go? Anywhere far from the Empire is fine. Laviolette sighed softly. Leaving the Empire, but I will help you. I'll leave what needs to be said to our parents, to you. Akid understood. I know, Levi. Then she gave him a gentle kiss. Thank you for understanding me, Akid. After that, Laviolette sincerely expressed, I love you. Hearing that, Akid smiled softly in return. I love you too, Levi. Hearing that, she smiled brightly and took his hand. Well then, we have a lot to decide on. Let's go inside and make a plan. He quickly replied, all right. Suddenly, Akid froze. Immediately after, she moved towards the balcony door. Akid felt a little dazed and thought, this is a strange feeling. Levi is safe and smiling so cutely. So why do I feel like we're growing distant? Before leaving, Laviolette smiled softly with a resolute thought. This Levi will definitely disappear. In the study room at that time, Laviolette looked at the old book in her hand. Where would be a good place for our new home? Immediately, she thought of an image of herself and Akid on the beach. Since there are few people, I'd like a quiet beach. The dusty scene of the tide then appeared. We could also live in a bustling neighborhood of a faraway city. The Emperor is the only one who wants to harm Akid. It seems he's getting old and has a chronic illness. It should be fine if we stay away from the capital until the Emperor passes away. He probably won't follow me abroad, right? Laviolette then placed the book on the table. If we go abroad, where should we go? Oh my. As soon as she opened the book, she was overwhelmed. This is a document about the Hmong Kingdom. The Hmong Kingdom is a country located between the great continents. Although the kingdom is small, it has a long history. 100 years ago, before opening itself up to trade, the Hmong Kingdom was said to be almost completely hidden. Its royal family and people were sincere, a place filled with unique and beautiful culture and style. The first foreigner to approach that kingdom said this: "If there is a country where God lives, then this is it." Laviolette's gaze tensed as she thought, "Divine? How ridiculous. If there really was a God, Akid wouldn't have had to go through something like that." The scene of her and Akid standing opposite each other. "I am a bad child who intends to use others, not Akid. In the novel, it was just a one-sided love. It must be so hard for him to still like someone like me." She rested her chin in her hand and thought, thinking about Akid makes me miss him. After reliving those past memories, I want to stay by Akid's side even more. It seems my subconscious has burst forth after being continuously suppressed. What is this sad feeling? The clock struck 2. This made her extremely panicked. It's already time. I promised I would meet Serendina. She then neatly stacked the books. What should I say when I get there? Pretend the deal was never proposed? After thinking, Laviolette told herself, "No, I can't do that." She stood before Serendina, hugging a stack of books, and asked softly, "So?" But Serendina said, "Giving up like this is not an option." She raised her voice and stated, "I'm not asking for your permission, Serendina. And leaving isn't giving up. It's resistance." An image of Laviolette bound by chains appeared. "Honestly, I don't understand how the Hmong Kingdom is connected to me either. This is a very difficult situation just to stay alive. There's no way I'm connected to something so grand." She closed her eyes and shared, "Levi, I told you last time. This is something you did a long time ago." Serendina's gaze was steady as she revealed, "Actually, we met 9 years ago." She recounted the whole story. "That day, I happened to meet you, Levi. You were in an unfortunate accident. I was able to read 2 events through you. One was that the heir of the Hmong Kingdom would be attacked and lose their life. Then the powers of fire and water, which are mortal enemies, would clash. The second was that the power of the Hmong Kingdom would gradually weaken, and one day it would be engulfed in a great fire and be destroyed. But by reading your memories that day, I was able to prevent the attack that was disguised as an accident. A mysterious person appeared, as Serendina mentioned, so the heir of the Hmong Kingdom is still safe. You, Leve, have influenced the future of the kingdom." Back in the present, she waved her hand and said, "With my ability, I can't find the past I want in one go. I won't lose my memory from shock like before. I was just a child back then." Laviolette raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "We met 9 years ago? Could it be when I was kidnapped?" She recalled everything. "At that time, I was discovered in a nearby hospital, breathing with difficulty. The rescuer who brought me to the hospital didn't reveal their identity. No traces of them from the Empire could be found, and they disappeared. The fact that I lost my memory of the kidnapping, I just thought it was because I had passed through a near-death experience." Putting it all together, she wondered, was that because I met Serendina? But Laviolette still denied it. "How can I believe that?" Hearing this, Serendina sighed softly and said slowly, "It was a long time ago, so it's not unreasonable that you don't believe it. Well then, let's talk about what you've been thinking about recently." Then she said in a low voice, "Your fiancé, Levi." She revealed slowly, "You were still alive when he passed away." The image of falling snow, desolate, along with the image of Laviolette hugging Akid. Then Serendina took the stack of papers from her hands and continued, "No matter how hard it was, you would have had a different life after that. How could you possibly exist here now?" Then she gently tore it in half. "Isn't that strange?" Laviolette stood motionless, not understanding what was happening. The scene continued to appear, and thinking back, the scenery in the memory was all a snowfield, with nothing else around. In a place with no enemies and no allies, how did I turn back time? Only the Enoch and the royal families have this ability. The Diaz don't have any special powers. Serendina brought her face close and said, "Are you more curious now? You also need to find your past, Levi." She revealed in a low voice, "If you don't know the truth, you won't know how fate will repeat itself." Laviolette pressed her lips together and thought, just for that one possibility, should I keep looking at those painful memories? Then she suddenly pushed Serendina against the cabinet and said sharply, "Digging up the truth and destiny, that's something only a strong person can do." To be honest, tears welled up in Laviolette's eyes as she cried out, "Do you know I was planning to run away? I mean, I'm too weak to face such difficult things. If you saw my condition 9 years ago, you would know." Immediately, Serendina calmly began. Even so, before she could finish her sentence, Laviolette asked, "Right?" Then she held out her hand. "The Hmong kingdom is called the Divine Kingdom. I told you it was a wonderful place." Her eyebrows furrowed with determination. "Tell me how to protect myself. Then I will reconsider." Instantly, Serendina stood motionless. A slight smile curved her lips as she thought, "I didn't expect the benefactor of the Hmong kingdom to have such a personality. She's just as interesting as I've heard." Laviolette stared at her with wide eyes while she thought, "This might be more satisfying than I thought." Then she spoke. "All right, I'll give you something that can grant you more power, Levi." At the mansion at that time, "I have come to see the Emperor." Zabris sat on the chair and announced, "His Majesty is currently ill. If you have a message, I will hear it." Hearing this, the priest began to present his case. "Your Highness, I have no intention of being disrespectful. If I cannot see His Majesty, it would be better to come again another time." "Wait a moment. I happen to have something I want to ask. Your Highness, please ask anything." His face was thoughtful as he made a proposal. "If the Enoch's ability were to be eliminated from this world, is it true that the royal family's ability would return?" He was silent for a moment. Then he affirmed, "What you say is the truth, without a doubt. The royal family has now lost its ability because a part of that power is dormant. Due to the oath the royal family signed with the Enochs long ago." His voice dropped as he continued, "Therefore, if the subject of the oath disappears, it is possible to awaken that power in the temple. The power of charm that built the Ryman Empire." Immediately, a girl resembling Medusa with a lion by her side appeared. The power of the royal family that built the empire. That power was the monster that killed those who met its gaze, praying for a hero to slay it. The hero avoided the monster's gaze and slit its throat as blood spurted everywhere. He then realized he had changed from before. The monster's ability that once charmed people was what he had obtained. Except for a few who were immune, it was an overwhelming power over almost everyone. The hero ascended to the position of emperor with that power. His eyes lit up. That was the beginning of the Leonid royal family. Zabris was completely stunned. "If the Enochs disappear, that ability will return?" The priest continued. "It will not be an easy task, as the Enochs are not an easy opponent to face." He revealed in a low voice, "Due to the oath, you cannot harm them directly. They are a family with great military power." An image of Laviolette and Wiener appeared among the vines. Assassination is also difficult. Moreover, he achieved great merit in a war he was expected to die in. Next was an image of Akid. If you carelessly touch the Enochs, it is possible the people of the empire will protest. The emperor has worried about this a lot. He crossed his arms and sighed softly. "So what's the conclusion? In the end, it's not like Akid can be used." The priest then said, "We don't know yet." Then he continued, "If we don't choose the right method or means, a possibility might arise." Zabris's pupils dilated as he wondered, a possibility. The priest placed a hand on his shoulder and bowed 90 degrees, stating, "His Majesty the Emperor is hesitating, insistent on a direct approach to suppress House Enoch." A large ancient tree appeared, but when a tree withers, instead of breaking its branches, Don't you know that damaging the soil to uproot it is most effective? Following that was an image of Akid collapsing to the ground. If you can't touch him himself, just touch his surroundings. For example, by winning over all the nobles around Enoch. He slowly let out a sigh. The ambassador only stays in the temple, so he doesn't know politics. An image of Zabris and Weiner leaning against each other. Currently, the nobles are divided into two factions, those who follow me and those who follow the prince. I will bribe the nobles in this situation. Would it be easy to isolate the Enochs? But then he thought, it's useless. Just a waste of time. What am I hoping for? An image of a smiling Weiner appeared. A vain hope. The priest said softly, although I don't know politics, the temple knows better than anyone. Hearing that, Zabris looked up and asked softly, what do you mean by that? He quickly replied, I mentioned it earlier. A snake wrapped around a jar appeared. If you don't choose the right method or means. Immediately after, he took a sip of a black liquid. The priest held out the vial and began to explain. The name of this medicine is Medusa, Crown Prince. Are you ready to become a monster? Late that night, Akid was still sitting in his study, working. Just as he put his hand down, he paused. I want to leave right now. Suddenly, he thought of Laviolette's image and pondered. It was the first time I saw such an anxious expression on Lave's face. Then Akid looked up and thought, at that time I thought she was about to cry at any moment, so I let it slide. Then, Akid felt a little regretful. I should have talked to her more. Captain, you have a visitor. A hand gently knocked on the door. I don't have any appointments at this hour. Tell them to come back later. I have a lot to take care of right now. Levin peeked his head in and said, are you sure you want me to relay that message? You'll regret it. He asked flatly. Why? Levin informed him, your fiancée has arrived. She was sitting and waiting for him in a purple dress. The sound of the tea being poured could be heard. Laviolette thought, Akid always dresses so well when he comes to see me. Then she said softly, I'm sorry for coming to see you so suddenly. But Akid smiled brightly. If it's you, Levi, you're always welcome. What's wrong? Then she lifted her teacup. Oh no, it's just... Laviolette's cheeks turned red as she confessed, last time, I said I wanted to go far away. I'm taking that back. Immediately, he turned to her. Huh? Her voice continued evenly. Thinking back, I was being too selfish. As she brought the cup to her lips, she continued, my brother is preparing for his wedding, and we're engaged. My heart must have been in turmoil. She changed her words before taking a sip of tea. Ah, of course, it's not that I don't want to get married. Hearing this, Akid called her name. Levi, he asked with concern, let me see. You didn't burn your mouth, did you? Laviolette quickly replied, no, I'm fine. He moved closer to her and asked again, are you really okay? When his hand touched her lips, she couldn't help but lick his finger with her tongue. Ah, why am I like this? Laviolette's cheeks flushed as she thought. I want to touch Akid more than I have this definite urge to hug him. He was slightly surprised by her recent action. Levi. She was still licking his hand as she responded, Akid said softly, I don't know why. But right now, before he could finish his sentence, she forcefully kissed him. Laviolette expressed in a low voice, Akid, I love you. I love you so much. I don't want to be away from you for even a second. Saying so, she lunged forward to kiss him again. Akid cooperated, wrapping his arm around her waist. Let me check your temperature and your breath. Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. I want to feel that you're alive. The snowy scene instantly appeared in her mind. Make me forget that I left you in that cold place. Then he pushed her away and said sharply, Levi. Laviolette was slightly surprised when Akid pushed her away. She asked softly, Akid, what's wrong? Why do you have such a sad expression? Then she said, with some hesitation, we're engaged, so this much is okay, we've kissed before. Don't you like it? Hearing that, Akid replied in a low voice, it's not that. She was stunned by his question. Levi, right now, who are you looking at? Laviolette's eyes widened as she asked softly, What do you mean? She looked down slightly with a lost expression. You're asking who I'm looking at? I'm looking at Akid. Laviolette froze and thought, That's right. He's right in front of me even now. Akid sighed softly and said, I can't explain it exactly. For some reason, I feel like you're looking somewhere else, not at me. She was completely stunned. Oh no! Oh no! I'm just feeling sorry for the Akid of the past. That moment was so sad and painful. His face was blank, and the scene of Akid covered in blood. I was just trying to cherish Akid, but am I still projecting Akid's past onto him now? Fear was evident on her face. The person I like, he was a crybaby who only followed me around. He was a boy who held a sword bigger than his own hand to protect me. Just like our childhood promise, he appeared before me like a knight. The act of the present, yet I'm still bound by the past. I'm not seeing the Akid in front of me. I'm sorry. Laviolette bit her hand so hard it trembled. I'm sorry, Akid. Her whole body trembled as she expressed, I just lost my composure for a moment. I shouldn't be like this with you. Akid took her hand and called softly, Levi. He gently pulled her into an embrace to calm her down. Stop and calm down. He reassured her in a low voice. Don't apologize. I'm just worried about you. But I hope you'll tell me what's bothering you so much. I can help you. Laviolette was slightly taken aback by his words. That blood-soaked scene appeared again, making her unable to stop stuttering. Akid, I mean, I've been having nightmares lately. The image of Akid lying on the bright red syrup-like blood on the snow. I see you getting hurt badly and dying. It's so vivid that I can't stop thinking about it, so I'm really worried that you'll actually get hurt. Then Laviolette smiled faintly. I'm sorry. It's strange, isn't it? Then she looked up. It's just a dream, after all. Akid was surprised. It's not strange. Instantly, Laviolette was amazed, unable to believe he could say that. Akid held her hand tightly and said softly, I told you I used to have nightmares on the battlefield, right? It's probably because you're anxious. Then he raised a hand to his chin. If you feel safe, you won't have nightmares, right? Like at Wiener's wedding. Places with a lot of outsiders. If we increase the number of guards a little, you'll feel more at ease. Akid began to analyze. This wedding is a joyous occasion for the Salami family. Many knights have decided to guard the wedding. Among them are the Knights of Daya. If we add the Enoch's manpower, then even if there's danger, there won't be any problem. Then he took her hand. Then he confessed in a low voice, I will do my best to make sure your dream doesn't come true, so don't worry by yourself. Laviolette looked at her pale hands and thought, even though it was only a half confession, Akid is still trying to find a way for me. I wish I had done this from the beginning. She was moved and threw herself into his arms. Thank you. I'll be more honest from now on. Immediately after, Laviolette told herself, no matter how tired and terrifying it is, I must find out everything. I won't let that terrible thing happen again. Then she asked softly, Everything's all right now, right? Akid ran his hand through her silky hair and encouraged her. It will be, Levi. After that, I explored my memories with Serendina a few more times, but I couldn't see the information I needed. No matter how hard I tried to search for other memories, all I could see was the fading white snow. The carriage slowly began to move. Laviolette sat inside the carriage with a pensive look, thinking to herself, how ironic. I've never watched the snow with the Akid of today. She gazed at the street scene, thinking, well, it's going to be difficult if there's no progress like this. My brother's wedding is already here. Werner, with a pale face, spoke with great difficulty, so tense he looked like he was about to faint. Hearing this, Laviolette slapped his shoulder. Don't just stand there like an idiot, which startled him and made him yelp. Oh gosh. Then she placed both hands on his shoulders. Now, straighten your slumped shoulders like this, lift your chin up, and stop your legs from shaking. Werner followed her instructions and asked, like this? He looked much more composed than before. Gone was the weary look from earlier. Very good, just like that. Then she praised him. My brother really is at his best when he's just standing still. Hearing that, he grew even more confident. Really? How long do I have to do this? For the rest of your life. Everyone's eyes were fixed on one person. It was Laviolette and Werner walking out. She couldn't help but wonder, why is it suddenly so noisy? Outside the door were Zagreb and Serendina greeting each other. Who on earth has arrived? The three of them standing together in one frame created an explosion of visuals. Laviolette thought to herself, those three are sitting together. The three of them were laughing and talking happily with each other. This is a wedding for important families in the empire. Although many distinguished guests are here, I never expected the rival prince and the crown prince to be together. Immediately she told herself, I have to hide so I won't be seen. But before she could even run, Werner held her back. You're sad that I'm getting married, aren't you? Absolutely not. Laviolette buried her face in his shoulder, thinking, until Akid arrives, my brother's side is the safest. Even if he's a bit of an idiot, he's still on my side. Akid was checking security with the knights. He turned and asked softly, but Lave, don't you need to go to the bride's room? But she asked back, my sister-in-law? At that, Werner pouted. Why not? I want to see you in a wedding dress too. The two siblings continued to talk. But I have to watch over you. You don't need to worry about me. Just go. Werner whispered, revealing that today was also an important day for Rose. Looking at his happy expression, Laviolette thought to herself, I'm glad he's become more thoughtful. An old memory immediately surfaced in her mind. Ever since that day, Sister Rose became more awkward. Then Laviolette shook her head vigorously, telling herself, no, don't dwell on the past. Unlike the Sister Rose in my memories, the Sister Rose of today likes me a lot. She straightened up, thinking, I just need to greet her quickly and come back. Then, she announced, I know, I'll go and be right back. Inside the room was a glass of golden wine. Rose was sitting inside holding her wedding bouquet, waiting. She chuckled and turned around. Yes, please come in. Levi raised her hand, hesitating. She tried to calm herself. Don't be nervous. It's just a simple greeting. She knocked gently on the door. A voice called out from within, yes, please come in. Lavi opened the door and stepped inside, thinking, when I open the door, my sister-in-law will welcome me as usual. She said softly, it's me, Laviolette. When Rose heard her name, she said joyfully, Levi, come in quickly. She hugged the wedding bouquet, smiling so wide her eyes crinkled, and said, I was so worried when I didn't see you. It seems very busy outside. Levi stood before her, stammering, about that. She marveled internally. She's always pretty, but today she's 100, 1,000 times more beautiful. She smiled brightly and said, congratulations on your wedding. She praised playfully, you look absolutely stunning today. If you weren't my brother's bride, I might have stolen you away myself. Rose played along with her. Oh my, if it was you, Levi, I might just follow you. Hearing this, Levi covered her face in embarrassment. You're teasing me, Rose continued. What? Really, if I were to run away with Levi? Though it would be hard to escape Lord Akid to the ends of the earth with that terrifying face of his. Levi was taken aback and asked, don't tell me you two don't get along? Rose was surprised. What? Could it be? She chuckled and explained, I just like to tease Cade. With you, Levi, his facial expressions change constantly. It's very amusing. She continued, in reality, we're more like comrades than enemies. Like pairs of predators chasing their prey, Oct with Levi and Jose with Werner. Hearing her say that, Lave let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The past and the present really are different. She thought to herself, even though I don't know what happened before. No matter what anyone says, my sister-in-law will be on my side. Lavi bowed and said, well then, I'll return to my seat. Rose replied, all right, the ceremony is about to begin. Lavi glanced to the side. On the table were 2 empty wine glasses. Rose followed her gaze and suddenly froze. Her expression fell. Earlier, Zagreb had come to congratulate her, a glass of wine in his hand. Rose had also happily raised her glass and chatted with him. Suddenly, her pupils constricted, her eyes widening. She cried out in pain, clutching her head. Levy rushed forward in alarm, her eyes widening in shock. Rose's expression suddenly changed, her gaze turning ice cold. Without hesitation, she reached out and grabbed Levi's face, leaving her stunned. Outside in the hall, the atmosphere was lively. Werner looked at the door and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, Akid is here!" Akad walked in and asked, "Where is Levi?" Werner replied, Levi." He laughed and said, "She said she was going to see Rose a while ago and hasn't come back yet. When those two get together, they lose all track of time." Aked turned to leave, saying, "Then I'll go get her." Werner replied, "All right, see ya." He walked off to find Levine. As he walked, he thought, "I've checked the perimeter several times. I haven't found any dangerous objects or any suspicious individuals." Aked approached Aline to talk. He raised his hand to knock on Rose's door, thinking, "I need to tell her this news quickly. I hope Levi will be at ease." As soon as they opened the door, the scene inside left the two men stunned. Inside the room, Rose's wedding bouquet and veil were strewn across the floor, and the large window was wide open. Meanwhile, in a desolate-looking place, there wasn't a soul in sight, and the surrounding area was silent. Yavi lay on the cold ground, her hands tied tightly. She slowly regained consciousness, sensing something was wrong. Wait. She struggled to open her eyes, not understanding what had just happened. Where is this? What happened? She slowly recalled the recent events. "I remember I went to greet Sister Rose. And then..." Earlier, Rose had covered her mouth with her hand. After a moment, her eyes slowly closed and she lost consciousness. She fully woke up after remembering. It was utterly baffling. That's right. Sister Rose kidnapped me. But why? She thought back. We were talking normally just before, then she suddenly became a different person. Suddenly, someone walked up to her and said, "So, you're awake?" Lave struggled to sit up and looked at the person, demanding, "Why are you doing this to me? Untie me at once." Looking at the person in front of her, she stammered in shock. "Sister Rose?" The woman spoke. "I'm sorry. I didn't want to do this either." She said, "It's a pity, Levi." In Rose's waiting room, Aling said, "I didn't sense any sign of an intruder." He recounted what he knew. "I couldn't make out the content of their conversation, but I could hear both their voices. Even when I asked about the situation inside, because the noise suddenly stopped." At that time, Rose had called out, "It's nothing. I just have something to say to Levi, so don't come in." He continued, "Miss Rose's voice was normal. There was no sign of a threat or tension from anyone." Just then, two maids standing nearby spoke up. "If I may, I saw a red-haired person at the back door a moment ago." She described the scene she saw. She was carrying someone and moving very quickly. "I didn't think it was the miss." Werner walked over, stunned. "What does that mean?" He stood there frozen, wondering, could it be that Rose kidnapped Levi? Aked walked over to the window to observe, saying, "There are no traces of an outsider, so that must be it. If Miss Rose had also been kidnapped, there would have been signs of a struggle." Hearing him say that, Werner's suspicion grew stronger. "It can't be. Why would Rose?" "Lavi." Aked turned his head and said, "Now's not the time to debate that. We must find La Violette quickly." Werner replied, "You're right." He ordered Ailing, "Stop the wedding and gather everyone." Ailing replied, "Yes, sir." He continued, "And Aked, you too." Before he could finish, Aked replied, "Yes." Aked's face gradually became fearsome as he said, "I'll go after them immediately." Back with Levi, Tess stood before her and said, "Such a pity, Levi." Levi looked at the person in front of her, thinking, the face is familiar yet strange. The voice a little higher than before. She stammered, Could it be?" She connected her to the person she had met before, Tess. She frantically asked, "Why are you here?" Then Sister Rose, Tess slowly sat down and said, "Rose Salome played the role of getting Lave out of the party. She continued, I was going to use her as bait to buy some time, but the search party was formed sooner than I thought. At that moment, Akid and Ailing had already set out to find her. At the same time, Rose was lying alone in a remote, desolate place. They've probably discovered it by now. Levi's eyes widened as she looked at her, thinking, a role? Does that mean Tess was the one behind Sister Rose? She remembered Rose's strange expression from earlier. Sister Rose's eyes changed so suddenly, like it was magic or some kind of drug. She clutched the pendant in her hand. In any case, the opponent is Tess. I don't know if this is a good thing for me or not. Sister Rose is good at fighting, so a struggle would have been exhausting. Tess spoke up, right. Now is not the time to talk about others. She pulled a small vial of liquid from her pocket. As she uncorked the vial, she said, I also have a role to play. Lave shouted in panic. What is that? What are you going to do to me? Tess gently soothed her. It's nothing. You just need to drink this. She coaxed. It won't hurt. I don't know what kind of poison it is, but I heard it's painless. Hearing that, Lavi was stunned. Poison? She protested vehemently. Absolutely not. What on earth did I do wrong? Tess grabbed her wrist, saying, That's right, Levi did nothing wrong. She lifted Levi's hand high, looked straight into her eyes, and said, You were just unlucky. She continued, Sometimes things like this happen in the world. It's not my will, but this is what misfortune is. She spoke of her own past. Sometimes you have to part with someone important, losing a position you should have had. There are times when you have to change your appearance to survive. She emphasized, because I was a twin. Lavi's eyes widened. Wait a minute! She pondered, golden eyes like the symbol of the royal family, if it's a story about abandoned twins. She spoke up. Could it be that you're talking from your own experience, Tess? She corrected herself. No, Your Highness, the princess. Tess lowered her hand, saying, I don't know how long it's been since I was called by that name. She said sadly, Unlike you, Levi, I was surrounded only by people who wanted to get rid of me. She shared, I only knew how to endure hardships like war. Felix waited for the day the emperor would acknowledge him, while Jacques lived dissolutely, saying he'd get the throne anyway. The emperor wanted me dead. To avoid his gaze, I had to live like a ghost. No one truly cared about me. Even so, I was content just living and remembering my mother. So how could even this place be stolen from me? She was in pain. Even the land where the only person who loved me rests. After learning it was gifted to someone else, I no longer want to live in hiding. She squeezed Levi's mouth shut, so, I'm sorry, but... Tess pleaded, please, make this sacrifice so that I can find my place. Levi refused in terror. No! She shouted loudly, never! She used her leg to kick Tess hard. Tess fell backward in pain. Levi struggled to her feet. She said loudly, Tess, you're mistaken about something. Hurting me won't change anything. I don't know what you've heard, but this is meaningless. Tess retorted, no, it's full of meaning. She said, Levi's death will be Duke Enoch's despair. Hearing her say that shocked Levi. She continued, the royal family hopes he will despair to the point of accepting the existence of an unacknowledged princess. She begged, so please give way to me just this once, just as I helped you, Levi, for no reason. Lave clutched her pendant, heartbroken. So that's what it was. Only now did she realize the true purpose behind Tess's kindness in the past. You said being by my side was special. You said you wanted to be friends. She remembered the happy moments with Tess. You always called out to me. She shouted in anger. How could you say that to me? Tess stammered. That was... The two stared at each other in silence for a moment. Realizing this was the right moment, Levi decisively yanked the pendant from her neck. Now, the pendant began to crack. Flames began to flare up from the cracks. The fire erupting from the pendant grew larger, leaving Tess stunned. The origin of that pendant someone had offered. I can give Levi a gift that can grant her more power. Serendina held the pendant and said, if you're in danger, throw this pendant. She pressed the pendant into Levi's hand. That way, no matter where Levi is, I can always know, and it can also protect your body from enemies. Lave stared at the pendant, thinking, it's not a weapon, but will it work? She asked. This is like a crystal stone, isn't it? Serendina said plainly, yes, it's a treasure of the royal family. Hearing that, Lave was so shocked she almost dropped the pendant. What? She chided her. Even though I asked you to show me how to protect myself, why would you give me a royal treasure? What if I throw it carelessly and it breaks? Serendina said nonchalantly. That's right. That's how you use it. She turned Levi around and instructed, that treasure unleashes its power when it's broken. She said with a smile, so if you're in danger, don't hesitate, just throw it. Lavi looked at her, silent. Now, as she faced danger, the pendant unleashed its power to save her. Back then, I half believed it, but I never expected it to be so powerful. Levi sat with her back against a pillar. She was surrounded by the flames from the pendant. Tess had fled outside. Suddenly, she realized the flames were growing larger, getting closer to her. She was terrified. Maybe I should have thrown it farther. At this rate, I'll be burned to death. She used her teeth to try and undo the ropes binding her hands, telling herself, I have to hold on for as long as possible. As she worked on the ropes, she thought, like Tess said, if the search started early, Akid might be nearby already. She remembered Akid once telling her, don't you worry, Levi. He had said gently, let's say something does happen. As long as our breaths are side by side, I can heal anything, whether it's a terminal illness or a fatal wound. Levi stood up, telling herself, I just need to stay alive. She tried to push through the flames, affirming with certainty, no matter what happens, Akid will save me. Outside, after escaping the flames, Tess gasped for breath, exhausted. She looked at the place where the fire was still raging. What in the world was that just now? She recalled the scene from moments ago. Levi threw a gem, and a wall of fire appeared. I never thought an accessory could be a self-defense weapon. The mission had failed. The vial of poison she wanted to force Levi to drink had fallen to the ground and shattered. Tess decided to turn and leave, despite Lave still being inside the massive fire. No, Lave can't possibly survive a fire like this. If I just leave her, my goal will be achieved on its own. She remembered Levi's angry face. How could you say that to me? Her eyes wavered slightly. She felt, Levi is just like my childhood self, knowing nothing and only worrying about those around her. That's why I wanted to protect Levi. At some point, I really wanted to be her friend. But one day, the vial of poison was presented. A man said, I will give you this poison. Javid said, colorless, odorless, painless. It's a poison that leaves no trace, so it can't be easily detected. Can you give it to La Violette Dia? Tess asked, confused. Why are you asking me to do that? She turned to refuse his request. Let's pretend I didn't hear anything just now. Please don't sacrifice innocent people for the royal family's grudges. He stated his condition, if you succeed. I will announce the existence of the princess to the entire empire. Tess, who was about to leave, froze. She was shocked, turning back. What are you saying now? He said, I heard it was the deceased empress's last wish, right? For the twin she bore to be acknowledged by the royal family. Javid smiled, holding out the vial of poison, and asked, there won't be another chance like this. Even so, do you still want to refuse the impossible? The flames were now raging even more fiercely. Tess decided to turn and leave. At that moment, I made my choice. As she went down the stairs, she thought, I will fulfill my wish by sacrificing the innocent. Suddenly, strange noises came from outside. It caught her attention, but why is it so noisy outside? She turned to look and was utterly surprised. Outside, Akid and the search party had arrived. They had taken down all the guards outside. Tess was shocked. The search party is already here? She assessed the current situation. Everyone gathered after seeing the fire. It'll be hard to escape through that crowd. She touched her earring, deciding, I'll have to use that method. A loud bang echoed. Akid entered and said loudly, There's one entrance to the tower. A few will remain on the first floor. The rest of you, head inside. The search party acknowledged the order with a loud yes. Akid led the way, his sharp sword in hand. He wondered, the fire at the top of the tower? He was worried. Although it's not easily visible from a normal distance, the light it's emitting is immediately noticeable. This is clearly not an ordinary fire. He silently prayed, whatever it is, I hope it's a sign that Levi is safe. Suddenly, Levi's figure appeared right before his eyes. Akid called out, Levi! Her eyes lit up. She quickly ran into Akid's arms, calling out, Akid! Which surprised him. He gently asked, Are you all right? Are you hurt? She replied, I'm not hurt anywhere. I was held captive, and when I saw the fire, I ran away. She blushed and said, But I was so scared. Please get me out of here quickly. Akid said softly, All right, let's go. The blade of his sword glinted. Without hesitation, Akid pressed the blade to her neck and said, If you were really Lavi. She was shocked by his sudden action. Akid, why are you suddenly like this? His eyes turned ice cold, his voice stern. Don't say my name so casually. Reflected on the shiny blade was Tess's true form, disguised as Levi. Where is she, really? Lavi lowered her head, thinking, I can't believe it. At this moment, Tess, disguised as Levi, was also surprised. While wearing these earrings, no one has ever recognized me. The reason I was able to disguise myself as a male priest in the temple for so long was because of the power of these earrings. When Tess was young, a priest gave her an earring and said, From now on, always wear this. At the time, the young girl had wondered why. He explained that it was because the princess would have to live with a different appearance, and the earring was a royal treasure that could change the wearer's form. Because the princess was born with a little divine power, she can serve as a priest in the temple. Her resemblance to the empress might get her discovered quickly. Except when you are with me, you must live in disguise. Tess stared at the earring, lost in thought. Even if your appearance changes, I will be among the entourage to support you. I thought it was a flimsy method that would be easily discovered one day. But somehow for years no one ever found out. How pathetic. Tess thought it made sense. Well, it's to be expected. The temple now is consumed by money and power. Only the nobility are allowed to pray. Theft, gambling, accepting bribes, or womanizing. There are countless priests who engage in such lowly acts. Their greed has blinded them and they can no longer see the truth. Tess looked at her reflection in the water and thought, if that's the case, my future life, I must never meet someone who can recognize my true form. She stared at him, thinking worriedly, but of all times, why did he have to appear at this very moment? Akid then spoke slowly. I don't know how you managed to take Levi's form, but you can't deceive me. He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, appearance isn't everything. I can sense the experience of healing the wounds in Lavi's heart. Compared to that, the opponent before me is like seeing an unknowable monster from somewhere else giving off a completely different feeling. Akid asked seriously, who are you? At this point, Tess knew she could no longer hide and reverted to her true form. Just as I thought. Duke Enoch told LaViolette that he liked her very much. It seems deceiving you is quite difficult. She gently raised her hands in surrender. I surrender. I'm no match for you in a fight anyway. She asked sincerely, you'll treat someone who has surrendered well, won't you? Akid sheathed his sword and said calmly, that will depend on the information you provide. Who is behind this? How did you use Rose? And tell me where the hostage is. Tess allowed him to tie her hands, saying, of all those questions, I only know the answer to one. She lowered her eyes sadly and said, La Violette is already dead. As Akid heard her say Lave was dead, a loud explosion occurred at the same time. Tess continued. I was planning to hold her for a while and then let her go. But things got serious because Laviolette started the fire. She couldn't have survived a blaze like that. Akid didn't understand what she was saying, wondering to himself, what is this person talking about? It seemed he didn't want to believe that his beloved Lavia was dead. His mind was in turmoil. What happened to Lavia? Just then, a soldier rushed over, calling out, Captain! He carried a bucket of water, panting as he said, We must go down immediately. It's too dangerous to go up further. The fire brigade has arrived and can extinguish the fire soon. Akid ignored his words, only murmuring her name under his breath, Lave. He then immediately pushed Tess towards the soldier and said, Take this person for interrogation. She knows the details of this incident. The soldier quickly caught her and stammered in reply, Ah, yes, I understand. Then Captain, you should also prepare to go down. Before he could finish, Akid quickly grabbed the bucket of water he was carrying and said, I'm going ahead. Akid immediately poured the entire bucket of water over himself. I need to check inside for a bit. The soldier was stunned. What? Tess, standing beside him, was no less shocked. She quickly spoke up in surprise. It's useless. Laviolette has already turned to ash. Akid cut her off, saying seriously, That's something we can't know until we confirm it for ourselves. And for your sake, it would be better if Lave is alive. He glared at her angrily. Otherwise, I will make you feel more pain than she ever did. Then he rushed inside the building, ignoring the soldier who was still calling out to him. Wait a minute, Captain! Seeing his captain's determination to go in, the soldier worried. Damn it! I can't disobey his orders. He quickly pulled Tess along. First, let's go down. There's a lot we need to hear from you. Tess was still bewildered, muttering in disbelief. What? It's impossible to survive in a fire like that. She thought, how? How can he act so recklessly? Akid walked calmly and resolutely through the flames, calling her name as he prayed. Livy? Please, can you give me one more chance? Akid recalled Lave's image when she was by his side, when he wanted to leave. I should have thought more seriously when she said she had a terrible dream. The arrogance and carelessness of thinking it was just a dream. He continued to walk calmly through the fire, searching for her. Unlike the dream, it wasn't me, but you who ended up in danger. But it's not too late. Even a faint breath would be enough. If I'm not too late, I can heal any wound. Even if Lave has stopped breathing. A single strand of hair, if there's still a piece of her left. I will use my final power to save Lavine. As he walked, he saw a figure ahead. The person stammered, Who's there? Akid's eyes widened in surprise when he heard the voice. Seeing someone arrive, Levi was overjoyed. Could it be Akid? Akid saw her and couldn't believe it was real. He stammered, Levi, is it really you, Levi? Hearing him say that, Lave smiled and replied, What are you talking about? Is there a fake Lave too? Then she stepped forward and wrapped her arms tightly around him. Now, this way you know I'm real, right? He stared at her, still dazed, then lowered his eyes as they welled up with tears. Akid hugged her tightly, trembling. Seeing his reaction, Levi was surprised. Akid? Akid said with a choked voice. I thought I was too late. I was so scared. Lave's eyes also teared up as she looked at him, lost in thought. She gently caressed his cheek and said, Me too. I thought the bad dream had come true. But I was able to endure it because I believed you would come. Then she pressed herself into his arms and said firmly, I knew you would make everything all right. Hearing that, Akid was surprised and called out her name. Levi. Levi smiled gently and asked, Can you hold my hand? Let's get out of here together. Akid immediately reached out and held her hand tightly, replying softly, Yes, Levi, let's go. As they were leaving the building, Akid asked, But how did you manage to stay safe in the fire? Levi calmly explained, I think it was thanks to a self-defense tool I had. The fire was so big it surprised me too, but it was completely safe around me. She thought back to that moment and said with frustration, I wish they had explained these things more clearly. I was so scared. Hearing her say that, Akid asked in surprise, "Who lent it to you?" Lave replied wearily, "It's a long story, so I'll tell you later." She noticed something and suddenly cried out. She looked towards the exit and said hesitantly, "Outside." Just then Ailing heard she was out and ran over worriedly, asking, "My lady, are you all right? Any injuries?" "Don't worry. See? I'm completely fine. Except for being a little tired and thirsty. Please wait a moment. I'll bring you a drink right away." "Okay, thank you." "What's wrong? What are you looking for?" I wonder what happened to the person who kidnapped me. It wasn't Sister Rose, but a brunette. That person has been apprehended, and the knights are watching her now. For now, just rest easy. The carriage is on its way. We'll go back and handle the other matters." "Okay. Why did Tess want me to drink poison?" "I have to ask her." Just as Akid said to rest assured about the magic, I suddenly feel much less tense. Then I'll rest for a bit. I've been through something very scary. Rose Salamy's testimony has been secured, but it's still unclear how much of it can be trusted. There are also rumors that the true culprit has been captured at the tower on the outskirts where the victim was found. The search party has so far delayed making a statement about that person. Do you know what this is? Let's see. This is today's newspaper. This is what I read before the incident on Werner's wedding day. Why are you showing this to me? We have captured the perpetrator of the incident, as stated in the newspaper, and I have heard who was behind the culprit's actions. It was His Highness Crown Prince Zagreb. I was behind it? Is there any proof? If you're going to accuse me like this without any solid evidence, it's quite troubling. What proof could be clearer than the culprit's confession? Moreover, she has also been confirmed to be a princess. Didn't Your Highness the Crown Prince make a deal? In exchange for her status, she would harm Levi. Zagreb suddenly shouted in anger, "Stop it, Akid Enoch." He stood up straight, extremely angry and annoyed, asking, "What princess? You dare to interrogate me based on her words?" He said firmly and seriously, without other evidence. That statement cannot escape the charge of insulting the royal family. Seeing his vehement reaction, Akid repeated what he had said earlier. As I said, there is no other evidence related to this case. The tower has burned down, and the poison container has also been destroyed. He pulled a document from his side and presented it, saying, "But what if there is other evidence regarding the Crown Prince's accusations?" Akid Enoch made the accusation seriously, asking, "Do you acknowledge this?" "No." Zagreb sighed helplessly, saying, "What other accusation?" But when he saw the document clearly, he froze in shock. Akad calmly informed him, "This is the ledger of the aid the Emperor provided to the enemy during the last war. From the beginning of the war until just before the tide turned, Your Highness was in constant contact with the enemy. He even personally left his seal for me. There's no need to question its authenticity." As a result of reviewing this ledger with other nobles, as he spoke, other knights rushed into the room to arrest Zagreb immediately. He continued, "Until His Majesty the Emperor explains this ledger, we have concluded that the authority of the Emperor and the Crown Prince should be restricted." Hearing this, Zagreb shouted angrily, "How dare you pressure the royal family? The House of Enoch will break its oath to the crown." Akid advanced towards him, saying, "There's no such thing. As a citizen of the Empire, I am merely trying to resolve these suspicions." His eyes were firm as he emphasized, "If Your Highness is truly innocent, then clear up the suspicion." A close knight suddenly reached out, grabbed Zagreb's arm, and pulled him away. "Your Highness, this way." He irritably shook off the knight's hand and snapped, "Let go! I can walk on my own." The knight stood silently, looking at Zagreb with a grim expression. He immediately strode away. As he was walking, he suddenly stopped and looked at Werner, who was slowly approaching him. The knight following behind Zagreb also stopped abruptly. Werner stood still, his eyes wide with surprise as he looked at him and called out softly, "Zagreb!" Zagreb quickly walked past him, his expression unchanging, and said, "I'm disappointed, Werner." He continued walking with the knight in front, not looking back. "Even listening to your worries since our academy days? I was the one who sent you precious medicine, so how could you do this to me?" Werner turned his head, confused and flustered, replying, I didn't want to go this far either, but—" He lowered his head, looking uncomfortable and hesitant, and said softly, "I'm sorry." Zagreb stopped and tilted his head back, replying, "All right, so that's your answer." He frowned, his eyes deep and troubled, and said, "You've changed." Werner sadly watched Zagreb's back as he slowly walked away. Zagreb recalled the times he had helped Werner up when they were children, thinking to himself, "Therefore, I will definitely make you like you were before." As Zagreb walked away, a sly smile appeared on his face as he thought, "My plan starts now." The sun slowly set, giving way to the rising moon. Inside the building, a voice suddenly said, "Being detained is more comfortable than I thought." Werner glanced at Akid as he walked and said, "The evidence is very clear. It's undeniable." Akid, walking behind him, suddenly raised a hand to his chin in thought and replied, "I shouldn't have had another plan." Akid glanced away, deep in thought, and continued, "In any case, what I received from Prince Felix was very helpful." He pondered silently. The kidnapper has remained silent all this time. Her motive and purpose were identified through Levi's testimony. Akid stood with his arms crossed, staring at Tess, who sat with her head bowed meekly on a chair in the detention room. He looked thoughtfully at Tess's face and thought, the offer to restore her status as a princess that could only come from the emperor or the crown prince. It's almost certain who is behind this. Akid stood still, thinking to himself. The interrogation continued because a confession was needed. He slowly stepped closer and said, "That is clearly the reason for your silence." Akid looked sternly at Tess and narrowed his eyes, saying, "If you're loyal to the royal family, isn't it because you believe they will keep their promise about the throne?" Tess remained silent, but lifted her face to look at him. Akid continued, "You can think whatever you want." Tess's expression darkened as she looked down at the floor. He calmly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and slowly drew it. "Just keep your mouth shut. I know the source of this cannot be linked to the royal family, but—" Akid quickly pointed the tip of his sword at Tess and said immediately, "If you think I'll act like a gentleman, you are mistaken." Tess was startled, her eyes wide as she looked at the sharp blade pointed at her. Akid held the sword firmly, his face expressionless as he looked at Tess and said, "If keeping a secret for a royal family that doesn't even acknowledge you is so important, are you prepared to go this far?" She looked up at Akid in a daze, thinking, just for touching Levi, I've heard so much about what Akid Enoch did to the new official. Terrified, Tess lowered her head, her bound hands trembling as she thought. Moreover, I was caught red-handed trying to harm Leviolette. I must prepare myself for even worse treatment. Akid suddenly swung his sword down with great force. But he tightened his grip on the sword and looked at Tess, continuing, "It seems you are more valuable than you think." Tess was surprised, raising her hands and staring wide-eyed at the ropes that had been cut. Akid added, "At least to your family." Felix, his face filled with worry, rushed in from somewhere, pushing the door open and shouting, "Tess!" She sat on the chair, her mouth agape, staring in shock at Felix standing at the door of the cell. "Felix! You! Why are you here?" Akid turned his head to look thoughtfully at Felix. He shouted worriedly, "How? Could I sit still when you're in a place like this?" Felix ran over and knelt down, placing his hands on Tess's shoulders, his face pale with worry as he looked at her and said, "Isn't this a serious matter? Are you hurt anywhere?" Tess suddenly raised her hand high. She bit her lip, so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. She slapped Felix hard across the face, a loud smack echoing through the room. Tess continued to punch him repeatedly, scolding him angrily as she did. "You fool! What if you came to save me? It would prove that everything is connected to the royal family. If you had just waited a little longer, you could have fulfilled our mother's last wish. Felix dazedly took the slap and punches. Suddenly he cried out in frustration, "That's what I want to say." She stopped, looking at Felix in astonishment. He lowered his head, trembling and sobbing. "You? Why couldn't you wait a little longer?" Felix raised his head, his face contorted with frustration, and said, "What do you think I've been fighting in the war for all this time?" Tess's jaw dropped as she looked at Felix kneeling before her, his head bowed in tears. Akid sheathed his sword and stood silently, watching the two. He suddenly interrupted their conversation. "As you can see, the prince's sister is perfectly fine, without a single scratch." Akid raised an eyebrow and his hand, looking seriously at Felix. "Prince, you must keep your promise." Felix frowned, turning his head resentfully towards him. Felix immediately stood up, holding Tess's hand tightly, and stared at him, saying, "I know. I'll provide the evidence that the emperor started the war." He kept holding her hand and continued, "On our way back, we eliminated the remnants of the enemy and gathered it with great difficulty. So please." Felix looked at Akid earnestly, pleading, "Forgive Tess." Akid left the cell with Werner. As they walked down the corridor, he said, "In addition to the evidence that was handed over, and the investigation so far, we have succeeded in temporarily freezing the monarchy's power. It wasn't a bad exchange." Werner glanced at him and replied, "If you want to aim for the throne, it's very difficult to give up that document." His Highness the Prince seemed afraid we would harm the princess. He suddenly stopped and said to Akid, "When I think of Levi, I've wanted to do that 100,000 times." Werner asked dejectedly, "She's still not well, is she?" Akid, he stood there listening silently. Akid walked forward, reaching out to open a door. As he opened it, he replied, "No." Akid paused and said thoughtfully, "After leaving that tower, Lave has been constantly trapped in nightmares." Suddenly, a sad sigh was heard. Levi walked barefoot on the cold ground, so worried she was about to cry. Lave, wearing her nightgown, stood still, breathing heavily. Her face filled with anxiety as she called out, "Akid, where are you?" Anxious and teary-eyed, Levi panted, her face flushed from the cold as she walked, and said, "Where did you go?" She suddenly slumped down, exhausted and uncomfortable, whispering, "My chest feels so tight. My throat feels like it's burning. It's so hard to breathe." Lave closed her eyes tightly, thinking, "When I close my eyes." That moment keeps replaying in my head. I didn't even let a single drop touch my lips. She remembered the moment Tess pinned her hands above her head, the moment she saw the colorless, odorless poison. The instinctive feeling, "I can't drink that." Water started to flood in from somewhere, churning around her. Lavi thought wearily, and immediately the unknowable past resurfaces, stopping me in my tracks. She stood up in panic, looking around and shouting, "I don't want to. Stop now. I don't want to know. Stop following me." Levi was gradually submerged by the water. She tried to raise her hand high, her face filled with worry and fear. "Someone? Someone save me! Please!" In her dream, she was being drowned by the water itself. Suddenly, a hand reached out, and a voice called out, "Lavi!" Akid grabbed Levi's hand, looking worriedly into her eyes. He looked at her with a concerned and affectionate face, asking, "Are you awake now? I'm here." Lavi, anxious with tears streaming down her face, looked at Akid and called out hesitantly, "Akid!" Lavi's hands suddenly started to tremble. Terrified, she slowly recounted, "I can't tell what's a dream and what's reality anymore. I can't be sure of anything. That's why." She sat up and wrapped her arms tightly around Akid, saying, "Just hold me for a moment." Levi reached out and intertwined her fingers with Akid's. Holding his hand made her feel safe. As she held his hand and hugged him tightly, she looked up at him with affectionate eyes. "My anchor." He immediately bent down and kissed her gently on the forehead. Levi closed her eyes to receive the kiss, thinking, "My breath. You are the one who helps me survive." Akid blushed shyly, leaning his forehead against hers and thinking, "Let me see the bruise." He then placed a deep kiss on her lips. Akid suddenly stopped, looking painfully at the bruise on Levi's chest. He frowned with worry and affection, looking at her and saying, "Let me see the bruise." Akid continued, "I'll heal you." He wrapped his arm around her waist, bent down, and kissed her chest. From his kiss, streams of blue light appeared. Lavi blushed, shyly watching Akid kiss her. She stared at him and said softly, "Just being by my side isn't enough to date." Lavi reached out and took his hand. Akid was startled, his face filled with surprise as he called out, "Levi!" She blushed deeply, lowered her head, and continued, "More." Levi kept looking at Akid, then raised his hand to her face. "Make me feel more." Levi looked up at Akid with a captivating expression and said, "It's not because of your healing ability that I, Levi, like being with you. I wish everything I feel would overflow into you." Akid turned his face away and raised his hand to cover his blushing face and hide his embarrassment, saying, "Not now. I have to think about your condition, Lavi, and I don't want to hurt you." Levi called his name again, Akid. She wrapped both her arms tightly around his neck. Lavia remembered when she was a child sitting in her room looking out the window. The phrase "I hate most in this world is because I'm weak and sick. I can't do anything." She pulled him down onto the bed by his neck. "Besides," Lavi whispered to Akid, her face flushed, "you won't hurt me." Akid's face turned beet red as he shyly looked at her lying beneath him. He wrapped his arms tightly around her, breathing into her neck and whispering in her ear, "Levi, you have no idea how long I've been holding back, especially at times like this." Levi closed her eyes, panting with a flushed face, and replied, "I know. It's because I know that I'm doing this." Akid gave Levi the sweetest moments then. She continued to whisper in his ear, "I always know. I know how much you cherish me." The bedroom was suddenly filled with cheerful, joyful giggles. Akid held Levi tightly as they lay on the bed together. He watched her intently with an affectionate gaze and asked, "Why are you suddenly laughing?" Lavi turned her head and replied happily, "Until now. I thought there was nothing I didn't know about you, but today I learned something new." She raised her hands to cover her face, blushing with joy, and said, "I never knew Akid could make an expression like that." Akid was stunned for a moment, then gave a sheepish smile and said to Levi, let's see, how should I put it?" He lay there thoughtfully, looking at her. Levi smiled happily and said calmly, "Because you love me so much." She lay obediently on the bed, suddenly panting. Akid turned over, positioning himself over Levi, and immediately kissed her on the lips. Levi wrapped her arms around his neck. She panted as she looked at Akid with adoration. He frowned, annoyed, his face flushed and his breath ragged as he looked at her. Levi raised a finger to Akid's lips, stopping the words he was about to say. She brought her face close to his, smiled, and said, "Because you love me so much." An expression that says you're going crazy with desire. Akid blushed and glanced at Levi. Seeing his expression, she couldn't help but giggle. He looked away, deep in thought. Akid then raised his hand, lifted Levi's chin, and brought her face closer, as if to kiss her again, and said gently, "What? It's not like you're wrong." Levi suddenly became shy, her face flushing as she quickly raised her hand to cover Akid's mouth and replied, Wait a minute, Akid. We can't do more today." She stared at him with wide eyes, which then started to well up with tears as she told him, "If we do, I'll die." Akid stared at Levi in shocked silence. He closed his eyes tightly, thinking to himself, "When you say such cute things, what am I supposed to do?" Akid bent down and placed a kiss on her forehead, then said, "I was just going to give you a goodnight kiss." Levi blushed, closed her eyes, and happily received the kiss. Akid lay down, looking at Levi with an affectionate expression, and then suddenly reached out to stroke her soft hair. "Sleep well, Levi." Levi lay facing him, watching him intently, and said contentedly, You too, Akid." He wrapped his arm around her, pulling her into his embrace as they lay on the bed together, falling into a deep sleep. Lave nestled close, her head against Akid's chest, and quickly fell asleep, her steady breaths warming his chest. Akid placed another kiss on her forehead, whispering a wish, "Now, have a deep and peaceful sleep." He held her tightly and rested his head close to hers, then grew pensive, whispering worriedly, "The nightmare that torments Levi." Akad imagined the suffering and pain Lavi had to endure alone. The dreams that should have been forgotten when the war ended. Since when did they start to torment Levi in reality? It was also the image of me dying. He thought that if he really died, it would be a terrible feeling for Levi, but it was really just a nightmare. Akad remembered when she sat on the sofa, terrified, clinging to him. Levi said anxiously, This time. She kept hugging Akad tightly, not letting go. "Everything will be all right. This time." He held her close, thinking to himself, I could have ignored it, because she said something that didn't have any special meaning. Akad recalled that moment. For some reason, in that instant, I had a strange feeling. So the next day, I went to my father's study. I wanted to see the records left by the previous generations of the Enoch family. In a room filled with books and documents recording everything about the Enoch family, a conversation suddenly broke out. "I want to see the records left by the previous generations of the Enoch family." Duke Enoch sat in his chair and asked in surprise, "Why are you suddenly looking for that? You'll get to see it anyway when you inherit the title of Duke." Akid stood silently, staring at Duke Enoch. "I can't wait until then. I need it immediately." He continued seriously, the records of the family heads who used their final reason. Duke Enoch raised an eyebrow, looking at him in astonishment. Then the Duke slammed both hands on the table and stood up, shouting, "Such a document doesn't exist! Why are you interested in that? There's no reason you would ever have to use it." Aked quickly and seriously replied, "It's because of Lave." The Duke asked in shock, "What?" Aked replied, "Lately, Levi has been having strange dreams." Akad placed a hand on his chest. His brow furrowed as he looked seriously at the Duke and continued, "And I think it's related to my ability. Father might lean towards my thinking. If it's not that, then I need to be more certain." He thought of the ability inherited from the Enoch family and asked, "What exactly is the final reason of the Enochs?" The Duke's face darkened as he stared intently at him. Duke Enoch then told Akid what he knew. "I don't know the exact details. The family heads who used their final reason burned their own records." Akid was startled to hear this and immediately asked, "Why on earth would they do that?" The Duke reached out and pulled open a long, untouched drawer. Inside was a well-preserved notebook. The others couldn't possibly know. However, I can only guess from the one diary that remains. The Duke took the diary and held it out to Akid, saying, "Why I have kept silent about the final reason. You will understand when you read this." Akid stared thoughtfully at the diary before him. Akad reached out and touched the diary on the table, thinking carefully, "In this diary lies the secret of this ability." He picked up the diary, turned the pages, and began to read the contents intently. Akad was startled, his face dark as he looked at the diary. It was filled with scribbled drawings and bloodstains, and beneath them, lines of text detailed a story. He exclaimed, "This is..." As Akad read, images from the diary began to form in his mind. "In the spring of my 16th year, I was designated as the official successor of the Enoch family. I began to have a strange dream. A young man from the Enoch family was kneeling, holding a woman on his lap, helplessly recounting that moment. I was holding the hand of a woman who was slowly dying in my dream. Although it was the first time I had seen this face, I felt an intense sense of longing and regret. Looking at her, he suddenly shed tears. I said in the dream, 'I won't let you die like this.' He held her hand tightly and said helplessly, 'Let's start over, no matter how many times it takes.'" The words from the diary flowed continuously into Akid's mind. An image of her running and playing, beautiful and happy in his dream. "On my 16th birthday, I dreamed of a woman again. She turned her head and smiled happily at him as he stood silently behind her. She had a more youthful face than before. She spent happy days with me. He stared blankly at her with dark, wide eyes. But in the dream, I was too worried about her safety. In the dream, he had run to her and immediately grabbed her arm, and so I began to bind her. Once again, the image of her lying motionless on his lap as a fierce fire blazed. And once again, he cried and held her hand tightly. He jolted awake in his familiar bed. I woke up from a scene just like the first dream. He sat up, clutching the fabric over his chest, panting in extreme pain and fear, tears streaming down his face. Even after waking up, I couldn't move for a long time as the sorrow washed over me. What kind of dream was it that made my heart ache as if it were on fire? At the temple, the priests and the archbishop were overseeing a ceremony. The autumn of my 18th year, the engagement party. He was dressed in a formal suit, standing in the temple, but when he saw his bride, he was stunned. I will never forget this day for the rest of my life. He stared at the bride, who was holding her veil, and smiling happily as she slowly walked towards him. The moment the girl from my dream appeared before my eyes, when he saw her stop in front of him, the moment their eyes met, memories flooded back. He stared with wide, horrified eyes, his face pale. It wasn't a dream. He recalled each dream he had every night, thinking to himself, I met her. He remembered her lying motionless in his arms. And that death, too, they were all memories that I had seen and heard. An image of her lying on the floor. The winter of my 28th year, my fiancé died. The dim light from the chandelier illuminated the empty room. 10 years passed after that. Inside the room, he was trying to record the entire event. During that time, I had countless dreams. He stood before her coffin. In one dream, I lost her. In another, I lost her even before we were married. He dazedly recalled every detail. And in that repeating scene, every time, I unhesitatingly brought my wife back to life. He had used a special ability of the Enoch family to resurrect his wife in his dreams again. The final ability of the Enoch family, a power that exchanges one's own life to revive a loved one. An image of him clutching his head in agony. Even after waking from the dream, the heartache and feverish feeling continued. It was a part of the pain I had experienced while dying in my past life. With this ability, the resurrected person loses their memories. The fire in the hearth burned endlessly. Those who used this ability went mad and lived short lives without any records. To this day, there is no accurate information. The Enoch family flag was stained with blood. Now I know. If this information were to be made public, the family's honor would be questioned. Even the legitimacy of the successor would be doubted, as the Enochs are often kept in check by the royal family. He was helpless, writing the story with one hand and rubbing his temple with the other, enduring the headaches from those dreams. I don't want to leave such an excuse. I leave this diary for the pitiful Enoch who will one day be buried in the same nightmare as me. He was exhausted, his breathing ragged, his eyes dull and lifeless. Fate repeats itself if the cause of the first death is not prevented. He slowly recalled how his wife had died each time. Just as I saved my wife repeated her death many times. Remember that our ability is not a blessing from the gods, but a curse. He wrote his story in a book and closed it. Now, it's done. He looked at a picture of him and his beloved wife and whispered, "This is the last time, my love, isn't it?" He dragged his tired body towards a chair. I no longer have the confidence to witness my wife's death again. He climbed onto the chair, his hands gripping a rope tightly. It should have been like this from the beginning. Akid frowned in shock as he looked at the diary. When you use the ability to revive a person, time also turns back? Duke Enoch stood thoughtfully, recalling. I don't know if it was because the owner of the diary went mad or because of a side effect of the ability. However, it is said that that generation of the family was so good at predicting the future, it was almost like prophecy. He tried to remember, continuing, if this is true, then everyone in the Enoch family would want to save their important people? That's why I told you to be careful when choosing a partner. Akid closed the diary in his hand and looked at him, replying, I don't regret choosing Levay at all. He stood there, deep in thought. But if I use the ability, I should be the one having nightmares. It's Lave who's having them, not me. Akid stared at the diary, thinking, if that's the case, then the contents of this diary have nothing to do with us. So why do I feel so anxious? Akid lay on the bed, wrapping his arm tightly around Levi, pulling her even closer. Until now, I have always wanted to save Levi, no matter what. He pondered as he placed a kiss on her forehead, thinking, but my ability is not to bring Levi back to life. What if it's a power that draws a curse? Even so, I would not hesitate. The bright sun shone down on the beautiful greenhouse. Inside the greenhouse, Serendina appeared, standing with a cheerful smile and asking, It's been a while, Levi. How have you been? Levay forced a smile, scratching her chin as she recalled, Thankfully, I've recovered a lot. I've been taking all sorts of medicine for weeks. Serendina smiled so wide her eyes crinkled and replied, In my eyes. It seems you've gotten healthier for a different reason. Levi's eyes widened in shock as she asked her, What? What do you mean? Serendina covered her face with her hands, smiling shyly, and said, Levi has a lot of evidence of a miracle. It's because you spend every night with Duke Enoch, isn't it? Levi was startled, her face immediately turning bright red. Inside the cool greenhouse, a flustered, blushing Levi said, How did you? Serendina looked at her calmly and replied, The Dia mansion is in an uproar right now. Lavi will soon become a duchess. Levi rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. I can't believe there are rumors about us sleeping together at the mansion. Levir recalled the scene of them caressing, blushing, and kissing tenderly in bed. It must be after that night with Akid. Her health had strangely improved, the nightmares had lessened, and even when memories returned, she recovered quickly. Lavi quickly bowed her head, blushing with embarrassment, and tried to change the subject. Anyway, shall we begin? Finding clues in the past, Serendina saw her shy, blushing expression and chuckled. My, it's so nice to see you this enthusiastic, Levi. Lave slowly held out her hand, thinking to herself, last time I was safe and sound thanks to that magic tool. I have to repay that favor somehow. My condition has been good lately. Maybe I can come up with something useful. Suddenly, the sound of hasty footsteps approached, accompanied by a loud shout. Wait a minute! Caleb ran up to where the two were standing. Don't push your body too hard. Ravi, not understanding what was happening, stared at him with wide, confused eyes and wondered, what is this situation? Caleb froze, staring intently at the two of them. Suddenly, a voice called out, Caleb! Lavi panicked, grabbing Caleb's arm with both hands and pulling him back. What kind of game is this? That person is the princess of the Moon Kingdom. Serendina stared at Caleb, then suddenly broke into a cheerful smile. Oh my, big brother! She raised a finger and continued with a smile. I've been staying at this villa for weeks, and I finally get to see you. Levi stared at the two of them, dumbfounded and confused. Serendina approached Caleb, raising a hand to her chin and speaking sarcastically. Protecting your benefactor is all well and good, but isn't bothering my guest a breach of your duties? Caleb, startled, quickly regained his composure and replied, Well now, my mission is to escort the young lady to a safe place, as a knight. Levi was stunned, ruffling her hair in confusion as she thought, Wait a minute, how do they know each other? And she even called him brother. She frowned, her jaw dropped, and her face darkened with a shocking thought. For Princess Serendina to call Caleb that, could it be that Caleb is a prince? Serendina raised a hand to cover her smile and gestured with the other towards Caleb. Speaking to Lavi, you two already know each other, but let me reintroduce you. This is the Prince of the Moon Kingdom and my older brother Caleb. He smiled affectionately at his little sister. Serendina recalled what the malicious priests had said. When you first met Levi, you said you saw a memory of your brother in danger, didn't you? Thanks to that, I was able to suppress the rebellious faction, and we've been safe ever since. Lavi pouted, her face scrunched up as she shot a sharp glance at Caleb and said sarcastically, "So that's how it is, Caleb." "Ah, no, Prince Caleb." He smiled awkwardly at her. "Please, just address me as you normally would, my lady." He sighed and scratched his head, glancing at Serendina. "The only reason I'm alive is thanks to the young lady. I don't want to be addressed so formally by the person who saved my life." Lave looked at Caleb sternly and asked, "So, you became a knight at my house because I'm your benefactor?" He pointed a finger at himself and replied cheerfully, "Yes, you could say that. I've been protecting you diligently all this time." Lavi remembered all the past incidents and pouted, shouting diligently. Like when you lied about whether I was asleep, drank alcohol, and used divine power. Caleb recalled those embarrassing moments and explained with a strained smile, "I can't speak for the other things, but that wasn't intentional. Most holy knights from any country can use their divine abilities." Caleb furrowed his brow, thoughtfully touching his chin. "This empire's temple is very strange. They select holy knights without any judgment. The quality is unusually poor. They only open the temple to nobles and above. And they use divine power, money, and influence too blatantly." Caleb suddenly realized something, his face lighting up as he asked Levi with wide eyes, "The main culprit who kidnapped you was a priest, right?" She pondered for a moment, then quickly replied, "Yes, originally a princess, but that's how it appeared on the surface. She was incited to kidnap and poison me to further her own ambitions." Caleb bowed his head, his eyes narrowed and his face dark as he thought for a long time. "Actually, I tried to investigate that independently as well." He recalled every detail, connecting them all, and his thoughts turned to the poison vial. "Since they couldn't break through security, I can understand using Rose. If they truly intended to kill you, they would have done it right after the kidnapping. But why deliberately make you drink a potion?" Levi was surprised by his words, but calmly and quickly replied, "I was curious about that too, but the fire destroyed the evidence." Lavi sighed wearily. "If only we had secured that potion bottle, it would have been a crucial clue." Caleb stared at her in surprise, while Serendina thoughtfully touched her chin, watching Levi intently. Suddenly, Serendina smiled cheerfully at Caleb. "It seems my dear brother has grown quite fond of this place and its people. You were so worried about our benefactor's health that you ran to stop her." Startled, he turned his head to Serendina and stammered, "What?" Lave just looked at the two of them, confused. Serendina's face turned dark and intimidating as she stared at Caleb with a cunning smile. "I know you don't like to be held back." He took a step back, his face turning pale with fear. Levi forced a smile as she watched them, thinking, "Now I understand why she called me a witch." Serendina returned to her normal demeanor and glanced at Levi, but let's just ignore that for now. Serendina turned to Levi and continued with a smile, "Now I know why." Levi, confused, looked at her with wide, surprised eyes. Serendina clasped her hands together, looking at Lave with an excited and cunning smile. "Lave, have you ever considered living abroad? I mean, if you were to break up with your fiancé." Lave jumped, breaking into a sweat as she stared at her in shock. Caleb was shocked to hear Serendina's words and quickly shouted in alarm, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, Serendina approached Livy, took her hand, and said gently, "I'm just kidding. Today, let's not look into the past, but something else." Lavi looked at her in surprise. "Then what?" Serendina replied seriously, "The potion from before." Serendina looked at Leve with curiosity and interest, asking, "Could you tell me what kind of potion the priest intended to give you?" She thought about the drops of the potion from her dream for a long moment, then replied, "That potion." Lave sat comfortably in her chair, closing her eyes to try and remember. There was nothing special about it. It was transparent, and its viscosity was just like water. When it fell on the ground, nothing changed. She slowly opened her eyes, her expression turning grim. "But the moment I saw it, I knew I absolutely could not drink it. Lave felt a suffocating sensation, clenching her hand over her chest as she bowed her head, sweating. The feeling was worse than the fear of death. She leaned back against the chair, exhausted, her breathing becoming more rapid. Caleb, worried, quickly stepped forward, leaning down and reaching a hand toward her. "My lady?" Lave was drenched in sweat, her face pale and her eyes wide, but lifeless. She was struggling to catch her breath. "Ah!" Lave saw herself holding the vial of poison with both hands. She opened the vial, raised it to her lips, and drank it all. "If I drink that, my heart will feel like it's on fire, and I won't be able to breathe." Lave collapsed to her knees, a nauseating feeling like her insides were about to spill out. The last time. In agony, her face dark with suffering, she raised her hands to cover the red blood flowing from her mouth. She had finally vomited blood. Suddenly, a worried and anxious shout rang out, "Serendina!" Caleb saw Levi's distress, her body trembling uncontrollably. He gripped her shoulders firmly and turned to Serendina, shouting urgently, "Let's stop here! At this rate, she's going to collapse!" Caleb gasped, his eyes widening in alarm as he looked forward. Serendina, shocked, frowned as her face paled, looking at Caleb. She shot up from her seat in anger, looking at Caleb, who was holding Levi's shoulders tightly. "Brother!" Serendina stood still, clenching her fist. "I'm not certain, but I think I've found something to investigate. I must meet with the priests of the Moon Kingdom immediately." She turned to leave. Lave sat on the chair, her head bowed, gasping for breath. "What is it? Shouldn't I know too?" Serendina approached the greenhouse door, placing her hand on it and turning back to Levi. There were two types of potions used in this incident. The one Rose drank, and the one you saw. Serendina's hand suddenly began to tremble violently. The thought of that other potion filled her with fear. "I thought they were the same, but they're completely different." She had stood by helplessly, watching Rose suffer in her sickbed. Rose drank a black potion. They said it didn't take effect immediately. Serendina was terrified as she imagined someone controlling Rose, who then mindlessly embraced Lave. After a certain condition was met, she turned into a puppet. That's closer to someone's ability than a poison. She suddenly remembered a person, their sharp eyes and venomous expression like a snake. Although it wasn't done by the proper method, it's not something impossible to create. Serendina pushed the door open forcefully and added before leaving, "But the transparent potion that Levi saw is different." She glanced back, her face grim. "If my guess is correct, that is something that cannot exist in this world." Serendina said she would try to find out as soon as possible, then got into a carriage and hurriedly left. She sat silently as the driver urged the horses on at great speed. Caleb slowly escorted Lave back to her room. On the way, he glanced at her and said, "If Serendina is this concerned, it's not something to be taken lightly. For now, please be careful when you meet people." Lave walked beside him, turning to reply, "Yes, I will." She suddenly bowed her head, sharing sadly, "When I think of Rose, I feel like I can't trust anyone." Caleb watched her with a contemplative gaze. Suddenly, he leaned down with a cheerful smile and pinched her cheek. "What's with that expression?" "It doesn't suit you, my lady." Lave jumped, her eyes widening as she glared at him, annoyed and stammering. What was that for? Is that how you treat your savior?" He continued to tease her. "That's that. And this is this." She was speechless, her eyes widening in further indignation as she stared at him. Suddenly, Akid appeared, stopping in his tracks as he saw the two of them laughing and joking. "Levi." Akid walked closer to the two of them. "Where did you go? I couldn't find you anywhere." Levi was startled and quickly turned to him. "Ah, sorry. I just went to see the princess for a moment." Lave immediately ran to Akid's side, saying, "Actually, I was just on my way to see you." Caleb stood there, stunned, watching Lave run off. He quietly bowed his head, a faint smile hiding the disappointment in his heart. Caleb remembered the moment Serendina took Lave's hand and asked, Levi, have you ever considered living abroad? Or maybe breaking up with your fiancé? He had seen the unwillingness on her face. Caleb walked away gently, muttering to himself, that will absolutely never happen, Serendina. Caleb didn't look back, but he could sense Lave and Akid happily talking to each other. There's only one person who can make her wear that expression. In a room flickering with dim candlelight, Zagrid sat still, leaning back in his chair with his arms crossed, staring at the light before him. Come in. He continued to stare at the candlelight in front of him. No matter what you ask, I have nothing to say. The rights of Enoch. The door was pushed open by Werner. He spoke plainly. Akid isn't coming today. Zagrid shot up, staring in surprise at the man standing in the doorway. Werner, Zagrid said, his expression serious. Talk with me for a moment, Zagord. A voice suddenly echoed from within the room. What is it? You've refused me all this time, no matter what. Zagord slowly went to get a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. He asked cheerfully, would you like some tea? Or perhaps some wine? Even though I'm imprisoned, the guards here are quite friendly. Werner frowned and shouted in frustration. Zagord, you're acting like this is a vacation. He turned his head in surprise and glanced at him. But why did you come here? Werner frowned, biting his lip and looking down at the floor in silence. After a long silence, he walked closer to Zagord and asked in return, can you tell me why you did it? Zagord stood still, holding the wine bottle and staring at him. Werner recalled the sight of Levi's suffering in her bed, trapped in a dream. During the last incident, Levi suffered terribly from nightmares. He then remembered the time he brought a bouquet of roses to give to Rose when the wedding was cancelled. Rose avoided me out of shame. She hid sadly behind a wall, not daring to face him, and had a maid ask him to leave. Werner then remembered the factions arguing in the palace. The palace is in an uproar over His Majesty's deposition. The conflict between the prince's faction and the crown prince's faction is reaching its peak. He clenched his fists until they trembled. But the hardest part of all this is... Werner placed a hand on his chest, bowing his head sadly. Your silence regarding these matters. He looked up at Zagord. We used to be best friends. Please, just explain it so I can understand you. Zagord stood still, looking at him thoughtfully. Zagord walked closer to Werner. Is that so? You've had such a hard time? He stared intently at Werner's face, then raised a hand to touch his chin. This is enough. Werner's eyes widened in shock. Zagrid narrowed his eyes into a cunning smile and offered a blessing. Werner, I hope you meet with great misfortune. In a flashback, a young Werner bowed his head, sobbing. Levi's in so much pain. He knelt at the Holy Temple's altar, wiping away tears as he spoke to Zegward. It's been 3 days and her fever won't break. Is it because I haven't prayed enough? Zegward stood beside him silently. He thought to himself, he loves his sister that much? I used to feel that way, but not anymore. Zagrid knelt beside Werner and comforted him. Don't cry, Werner. He smiled at him and took his hand. If your prayers aren't enough, then I'll do it with you, Werner. He stopped crying and turned to Zegward in surprise. Werner looked at Zagrid's hand holding his tightly and said, thank you. He turned to him with a happy smile. Thank you. You really are my greatest friend. Zegward gave Werner a strange smile. He remembered every moment they had prayed together and confided in each other. Even though I was always by his side, my position was only that of a friend. Even so, I thought it was fine. Whenever Werner was in trouble, he would surely come to me. Werner sat on the grass, hugging his knees, and turned to Zegward with a smile. Even if I inherit the Marquisate, retirement sounds better. You'll help me then, right? Werner stood in his room, touching his chin thoughtfully. There aren't many herbs in the Empire that I want to give Levi. The royal family can't increase the import routes. One time, while walking with Zygarde, Werner sighed and lamented, I'm always flustered when I'm with her fiancé. I have no idea what I'm thinking or what I should do. Zygarde followed behind him, watching him thoughtfully. Then Werner turned back with a cheerful smile. You've received many marriage proposals, haven't you? Give me some advice. Zygarde, feeling helpless, smiled at him. All right, I'll help you with anything. Zagrad held up a sparkling necklace next to a doll that looked just like Werner. Twisted, dark thoughts began to form in his mind. You will not escape my grasp. Werner's life needs a certain amount of adversity. Only then will he come crying to me. Back in the present, Zagrad placed a hand on his chest and looked at Werner in frustration. You said you would make me understand, didn't you? Then he bowed his head and continued with a faint smile. Then I will tell you everything, just as you wish. Can you guess why I did it? Zagrad looked up at his face. Actually, your sister's condition got worse. The wedding was cancelled and she grew distant from her fiancé's. Werner's eyes widened in shock, staring at him, dumbfounded. He raised a hand in front of him, tilting his head with a cunning smile. Everything I planned worked out perfectly because I didn't like you marrying her. Werner trembled, looking at Zagrad in disbelief. What? What are you saying? Zagrad, don't tell me you. Zagrad stood silently, watching his expression. He bowed his head, his face contorting. You liked, so what? He narrowed his eyes, his face dark as he stared at him. Suddenly, Zagrad burst out laughing, covering his mouth as his eyes crinkled. I knew it. Anyway, I didn't think you'd be able to understand correctly. Werner, stunned and flustered, turned red and shouted, Why are you laughing? Zagrad stepped closer, patting his shoulder and continuing with a casual smile. It's better that you don't know. Thanks to that, I've made up my mind. Well, I'll be going now. Werner, flustered, replied, Who said you could go? The door was pushed open once again and several people rushed in. Zagrad answered immediately. Didn't I just say? Immediately, 3 guards with grim faces rushed towards Werner. Zagrad turned his head back, flashing a cunning smile. The guards here are very friendly. The 3 guards grabbed Werner. He panicked, his eyes darting between the guards trying to restrain him. What is this? Let me go. Zagrad, I don't know what you're planning, but stop this. One of the 3 guards took a cloth soaked in chloroform and pressed it over his nose. He struggled to resist, but it was no use. The 2 guards behind him struggled to support his unconscious body. The remaining guard immediately threw a cloak over Zagrad. He tossed the empty vial away and said cheerfully, Werner, he's sleeping so soundly. The chloroform vial slowly fell to the floor. Zagrad continued, When you open your eyes again, your answer will have changed. In a long, brightly lit hallway, a cute, pouty voice called out, Akid? Lavi, knowing she was at fault, hurried after Akid. Are you mad because I went out on my own earlier? He walked calmly, slowing his pace for her to keep up, but didn't turn back. No. He didn't seem worried and continued anyway. He's placed men at all the entrances and walls of the mansion. And he changed the codes periodically so that an incident like what happened at Werner's wedding wouldn't happen again. The guards can check on each other's status. I didn't think you'd go that far, so it's fine. Lavi was amazed, giving him a strained smile. You thought of all that? Akid turned around and took out a handkerchief, gently wiping Lavi's cheek. She stood still in surprise, peeking at him with one eye as he cleaned her face. But why do you seem to be in such a strangely bad mood? He answered as he wiped. I'm not in a bad mood, but I wanted to wipe Lavi's cheek. She looked confused, touching her cheek and trying to look down at it. Huh? Is something on it? Lavi's eyes widened as she remembered Caleb pinching her cheek earlier. Ah, could it be this cheek? Lavi blushed shyly, leaning closer to Akid and asking in a small voice, Could it be, Akid? Are you jealous? Akid immediately blushed, pressing his lips together as he stared at her intently. He quickly turned and walked away. I'm not jealous. I just think it was a bit excessive. A knight pinching a young lady's cheek. No matter how close you are, that's a bit boorish. She beamed with joy and quickly linked her arm with his, walking alongside him. Lavi, blushing with delight, suddenly giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. Oh my, what do you think about touching? Akid does even more wonderful things with me. Akid quickly turned to her, his face flushed red with embarrassment. Lavi! She couldn't hide her joy and continued to giggle. Aren't you jealous of everyone who touches me? Is there anyone else? Jenny? It's not Aling, is it? Outside the window, the sky had gradually turned dark. Akid, red-faced and helpless, asked her, Are we still talking about this? He regained his composure, narrowing his eyes at her. He recalled other men from her past, essentially ex-boyfriends, and told her, It wouldn't benefit you much, Levi. She was stunned, taken aback by what Akid had said. Levi, embarrassed, wanted to change the subject and forced a smile. Hey, let's not talk about that. Suddenly, Levin came running towards them in a hurry. Sir Akid, Akid, who was walking with his arm around Levi's waist, stopped and turned to ask, What is it? Why the rush? Levi also turned to look. Levin stopped behind them, bent over and panting. This is a message from the knight in charge of the royal palace. Crown Prince Zaguard has escaped the palace and is on the run. Akid and Levi, listening to Levin, widened their eyes in utter shock. Levin looked up at the two of them awkwardly. About that. He remembered the information he had just heard, that Zaguard had captured and was holding Werner, and relayed it to them. Sir Werner has been taken hostage. Akid, full of worry and anger, raised his hand and shouted, I clearly said to guard the royal palace thoroughly. Levin, clutching a piece of paper wrapped around a vial, listened silently to the reprimand. Levi stood still, looking at Levin in shock. Akid scowled, his face filled with rage as he continued to yell, How could you let him get Sir Werner? Levin, terrified, turned pale and broke into a cold sweat. That is... He recalled what Werner had said before leaving the duchy and recounted it all. Sir Werner said he was visiting the detached palace by himself. It seems he went to persuade the crown prince. Levin, having heard others talk, imagined the scene of Werner going to the detached palace. After that, it seems the knights were bribed. Akid grew even more anxious, clenching his fists. Could they be using someone like they did with Lady Rose last time? Levi remained silent and thoughtful. Levin, slightly bowing his head, quickly replied, Yes, just like that time. Levin suddenly remembered something from the past when he had brought a statue to Zaguard. A few days ago, the crown prince asked me to bring a goddess statue from his room. He remembered how Zaguard had held the goddess statue and smiled at it strangely, under the pretext of wanting to pray for repentance. When Levin learned that Werner had been kidnapped by Zaguard, he went there again and told Akid after he escaped. They searched the room. The goddess statue was broken and they only found an unknown vial nearby. He solemnly held out the black vial to Akid. It seems he hid the vial inside the goddess statue and had it brought to him. Levi's face turned pale as a sheet when she saw the vial in Levin's hand. She rushed forward and snatched the vial from him. Levin stared at Levi, confused. Akid, surprised by Levi's sudden strange action, called out, Levi! She threw the vial to the floor and stomped on it, shattering it. Levi then gasped for breath, her whole body trembling. Akid immediately grabbed her, asking worriedly, Levi, are you okay? Why did you do that? Levi, her head slightly bowed and her expression pained, placed a hand on her chest. It's horrible. Lviv was drenched in sweat, utterly terrified as she stammered to Akid, This vial. Just looking at it makes me sick. Levia remembered walking down the hallway of the detached palace and seeing Rose walking in the opposite direction. In some past, Lady Rose betrayed me. She slowly recalled the Rose from that time to continue, with the face of a villainess straight out of a novel, acting as if nothing was wrong. She painfully recalled the moment those close to her looked at her with strange eyes as they gradually changed. In another past, my parents. Next were Aling, my tutor, and Jenny. Levi, terrified, remembered how she was like a puppet controlled by others, losing everything in agony. The people I trusted and loved betrayed me. She was stunned and helpless, crying so much, and only realized it at the very end. Levi panicked, as if staring into a current of water that threatened to pull her under. Behind it all, there was a black potion. She burst into tears, trembling as she hugged her arms tightly. It's likely from the royal family. Akid watched her cry in fear, his heart aching. Levi cried even harder as she imagined a glass of wine laced with the poison. If you drink even one drop of that potion, you become a puppet of the royal family. The duration varies from person to person, but she vaguely recalled the sight of Rose, a puppet of the royal family, holding her paralyzed body. It allows them to act without regard for the other person's will, maximizing their own abilities. Lave frowned in fear, covering her face with her hands. The worst part is that it makes you unable to trust anyone. She quickly turned her head to Akid, speaking urgently and anxiously. Rose has a strong spirit, so she recovered quickly. But the knights who were hypnotized this time are different. They can be used as expendable tools. If you aren't resolute from the start, you'll have a very hard time. Akid stared at her, utterly surprised. He bowed his head grimly, making a decision. I understand. I'll pass the message on to the search team. The two were still talking in the hallway. Levi had returned to her usual self, no longer trembling with fear. Thank you, Akid. And when you're looking for my brother, could you check the temple? Akid looked at her in surprise. Why the temple? Lavi remembered the goddess statue containing the poison vial and how Tess had gone to the temple, connecting the dots. The temple was also the one that hid and raised Tess, and the crown prince used a goddess statue to bring in the potion. Ravi thought deeply about the relationship between Werner, Zegord, and the goddess statue. They have long served as intermediaries between the royal family and Enoch. They also have an alliance that benefits the royal family. She thought to herself, in all the suspicious situations in the temple that Caleb mentioned, she glanced at Akid and continued, perhaps the temple and the royal family have colluded. Akid turned to her, confidently taking both of her hands in his. I'll take that into consideration. Your intuition is always right, Levine. He turned to Levin and instructed, search from the temple to the crown prince's residence. Distribute wanted posters to the carriages in the capital. Levin looked at him anxiously. But we can't enter the temple with armed knights. Akid looked at Levine resolutely. No problem. I will command the scene directly. Levi, suddenly worried, placed a hand on her chest and turned to Akid. Akid! He turned back to her, smiling affectionately to reassure her. Don't worry, I will bring Werner back safely, at any cost. Lave started, her eyes widening as she stared at Akid. She quickly recovered and grabbed his hands anxiously. Don't say that. Lavi looked up, her wide eyes slightly teary. At any cost that. Akid looked at her, surprised and taken aback. The words he wanted to say to Levi were swallowed back down. Moreover, in the moment he held Levi's hand, he suddenly remembered and thought to himself, I know Levi won't allow it, acting like someone who has lost something. He then remembered the person who wrote the diary and thought like a ship in the diary. Akid thought about the diary's contents. Just by reading the forbidden records, could I have been caught in that curse? Why do I feel this way? He regained his composure and immediately leaned in to hug Levi. I'm sorry. I take back what I just said. Akid held her tightly, but his expression gradually darkened as he tried to speak gently. Werner and I will both return safely. He stood up straight, patting Levi's shoulder. And I have a favor to ask you. Akid, slightly worried, gave Lavi a gentle smile. When I get back, I want to ask you something. Can you answer me honestly? Lavi looked at him with wide, worried eyes. Can't you ask me now? He sighed, looking at her intently. Sorry, I'm just scared right now, that's why. Akid's expression grew serious, his gaze determined as he told Levi she needed to prepare herself. Lavi bowed her head, blushing like a child, and glanced at him with some worry. I'll do my best. I heard this is the most secure room in the mansion. Akid reached out to close the door, telling Levi that if she locked it from the inside, it couldn't be forced open from the outside, so she must lock it. He stood at the door, carefully instructing her out of concern for her safety. Even if we don't find the crown prince, I'll come check on you once every half a day. Absolutely do not open the door for anyone but me. As you said, if the black potion is a royal family ability, she stood silently, listening to every word he said. Akid looked at LeVay with longing, then reassured her to ease her worries. As you said, if the black potion is a royal family ability, then at least I won't be affected by it. She stood silently, looking at Akid, and suddenly thought, the royal family can't directly harm Enoch, so that oath applies to the mind as well? Then she stepped forward, reaching out to touch Akid's handsome face. Even if everyone else changes or betrays me, only Akid never has. Then she nodded and said to him, I understand. Be careful and come back safely. Akid smiled at her with loving eyes, taking the hand that was touching his cheek. I will return, Levy. A carriage suddenly stopped in front of the temple gate in the dark of night. A young man, cloaked and well hidden under a hood, stepped out of the carriage and approached the priest. The priest looked at the young man and said, Come in. The priest held up a small white box with both hands. The priest continued, As I said before, this is the item that will help you. It is precious, so keep it safe. The young man quickly reached out and took the box. He clenched the box in his hand, a cunning smile on his face. I don't know if I'll need to use this, but I'll take it for now. The priest looked at the young man and gestured, This way, then. He slowly pulled back his hood, revealing a gruesome scar on his face, and smirked. No need for directions. This is a place I know very well. He looked up at the temple. After all, Cade revealed his face, frowning with a cunning smile at the priest. It's been a while since I've been home. Inside the temple, a loud shout suddenly echoed. What is this insolent behavior? Ailing, with a sword at his hip, led a troop of knights confidently into the temple. A priest, seeing the knights advancing, panicked and shouted, entering the temple armed. You don't even have permission to be here. Aling stopped, holding a scroll tightly in his hand, and looked at him with a cold frown. Listen up. The Crown Prince and a group of fugitives are on the run. We came here after receiving information that he is here. We don't have time, so refer to this document for more details. The priest reluctantly took the scroll and slowly unrolled it. The priest looked at the contents of the scroll and read aloud anonymous report. He immediately held the paper up high and shouted, Couldn't this just be fabricated? Acting without any concrete evidence? How can a single knight take responsibility for this? Aling and his knights watched him in silence. Akid appeared from nowhere, approaching the knights with a commanding voice. This is on my authority. He stared intently at the priest. You can do whatever you want. The priest, seeing Akid, jumped in fear. Akid raised his brows and said in a loud voice, I mean, if the Crown Prince really isn't here. The knights quickly fanned out, searching every corner of the temple. The knights searched from the outside of the temple to the area around the goddess statue. A knight suddenly pulled back a curtain, revealing a strange door, and shouted, Over here! This door is locked! After a while, the door was thrown open. Zagord, with his head bowed, spoke without looking at the door, treading with muddy feet into a sacred place. He stood straight before the goddess's statue, looking out the doorway. Are you ready to receive your new punishment? Akid frowned, rushing in with his knights. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, slowly drawing it. You talk as if you've become a god yourself. Now you're suspected of kidnapping and fleeing. This is not a comfortable situation. He looked at him sternly. Stop now, surrender, and return Marquis Werner. Zagard stood his ground, looking at him and the knights. Return him? Behind him, Werner lay motionless. He glared at the knights and acted with wide, furious eyes. Don't make me laugh. Werner's place is by my side. Golden streams of light, like lightning, spread everywhere. From secret passages, soldiers poured out. They rushed out, standing with swords in hand, their faces grim and aggressive, forming a barrier in front of Zagord. Akid was shocked, his brows furrowed as he stared at the soldiers opposite him. Most of them are knights from House Enoch. He bowed his head, gritting his teeth in resentment. Familiar faces, yet so alien. I wonder if Lave felt like this when she was kidnapped by Rose. Cade crossed his arms, looking at Akid with a mocking smile. I will make you regret chasing me all the way here. He immediately broke into a cunning smile, his eyes turning strange as he commanded the soldiers, kill them all for me. The soldiers, their faces filled with murderous intent, immediately gripped their swords and charged towards Akid. He didn't have time to react, standing frozen as the soldiers rushed at him. Akid gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around as he quickly regained his senses, drawing his sword and taking a few steps back to dodge the soldiers' attacks. He swiftly struck the back of a soldier's head with the pommel of his sword. Then he dodged and raised his sword to block a blow from another soldier. Akid, tense and frowning, immediately turned his head and shouted back, "Inform all members! These men are hypnotized and being controlled. Don't be fazed by their familiar faces. Knock them out or render them unconscious." The knights quickly understood the situation and replied, "Yes, sir." They immediately charged forward, enthusiastically following his orders. The sound of clashing steel echoed continuously. Alan gritted his teeth, blocking a heavy blow while also avoiding killing the soldiers. Akid maintained his composure, also trying to hold back the soldiers who were continuously charging at him. After a long time, all the controlled soldiers lay defeated on the floor. Cade quickly went to where Werner was lying, helping him sit up while frowning. As expected, ordinary knights can't get very far. If only I had a monster like Rose. Akid saw Cade trying to escape with Werner again and rushed forward with his sword, shouting, "Wait! Where do you think you're going?" A slash sent a spray of blood flying everywhere. Akid stopped short, his face grim. He winced in pain, turning his head to look down at his side. A deep cut, but luckily the armor had prevented it from being too severe. Akid glanced at the blood-splattered soldier who was still trying to attack him. How is he still holding a sword? I clearly used enough force to disable his arm. Cade, holding Werner, looked at him with a contemptuous smile. "You don't think I've pushed them beyond that point?" He glanced at the soldiers again, controlling them. The miracle of the royal family transcends the limits of the flesh. Cade looked at the soldiers lying on the floor, slowly getting up. "If you don't kill them all, they won't stop, will they?" Akid clutched his bleeding wound, his face contorting as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it! I don't have time for this!" Lavi sat on her bed, her hand resting on the diary in her lap, and sighed wearily. She sat there sadly, lost in thought. I thought reading something would make time pass quickly, but I can't even see a single word. Lavave put the diary down and walked over to the window. She stood at the window, placing her hand on the glass and looking out. I wonder what Akid is doing right now. Lave clenched her fist, worried about Akid. I wish my memories were a little more accurate, so I could predict the Crown Prince's actions. She thought of the image from her childhood, sinking into the water with a mess of papers. Even so, in this life, I came back with the fewest memories, and so much has already changed. Lavi tried to remember every detail, every image, preventing the Enoch couple's carriage accident. She remembered seeing how happy they were. Then she remembered Akid's figure from her dream. Akid quickly ended the war and returned. Lavi recalled the image of Werner shyly presenting a bouquet to Rose, who smiled and crossed her arms as she looked at him. The relationship between Rose and my brother has gotten better. She continued to remember herself in the dream, no matter how hard she tried to push Akid away. The moments when she and Cade held hands, looking at each other with eyes full of love, until they fell in love. She then remembered falling at the temple and the friendly priests like Serendina helping her up. And a connection I never had in other lives, meeting Serendina, was also a huge variable. Lavi remembered Serendina's figure in the greenhouse. With the information Serendina will soon find, I wish I could change the upcoming ending. She turned her head to look at the goddess statue. Lave walked closer, bowing and gently touching the statue. If God truly exists. She held the statue up, frowning at it. To be honest, even though I've been coming to the temple often, I've never really prayed properly. The gods let the temple become what it is, So I guess there's nothing to say. Levi held the statue with both hands and stood up straight. So today, please listen to this girl's wish. She sincerely bowed her head, looking at the statue and pleading, please let Akid return safely to my side. Suddenly, there was the sound of footsteps followed by a knock on the door. Startled, she stood still and listened. Levi immediately hiked up her skirt and ran to the door. Who? Who is it? The person standing outside looked very much like Akid. He replied to her, It's me, Akid. He wore a strange earring and looked at the door with a blank expression. Levi, can you open the door? Back at the temple, as Akid fought with the hypnotized knights, his sword struck them, sending blood flying everywhere. The knight collapsed. Akid panted, his brows furrowed in desperation. At this rate, this will never end. No matter how injured they were, they wouldn't fall. A golden light constantly surrounded the soulless knights. That power pulled them back to their feet and made them continue to wield their swords, despite the wounds on their bodies. Akid saw this and thought, to take them down, do I have to take their lives? Just then, the crown prince covered his mouth and let out a soft chuckle. It would be easier to just kill them all. You're thinking that, aren't you? A golden aura surrounded Zagward. He wore a seemingly friendly smile that was filled with coldness, you see? You pretend to be righteous, but in the end, you'll resort to the same methods as me. Akid, panting and clutching the wound on his side, pointed his sword at the crown prince, smiled, and replied, Impossible. Who would want to become a despicable person like you? Zagred spread his arms wide, a golden power radiating from him and forcing the knights towards Akid. The prince sneered. Is that so? Then you'll live your whole life being deceived. I mean, you'll get nothing at all. Zagred's power wrapped around the tip of Akid's sword, making it difficult for him to strike. Akid gritted his teeth, struggling to regain control of his sword. Suddenly, another stream of power shot out, stopping the knight who was swinging his sword at Akid. He was startled by the appearance of this orange power. The knights controlled by the crown prince collapsed one by one. To the surprise of Aling and everyone else, Zagred's eyes widened in shock. What? He thought. The potion shouldn't have worn off yet. It feels like someone is interfering with my ability. Could it be? Just then, a young man walked in. It was Felix. He was holding his sword to the neck of the priest, whose face had turned pale with fear. He said with some exasperation, The royal family's ability is truly obsessed with this. It really gives me the creeps. Akid turned his head and looked at him coolly. You took your sweet time, your highness, the prince. Felix replied impatiently, It couldn't be helped. It's supposed to be difficult to figure out the key to using this ability. At the same time, he pushed the priest to the ground. The crown prince shouted in fury, Felix, you dare betray the will of the royal family and side with them? Felix walked closer and replied, It's not betrayal, it's suppression. Zagred angrily raised his hand to use his ability. Golden rays of light erupted violently in all directions. He shouted, You think you can stop me? A half-breed who can't even use his ability properly. Felix's face darkened. That's right. Even if I use this ability, I can only create an opportunity. However, that's enough for me. While the crown prince was distracted, behind him, a boot had already launched into the air. Dakta's eyes were filled with rage. He struck down without mercy, giving the crown prince no time to react. Fresh blood sprayed out, and the glasses on Zagred's face fell to the floor. Scene change? Aling asked gently. So, Werner, are you all right? Werner's eyes fluttered open. He sat up, holding his head, and asked in confusion, Huh? What happened? I was clearly with Zagred. Aling smiled and replied, First, we'll take you to the mansion. You need to see a doctor. Werner became frantic, asking urgently, Wait a minute. What about Lave? Is Lave safe? I don't know what happened, but Before he could finish, Aling gently reassured him. Sir Akid has returned to where Lady Levy is, so don't worry. While we were searching for you, Sir Werner, I heard Levy had taken refuge in a safe place. Werner finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? Thank goodness. The crown prince was now being escorted away by the knights. His eyes glinted with calculation, and he thought to himself, "It's a pity, but I've stalled for long enough, so this is fine. I still have one last card to play." Scene change. At the same time, on a road through a pine forest with heavy snowfall, a wooden carriage was making its way through the snow-covered path. The people inside the carriage were Levi and Akid, both wearing thick, hooded cloaks. Levi thought anxiously, where on earth are we going? Akid seemed so urgent earlier that I just followed him. In Lafay's flashback, Akid had gripped her shoulders and said with a soulless expression, "Levi, the plan went wrong. We have to get out of here now." Levi had asked in surprise, "What?" But Akid cut her off. "There's no time, hurry." He continued to urge her. "At this rate, even the people here will get hurt." Levi took off her hood, continuing to think. After that, he didn't explain anything else, which scared me a little. This is the first time I've seen Akid so worried. "Levi, are you thirsty? Have something to drink." Akid's words broke her train of thought. Levi quickly replied, "Huh? No, I'm fine." Akid glanced at her with a cold, emotionless gaze and said, "Don't be like that. Drink a little. If you collapse from dehydration in a place like this, it'll be a big problem." Levi reluctantly took the water canteen from Akid's hand. "I know. I'll drink it." She brought the canteen to her lips. Many questions arose in her mind. What happened to Akid? He's never forced me like this before. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Levi's heart skipped a beat. She thought, what? What is this? The taste of this water. A hand suddenly reached out. Akid clamped his hand over her mouth and said, "Don't spit it out. Do you know how precious this water is?" Levi, suffocating, tried to pull his hand away in panic, but couldn't. She wondered, what is this? Why is Akid suddenly... When the person opposite her smiled and looked at her with cold gray eyes, Levi saw the golden earring he was wearing. She realized with horror. That was the earring Tess used when disguised as Nama. Levi used all her strength to push him away, shouting, "Let go of me! You're not Akid!" The man calmly touched his left ear and said, "Oh?" At this point, there's no way you wouldn't have noticed. Even so, having to pretend to be that brat was truly disgusting, he said as he removed the golden earring. Cade Courtney's true self was revealed. He smiled arrogantly and asked, "How do you like it?" "You wrote that thing because you wanted to see me." Levi jumped back and shouted, "What nonsense! I've never written a letter to someone like you." Levi gritted her teeth, her jade green eyes full of vigilance. She thought, in the past, the people I've exchanged letters with can be counted on one hand. Besides, Akid and Rose. Could it be? The image of letters and a young Cade's sinister smile flashed in her mind. "Cade Courtney," she said in surprise. He maintained the same arrogant posture as before. Levi asked in astonishment, "Why are you here? You were clearly exiled abroad." Cade calmly replied, "A special pardon is coming soon. The house will need blood to fill the position of the heir to the Duchy of Enoch." Levi immediately shouted, "What are you talking about? There's Akid. With Akid here, how can the position of heir be empty?" Cade smiled and replied, "It's because of you, Laviolette Dia. Akid will die saving you." These words froze Levi in place, her eyes wide with shock. Cade continued, "Do you know what you just drank? A vial of water that has been secretly passed down in the temple since ancient times. It's what the priests cannot purify with their divine power. It collects and gathers the remnants of filth and pain. It is a curse that has been stagnant for a long time. If a human drinks it, their immune system will slowly weaken, and they will suffer from extreme pain, always in a state of weakness and mental confusion. In other words, you die by being abandoned by the gods." Cade smiled with satisfaction, his sinister eyes incredibly cold. He continued, "So now, even if you get hurt, you can't be healed. Not only the priests, but even Akid can't help you." He approached Levi, taunting her. If he can't use that ability for someone important, what kind of expression will that brat have? If you die, for the rest of his life, that brat will have no choice but to use his final card. Levi was terrified, her face pale. She asked, "What have you been talking about, and what is this final card?" Cade laughed contemptuously. "Huh? You don't know? The final rite of Enoch? For the one you love, you can sacrifice your own life, even revive a corpse." Levi's eyes widened. She was stunned, feeling as if her heart had just been squeezed. Her hand clenched the fabric of her dress. She replied, "Don't lie. Akid told me long ago that you were good at slander and lies." Levi's body trembled. Cade looked surprised. "That brat said that?" He held out his hand and said, "If you don't believe me, just try it." Levi immediately jumped up and backed away, shouting, "Don't touch me." Cade's lips twisted into a wicked smile, his sinister eyes filled with conspiracy and desire. He told Levi, "There's nothing to be afraid of. If you come back to life, who knows? I might become your fiancé." Levi's face darkened. She replied slowly, "In all my life, this is the first time I've heard something so disgusting." "Who would want to be your fiancé?" she said as she reached for the carriage door. Levi jumped out of the carriage without hesitation, surprising Cade. "What the hell are you doing?" He hadn't even finished saying, "If you become my fiancé," when Levi shouted in fury, "I'd rather die," accompanied by a middle finger she raised for him. Levi's long hair flew in the snowy wind. She started moving on her own in the snow-filled forest. Levi panted, her face flushed from the cold. The snow was still falling heavily around her. She looked towards the carriage in the distance and thought, "I almost died for real. Luckily, I landed in a pile of snow." Suddenly, Levi let out a cry of pain. She bent over, covering her mouth with her hand. Red blood from her mouth stained her hand. Levi was terrified, her blue eyes wide with shock. Could it be because of the water from before? The thought flashed through her mind but was quickly dismissed. No, the words of a coward like Cade can't be true. It's clearly a plot to deceive me. An ability to trade your own life to save someone? Akid never said that. Suddenly, a person in a long cloak walked towards Levi. He said, "Oh my, what did Courtney do that this person is still conscious?" Levi stammered in surprise, "Who are you?" But he had already seen the blood on her hand and mouth. The man in the white priest's robe smiled sinisterly. "Oh, that blood! It seems you drank the right water." Levi's eyes widened. She felt as if a strong wind had blown straight through her. Levi thought to herself as memories flooded back. In the repeated timelines, whenever I died before Akid, someone was always watching us. Hiding in the snow, in this very forest, that priest was watching us and smiling. At that time, tears streamed down Akid's cheeks as he knelt beside Levi's blood-stained body. He said softly, "I'm sorry, Levi. You can call me selfish, but no matter what happens. Levi, I hope you're still alive." Akid gently caressed her blood-stained face, then leaned down and placed a kiss on her lips. Instantly, a blinding light erupted. The stream of memories in Levi's mind continued, and when I opened my eyes again, your body, as cold as snow, had collapsed in front of me. When I saw that you had taken all my wounds, I instinctively realized it. Why did you save me? Akid, I don't want to live without you either. Levi sobbed as she hugged Akid's body tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. She said in pain, "If I could go back, I really want to see you again." A blinding light shone once more. A magic circle appeared beneath them, and below it was an image of a young Akid and Levi smiling in a sunny garden. Back in the present, the priest pulled out a dagger with an exquisitely carved hilt. He said, "If Enoch disappears, the only thing possessing the power of the gods in the empire will be the temple. Anyway, the royal family can't regain its reason and will eventually be swallowed by the temple," he said as he approached Levi. "Then, at some point, the Moon Kingdom will be destroyed, and we will witness the birth of a holy kingdom." He smiled sinisterly, his cold black eyes staring at Levi. He held the dagger ready and continued, "This is your honor, Lady Dea. You are the foundation for our temple to regain its glory," he said, and thrust the dagger into Levi's stomach. She collapsed to the ground, red blood soaking her clothes. The priest let out a sigh and spread his arms, laughing loudly. Now it's all over. He smugly began to scheme. Now, all I need to do is bring Akid Enoch here. No. The snow is too heavy. It'll be hard to find him. It's better to bring the body. Before he could finish, from behind, a rock hit him on the head. Levi, taking advantage of him turning his back, had grabbed a nearby rock and hit him hard on the head. Blood was still soaking her stomach. The priest screamed in pain, crouching and holding his head. He turned around, bewildered. What? What was that? How? He saw the cloak Levi had taken off and thrown behind her. On it was the bloody dagger. He thought in astonishment, I clearly did it. Did I only stab the cloak? Levi asked hoarsely, Are you human? The one who pushed me into this monstrous life, she panted, her eyes filled with resentment. Levi threw the rock down and continued, The glory of the temple, is it? For that, do you have any idea how much Akid and I have suffered? Betrayed by those around us, unable to trust anyone. A single night where countless deaths came, leaving me unable to sleep. Days of pain where even breathing became weak. Do you have any idea? Levi shouted, grabbing the priest's collar. She pushed him to the ground, making him think in astonishment. Impossible. She drank the potion. How does she still have so much strength? Levi choked him with both hands, saying fiercely, Even if all my bones are broken, I will kill you. Levi screamed in fury, tears of suppressed resentment streaming down her cheeks. The priest began to panic. He screamed, Ah! And used all his strength to push Levi away. He turned and started to run. His face was terrified, and at the same time he couldn't stop wondering, Why am I so scared? She's just a weak, noble lady. Why am I running away in fear? She holds such a terrible grudge. It's like meeting a ghost. Levi sat on the snow, looking at him with eyes full of ultimate hatred. The priest hurriedly ran to the dagger and pulled it out. He shouted at Levi, You fool! How can you kill me? Just obediently become the foundation for my plan. Levi stood up and replied calmly, Do as you wish. But Akid's personality and abilities are different from what you know. This is not only a terrible curse for me, but for you too. Levi's blue eyes were wild, staring, and her tears flowed endlessly. She continued, Your plan will never succeed. Even if you try to kill Akid, I will definitely turn back time, dozens, hundreds of times, to save him. The priest gritted his teeth, brandishing the dagger and saying, Shut up! A demon like you dares. A voice cut him off. Levi is not the one who needs to shut up, followed by a surprise attack. Subscribe to the Lalo School channel so you don't miss out on exciting videos. The priest's blood splattered, his face pale with pain and fear. Akid continued to shout, The one who became a demon is you, High Priest! He fell, trying to say more in helplessness. No, I can't fail here. Akid rushed to Levi's side, calling her name. Levi! He held her in his arms and asked worriedly, Are you hurt? You have so much blood on you. Levi replied, I'm fine. Her hand was still trembling. Levi thought, was it because I was so angry after hearing the high priest's words? For a moment, I felt like I had become a different person. It doesn't seem to be the effect of the water, but what was it? At the same time, Akid held Levi tightly in his arms and said, I went to that room, but you weren't there. I was so scared. I'm so glad you're safe. Levi's heart was still full of anxiety. Her eyes widened and she thought, Can this really be called safe? What should I do now? Because of that water, I might not be able to heal. Is there no other way but to live cautiously for the rest of my life? She looked straight at Akid and said, Akid, I actually have something to tell you. He immediately asked, Huh? What is it? But before she could finish, Akid suddenly saw a figure in the distance. His eyes immediately became wary. He tried to see who it was. It was Cade. He gritted his teeth in frustration and muttered, "The high priest is dead. What about my deal? Damn it, if that's the case, I'll take your lives," he shouted angrily and charged at them with his sword. Akid quickly pulled Levi behind him to shield her. His sword immediately swung up. Akid charged forward, slashing across Cade's chest. He could only let out a cry of pain. Then Akad lowered his sword and panted, his eyes still focused on his opponent's every move with vigilance. He said, "Cade Courtney, you survived thanks to the generosity of the Enoch family. But in the end, you ruined everything with your own hands." Cade had collapsed to the ground. He tried to support himself with his sword and wiped the blood from his mouth. He replied spitefully to Akid, "What are you talking about? Generosity? Who was it that made my life like this?" Akid walked closer to him and said, "If you must blame someone, it's your own ambition, Courtney. Even now you still can't accept that. It turns out Cade hasn't matured at all. Honestly, your life is truly pathetic." Akid looked at him with a serious expression. Cade gritted his teeth in fury and shouted, "You insolent brat! What do you know? You've been blessed your whole life." "I curse you, Akid Enoch." Cade screamed and swung his sword at Akid. In that moment, Akid said softly, "A curse? I've had enough of those," he said as he shattered Cade's sword and delivered the final blow. Cade's blood sprayed everywhere. Cade collapsed onto the snow and Lavir rushed over, shouting, "Akid!" He turned around and said quietly, "I'm sorry, Lavid. I should have noticed sooner. The sound was buried by the snowstorm. I was a step too late." Lavid's face turned pale, and she said firmly, "Akid, now is not the time for you to say such things. The wound on your stomach is too severe. How did you get hurt like this?" Akid winced in pain. He replied, It seems I got hurt a little before I came here. Even so, I'm glad you're safe." Laze worriedly held him, letting him lean against her body. She thought in a daze, he's bleeding so much. He was this badly injured and came all this way? Akad could no longer stand. He fell onto the snow and Leve had to support his back. She screamed in desperation, "Is anyone there? Help me! Someone's hurt! Please!" Akad's blood had stained the snow red. He struggled to speak. "Levi, I'm fine. I'll be fine after a little rest. You, go on ahead." Levi immediately replied, "Don't lie. I will absolutely not leave you behind." She thought helplessly, "No matter how hard I try to stop it, the blood won't stop flowing, covering the snow. The images I saw in my dreams, Akid's body is gradually growing cold. I have no choice but to sit and watch the next ending." Levi's face turned pale with desperation and pain. "If this continues, Akad will die." Lave's trembling hand reached for the hilt of her sword. She said, "No, Aked, just wait a moment. I'll die first, Akid. If you save me, we can start over," Levi said, pressing the sword to her own neck. Her wide eyes were filled with desperation, her face was pale, and sweat poured down her face. Tears began to fall again. Lavi thought, with that water and Akad's ability, I can turn back time. It's painful to give up everything I've achieved so far, but this is better than not being able to see Akad again. Tears streamed on Levi's cheeks, the sword in her hand touching her neck. She continued, "I know this sounds strange and selfish, but I'll do better next time. I won't get lost like this time, so I'll do it one last time." Suddenly, Akid grabbed the hand holding the sword, and to her surprise, he looked at her and said softly, "Don't. You dying, me saving you, and having to go through these terrible things, it's time to stop repeating this." Levi was stunned. Her mouth twisted. Her whole body began to tremble. She said with difficulty, "Huh? How can you, Akod? Don't tell me you remember." Akad frowned, blaming himself. "I wish I did remember. Actually, Leve, the day you asked me to go far away, I looked through the Enoch records, and I read the story of someone who repeated countless deaths because of the Enoch's reason. I should have asked you sooner, but I was afraid, so I delayed. You had to go through those terrible things, and I didn't have the confidence to confirm it. I don't know why the memories I should have came to you. But I realized it after hearing you talk to that priest earlier, before I rushed out to kill him. Because I like you, because I wanted you to live, I've made you so tired all this time. So now, I'll stop. I'll free you from the curse, Akid said with a gentle smile. His eyes looked at Levée with tenderness. He touched Levi's cheek and kissed her on the lips. I'm sorry, Levée. Then Akad collapsed. Lavi's eyes widened in horror. 2 streams of tears flowed endlessly down her cheeks. In her mind, she could only cry out in desperation, no, this can't be happening. It was so painful and tiring, but because of you, I was able to endure it. Even if it repeated 1,000 times, I thought it was fine if it was to see you. Why didn't you listen to me? Is the last thing I hear from you an apology? That's not right. Levée painfully bowed her head, looking at Akid's motionless body. Tears streamed down her face, her expression contorted with desperation. She trembled as she took Akid's hand and said helplessly, Please, please give me one more chance. I love you, Akad. Please don't leave me. And around them, the fierce snowstorm showed no signs of letting up. The snow fell, blanketing the land and sky. The trees stood silent under a thick layer of snow, the gray sky seeming to swallow all light. The scene was submerged in a cold silence, with only the sound of the wind and the gentle fall of snowflakes, like an unnamed sorrow. Suddenly, a clear voice spoke up. Akid really hates snowy days. A tear fell. Her eyes were closed, her brows slightly furrowed. She said sorrowfully, because the day you left me was also a snowy day. Levée hugged Akad tightly, her hand on his chest, her face showing her pain and longing to be with him. But he just lay motionless. She asked him emotionally, though she knew there would be no reply. You'd be angry if I said I wanted to go with you like this. The snow continued to fall. On the cold snow lay his sword. She continued to speak, as if hoping he would reply, If you don't answer, I'll do as I please. You left me on your own, after all. The scene then drifted back to the past. In a luxurious room, Levée and Aked were lying on a large, warm bed. He held her, pulling her close to his chest as she slept soundly, a happy smile on her face. I spent days like this with you. Being held like this, I realize how precious it is, Aked. You had to slowly use all your strength for me so I wouldn't wake up. I felt the warmth in my sleep, and because of that love, I could sleep comfortably any time. Back to the present, Levée lay on his chest, searching for the familiar breath that was no longer there. She cried silently, her eyes and trembling arms saying it all. Her lips barely moved, the words echoing only in her head, as if asking herself, affirming a fragile hope. Akid, if you're too sad, do you see illusions? Even though you've stopped breathing, I can still feel your presence like then. The snow fell relentlessly, covering the sky. Then, suddenly, a group of knights on horseback galloped towards them. The snow fell, each flake quietly landing on the shoulders of the knights as they rode through the forest. A tense, urgent atmosphere enveloped the group. A loud shout echoed in the cold wind. Lady Levée! Sir Akid! It was a Lance's urgent, panicked voice. Someone else also shouted, Where is the young lady? If you can hear us, please answer. Amidst the chaos, Alani's gaze fell. His face showed clear worry. In his mind, dozens of questions arose as he tried to find Levée and Akid. Just when we grasped the situation, a snowstorm appeared and all traces of Akid vanished. How are we supposed to find them? As he shielded himself from the snowstorm, he suddenly saw something. Seeing a pool of red blood in the distance, Aling didn't hesitate and shouted, Over there! There's a bloodstain to the north. One by one, they approached the bloodstain with him. Then he suddenly froze, his face showing sheer horror, not believing his eyes. The scene around was chaotic. The dead were scattered on the cold snow. He couldn't help but exclaim, Oh my God! But then a sight he couldn't believe appeared. Levée was lying on Akid's body. Both had many wounds and seemed to no longer be breathing. Alan couldn't believe his eyes. He knelt on the ground, muttering, could it be both of them? Caleb ran to their side. He said to himself as much as to everyone else, damn it, are we too late? Caleb knelt down to check their pulses and breathing. Then he felt something. His eyes widened, a glimmer of hope flashing within them. He turned to Ailing and said, Captain, it's too soon to give up. The young lady is still breathing. Quickly, bring the holy knights of the Moon Kingdom here. Caleb reached out to touch Levite, but she pushed his hand away and screamed, leave me alone. Her face was filled with sorrow. Her eyes were full of tears. She looked at him and said, I don't need anything. I will go with Akid. Caleb was stunned by her words, as if he couldn't believe his ears. He stood there, staring at her in shock. After regaining his composure, he grabbed her wrist and said frantically, what are you talking about? The living must live. The fact that you're alive in this situation is nothing short of a miracle. His eyes widened in surprise as she resisted. She struggled, but he held her back. My lady, please be still for a moment. She struggled to break free from his grasp. She shouted angrily, no! You're trying to separate me and Akid. He lost his composure and shouted, that's not it. Just calm down and hold on to me. If you act rashly now, you'll regret it later. Hearing him mention the word regret, she paused, looking at him with disbelief. Just then, a girl in a knight's uniform ran over in a panic. Caleb turned to her and gestured for her to come closer. The girl approached, knelt opposite Levi, and took her hand. She looked at her with a sympathetic and comforting expression. I'm sorry to say this in this situation, but it seems you're pregnant. Hearing the girl's words, Levi was confused. She stared at her and asked with a doubtful tone, what are you talking about? The other girl didn't hide anything. She smiled at her and said, you don't know? It means you're no longer alone. There's a little seed, a baby inside you. Hearing this, her expression immediately brightened. Her eyes, which had been dull, now had a spark of hope. She couldn't believe her own hands. She trembled and stammered, this can't be. You're not just lying to spare me from the fear of death, are you? Yes, I am. The girl's expression suddenly turned serious. She placed a hand on her chest to show the sincerity of her words. It's the truth. Have you ever felt anything different from usual? Then the girl continued, for instance, your body should have been unable to endure the strain, yet your physical condition is excellent. Or perhaps you've become unusually strong. What I mean is, have you felt a strange energy? Hearing this, Lave began to recall her actions and feelings over the past few days. She continued, of course, these aren't the symptoms of a normal pregnancy. But from what I can see, your baby possesses a special healing ability. Hearing that the child in her womb had a special ability, Levi was stunned. She glanced at Akid, lying motionless in the snow. An idea flashed in her mind. If it has a special healing ability, could it be? To test her theory, she lay down and pressed her hand against his chest, checking for a heartbeat. A tear escaped from the corner of her eye. Her eyes were now filled with hope and happiness. Looking at his motionless body on the snow, she cried out in joy, unable to believe this sudden miracle. Akid's heart is still beating. It had clearly stopped. How is this possible? Caleb, who had been silent until now, spoke up. It seems the child's power is keeping the young master alive. He looked at her with a resolute expression. So you need to pull yourself together too, my lady. His face was unreadable as he continued. For example, you don't need to say things like, you'll follow me to death. I don't want to hear that a second time. Then he suddenly got angry and yelled, we have 2 injured people here. All those with healing abilities, come and treat them both now. At that moment, Levid cared about nothing else. She focused on the joy before her, placing her hand on his body. She smiled gently and spoke to him. Akid, can you hear me? Our baby. Even when you and I had given up. She placed a hand on her slightly protruding, flat stomach and said softly, this child never gave up. She smiled, tears streaming down her face. In a choked voice, a mix of sorrow and joy that they were both saved, she said, I'm sorry, Akid. From now on, I won't say such weak things anymore. I will hold your hand tightly. Please, hurry back to me. After the accusations against and the death of the high priest were officially announced, the temple, having lost its balance of power, was forced to cooperate with the investigation. The investigation, with the help of the Kingdom of Mung, uncovered the high priest's records. The cruel deeds he committed using that holy water were meticulously documented. Caleb held the report, his face filled with disbelief. They do all this and still want to be called a holy kingdom? What would have happened if they had invaded the Kingdom of Mung? Hearing him, Serendina could only sigh. Thinking about what the high priest did, I wish I could bring him back to life, just to kill him a few more times. He turned to her and asked, "Oh, Serendina, the crown prince was captured alive, right? Do you know what will happen to him?" Serendina placed a hand on her chin, pondering the question. Ah, if it's asterisk, that asterisk person we're talking about? Her expression became pensive and a mysterious smile played on her lips. Perhaps right now he's getting a small taste of the pain Levi went through. Meanwhile, in another place, the sound of a shattering teacup mingled with pained groans. Jared covered his mouth with one hand, using the other to brace himself against a table. He gasped for air and said with a tremor, What in the world is this?" His eyes widened, his face a mask of pure terror. "What did you make me eat? When are they here?" Wiener Dyer said nothing, merely staring at him with cold, emotionless eyes, his face an unreadable mask. Finally, he spoke. "What else could it be? It's what you gave my sister, all for a pathetic plan of yours." Jared clutched his throat, coughing violently, using the table to hold himself up. He then approached Wiener desperately. "I truly never intended to harm your sister." He fell to his knees, clutching Wiener's arm. His face was a picture of helplessness and madness as he tried everything to appease Wiener Dyer's rage. He tried to justify his actions, but it was futile. "I really didn't mean to hurt your sister. Besides, she's recovering safely now, isn't she? There's obviously an antidote." Wiener Dyer spoke, shaking off his hand. "Fortunately, Princess Serendina brought it to me," he said coldly. He pushed his hand away, looking at him with a cold expression full of disgust. "But you will not be getting any." Then he turned and left, leaving Jared sprawled on the floor. In a panic, Jared tried to hold him back, screaming in desperation. "Every day I'm terrified of dying, plagued by nightmares. Wiener, are you really going to let me die like this? We were best friends." Wiener Dyer was about to open the door, his hand on the knob, but he paused when he heard Jared's words. Then he spoke coldly. "If you were truly my friend, you would never have touched the most important person in my life." He turned back, his expression frigid. "Good. My sister will never have to see you again." He then left, leaving Jared kneeling there in stunned disbelief. When Jared finally came to his senses, he lunged at the door and began pounding on it frantically. He screamed, "Wiener, come back! I was wrong!" Just then, his blood began to drip onto the floor. His eyes widened as he saw himself bleeding uncontrollably. He mumbled, his heart feeling like it was on fire. "Do I have to keep feeling this pain from now on?" He didn't want this. He clawed madly at the door, struggling to escape this hell. He screamed his lungs out, I don't want to die like this. Wiener, anyone, please save me." His screams echoed throughout the dark room. Scene change. Wiener Dyer entered a room where a young man with pink hair was present. He looked up at the young man and smiled warmly. "What brings you here, Akid?" Looking him over, he seemed to be in better shape. He asked, "You are already up and about? I heard you were seriously injured." Akid sighed, leaning against the wall. "I recovered faster than I thought," he said, thinking to himself, "It's all thanks to Levay," but suddenly Akid's expression turned serious. He looked at Wiener Dyer and got straight to the point. "I also wanted to deal with the Crown Prince." Then, thinking of Jared going mad in the dungeon, he added, "But it seems you were more effective, Wiener." Wiener Dyer's eyes darkened, his expression grim. He spoke in an icy tone. "If so, then I'm glad." You and Lave have been through enough. It's my responsibility, too, for letting that jackass escape the separate palace. I also believe that as Lave's brother, this is something I had to do. He and Akid walked out of the palace, gardens filled with roses on both sides. He said, I should have done this sooner. Akid looked back at him. I'm going to see Levi now. Are you coming to the estate too? Hearing his question, Weiner Dyer shook his head and sighed. No, you go on ahead. I have to visit my fiancé today. There's something I need to say to Rose. Scene changed to the George estate. A red-haired girl appeared with a bright smile. She grinned and said to Weiner Dyer, I was so surprised you came to see me first. I thought you'd feel uncomfortable meeting me. Weiner Dyer looked at the girl before him and asked, Why would you think that? The girl seemed a bit shy and embarrassed. Well, about that. It's because the condition of our strategy was to prioritize Levi's safety. Her eyes lowered slightly, a hint of guilt in them. She continued, but even though I was being controlled, Levi still ended up in danger. I've known for a long time. I knew that you had someone important, that you were the kind of person who would do anything for them. At that moment, Rose chuckled inwardly as she recalled all the times he'd cared for Levi. She thought to herself, to love his sister that much. Her eyes sparkled. She mused, it's cute, but I wonder how he feels now. So I wanted to see things through to the end. These are all just baseless feelings now, but... She then spoke aloud. Since the condition wasn't met, I'll accept it if you wish to call off the engagement. She smiled gently, her eyes softly closed. She placed a hand on her chest and said sincerely, Thank you for everything, Weiner. And I'm sorry. Hearing this, Weiner Dyer's brow furrowed in alarm. This was not what he wanted. His face fell, confused as to what he'd done wrong. Why are you talking about breaking the engagement so easily? It was the same during the war, and it's the same now. To you, am I still just that kind of person? Rose's expression shifted. She paused, looking at him with a bewildered expression, and tried to explain. Ah, about that. Without letting her finish, he stepped closer. If you want to call it off that badly, then I'll cancel it for a different reason. Then he suddenly grabbed her hand. He pulled her into his arms. A slight blush crept onto his cheeks as he confessed, This time, I will be the one to propose. Hearing this, she was momentarily stunned. Not letting her speak, he continued in a serious and sincere tone, not for political strategy or for our families. Please, promise to marry me again, my bride, Salome. She was beginning to understand. Staring at him, she asked with a tremor, Weiner, what is this? He continued to hold her hand, his gaze firm. He thought back to their wedding day. I've lived my life thinking that protecting Lave was my sole purpose. But on our wedding day, when I learned the truth and that Lave had been kidnapped, at that moment, more than Lave's safety, I realized I should have been worried about you. I thought that if you acted that way, there must have been a reason. I blamed myself for not realizing it. He looked directly into her eyes with utmost sincerity, his expression as vulnerable as a puppy seeking affection. He said, I want to be the one by your side whenever you're weary. So if you don't hate me, could you give me one more chance? Rose was flustered, her cheeks flushing red all the way to her ears. She avoided his gaze and stammered a reply. Can Weiner really not let go? With this much strength, Weiner keeps pulling me, but I'm not moving at all. Hearing her, he could only whine if, you can just let it go, can't you? She chuckled at him, teasing gently. How could I possibly let it go? Then she placed her hand on his chest and said, I like this genuine side of you, Weiner. She smiled happily, leaning against his firm chest. If we could start over, not for any other reason, but just because I'm important to you. Scene changed back to the estate. Lavi, now dressed in a light pink princess gown, paced back and forth, worrying about how things were going with Weiner Dyer. She muttered to herself, Brother is probably doing fine, right? I already taught him how to propose to Sister Rose. What if he got too nervous and couldn't say a word? Worried, she lifted her dress as if to run to the George estate to check on the situation. This won't do, I have to go see for myself. Alan, who was beside her, spoke up to stop her. My lady. Without hesitation, Alan came closer and lifted her like a princess, saying softly, "Please stay still, if only for the baby's sake." With that, he carried her and gently placed her on the bed. Lavi, sitting on the bed, smiled and waved her hand dismissively. "What's there to worry about? I've never felt this healthy. My appetite has increased a lot lately, too." Alan looked at her, a hint of hesitation on his face. But Levi smiled, placing a hand on her pregnant belly, and thought, "My body has been recovering so quickly ever since I've had you. Although Serendina's antidote helped a lot, it might also be due to the fetus's ability. The matriarch said that among the Kinoks, our baby has very strong powers, so this is possible." Just then, her trusted maid knocked on the door and called out to announce a visitor. "My lady, Master Akid has arrived." The maid then opened the door, peeking in with a cheerful smile. "I've told him to wait in the back garden. Would you like to go there?" Hearing that Akid had arrived, her eyes immediately lit up. She beamed and replied quickly, "Of course! I'm on my way now." In the back garden of the estate, Akid stood with his hand touching the trunk of a tree. He looked up intently at the canopy, watching the falling leaves, his heart filled with an indescribable emotion. Lavi gracefully walked to the back garden with Alan. As she walked, she asked, "By the way, how are things with the royal family? I heard the emperor has abdicated." Alan, walking behind her, replied, "Regarding His Majesty's health, his symptoms of confusion have been increasing. Now, he can barely distinguish between himself and others." Meanwhile, in a prison cell, the emperor gripped the iron bars, incessantly screaming to be released. "How dare you lock me in a place like this? Once I regain the great mind of the Leonese royal family, I won't let you get away with this." He frowned and muttered as if plotting something. "Where is Jared? Why isn't he here to get me out?" Back in the present, they had arrived at the entrance to the back garden. Alan pushed the door open, inviting her in while continuing to speak. "So, he will live out the rest of his life on an island in the outskirts. The empty throne will be ascended by Prince Felix." His hand stilled on the door. He turned to her and said seriously, in reorganizing the temple this time, thanks to the help of the Kingdom of Mung. "The marriage between Princess Serendina and Prince Felix has been decided." Hearing that Princess Serendina and Prince Felix were getting married, she covered her mouth in surprise. "Those two?" As if understanding her unspoken question, Alan nodded. "Yes, I heard the Kingdom of Mung proposed it as a political strategy, and both she and Prince Felix agreed, on the condition that the status of Princess Tess be entrusted to the Kingdom of Mung. It will likely be difficult for her to be fully reinstated as a princess there, but she can start a new life as a priestess." He turned to her again and said, "The news about Princess Tess's treatment might be unpleasant for you to hear." Hearing Alan, she quickly shook her head in denial. "No, it's all right. I think it's better to resolve things peacefully if possible." She looked up at the sky, her gaze softening. "Because someday, Akid's child and I will be living in this world too." Finally, they arrived at the place where Akid was waiting. Seeing him, Leve called out joyfully, "Akid!" Hearing her call, he turned his head to look. He saw her, and his gaze gradually softened. He smiled gently and said, "You're here, Levy." Overjoyed, she came closer, holding out her arms for a hug. She asked with concern, "How are you? Are you still hurt anywhere? If you're in pain, you have to tell me. I'll hold you tight." He couldn't help but laugh at her cuteness. He cleared his throat and smiled teasingly. "It seems our roles have been reversed." Lavi laughed at that. "You think so?" At that moment, Alan placed a hand on his chest and bowed slightly. "Then, I shall take my leave." Hearing that Alan wanted to leave, Lavi turned in surprise. "Huh? It's fine for you to stay." Alan bowed his head slightly. "No, my lady, please be happy, you two." Akid agreed with Alan, wanting some private time with her. Alan's right. "There's something else I want to show you." Hearing them both say that, Lavi could only manage a huh before asking him, "Something you want to show me in private?" He then led her to a place. She asked curiously, "What is it, Akid?" Akid covered her eyes with his hands while slowly guiding her forward. Growing a bit impatient, she asked, "How long do I have to keep my eyes covered?" Sensing her impatience, he just smiled and replied, "We're almost there." When they arrived, he removed his hands, letting her see the view. "All right, we're here." When she opened her eyes, a breathtakingly beautiful scene lay before her, surrounded by all kinds of brightly colored flowers. Unable to contain her joy, she ran forward and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, this used to be an old well." She squatted down to admire the flowers, her face beaming with joy and excitement. "When did it become so beautiful? I've never seen any of these flowers before." He came closer, leaned down beside her, and said gently with an indulgent tone, "I heard you should stay indoors until the baby is born. Since you can't travel far, I wanted you to see lots of new and exotic flowers." He then picked a flower and said, "We can't go anywhere right now, but once the baby is born, I'll take you wherever you want to go." He then imagined a scene of their family of 3 living happily together. All of us together, watching the ocean horizon, having new experiences in a strange new place would be so much fun. She closed her eyes, picturing the scene, and smiled. "Yes, Akid." Then she pointed at his fantasy and pouted. "But why does the baby in your imagination look like me?" Then she imagined the baby looking like him. She couldn't help but smile, thinking how much the child would resemble him. Our second generation, of course, has to look like Akid, a child who looks just like Akid did in his childhood would be so cute. But then he smiled and said to her, as an image of their child looking like Levi appeared in his mind, "But even if they look like Levi, they'd still be cute." He then blushed, looked at her, and confessed, "When we were kids, it was love at first sight for me. That's why I pursued you so relentlessly." Hearing him say that, she turned beet red and was speechless, thinking, he's not holding anything back. In the middle of the colorful flower field, they sat together, enjoying the peaceful scenery. Just then, she felt something and held out her hands. "Look, I think it's starting to snow, just like that time in Catcher." Hearing that place mentioned, the smile vanished from his lips. He thought for a moment, then turned to ask her, "Are you okay?" Hearing his question, she was a bit confused. "Huh? Okay, about what?" Then an image flashed in her mind of the 2 of them, injured and lying in the snow, and the words she'd said back then, "It's happening again. I hate snowy days." Thinking of that, she sighed, asking with some embarrassment, "You heard that, didn't you?" He smiled faintly and nodded. "Yeah." He continued, "As my senses faded, more than the fear of my own death, I was afraid of what you said. That's what woke me up. At that moment, I couldn't wipe your tears away. I wondered what I would do if you became sad every time it snowed. It was only then that I realized I had made the wrong choice. The despair of not being able to see you again was worse than any physical pain. I didn't know you would be in even more pain." After reminiscing, he turned to her with a serious expression. "I'm sorry for leaving you with such a scar, Levi." Hearing him, she opened her mouth to speak. "Akid, since we were little, do you know why I never wanted to be a graceful, demure lady? Even when I had no memories, it was because I felt it would be a waste of the life you gave me." She turned to face him and smiled. "And now, the snowy day isn't the day you left me. It's the day you came back to me, and the day I learned about our child." She tilted her head, smiling at him. "All of this happened because I'm alive. Thank you for letting me live, Akid. I'm happy that I could live to meet you, to think of you." She playfully placed a finger on his lips. He was deeply moved, his cheeks flushing red. She continued, "So, instead of saying sorry, you should say something else, right?" Akud's eyes lowered slightly as he thought, Then, before she could react, he pulled her into a tight hug. With a gentle smile, meant only for her, he said, "I love you, Levi." Hearing him say that, she smiled with satisfaction and replied, "I love you too, Akid." My friend, please subscribe to the X10 Recap channel so you don't miss any exciting videos. And my lover, no matter how our relationship changes, we will always be the most important person to each other. After a long and difficult time, we have finally reached our future. Even if it snows again, it will be okay. Because after that long winter, spring will surely follow.